These days, school bullying has spiraled out of control. Studious kids are getting picked on, and when teachers try to intervene, they just get hit over the head. To put an end to this madness, the chairman launched a project called the Unified, or in other words, fighting fire with fire, controlling violence through violence. So the big question is, who's capable enough to take charge of this project? None other than this guy here, a legend known as Gun. After he graduated, he treated the school bullies to a brutal massage session. Some ended up with broken arms, some with a twisted spine, and some with, well, let's just say their equipment got wrecked. He brought long-lasting peace to the school. And so, he was recruited for the project. Once again, he donned his school uniform to go in and dominate the school. With his good looks, huge build, and six-pack abs, his singing touches the heart, while his punches hurt like hell. The ladies love him. And without further ado, let's get right into it. Our story begins in the past with Degun, a regular student at a very ordinary school. However, because of his small stature and gentle nature, Degun naturally became a target for the local punks. At first, when those troublemakers started flicking eraser bits at him, Degun just assumed it was accidental. "Oh, I think I just threw an eraser at you by mistake," they'd say while laughing. "Sorry about that. I was actually aiming for the person in front of you." They'd smirk as they talked to him. But in front of Degun, there was no one else there, so he quickly realized what was going on. But realizing it is one thing, and being able to fight back is another. Even as he endured it in silence, the punk kept flicking eraser bits at Degun's head. There's a saying, yielding once brings 9 blessings. But let's be real, yielding 9 times is enough to make anyone snap. After enduring it for a while, Degun finally turned around and told the guy to cut the crap. Hearing that, the bully didn't feel sorry at all. Instead, he got even more aggressive. To him, the fact that Degun dared to talk back was completely unacceptable. So, to save face, he didn't feel he needed to listen to Degun at all. Conversely, when he saw Degun approaching him with an angry look, Degun suddenly felt intimidated. He tried to explain that he just wanted to be left alone and had no intention of insulting or fighting back. The bully, being the petty person he was, preferred hands over words. So instead of listening to Degun's reasoning, he stopped throwing eraser bits and just threw his fist straight into Degun's face. Feeling like something was seriously wrong, Degun tried to apologize just to get it over with. Instead of stopping, the punk just kept smacking the poor guy until he couldn't even stand. Watching from the sidelines, the other classmates just stood there enjoying the show, not bothered by the bullying at all. Only when the teacher showed up did one of them run over to pull the bully away. The moment the teacher appeared, Degun thought he'd be saved, but reality was the complete opposite. Even though he tried to signal for help, the teacher just turned a blind eye, brushing it off like they were just 2 kids playing around. Degun was completely shocked and dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his own teacher would call what just happened a joke. It was hopeless. He couldn't get the bully to stop, and he couldn't find anyone to help him escape the harassment. All Degun could do at that point was grit his teeth and endure it. Even when the bullies slapped a note on his back saying, "No, Mom," he couldn't fight back. The reason was that he had no one to share his pain with. Even the adults didn't care, and there was absolutely no one willing to help him. He was truly alone inside his own classroom. However, everything started to change when another bully appeared in Degun's class. It wouldn't have been a big deal if he hadn't walked in to ask for a smoke and noticed the note on the poor guy's back. Being someone who didn't like childish games, the guy in the white shirt grabbed Degun's collar to read what was written on the paper. And just like that, once he read "No, Mom," the thug immediately demanded to know who the culprit was. Without saying a word, the guy in the white shirt got furious. Sensing a massive storm brewing, the bully tried to justify himself by saying he was just targeting an orphan, not trying to mock the guy in the white shirt. But man, talk about stupidity. The guy in the white shirt was also an orphan, and that jerk's pathetic behavior was absolutely unacceptable. So, without further ado, he beat the hell out of Degun's classmate, mercilessly punishing him for being weak and yet loving to act like a thug. He beat that bully so hard his own parents wouldn't recognize him. Watching everything unfold, Degun was scared at first, but when he thought about how that guy used overwhelming strength to protect his own self-respect, Degun became determined to become stronger than anyone else so that no one could ever bully him again. Time flew by, and Degun's efforts and growth started to pay off. From reading martial arts books to intense physical training and learning real-world combat through TV matches, Degun's skills and weight improved significantly. As time went on, his training intensity increased, and he memorized even more martial arts techniques. Continuously, his height, weight, endurance, and strength progressed at lightning speed as the days went by, until he had completely transformed into a new person. After being away for a while, Degun finally returned to school. But unlike the small, gentle rabbit he used to be, he now caught the eyes of all the girls with his new, upgraded physique. Even so, not every girl wanted to get close to Degun, because now He had become the school's top dog, someone who used violence to fight violence. That was Degun's past. But in the present, he's changed and is currently just a regular guy working as a clerk at a small convenience store. School violence, what they call Yu-Chin, will no longer be under the control of teachers. But even then, the bullies have become dependent on the Yu-Chins, the ones stronger than them. That's the main topic of the project that Sao wants to present, called Yu-Chin Unified. Through this project, Saim will form a team responsible for secretly managing the Yu-Chins. You could say this is a project for controlling crime through, well, more crime. As Saim laid out the plan, it sounded interesting enough, but the idea of fighting violence with more violence is honestly insane. Some members of the board even begged the chairman to shut down Saim's ridiculous project immediately. But the old chairman couldn't care less if Saim's idea was trash or not. After everything his employees had presented, he only wanted to know one thing. Is there anyone actually capable of taking over the district? Back to Degun. Even though his part-time job is pretty steady, Degun feels totally burnt out. He can't even focus on what he's doing. On top of that, he's stuck listening to his boss ramble on about life lessons all day. It's enough to make you sick. Degun wouldn't even be in this mess if he hadn't dropped out of school. But there's no point in regrets now. He can't go back. Right now, all he wants is to find some way to clear his head. Cut to an alley near the convenience store where Degun works. As usual, the local bullies are dragging some poor kid in to shake him down. To the weak students, these guys are sharks. But to anyone with real power, this tattooed punk and his crew are nothing more than small fry. So, when the senior, Bao, stops and orders them to go buy cigarettes, the tattooed guy and his girlfriend jump to obey without a single peep. Back with Degun, after a long lecture, he finally gets some peace. When those two punks walk in, the store owner breaks into a cold sweat, making up an excuse to go check the back room and crunch some numbers, leaving Degun all alone at the register. The moment the boss leaves, he has to deal with some real-deal troublemakers. Just by looking at the pair, Degun knows they're just high schoolers. Feeling like it's a bad idea for these brats to be buying cigarettes, Degun asks to see their ID. But since they're just students, they don't have any. So, to dodge the question, the tattooed punk just starts running his mouth. Degun sees right through this tough guy act and tells them to get lost. Being told to get lost by a part-timer clearly hurts the kid's ego, so his girlfriend starts mouthing off at Degun. Next to her, the tattooed punk chimes in, slapping some cash on the counter. It's been years since some brat dared to act so arrogant in front of him, and deep down, Degun really wants to punch his teeth in. But for the sake of his paycheck, he keeps his cool and calmly asks for their ID again. Instead of listening, the wannabe gangster ignores him completely and grabs 2 bottles of alcohol, trying to show off for his girlfriend. Degun is losing his patience. He tells the kid to cut the crap. It's just cigarettes and booze, and yet they're making it such a hassle. The punk, all ego and no brain, grabs Degun by the collar and yells, "Do you know who my dad is?" He tells him to watch his tone, or he'll break Degun's jaw so he can't talk trash anymore. Watching from the back, the store owner who knows the tattooed punk is bad news jumps in to avoid any real trouble. Knowing he can't reason with the kid, he apologizes and asks Degun to take it outside to avoid upsetting the other customers. Even though Degun hates how his boss just lets things slide, he doesn't have much of a choice but to settle it outside. The punk thinks that once they're out there, Degun will start trembling in fear. He puffs up and sneers at Degun. "Hey, asshole, repeat what you just said. We're outside now. Do you want me to beat the living hell out of you?" Getting jumped outside means this part-time job isn't exactly a safe haven anymore. But life isn't a movie. Degun doesn't care about his threats at all. Instead, he looks bored and orders the kid to get your hands off me. Degun gives the punk 3 seconds to let go of his collar. Hearing that, the girlfriend just bursts out laughing, mocking him. "Ha ha, you're giving us 3 seconds. Are you stupid? Is he crazy? Are we being filmed?" She thinks Degun must be out of his mind to talk to her boyfriend like that. Degun starts counting down from 3. The tattooed punk winds up to slap Degun, ready to teach him a lesson. And then, lights out. The punk hears his girlfriend calling him to wake up. When he finally opens his eyes, he realizes he's been knocked out in a split second. A total keyboard warrior. Even with his face all smashed up, he refuses to admit defeat, claiming he was just careless, and Degun caught him off guard with a sucker punch. He tells himself that in a fair fight, Degun would be missing teeth like a string of bananas. But while he's busy bragging, he doesn't forget to signal his girlfriend to go call for backup. Since he didn't make it clear, she asks him to repeat himself. The punk yells at the top of his lungs, telling her to bring more guys to jump Degun. After getting yelled at, she scrambles off to find their goons. The punk turns back to Degun, puffing out his chest and acting all high and mighty. "Haha, damn it. You loser, don't you live in this city? Do you have any idea who I am? Do you know who my crew is, that you dare fight back? It sounds tough. But Degun has dealt with plenty of wannabe gangsters, so he ignores the threats and continues in a calm, soft voice, asking how old the kid actually is. The punk stubbornly refuses to say. Feeling like the kid doesn't want to talk nicely, Degun digs his fingers into the kid's collarbone and squeezes hard. In less than 3 seconds, the tattooed punk is begging for mercy, admitting he's only 17. Ignoring the kid's screams of pain, Degun coolly warns him that if he ever shows his face here to buy cigarettes again, he'll make sure his own mother won't recognize him. Just then, the girlfriend arrives with a whole gang of thugs. While the punk looks a bit embarrassed as he sees his backup arrive, Degun remains perfectly relaxed. To him, adding a few more chickens to the mix doesn't change a thing. Friends, huh? That's a lot of you. Everyone's here, right? Degun says calmly. Still, looking at the giant guy standing in front of him, Degun doesn't think for a second that he's just some high schooler, so I was wondering if that young punk would actually call his uncle over. Hearing that, the fatty immediately retorted that he's Owen, a student from Namdon High School. He said with a cocky attitude, I don't know who you are, but I'm gonna punch you first. No sooner had he finished speaking, the fatty didn't even care who was. Standing in front of him, he just planned to smack Degun in the face to teach him a lesson. And just like that, he was out. With just one flick of Degun's hand, the delusional guy had his jaw twisted and collapsed on the road, passing out instantly. The bimbos on the side didn't understand what the hell just happened. How could a guy as big as an ox go down after just one slap? As for Degun, he still had a lot of things to do, so he said he couldn't stay there any longer. All of you, come at me at once so I can finish this quickly. Insulted, the wannabe gangsters were furious and moved in to take Degun on. However, since they were all bark and no bite, and their skills were pathetic, it wasn't hard for Degun to serve them a beatdown one by one. Degun kept dodging and countering with extremely agile yet brutal strikes. No wasted movements, ducking, weaving, elbows, and uppercuts. The thugs kept rushing in, only to be left gasping for air by Degun in a flash. From behind, to get revenge for the beating Degun gave them earlier, a guy named Sam Cho intended to go hard on him with a wine bottle he found. He got his wish, as Degun turned around and the punk truly went hard into a wall thanks to a gut-wrenching punch from Degun. In less than 3 minutes, the whole pack was licking the dirt. The leader saw that and immediately realized that the only person around here this strong could be one guy. Not wanting to be stupid and show off anymore, the leader of the all-bark gang softened his tone to greet the senior, Degun. He had gone to school with him in the past. Hearing the name Degun, the bimbo immediately realized that he was the guy who controlled the Incheon area during its bloody era 2 years ago. But he had been swept aside by the protagonist in just 1 week. I heard that getting shot is better than getting beaten by Degun. But he looks quite handsome, so as expected, rumors are just rumors, right? Seeing Tai-sun, the leader bowed his head to apologize and promised not to cause trouble on Degun's turf ever again. So, he hoped Degun would let him and his lackeys off this time. Finding it annoying to listen to, Degun grabbed the thug by the head and told him to stop spouting nonsense. As for the bimbo, because of her trashy behavior, death might be spared, but she would still have to pay the price. As for the idiots lying all over the ground, the leader volunteered to take the whole gang to the hospital. But he's not that smart, so there was no hospital at all. A moment later, the leader had to slap the fatty to wake him up, regardless of him not knowing what was going on. The one thing the leader wanted the fatty to do right now was to bow down and accept the punishment. As for Degun, after a round of punishment, he warned the whole group not to act up at the convenience store ever again. Otherwise, they would find out what it's like to say goodbye to life. Hearing that, they all said in unison that they understood, because no matter how stupid they weren't crazy enough to mess with the legend of Incheon ever again. From afar, while Degun was dealing with the punks and talking about why he dropped out of school, a shadow was lurking and watching him for a while. A moment later, while he was lost in thought about the events of the past that had prevented him from finishing his education. Because of those bullies, I never had time to study, but it feels good to use my hands again after such a long time. Just then, Degun bumped into Same on the street. Having prepared beforehand, as soon as she walked past, she asked for a conversation. However, because he didn't have time, Degun wasn't very interested. But Same didn't come to find Degun just to talk, did she? With a business card in her hand, she wanted to make an offer to Degun. An offer he couldn't refuse from Kim Long Education. And so, Siam did not disappoint the expectations of Chairman Tran Kim Long when she quickly found the right person for the project to control the school. Conversely, when the opportunity came, Degun also seized the chance to return to high school to fulfill his dream of graduating, even though he was already nearly 20 years old. Standing in front of the school gate, Degun sighed, not believing he was starting high school at age 20. Returning to the exchange between Degun and Same, Degun had previously been presented by her with the project to dominate the school that Same wanted to carry out. Through this, she also laid out the details of the plan. That's right, just like the name of the project. Superiority, she claimed that her project was completely feasible after seeing Degun's capabilities. However, Degun thought that it seemed like Same was doing stupid things under the guise of running an education system. No one ever used violence to control violence. Hearing that, Sime replied, "Of course, we've investigated your background, Mr. Degun, right?" Degun wondered who she was. She didn't hold back and just said it straight. "You're more useless than anyone else, so stop trying to act tough, even if you think it's unreasonable. I know you don't have the ability to refuse. This is not the time to brag about the past. Isn't this the opportunity to make up for all your past mistakes?" This was the chance to make up for Degun's youthful mistakes, so if he refused, he'd be left with nothing. Faced with the others' sharp arguments, Degun, knowing his situation, even though Same's project seemed quite ridiculous, had no other choice but to accept Same's offer. Back to reality, with the status of a transfer student, Degun's appearance quickly attracted the attention of the girls at Kimlong High School. Inside the classroom, while the blonde guy Jong Min was still enjoying his bullying, Ho Dong, the head of the class, was more interested in the new transfer student. Hearing about a transfer student, it just so happened that in the class, someone had just left because they were being bullied by the whole group. First, that giant elephant dropped out. Next, I don't care what it is, but that's a miserable cycle. Why did she drop out? I like that. Didn't Guji pull her underwear down before? Shut up, that was just an accident, the bimbo next to her spoke up. Why are you asking for a change in the snack run? You need to be careful so we can focus on buying snacks for us, right? Hey, stop hanging around and get inside. Oh, the transfer student should be here by now. Just as the whole group was busy gossiping about bullying their classmates, the transfer student arrived. Hey, hey, hey. Cut the chatter and take your seats. We have a new student today. Go ahead and introduce yourself. I'm Degun. I'm from Intron. Nice to meet you all. All the girls were blushing like crazy. Some girl even borrowed her friend's lipstick. The guys, meanwhile, were totally stunned by Degun's looks. Even Guji, a member of the popular clique, was instantly head over heels for Degun's looks and hurried to touch up her makeup to impress the new kid. But on the flip side, Ho Dong was feeling super annoyed. Where did this random guy come from, swooping in and stealing his spotlight? He was already itching for a chance to teach this new kid a harsh lesson. As for Degun, the teacher said that since his student had dropped out, that desk was now his. To quickly get the hang of school life, Degun immediately made friends with the guy sitting next to him, Minsu, who started telling him all about the school. But the second the teacher walked out, Ho Dong headed straight for Degun's desk with a nasty grin. With his typical jerk behavior, he quietly walked up, smacked Minsu right in the back of the head, and told him to get lost. Everything was fine until this tubby guy showed up to cause trouble. Degun didn't even know what the hell this fat guy was doing. Since he wasn't done messing with the new kid yet, the fat guy ordered Minsu to shut up and go buy him some hot dog buns. The reason was simple. He said, "Your old buddy used to be in charge of my snack runs, but he dropped out without even saying goodbye. Now that your little parasite is gone, do you really think you can get off the hook? You should take responsibility for your friend, don't you think? Right? From now on, you're officially my errand boy for snacks. Congrats." Meanwhile, because of some commitment to Sam, Degun just silently watched. Using his power as the class leader, Ho Dong forced Minsu to comply. Minsu was already stressed out and just wanted to go along with it to keep the peace, but because he had a study session right after, he tried begging Ho Dong to let him off just this once. Beside them, Jong Min laughed like it was the funniest thing ever when Minsu mentioned the study session. For a guy like Ho Dong, it didn't matter what time it was. So, in response to Minsu's begging, Ho Dong ordered everyone to close their eyes while he executed him. Almost instantly, to Degun's surprise, all the little sheep in the class closed their eyes as ordered. Right after, the bully of the 11th grade slapped Minsu square in the face for daring to talk back. Watching from the side, Degun really wanted to teach this fat bully a lesson he'd never forget. But to keep the project under wraps, Degun had to follow the ridiculous rules Same had set. According to Same, school is just a kingdom for weak and strong animals. In the animal kingdom, a regular lion could never become the king of the monsters. That's why Same demanded that Degun not become just an average lion. Back in reality, Degun was still feeling a headache from all the rules in Same's contract, so he completely forgot to close his eyes like the others. To school the new guy, Ho Dong brought up how Degun was replacing the errand boy who just dropped out. To make it a pair, he suggested that Degun go buy the hot dog buns with Minsu. Degun looked pretty annoyed. In his mind, one person was enough to do the shopping, so there was no reason for him to go along. Thinking Degun was just being petty about having to go with Minsu, Ho Dong and his blonde friend had a good laugh. But laughing is one thing. Buying those buns wasn't a request, it was an order. So the fat guy gritted his teeth and told Degun to get up and go buy them right now. Not wanting to make a scene, Degun followed Hodong's lead and stood up to go. But first, where was the money? Degun held out his hand, asking them to cough up some cash so he could actually buy the food. He'd been a boss for a long time, but he'd never seen anyone bold enough to ask him for money. The fat guy grabbed Degun by the head and roared, "Are you crazy? Don't point at my face like that. Obviously, I'm taking your money. Do you think I'm a saint? You don't have money for a snack. Don't your parents give you an allowance? Oh, or maybe you don't have parents? Why bring that up?" He had to touch on Degun's parents. Hodong quickly learned a bitter lesson for being both stupid and reckless. One punch to send him off, two to knock him out. In an instant, he took the full force of Degun's thunderous punch. The little idiot Hodong was instantly dazed by Degun's loving fists. To the utter shock of the rest of the class, DGUN no longer cared about the ridiculous rules in Same's contract. To him, his fists were the only law in this school. So, to show everyone who the real boss of the class was, DGUN took his first win against Hodong, the guy who was currently the king of the 11th grade. No way! That's what Guji and all the hangers-on in the class were thinking. As for Min, seeing his best friend taken down in a heartbeat left him shocked and fuming. But angry or not, it didn't change a thing. After dealing with the loudmouth fat guy, the next chicken on the chopping block was none other than the cocky Min. Being targeted, the blonde guy broke out in a cold sweat. Even so, he tried to act cool. But when Degun got to his desk, Min started flailing around to get the first hit in. He threw punches and kicks, but none of them had any weight behind them. Still, the blonde guy's pathetic cat-like fighting style was just way too weak for Degun. So, shortly after dodging all the attacks from that pampered chicken, Dagon's fist buried itself deep into Min's stomach. One punch and he was already trembling. Before Degun could tear him apart, Min immediately clutched his stomach and surrendered in the most pathetic way possible. Unlike Min, the fat kid Hodong had more guts than brains and tried to fight the protagonist to the bitter end. He grabbed a chair, planning to smash it into Degun. But unfortunately, after this, his parents probably wouldn't even recognize their beloved son. And after that, well, there was no after that. With a punch that landed like a bullet to the face, Degun ended the fight with the fat guy in the swiftest way imaginable. After a moment of relaxing, Degun felt his muscles loosen up a bit. Well, everything was bound to happen like this anyway. Whether it's Yuchin or governing the school, it's all pretty much the same thing. That's why Degun wasn't really worried about the project. Turning to the bullies, Degun grabbed the fat guy by the hair and said, "The bread at the snack bar is pretty good, isn't it?" The fat guy looked confused. "Huh?" Degun replied. "I'm just curious. How good could it possibly be to make you act like such a mess? Go get me a few." Degun ordered the fat guy to go get him some. But Hodong didn't think he had to listen to Degun. Even though he'd been beaten, he still wasn't the real leader of this 11th grade class. Hodong shouted, "Damn it, you think just because you took us two out you can control everything." Degun looked puzzled, not sure what this idiot was babbling about. "I'm not the boss of this class. He'll be back soon. You're a dead man, you dog." After all the commotion, Manhwa arrived. This guy was the leader of the first-year street brawlers and the one backing up the fat kid. The two locked eyes. It looked like trouble was brewing. "Bleeding on your first day of transferring, huh?" Manhwa was surprised that the new kid was going all out right away. And what shocked him even more was that Degun alone had managed to absolutely wreck those two losers, Min and Hodong. Even crazier, Degun didn't have a single scratch on him, so Manhwa couldn't figure out how his two cohorts failed to land even one clean hit on him. Using his signature bullshitting technique, Manhwa managed to distract his friend. They were saved for now, but even so, neither Hodong nor Min were confident that Manhwa could actually take Degun down. As for Manhwa, sticking to his trash-talking ways, he asked if anyone from the crowd dared to step up and solo Degun. As for Manhwa himself, he wasn't about to go all out against Degun just yet, or so he said. But from what Degun was observing, Manhwa's stance was wide, his center of gravity was set, and his toes were pointed right at Degun. Plus, his shoulders were loose, ready to strike at any second. On the surface, the red-haired guy looked calm, but it wasn't hard for Degun to recognize that his opponent was actually in a kickboxing stance. Reading Manhwa like an open book, Degun knew that if he slipped up even once, the guy would punch his lights out. Although, he was ready for him right then and there. Watching from the sidelines, Hodong believed that if Degun didn't know who Manhwa was, he'd definitely run away because Manhwa was in a completely different league compared to Hodong and the blonde kid. Wanting to enjoy the show, the fat guy told a classmate to go get him some popcorn. But Hodong's command was immediately rejected, since he was no longer the king of the 11th grade. Talk about annoying. But before he could even say much, once Hodong's eyes met Degun's, he immediately switched to good boy mode, shutting down his attitude and not daring to cause any more trouble for his classmate. Seeing the crowd not even afraid of the fat kid anymore, Manhwa was a bit surprised. Still, he kept his cool as he introduced himself to Degun. To return the favor, Degun stated his name to show some basic respect. Seizing the moment, Manhwa suddenly lunged out, pointing his fingers right at Degun's face. It was a surprise attack, but all just a feint to cover his real move. That low kick was his true killing blow. Knowing the enemy was aiming for his groin, Degun realized just how lethal this guy's cheap shots really were. Simply put, this style of fighting aimed for the most sensitive area between the legs. If you got hit, you'd be in agonizing pain and unable to keep fighting. Still, this kind of fighting is pretty dirty, so it usually gets criticized. Because they were just meeting, Degun hadn't expected the opponent to pull such a shameless, low-life trick. Without thinking, out of pure male survival instinct, Degun's body reacted automatically, reaching down to block. And that's when he got hit. Taking advantage of the moment when Degun's hands were busy protecting his family jewels, Manhwa didn't miss the chance to land a heavy punch right on Degun's face. Even so, with his super-tier reflexes, Degun still managed to avoid most of the damage from the blow. On the side, the two idiots, one fat, one skinny, were cheering wildly at their partner's move. Even though what Manhwa just pulled was a common trick everyone in class knew, Jongmin thought Degun would never be able to dodge it. It looked like Manhwa was gaining the upper hand, but in reality, he was struggling against Degun's mix of offense and misdirection. He couldn't hold on for long. With just a small opening, Degun swept the red-haired guy's leg, making him lose his balance instantly. And just like that, he was tossed. Degun grabbed Manhwa by the collar and threw him like a stray dog into the corner of the wall. Even though the match was leaning heavily in Degun's favor, Manhwa's dirty fighting style made Degun a bit cautious, especially since his opponent's allies were still standing there, confidently watching. Seeing Manhwa's secret weapon get countered so easily, Jongmin started to worry about whether his partner could actually win. Contrary to Jongmin, the fat guy thought Manhwa hadn't shown his true strength yet. After getting beaten by the third-year students, he'd started learning kickboxing. So who would actually bite who was still anyone's guess. Back to the fight, just as Manhwa wanted. After the opening round that gave Degun a bit of a scare, both sides were ready for round two. And as usual, with his cunning nature, the red-haired guy initiated another surprise attack. He threw a metal object at Degun's face. Reflexively, Degun dodged the throw, but that move left a huge opening for Manhwa to exploit. But with his superior skill, Degun didn't find the red-haired guy's punches difficult to handle at all. After throwing punch after punch only to hit thin air, Manhwa started losing his patience. But he was still crafty, pretending to look behind him, and telling his buddies not to interfere in their solo fight. Hearing that, Degun thought a few more guys were trying to sneak up on him. But when he turned his head, he only saw the four-eyed idiot looking suspicious. Just looking at that guy's face, something felt wrong. So, before getting hit a second time, Degun caught on and countered the opponent's punch. At a glance, Degun knew his opponent was a total amateur. You could say Manhwa's tricks were just child's play to Degun. Still, while it's fine once or twice, Degun wasn't a fan of people dragging things out. So, to make the opponent quit with the nonsense, Degun had to get serious and give Manhwa a love tap to the face. So much for acting tough. Degun put on quite a show, draining all his mana without even scratching his opponent. But one punch from him, Manhwa was down for the count. I don't know what kind of black magic that was, but Degun was already starting to look like a pushover to Manhwa. Meanwhile, that chubby guy Ho Dong, the blonde kid, Jongmin, and the rest of the class were absolutely stunned by Degun's little go-to-sleep trick. One gentle tap on the cheek, and he was out cold. Degun had no choice but to tell Manhwa's two lackeys to wake him up and haul him to the infirmary to recover. Then, he told all three of them they'd be having another little chat with him later. Terrified out of their minds, the two idiots didn't dare move an inch, fearing they might get logged out of existence. Syme walked by and saw the whole thing, thinking, Degun, I didn't realize you were this important. Normally, I wouldn't be this concerned about a transfer student, but because of everything regarding you today, we've had to hold extra meetings. I have high expectations for you. Could this be the end of these tragic bullying cases? One female student recognized Syme as the director of the organization's planning department and wondered why she was really there. Back to Degun. He was currently teaching the bullies a psychological lesson. School is for learning, get it? So quit playing these childish games. Degun stood there with his arms crossed, looking cold and badass while lecturing the punks, but they still tried to talk back. Bullying, in this day and age, we're just looking after these guys, that's all. Degun issued a warning. Option 1. You become my friends and do as I say. Option 2. You die by my hand. Choose. The blonde guy immediately tucked his tail and chose to be friends, though he was secretly cursing Degun under his breath. As for the chubby guy, when Degun told him to stop bossing people around, Ho Dong agreed, though he still looked a bit hesitant. But knowing he'd get his lights punched out if he resisted, he had no choice but to follow Degun's orders. After handling the troublemakers, Degun announced to the whole class that if Manhwa and his goons ever dared to harass or bother anyone again, he would crush the trio and mold them into new people. Now everyone could finally study in peace. From now on, with the arrival of the war god Degun, even though Minsu felt a bit intimidated by his new friend, he believed that the classroom atmosphere would be much less tense from here on out. Elsewhere, the students in class 1 to 3 started buzzing about Dagon's fight. However, seeing the ridiculous way Dagon handled Manhwa, Sim Sang-bo, the ringleader of class 1 to 3, insisted that Dagon just got lucky. 2 of Sim Sang-bo's lackeys agreed, claiming that Manhwa was only going to kickboxing classes because Sim Sang-bo had been beating him up. And since he'd only finished the beginner's course, losing to Degun wasn't a surprise. Hearing this, Sim Sang-bo chimed in, saying Manhwa was just a straw man, who only knew how to play dirty, so he never stood a chance against someone like Sim Sang-bo anyway. Then, Sim Sang-bo stood up, took off his jacket, and asked who would be the punching bag today. It was always the same. Sim Sang-bo treated the rest of the class like his personal punching bags, and today was no exception. One unlucky guy from class 1 to 3 had to offer himself up to this narcissist. Sim Sang-bo was lightning fast. With just one punch, he had the poor guy throwing up his lunch. Thinking his own punch was incredibly impressive, Sim Sang-bo wore a smug, satisfied look. Even so, he wanted his lackeys to bring him more punching bags to warm up before going all out against Degun. On the second day of his high school life, Degun had a deep realization about his past mistakes and ignoring his education. So now, he was determined to seize the opportunity Sam gave him to wash away his shameful past. To do that, he needed to secretly control the bullies at Kim Long High. But for Degun, studies were the top priority right now. So, as soon as the class ended, he asked Minsu to help him copy the notes for the parts he missed. Ho Dong was the same as ever. Even though he promised to stop, the habit of bossing people around was hard to break. Still, with Degun around, the chubby guy didn't dare go too far. Just like his accomplices, who were used to bullying classmates, Jong Min also forgot his promise to Degun and went back to his old tricks. However, the blonde guy realized that what he was doing was off limits, so he tried to change his ways to keep Degun happy. But changing overnight isn't that easy. Being suddenly banned from bullying made Ho Dong and Jong Min very restless. So, they were desperate to have Manhwa challenge Degun to a real fight outside of class. Who knows, maybe Manhwa could actually take Degun down. Hearing this, Guji mocked her 2 pathetic friends. In her eyes, Degun was the absolute best. So, to grab his attention, Guji sat down across from Degun and suggested they go learn jiu-jitsu together. Having been friends for a long time, the other 3 guys just sighed. Every time Guji used that seductive voice to hit on guys, they knew she just wanted a hug, not a jiu-jitsu lesson. As for Degun, he was all about results, so he just assumed she was inviting him to his studio to train. So, despite Guji's excitement, the only thing Degun cared about right then were the words on the blackboard. Not even glancing at the beauty, he kept looking back and forth. Guji realized something was off. She turned her head and finally realized she was just blocking him from seeing the notes on the board. She was so annoyed. She invited him to hold her and learn jiu-jitsu, but Degun was obsessed with studying. Guji was speechless. She couldn't take the frustration. She told Degun to keep studying hard and become a useful citizen. Taking her anger out on the other 3, Guji didn't forget to vent, telling them they should focus on their studies instead of thinking about revenge. Speaking of revenge, Manhwa suddenly realized that the transfer student who beat him up could become the boss of the 11th grade. That meant Kim Min-dong from the 12th grade and Sim Sang-bo from the 13th would eventually try to fight Degun. This way, Manhwa could reclaim his spot as the top dog without having to fight Degun himself. He believed the bosses of the 12th and 13th grades were the real deal. However, that was exactly what Guji was worried about. If those guys managed to take Degun down, they would all end up under their command. This was truly a disaster for the 11th grade. The bosses of the 12th and 13th grades had terrible personalities, so Ho Dong was genuinely worried about the prospect of having to serve such scumbags. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Manhwa was quite surprised by the sudden presence of Kim Min-dong. Speak of the devil. Manhwa was a bit surprised to see Kim Min-dong show up. The class 12 bully was already annoyed the moment he laid eyes on Min-dong. To make matters worse, that blonde punk just had to open his mouth and start trash-talking Manhwa. Ho Dong was itching to teach that arrogant brat a lesson, but since losing means shutting up, he had to swallow the insult. Manhwa stayed calm, telling Ho Dong to stop wasting his breath on a loser like Min-dong. He looked at the redhead and said if the guy really wanted to throw down, they didn't need to talk much. Because if he really wanted to, Man-ho would put Kim Min-dong back in the hospital bed. Seeing Min-dong reach for a weapon, the guy hesitated for a second. They had clashed plenty of times before. Even though Min-dong was slightly stronger, Man-ho was infamous for fighting dirty, so Kim Min-dong wasn't stupid enough to actually make a move. Just as the tension was peaking, the confrontation between Man-ho and Kim Min-dong was cut short when Degun spoke up. Hearing that the guy complaining about the noise was the one everyone was talking about, Man-ho had to kill his urge to fight and just suck it up. "Ugh, I should just get back to studying," Man-ho grumbled. Unlike him, the blonde punk couldn't care less about what Degun said. In fact, knowing that Degun was the new transfer student who had been shaking things up, he was actually thrilled, thinking that once he took Degun down, he and his crew would automatically be one rank higher than Min-dong. Man-ho and Ho-dong would honestly rather cheer for Degun than fight Min-dong. His time had come. The class 1-2 leader stepped up to Degun to pick a fight. Min-dong thought the guy would be some kind of tough street fighter, but when he saw him up close, Degun looked like nothing more than a total nerd. Thinking it would be an easy win, Min-dong leaned in and started mocking him, calling him a coward who only acted tough but wouldn't dare say a word to his face. Degun didn't even blink or reply. Min-dong assumed the nerd was just shaking in his boots. The blonde idiot reached out to grab Degun's notebook to stop him from copying, and then game over. Degun was just busy studying. Trash like Kim Min-dong would be begging for air the second he got a real grip. Kim Min-dong was all bark and no bite. The second he felt the pain, he couldn't take it. In less than 2 seconds, the delusional punk was already weeping and begging him to let go. Some boss he is, crying before the fight even starts. The students in Class 11 were shocked by what they were seeing. Degun remained as cool as ever. He only cared about finishing his notes during the break. So, he warned Kim Min-dong that if he didn't want to lose a few fingers, he should try picking a fight another time. Hearing that, Min-dong pretended to agree just to save his fingers. But that was just a pathetic act to escape the situation. So, the moment he saw Degun look away, the idiot Kim Min-dong immediately turned back and launched a surprise attack. And then game over. Part 2. Honestly, Min-dong's strength was nothing to write home about, and he couldn't even fight as dirty as Man-ho. Degun just flicked his hand toward the guy's face, and the blonde punk was down for the count. So much for being the boss of Class 1-2. One hit and his eyes rolled back. He was out cold. But maybe it was for the best. Degun was looking for him anyway, so he told Kim Min-dong's lackeys to haul him away. Once he wakes up, Degun would teach him the same lesson he gave the useless trio from Class 11. Off to the side, Minsu felt a lot more at ease seeing Degun's overwhelming strength. Degun, on the other hand, was surprised that the Class 1-2 problem turned out to be way easier than he expected. Meanwhile, the Man-ho crew, who were looking for trouble just minutes ago, were now sweating bullets. If they tried to jump him now, they wouldn't have any teeth left to eat their soup. The fat guy figured forgiveness was easier than revenge, so he decided to let the transfer students slide. Sharing the same brain cell, Jong Min also gave up on the bullying, declaring he'd focus on his studies instead, knowing that if they stepped up, they'd end up with nothing. Standing outside the door, watching the Man-ho brothers getting crushed by the new guy, Sim Sang-bo couldn't help but mock them. After getting wrecked all day and being humiliated by the other class, Man-ho was ready to grab his pen and go for blood. But Sim Sang-bo wasn't there to fight Man-ho, so he ignored Ho-dong's taunts. The whole Class 1-3 crew only cared about the new transfer student, Degun. He couldn't even finish his notes in peace, not wanting to ruin his study time. Degun knew he had to stop. The crowd of upperclassmen surrounded Minsu and Degun's desk, and the air got heavy. Sim Sang-bo patted Minsu's head and asked politely, "Hey, buddy, I need to talk to this guy for a second. Can you move?" Minsu replied, "Oh, sure." Sim Sang-bo sat next to Degun, his expression unchanging. He gave a slight smirk. "Hey, you're still studying? What kind of weirdo are you?" One of the students following him scoffed. "Hey, Degun, you want to be called a heartthrob or a bad boy?" Another one piped in, "Hey, don't give him any compliments." Sim Sang-bo leaned in and whispered, "Yo, new kid, let me introduce myself. I'm Sim Sang-bo from Class 3. I heard you beat Man-ho. I'm just worried you beat that loser and think you're the king of the school now. After beating that idiot, that is." Degun finally put his pen down. He quietly took off his glasses and looked over. "You sure talk a lot. Just say what you want. I'm busy." Sim Sang-bo was slightly shocked. A new student acting all high and mighty? He gave a cold laugh. "Ha. Big words for a new guy. I like it." Degun stared back, warning him, "I've never seen big guys waste their time on useless crap. You look pretty pathetic yourself." Sang-bo was seething. He replied, "All right then. The new kid is actually interesting. So that means you're not a complete idiot, right?" With that, Sim Sang-bo stood up and said firmly, New kid, see you after school. You better be prepared, because I'm not as dumb as Manhwa. Sim Sang-bo ordered his two lackeys to head back to class, his gaze sharp and clearly annoyed. Degun scratched his head, feeling irritated. Geez, what a weird way to say hello on the first day. Looks like a normal student life is officially off the table. Beery rubbed his chin, worried. Damn, Sim Sang-bo is no joke. The new kid is done for. Ja Min asked, are you seriously worried about him now? Beery answered, it's not that, I just don't like Sim Sang-bo. Honestly, I like the new kid more. Or do you want to be Sim Sang-bo's punching bag? Ja Min heard that, and hesitated. Yeah, fair point. Manhwa suddenly stood up and shouted, I don't agree with that. He shoved his hands in his pockets and marched forward. Jong Min called out, hey Manhwa, where are you going? Guji quickly followed him, asking, hey, wait, aren't you supposed to be on the side of the new student? Do you want me to back you guys up too? Or what? Manhwa didn't even bother answering. He turned to Degun and asked, mind if I sit here for a bit? Degun, of course, gave a flat, firm refusal. No, Manhwa ignored him completely, pulling out a chair as he said, I heard about your little chat with Sim Sang-bo. I hate that guy, but I've got to admit one thing. He's not like the other losers in the second grade. He's actually trained in martial arts, so he can throw a decent punch. Degun cut in. Hey, I told you not to sit. I couldn't care less about that. Manhwa turned to Degun with a serious face. Look, you should know that I'm trying to help you out here. Manhwa's lackeys were stunned, hearing that. Beery even covered her mouth in surprise. Degun replied with an icy tone, you, helping me? Am I hearing things? The classroom fell unnaturally quiet. Degun asked, what are you even planning? Manhwa answered clearly, I'm breaking down Sim Sang-bo's attack patterns for you, obviously. Degun calmly adjusted his glasses and replied, I don't need it. Manhwa didn't listen. He crossed his arms and continued, that Sim Sang-bo guy. He's been into boxing since middle school. Degun was getting extremely annoyed. He snapped, I told you, I don't need it. Are you that thick? Manhwa ignored him and kept talking. That Sang-bo guy doesn't give a damn about boxing matches. The only reason he trained was to bully people. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Sim Sang-bo took off his shirt, revealing a body covered in scars and tattoos. He shouted, all right, where's my punching bag? Immediately, 3 students looked over, their faces already showing signs of exhaustion and despair. Sim Sang-bo scanned the room and asked, where's punching bag number 4? One of them replied timidly, punching bag number 4. He's in the hospital right now. Sim Sang-bo looked serious as he asked, huh? Why is he in the hospital all of a sudden? Is it my fault? The terrified student lowered his voice and replied, no, not at all. He just, fell down somewhere. Sim Sang-bo frowned and continued, really? I was just helping him with his physical training, so that's not on me. He's just weak. Whatever. If you 3 give it your all, it'll be fine. Now, shall we start today's training? You guys know what happens if you don't fight properly, right? As soon as he said that, the 3 students raised their fists. But they didn't look like they had any intention of actually fighting hard. Everyone was filled with anxiety and fear. Sim Sang-bo noticed and warned them, I told you, fight properly. If you guys end up dead, it won't be fun anymore. Understand? All right, come at me. One of the 3 rushed in, only to be hit by an uppercut from Sang-bo right to the chin. The first student stumbled backward, and no one reached out to catch him. The second one saw that, sweat pouring down his face. He was terrified. But what else could he do? He raised his fists, but there was absolutely zero power behind them. The result was pretty much the same. Sang-bo easily landed a punch to his side. The guy stumbled backward. Sang-bo roared, damn it, why can't you ever fight properly? Right after that, the second student collapsed, and still, no one came to help. The final student was shaking head to toe before he even threw a punch. Sang-bo frowned and issued a warning. Let me tell you something, fight for real. Move in. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up, don't piss me off. It was just a few words, but it was enough to make the student turn pale. He charged in desperately, but the result wasn't any better. It was actually even worse. This last student took a barrage of punches to the face and body from Sang-bo. Sang-bo yelled while he attacked, damn it, you can't even guard yourself. You gotta dodge my punch, you idiot. If you don't, your arm's gonna snap. Move it. Everyone else in the classroom just stood by, watching from start to finish without making a peep. The students who had been beaten earlier sat on the sidelines, not even daring to breathe loudly. Sim Sang-bo finally noticed them and shot them a glance. Oh, look at these cowards. Do you think you can just sit there? Where do you think you are? Stand up, you bastards. I'm hitting you to help you build up your endurance. But you guys just sit there, pretending like you've been beaten. Humph, how cute. I told you to do it properly. but you wouldn't listen. Today, I'm sending you all to the hospital. When he said that, the faces of the two students earlier went stiff. Both of them were wondering, is he really going to keep hitting us? Outside on the school grounds, near the cafeteria, everyone was buzzing about the new transfer student who was incredibly handsome. Minsu followed behind Degun, feeling a bit awkward as all eyes, men and women alike, were fixed on them. Degun set his lunch tray down on the table. He looked at the food on his tray and felt a sudden wave of emotion. He thought, wow, it's been so long since I've eaten cafeteria food. I've missed it. Lately, he'd just been eating expired stuff from convenience stores. He remembered that cowardly old man telling him, this stuff is supposed to be thrown away, you know? But you seem like a good kid, so I'm leaving it for you. Who else would eat this garbage? At that same moment, two girls in the distance were watching Degun. The one wearing glasses said excitedly, Gina, look at the new student. He's so handsome. Gina looked in the direction her friend was pointing and replied, huh? The new student? Suddenly, Gina whipped around, rubbing her chin in thought. She muttered, isn't it a bit too coincidental today? At another table, a few male students were looking at Degun with curiosity. One said, is that him? So that's the guy who beat Manhwa and Kim Min-dong. Look at that arrogant face. He probably thinks he's the king of the school just because he showed up. Another one smirked and replied, but I heard he only needed one hit. The guy in the black shirt immediately countered, don't exaggerate. Who's gonna believe that? I think the guy just got lucky. Word is he's gonna fight Sim Sang-bo later, too. Gu Sunga, the boss of the 7th grade, finally spoke up. That sounds interesting enough to watch. Whether it's luck or skill, we'll see in a bit. Degun was just about to eat when Guji walked over, grinning widely. Degun, how come you're eating all by yourself? Let's eat together. Then, she looked over at Minsu and prompted him. Hey, could you scoot over a bit? Minsu thought to himself, am I invisible or something? As soon as Guji sat down, Manho's group naturally pulled up chairs, too. Jongmin laughed and complimented. Oh man, the food today looks delicious, doesn't it? Degun asked, struggling to keep his cool. What do you guys think you're doing? At the same time, at another table, a different group was discussing Degun. One person said, hey, that's him, right? The handsome new transfer student? Another looked over and replied, already hanging out with Manho's crew. That was fast. Quack Duich, the 8th grade boss, scoffed. Regardless of anything else, when it comes to looks, I still win. His lackeys immediately chimed in. Of course. Does that even need to be discussed? No Manhwa kept urging Degun to eat up, warning him that guy Sim Sang-bo wasn't as easy to chew on as people like Tao or Kim Myung-jong. As soon as Degun took his first bite, he asked, you've beaten him before, so why are you so worried now? And why do you even want to help me? No Manhwa looked contemplative, then honestly replied, that's actually kind of hard to talk about. Back when the fight between me and Sim Sang-bo was going down, or whatever you want to call it, we were soloing in a secluded spot, and he just kept laying into me. I honestly thought I was going to end up in the hospital. My face was completely bruised. I still remember him smirking at me, saying I looked like I was about to pass out. He even said he was going to toy with me until my face was a mass of bruises and I was bleeding out. I risked it all just to fight back, making sure every hit counted. Even then, he beat me half to death. Oh, I forgot to mention, he's a boxer. Obviously, he's on a completely different level than me. He was so fast, dodging everything I threw at him while countering at the same time. I thought there was no way I was going to win that time. But, thank God, I managed to corner him. I felt like it was now or never. Using a technique I never intended to use, I grabbed his. You know, down there. Degun went blank, his own crotch instinctively twitching at the thought. He said to No Manhwa, no way. You can't be telling me what I think you're telling me, right? No Manhwa recalled the pained look on Sim Sang-bo's face back then and confirmed it. Yeah, exactly that. Sim Sang-bo had to scream and beg me to surrender, but now they're acting like it didn't happen and refusing to admit defeat. It's so annoying. I swear to God, I've never been so embarrassed about something, but just like everyone else, nobody wants to acknowledge that win. Degun took another bite, thinking to himself that of course, no one would admit it except for the person who actually did it. No Manhwa remembered the way he fought Sim Sang-bo and sighed. Anyway, long story short, the guy's a boxer with plenty of technique. His punch isn't that strong, but he always aims for the weak spots. After losing to me, the guy never dared to challenge me again. That's why. Jongmin thought to himself, I think the guy's just scared of getting played like that again. No Manhwa looked at Degun with a dangerous expression. He wants to beat you and take down the whole group at once. Jongmin was annoyed and snapped. That jerk has no right to do that. Degun calmly replied, hey, didn't you go for his privates first? Playing dirty, huh? Just then, two other male students walked near Degun's table, speaking loud enough for the whole area to hear. The guy in the white shirt said loudly, "Wow, Sim Sangbo doesn't even need to eat and he's still doing great. If we didn't eat, we probably wouldn't be able to do anything." Daegu sensed something was off. He thought, are these guys trying to pick a fight because I'm eating? Screw it. I don't care. The student in the uniform next to him laughed. Yeah, Sim Sangbo seems really strong today. The guy in the white shirt deliberately raised his voice. Anyway, when has Sim Sangbo ever not been strong? There's a match against the new transfer student today, too. He's definitely going to win. As they passed Daegu's table, they threw something into his food tray. The guy in the white shirt pretended to be startled and said, "Oh my god, sorry. My bad. My hand slipped." Daegu shot a cold glare at them and asked, "What do you want?" Guji, sitting nearby, felt annoyed too and snapped, "Hey, are you guys crazy? What kind of childish game are you playing?" At that moment, Daegu's face darkened as he picked up what had just fallen into his tray. The white-shirted guy waved his hands and laughed. "Anyway, I already said sorry. Don't get so upset. Sorry. It's up to you if you want to eat it or not." With that, the two students walked behind Daegu. The white-shirted guy looked at Daegu, laughing while urging his friend in the black shirt along. All right, let's go. They thought Daegu would just ignore it, but no, he suddenly reached out, grabbed the guy, and growled, "Stay right there. Where do you think you're going? This isn't dried squid. It's a bellflower root. What are you guys playing at?" The atmosphere grew extremely tense. A female student with glasses sitting with Jay called out, "Ina, look at that. I think the transfer student and those bullies are arguing." Looking at the kids he was sitting with, she added, "I think he's a bully too. Look at his face. He definitely looks like one." Gina watched, feeling the tension rise too. Some 7th grade boys in blue saw the scene and got excited. "Wow, are they fighting?" The 7th grade ringleader said with a straight face. "Nice. Let me see what you're made of." Degun was furious, shooting daggers at the two guys, his voice ice cold. "I asked you, where's the dried squid?" The white-shirted student panicked. Flustered, he tried to pull his arm away, his voice, "It's just a small thing. And I already apologize, you jerk." Daegu had no intention of letting go. He squeezed the guy's arm so hard the veins started popping out. "You apologized?" The white-shirted guy looked at Daegu, sweating bullets. Daegu continued, "You apologized to me, but whether I accept it or not is up to me, right?" Just then, his phone rang, startling Daegu. He let go of the guy's arm and glared at him, warning, "Stay there. Wait a second." The person messaging Daegu was none other than the manager. The content was basically, "Are you adapting well to school? Are you free after school?" Looking at these texts, he immediately felt something was off. The anger from earlier suddenly vanished. He remembered what she had told him. "When you finish this mission, you'll receive a full university scholarship after graduating high school. We will cover your expenses to ensure a smooth school life. And the rules I mentioned earlier aren't just to restrict you, Daegu. Because security is the top priority for this project, I want to remind you to act with restraint. If the project is at risk of being discovered due to inappropriate behavior, it will be canceled immediately. And you'll go back to your old life. Daegu, you'll be working at a convenience store again." Looking at his phone, Daegu thought, she probably just wants to remind me via text to act with restraint and focus on the mission. Still, even if he did punch these two brats, the risk of being exposed was still very low. The two boys from earlier, seeing Daegu let go, immediately ran away. By the time Daegu turned back, they were already some distance away. He sighed, "Those jerks. TCH, look at them running. Do they have to look so pathetic?" Buri took a spoonful of food, pointed elsewhere, and while chewing away, advised, "Just let it go. Those guys over there are the real problem. The strong ones just stand there. It's the followers who are the ones causing trouble." Suddenly, he looked at Minsu. Seeing Minsu looking back at him, he cleared his throat. "Hey, why are you staring at me?" Minsu replied, trembling slightly, "No, I'm not." Daegu rubbed his head, reminding himself, "Right. I shouldn't get distracted. If I finish this project, I can get things I wouldn't even dare to dream of." He thought about it, looking at the 3 idiots he'd knocked out this morning, still looking stunned. He figured, "Man, I've already gotten into way too many fights on the first day. I need to save my energy." 2 7th graders in blue uniforms were smirking, looking amused. "Man, why aren't they fighting? What a letdown." The 7th grade thug watched and judged him. "This guy's not like the rumors. He doesn't seem like the impulsive type." Degun hadn't finished eating, but he stood up anyway. He told everyone, "I'm full. I'm heading out." Manhwa called after him, "Wait, I haven't even taught you the Sim Sang Bo style attack yet." Degun shut him down like a bucket of ice water. "I don't need it, thanks." Jongmin whispered into Manho's ear. "Hey." Did his mood change after checking his phone? Manho watched him go and sighed. "Man, that guy is hard to read." Degun wandered outside alone, hands in his pockets, thinking, I've already stood out way too much on the first day. I wonder how the management will take it. Degun reminded himself, all right, look, I'll be really polite today. No sooner had he finished that thought than the guy in the white uniform, the one who loved starting trouble earlier, walked out. That coward immediately turned around and tried to head back inside. Obviously, Dagon didn't miss his chance. He ran over, grabbed him by the collar, and said, Where do you think you're going? The student yelped, Eek, you've got the wrong guy. Wait. DGUN gave a cold smirk. The only thing that's wrong is what you did earlier. Dan, the student in the white uniform, confessed, Look, you're a new student, so you probably don't know. There's a rule. You're not allowed to touch other students. You can only mess with me if you beat Sim Sang Bo. Degun looked at him with a blank stare and asked, What the hell kind of rule is that? The guy in white continued, It's a long-standing tradition. If you don't follow it, you'll become a target for the whole school. Suddenly, someone approached. Dagon warned him, Hey, people are coming. Let's go somewhere. Somewhere quiet to talk. The guy in white panicked. H. Hong, where are we going? If I follow you to some quiet spot, you're gonna beat me to a pulp. Dagon whispered, So, you'd rather get beaten right here? The guy in white agreed immediately. In a corner of the school, the sound of thwack thwack echoed. The guy in white took a few punches to the gut from Degun. He lay on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. You, son of a, you're gonna regret this. Degun looked around and clicked his tongue. TSK, this place is actually pretty quiet. I think I can handle things here. He turned back and told the guy, Go call your boss. The guy in white was stunned. Huh? Are you serious? Degun laughed. Like you said, if I beat Sim Sang Bo, I can hit you as much as I want, right? Call him over so I can win already. The guy in white hesitated. Well, I mean, in theory, yeah. But I don't think he can come right now. He's busy using someone as a punching bag. Dagon's face hardened. A punching bag? Is he making other kids act like punching bags? The guy in white mocked him. Whoa, look at you. Acting all knowledgeable. You've probably been one yourself, haven't you? Degun didn't answer. He just asked, Is he in his classroom? The guy in white replied, Yeah. Hearing that, Degun cracked his knuckles and told himself, Damn it, I can't let him keep doing that. He walked, thinking, I guessed wrong. This isn't the time to worry about the location. Outside classroom 1 to 3, Dagon stood by the door and thought, So this is class 3? He leaned in to peek inside. Suddenly, a student was thrown against the classroom door, his face completely bruised. By then, the guy named Sim Sang Bo seemed to notice someone lurking by the door. He asked, Who's that? Someone else started to raise their hand and said, Let me check. But before their hand could even touch the door, it swung open. Dagon's face appeared. He said, Move out of the way. The student was startled. It was the new kid. Sim Sang Bo stood there with his hands in his pockets, saying nonchalantly, But I told you I'd see you after school. Degun looked at the student sitting on the floor and thought to himself, His punching bags are different, too. He targets kids who won't fight back and just keeps beating them. Sim Sang Bo was a little surprised to see Degun and asked, Why are you here? You want to fight right now. All right, you punching bags, get lost. As soon as he said that, a student stood up, looking like he was in agony. Sim Sang Bo saw this and snapped, Hey, are you trying to look stupid? Don't make such a big deal out of it, you jerk. He reached out and grabbed the student by the throat. Even then, the student didn't fight back. He just cried out, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to look like I'm in pain. Sob. I'll just say I fell on the way home. It's my fault. Please, just let me go. Hearing this, Sim Sang Bo felt satisfied and smirked. Yeah, exactly. It's just because you guys are too weak. Degun heard this and curiously turned to look at the others. Just as he suspected, even if a friend or a friend of a friend was being treated like a punching bag, Degun understood that feeling of being powerless and unable to do anything. Suddenly, Degun fell into a deep silence. He understood that sense of helplessness. The punches to the gut, the times his face was swollen from being hit, the Jiang Jin Mo gang bullied everyone relentlessly. And back then, those students couldn't rely on adults who either pretended not to see the problem or just dealt with it half-heartedly. Surprisingly, the one who ended up solving the problem was another bully, even stronger than the one who bullied Degun. It was just a careless remark he made while venting his anger. But Degun was certain that those words of his had saved his life. That was something Degun kept deep in his heart, something he would never forget for as long as he lived. Solving Eugene with another Eugene, I'm not sure if that's a good thing, but it's probably the best solution. And now, Degun was going to be the one to do it. The student, whose face was swollen from the beating, stared intently at Degun. Everyone in the room couldn't take their eyes off him. Degun stood alone in front of the class 3 door. He told Sim Sang Bo, Stop acting tough by beating up weak punching bags. Instead, try fighting someone who's actually strong. Sim Sang-bo heard this, felt a bit annoyed, and frowned. Are you talking about yourself? Degun immediately pointed at his friend and teased. Well, if you're tired of hitting that punching bag, why not turn to your friend here? Can I use him as a punching bag instead? Wouldn't that be fair? Sim Sang-bo's lackey was so angry his veins were popping out. He yelled, You crazy bastard, what are you talking about? Are you saying I'm your punching bag? Degun replied calmly, Yeah, you're big, so you're worth hitting. As soon as he finished, the lackey charged with his fist raised, screaming, You damn son of a. Degun instantly grabbed the guy's fist with one hand and his collar with the other, using all his strength. Degun pushed him back, and a second later, he quickly lunged to attack the big guy with a punch. The big guy took Degun's punch squarely on the chin. The result? The big guy collapsed on the floor, blood spraying from his mouth. Everyone gasped. Someone shouted, Hey, I think I just heard a punch. Everyone looked completely panicked. Degun stood there calmly with his hands in his pockets, remarking, He hits pretty hard. I actually thought he was hitting a training dummy. So, what now? Which heavy bag should I hit next? Sim Sang-bo witnessed the whole thing, his veins bulging, his entire body suddenly freezing up in shock. Sim Sang-bo thought to himself. He used his opponent's own force to slam them into those lockers. This guy isn't just some nobody, he even knows how to compensate for weight differences. With that thought, Sim Sang-bo rubbed his head and chuckled with excitement. Well, I finally met a real opponent. This guy is actually interesting. Who knew you'd provoke me like that? Ha ha. He ordered his remaining henchmen, pushed the tables forward. The henchman immediately replied, Got it. He turned to the other students and commanded, Push all the tables up. Put your backs into it. Degun glanced at Sim Sang-bo. He thinks I'm a professional fighter, doesn't he? He's trying to create as much space as possible, huh? Outside, the student in the white shirt was leaning against the wall, stumbling as he walked. He groaned, Damn it, that hurts. He called out to another student, Hey, wait, help me out. The student hurried over to support him. The white-shirted guy said, Get me to class 3. I think the new kid and Sim Sang-bo are going to fight. The class 7 bosses heard this too. One asked, Did you hear that? Let's go check it out. No Manhwa's crew was still in the cafeteria eating ice cream and drinking soda. Burry complained, Damn it, why is the ice cream so small these days? Jongmin teased, I don't know. Maybe because you're a giant, you fat pig. Suddenly, people were shouting near the entrance. Hey, Sim Sang-bo and the new kid are fighting. Let's go see. The three of them couldn't hide their surprise. Jongmin yelled, No way. Seriously. No Manhwa urged. Hurry up and get there. The hallway outside Class 3 was becoming chaotic as everyone rushed to watch. No Manhwa opened the door and wondered, What the hell? He said they were going to fight after school. Right. Burry squinted. Hey, did it start yet? Jongmin replied, Look, Degun is still standing strong. And Sim Sang-bo is getting into his stance, so it must have just started. Damn, we should have brought some popcorn. Sim Sang-bo studied Degun, thinking, I know he beat No Manhwa, but in the video, his technique didn't look that polished. I don't know his fighting style, but let's just gauge the distance for now. With that, Sim Sang-bo lunged suddenly, catching Degun off guard. He threw the first punch, but Degun dodged it quickly, though he had to adjust his footing to stay balanced. Damn, that was fast, Degun thought. Sim Sang-bo immediately followed up with another tricky strike, his fist grazing Degun's face. As he dodged, a thought crossed Degun's mind. Son of a bee, this guy is even faster than a pro. Degun kept his feet moving, while Sim Sang-bo darted around every time Degun closed the distance. Sim Sang-bo kept striking, aiming for Degun's vitals. Degun leaned to avoid them. Sim Sang-bo's strikes whistled past his head, and Degun quickly ducked to dodge. Sim Sang-bo's hits were heavy. One clean shot would shift the tide of the fight instantly. Right then, Degun raised his fist. He thought, he can keep up and stay close. I can exploit the opening between his attacks. Sim Sang-bo saw Degun counter and looked surprised, immediately bouncing back to create space. The distance between them was perfect now. Sim Sang-bo laughed at Degun. Whoa, you timed that opening pretty well, but sorry, I don't plan on getting hit. Degun frowned, thinking, the way he moves and maintains distance. Like No Manhwa said, he isn't normal. He was born with keen reflexes, and with proper training, he's incredibly good at dodging. Above all, his strikes are lightning fast. Sim Sang-bo launched a flurry of punches at Degun's face, but Degun successfully dodged every single one. No Manhwa watched from the side and sighed, Damn, he's putting so much pressure with those endless strikes, he's cornering himself. I don't see any room for a counter. Just then, Degun suddenly raised his fist, his eyes looking dead serious. His fist shot towards Sim Sangbo's face, startling him. Sim Sangbo frowned. Damn it, I can't dodge at this range. A second later, Sim Sangbo was knocked back violently. Sim Sangbo had managed to block the punch with his hands, his feet sliding across the floor as he braked. Sim Sangbo couldn't believe it, his hands still raised. What the hell? Is that even a human punch? I blocked it, and it still hurts like hell. Jiang Min and Buri shouted together, holy crap, what was that? I thought he was fast, but he got hit before he could even process it. Degun dusted off his clothes after the strike, thinking, Tisk, Tesk. His reflexes aren't half bad, are they? And his perception is quite fast too. Sim Sangbo lowered his hands, glaring at Degun with burning eyes. He thought, my hand is slightly injured, but it's fine. In that one split second, I figured out his reach. The limit of his strike is one step. I'll wait for him to swing and then counter. Sim Sangbo's feet shifted, and Degun noticed immediately. Sim Sangbo charged at Degun again with everything he had. He looked like a bloodthirsty beast. Degun got into his stance to strike. Sim Sangbo saw this move, and immediately thought with confidence, just as I predicted, he's about to throw a punch. As Degun punched, Sim Sangbo stepped back to dodge. Watching Degun's fist hang in mid-air, a smirk appeared on his face. Perfect, just like I predicted. But there was one thing he hadn't anticipated. Right after his punch missed, Degun's leg came swinging up. At this range, kicking Sim Sangbo was child's play. Sim Sangbo groaned in pain, gritting his teeth. Did this guy just use a low kick? Sim Sangbo seemed to be losing his mind with rage. He lashed out with another punch, cursing. You son of a bee. Degun dodged quickly. He looked at Sim Sangbo and realized he was losing control. He wasn't going to miss this chance. He landed another brutal kick right on Sim Sangbo's knee. The 7th graders, watching from the sidelines, gasped. Damn, that's gotta hurt. Gusonga, standing nearby, chimed in. Sim Sangbo knows his way around a punch, but he's clueless when it comes to defending kicks. What a major flaw. That's definitely going to mess with his footwork. After the hit, Sim Sangbo's leg buckled, forcing him to drop to one knee. But his eyes stayed locked on Degun, burning with pure rage. Degun gave a cold order, get up. Sim Sangbo looked stunned. What? You're telling me to get up? Gritting his teeth, he slowly dragged himself back to his feet. He snarled, damn you, you bastard. You think you can just keep acting like this? I despise you. Before he could finish, Degun smashed another kick into the bully's leg, taunting him. What was that? You wanted to get up again, didn't you? The 7th grade boys watched with their jaws on the floor. Jiang Min exclaimed, wow, look at that. He hit the exact same spot again. No Man Ho clicked his tongue. What a waste. He should have just kicked him in the head. Bang Ho Dong added, man, this is an eye-opener. He's not even letting his opponent recover. Degun stared at Sim Sangbo with a deadpan expression. Your leg is shaking like crazy. If you can't fight, just stay down. Sim Sangbo clearly wasn't having it. He shifted into a fighting stance on his trembling leg, shouting, you dog, don't act like you've already won. Your fighting style is absolute trash. Degun didn't waste his breath, raising his leg with a retort, thanks for the compliment. Sim Sangbo leaned to the side, thinking, damn it, not that same spot again. But to his surprise, Degun's leg suddenly froze midair. The very next second, Degun unleashed a barrage of strikes at Sim Sangbo's face. As he frantically raised his hands to block, Sim Sangbo cursed under his breath. Damn it, that last one was a feint. Suddenly, Degun stopped. Sim Sangbo thought, barely managed to block that. His guard is up. I'll take this hit and then counterattack. That was the plan, but no. Degun threw another fake, his hand hovering right in front of Sim Sangbo's face. He was so surprised he didn't even react in time. Sure enough, a split second later, Degun kicked that same wounded leg, sending him crashing backward. Everyone in the class watched, mouths wide open. No, Manho's eyes widened. Damn, that move was insane. Jiang Min threw an arm around No Man Ho. That's exactly the move No Man Ho was talking about, right? The classic feint technique. No Man Ho nodded approvingly. See, I told you, his fighting style is completely unpredictable. That's terrifying. The 7th grade gang leaders asked each other, how many times has he hit that leg now? Gusunga replied, that's 4 times in the exact same spot. Another one added, wait, there's no way he can walk after that. Sim Sangbo was now stuck on one knee, glaring at Degun with pure venom. Meanwhile, a hidden camera on the ceiling was streaming the entire fight. A middle-aged man sat watching the live feed. He puffed on a cigarette, muttering, just as I thought. A fight is the most entertaining thing to watch. Degun, His expression, unchanging, prompted him. What's the matter? Get up and fight me. Hurry it up. Sim Sangbo was in agony, his face twisted in rage. But his luck had run out. His leg had gone completely numb. He grit his teeth, trying to fight through the pain, all while being watched by the entire class. He thought, damn it, this is so humiliating. The 7th grade thugs started whispering. One said, if he's a real fighter, he should be able to get up, right? Yuhua countered. Even if he does, can he even fight anymore? With those pants on, it's hard to tell, but his legs have to be seriously damaged by now. When people talk about boxing, they usually fear the fists, but the real nightmare is the footwork. First, you measure the distance to avoid getting hit, and then you need that same footwork to put power into your punches. Think of the punch as the bullet and the footwork as the gun that fires it. That's exactly what Sim Sangbo was, and he had a better gun than anyone else. But with legs like that, his mobility was gone. Just then, Sim Sangbo managed to stand up, though his leg was shaking violently. This wasn't just a regular injury anymore. He got back into his stance, trying to look tough, still muttering, "You're not done yet, you bastard." Degun looked at him with eyes as cold as bullets. He wanted to finish this quickly, but since Sim Sangbo refused to quit, he had no choice. Degun cracked his knuckles and asked one last time, "You really want to keep going?" Without waiting for an answer, Degun lunged and kicked straight at Sim Sangbo's face. He was fast enough to block, but Degun's power was so overwhelming that Sim Sangbo still stumbled back. Sim Sangbo held his defensive position, thinking, even with a block, the impact is devastating. I can't move my legs to dodge. I have to counter and find some balance. Just then, Degun lashed out with a left kick. Sim Sangbo managed to block again, but the sheer force of the blow shattered his composure. The 7th grade thugs kept analyzing. The one with black hair said, "Look at that. He's almost hitting through his guard. Is he planning to strike after keeping his distance like that?" Gu Sanga observed. "Smart move. That way, he stays outside Sim Sangbo's reach." Sim Sangbo felt himself losing balance, stumbling backward, realizing he was getting pinned against the wall. "No, this is bad. I have to get away." Just as he thought that, Degun charged. Sim Sangbo, expecting another kick, threw his hands up to cover his face. Degun attacked with everything he had, but to Sim Sangbo's shock, Degun slammed a punch right into his ribcage, leaving him in absolute agony. Sim Sangbo started losing his steam, his breathing becoming ragged. Degun kept raining down blows on his face, left and right. Eventually, Sim Sangbo had no choice but to cover his head and grit his teeth to survive. No Manhwa watched from outside, frantic. It's over now. He's backed against the wall and can't get out. That body blow was a critical hit. He doesn't have the strength to fight back anymore. Min turned and asked, "So what should he do?" No Manhwa replied, "Keep his guard high and curl up. He's got no choice but to keep blocking, or he's going to get knocked out cold." Min stared blankly. "Wait, just keep getting hit like that?" Bang Ho Dong jumped in. "At this point, he's basically just a punching bag, isn't he?" "Exactly. Sim Sangbo is turning into a human punching bag. Nothing more, nothing less, a target that can't even fight back, just waiting for the next blow." Back when Sim Sangbo used to practice boxing, he always wore one red shoe. He trained incredibly hard at the gym. People would watch him and say, "That guy hits the heavy bags so hard." Some even asked, "Is he really a high school student?" Others would add, "I bet he'd beat the life out of someone if he got into a real fight." That's when the coach chimed in. He says he's not interested in fighting. The male guest was surprised. "Seriously? It's a waste not to compete when he's that good." Right then, a male student walked in and bowed politely. "Hello, I'm a friend of Sim Sangbo's." The student called out loudly, "Sim Sangbo, let's go." Hearing this, Sim Sangbo stopped and replied, "Oh, you're here?" Walking over to a nearby locker, Sim Sangbo boasted, "What do you think of this tattoo?" "I think I'll go with this one." The student nodded in approval. "Whoa, that looks tough." The two of them respectfully bowed to the coach before heading out. "Goodbye, coach. We're heading home now." The coach called out after them, "Sim Sangbo, you're not bullying the kids at school, are you? Remember, you only use your fists in the ring. You know what's most important for a fighter, right?" Hearing the coach's reminder, Sim Sangbo hesitated for a second before replying, "Of course, I remember." In the classroom, Sim Sangbo was relentlessly beating up a classmate, pummeling his stomach, then slamming an elbow straight into his face. It was painful, just to watch. While his classmate was in agony, Sim Sangbo just wore a twisted, eerie smile. At that moment, he thought, "That's it. This feels so much better than a heavy bag at the gym." Just like that, one student after another was called in. Sim Sangbo always thought he didn't need to get in a real ring, because here, he had plenty of toys he could punch as much as he wanted. Plus, he always got that rush of victory, what was not to like? Sim Sang-bo's best friend chuckled and reminded him, Sim Sang-bo, this guy has a high pain threshold, so you can go hard. Sim Sang-bo smiled greedily. Really? That's awesome. And then, the thumping and crashing sounds began again. The male student standing to the side smiled with satisfaction, muttering, poor punching bag. That student was none other than the guy in white who had been beaten by Degun earlier. And now, he was watching Sim Sang-bo become a punching bag for Degun. Seeing Degun toss Sim Sang-bo from side to side, he looked exactly like a literal heavy bag. Degun didn't hold back at all, even when Sim Sang-bo was in so much pain that just breathing was a struggle. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but be shocked, whispering to himself, Sim Sang-bo, how did you end up being the punching bag? He continued to watch Degun unleash his strikes, but no longer on Sim Sang-bo instead. He was hitting a familiar heavy bag. Degun struck the vital spots repeatedly and then kicked the bag with all his might. The bag swung back and forth endlessly. Sim Sang-bo felt more and more dizzy and lightheaded. Degun just kept on hitting, getting more fired up the longer it went on. Degun hit it so hard the chain holding the bag snapped. This was a reflection of Sim Sang-bo. Sim Sang-bo felt all his strength draining away. He slowly slumped over, his eyes vacant, completely out of it. Finally, the heavy bag crashed down with a thud. Sim Sang-bo collapsed onto the floor. He was panting like a dog. Inside, he first thought, I can't win. There's no way I can beat this guy. This is it. I have to stop. Sim Sang-bo looked up to see Degun approaching and wondered, is he going to keep hitting me? No, I can't take any more. Degun glared down and told him, I'll give you 10 seconds to get back into your original punching bag position. Sim Sang-bo froze at those words. He never expected to hear someone say that to him. These young kids actually pack a punch. Inside and outside the classroom, the tension was thicker than ever. Bruises began to darken on Sim Sang-bo's face. Degun stared intently at Sim Sang-bo. Degun's gaze was terrifying. Sim Sang-bo was in so much pain he couldn't even stand. He just sat there in a daze, his eyes filled with fear. The rest of the class suddenly erupted. What the hell? Can he not even stand up anymore? Is he actually scared? The students who had been beaten earlier couldn't hide their shock either. The three of them stared blankly, realizing that the Sim Sang-bo from a few minutes ago and the one now were two completely different people. The student in white from earlier saw this and grew anxious. He realized he actually knew the truth all along. The reason why he never went to the official matches, even though he tried so hard in boxing and used every trick in the book to run away as fast as he could. And the reason why he never challenged No Manhwa again even when he said he could win. I also know why he loves the punching bag that doesn't fight back. It's because he himself is desperate to look stronger than anyone else on the outside. He might look tough, but he's terrified of being beaten in a fight where the outcome is already clear. Thinking this, the student in white ran over to stop Degun. Hey, stop it. We give up. Degun shot a death glare at the student in white, then turned back to look at Sim Sang-bo, who was sitting there looking pathetic. He ordered, say it yourself. Sim Sang-bo bit his lip hard, his face full of resentment. Yet, the next second, he hesitated and muttered, I lose. Just stop. Once he said it, the whole class was stunned. Their eyes went wide, and everyone looked absolutely shocked. As soon as Sim Sang-bo finished, Degun turned to leave. You call yourself a boxer? Don't make me laugh. You're not even good enough to replace a heavy bag. Hearing Degun's words, Sim Sang-bo hung his head, staying on the floor, ignoring the students whispering around him. Some were saying, wow, Sim Sang-bo lost the fight, while others said, the new student is too strong. Sim Sang-bo gave up after getting beaten to a pulp. The students who had been beaten earlier watched Degun's back and asked each other, did he spare us because we looked like punching bags too? Another replied, I don't know, but that new kid is definitely the real bully here. Degun walked out of the classroom, passing by No Manhwa and his group. No Manhwa watched him go, wondering, just how strong is that Degun guy? The silver-haired student from the 7th grade asked Sunga, what do you think of the new kid? Sunga replied, he's definitely strong, but I don't know what his main skill is. Maybe he's hiding it because he knows everyone is starting to pay attention to him. We should probably do some more digging. Degun was walking down the hallway when he ran into someone else. This guy saw Degun and immediately started taunting him. Hey, why are you loitering outside the 3rd grade classroom? Are you hiding because you're scared of getting clobbered after watching him pummel that punching bag? Just then, a piercing shriek echoed from the 3rd grade room, making him jump. His eyes widened as he realized it was Sang-bo's voice. A second later, he rushed to the door, yanked it open, and gasped, What the hell is going on? Degun watched silently. The terrified student turned back to look at Degun, his eyes full of panic, stuttering. What just happened? Did Sangbo actually lose to this new kid? Degun glared at him. Do you have anything else to say to me? The student, naturally shaking in his boots, instantly changed his tune, raised his hands, and replied, Ah, no, it's great. Yeah, that's fine. Forget it, I'm leaving right now. As the student turned to bolt, he slammed right into someone. Manhwa and his crew were coming out, colliding with him. The three of them shouted in unison, Move it! Don't just stand there blocking the doorway. The pushy student acted polite on the outside. Oh, sure, but inside, he was cursing that SOB Manhwa's mother. He just wanted to become a sycophant for the new kid and eventually act all cocky himself. Thinking that, he ran back into the classroom and shouted, Sangbo. He scrambled over, trying to suck up. Sangbo, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Should we go to the hospital together? Sangbo shot a death glare at the chatterbox. The look in Sangbo's eyes scared the living daylights out of the student. He quickly turned around and barked at his classmates. Hey, you idiots. What are you all staring at, huh? Why don't you get lost? At that same moment, Sim Sangbo was grinding his teeth so hard they clicked. He kept muttering under his breath, Damn it, I am never going to let it end like this again. Over in the conference room, the projector screen was still lit, with the manager and the chairman in the middle of a meeting. The chairman toyed with his thick beard and said, His name is Degun. He's got a pretty sharp mind, quite impressive. Manager Lai. Manager Lai kept a stern face. I'm listening. The chairman continued. Regarding this project, your reckless idea really touched my heart. Thank you for your work on this. The old rules are obsolete. Scrap them all. Manager Lai was stunned to hear that, but a second later, she stood up to object. I can't allow that, sir. You don't know what that person has done in the past. Without rules, it will surely spiral out of our control, and the success rate will be incredibly low. Seeing Manager Lai so sensitive, the chairman warned, Whoa, hold on. Why have you been acting so high-strung lately? Manager Lai finally realized it and stopped. She didn't even understand why she was so agitated. The chairman continued, Don't worry too much. We can arrange for it to happen within the school. Truth be told, what kind of power does someone with nothing have? He's just a cat tasked with catching those filthy rats. That's all. Besides, that cat is right within our grasp, too. So, let them run wild and do whatever they please, however they want. Manager Lai just listened without a word. Outside, the school looked incredibly peaceful. Suddenly, a table-smashing sound rang out from the fourth grade room. The fourth grade boss, Park Do-jin, stood up excitedly. Aha, I get it now. Hey, hurry up. Hand over 40,000 won. A friend asked. Park Do-jin, what are you planning? Park Do-jin counted the money and laughed. Who knows? Who cares? I'll give you 10,000 back. Looking like a champ. Meanwhile, in the ninth grade room, a student wearing glasses asked, The class rankings are officially starting, right? Can I join in? That's Lee Seung-hun, the boss of the ninth grade, the college prep class. Those glasses make him look pretty legit. Next up is the sixth grade. Boss Yu Jok shoved his hands into his pockets and called out, Hey Kim-gun Yuong, stop playing that game and listen to me. I didn't care much when Man-ho beat the third grade boss. I feel like I could take him out if I wanted to. Hey, I'm about to go sweep all 6 grades. Are you even listening? Kim-gun Yuong couldn't care less, kept playing his game, and replied, Whether you do it or not, I really don't care. Yu Jok toyed with his hair and continued, That new transfer student is a bit weird. I feel like we should come up with a plan. If we're not careful, he might take us down. Just then, the busty girl standing next to Yu Jok, named Bitch Suji, spoke up. Ugh, I'm bored and tired of you boys trying to be the boss. I'll be sure to let you know if you and your friends get busted. Yu Jok scratched his head and replied, Aish, you wouldn't do that. You can't just take a freshman and throw him at a first-year student. Finishing his thought, Seo prepared to leave, but patted Kim-gun Yuong on the shoulder as a reminder. Hey Kim-gun Yuong, think about my offer. By the time school ended, whispers could be heard everywhere. T-man, the other classes must be really nervous right now. I can't believe DGUN could swallow up 3 classes so quickly just after transferring. Degun was on his way home, too. He turned around to ask those behind him, Why do you guys keep following me? Jongmin chirped up, Obviously, we have to stick together now. Ho Dong laughed, Hee. We're like family now, aren't we? Man-ho, walking in front, turned back with a serious tone to warn him. Up until now, they've been cautious, but since you're the one who lit the fire, I bet they're starting to make a move. Whether you want it or not, you're going to get dragged into a fight. You better prepare yourself mentally. I don't know what it's like elsewhere, but this place is extremely complicated. Degun kept a stone-cold face, seemingly indifferent. Ho Dong trotted behind, trying to persuade him. Think about it when the time comes. Let's hit the internet cafe. I just got some silver yesterday. Min laughed. Haha, that's insane. How many years did it take you to get that silver? Manho noticed Degun staring at his phone, asked, Hey Degun, you're coming with us, right? As soon as he stepped out the gate, he saw a familiar car. He thought to himself, that's the manager's car. He turned back and declined, I'm sorry, but I have an appointment, so I have to go now. And about the gaming stuff, you guys figure it out yourselves. Actually, even if I didn't have an appointment, I wouldn't play. Don't ask me to play for gold or silver. As he finished, Min and Dong felt like they'd had a bucket of cold water dumped on them. As soon as Daegun left, Dong cursed. Damn it, just as I thought. We have to get back at that jerk. Min agreed. Right. Man what kind of brick do you prefer? As Daegun stepped into the car, a female student watched him. It was Gina. A friend noticed Gina's strange expression and asked, Gina, what's wrong? Gina stared at the car, thinking to herself that it was definitely the manager's car. Yeah, that's definitely her car. But why is she with the new student? Gina watched the white car drive away, her mind racing with thoughts. I've got a really strong gut feeling that she's up to something else. Based on what's been happening lately, I'm sure of it. Manager Lai's car cruised down the street. While driving, she asked, It's only your first day, and you've already caused so much trouble, haven't you? Degun felt a bit embarrassed. I wanted to find a reasonable excuse. Manager Lai kept a cold face. Degun turned to her and decided to be honest. I was just greeting some new students. Then, I don't know why, but everyone just started fighting, and I only wanted to defend myself. Degun said this while watching Manager Lai's reaction. She didn't say anything, which made him nervous. Degun scratched his head, acting apologetic. He sighed. All right then, you're planning to punish me, right? Just tell me what the punishment is. Contrary to what Degun thought, Manager Lai praised him. Why would I punish you? You did a great job today. We acknowledge what happened and have decided to change our plans a bit. From now on, we're going to lower the criteria for your termination. Degun was stunned. He looked at her and asked, What does that mean? Manager Lai replied with a stone-cold face. It means it will be just like today from now on. Degun started thinking about her words. Does that mean I have to work out my muscles every day? 1 guy, 2 guys, then 3 guys. Thinking of this, the corner of Degun's mouth curled up as he said, Good. That means I won't have to try to hold back at all. Manager Lai looked at him and sighed. Have you ever been patient in the first place? Degun suddenly remembered something and turned to ask her, Hey, how did you know what happened today? Have you guys been tracking me? Manager Lai looked a bit flustered, adjusted her glasses, and looked away, saying, That's irrelevant. I can't tell you that. Degun suddenly thought of his classmate Minsu. He wondered, surveillance? But how would that be possible at school? Unless Minsu is a spy. But that's ridiculous. How could that idiot be a spy? If that were the case, there would definitely be rumors around school by now. Manager Lai parked in front of an apartment building. Degun watched her open the door, wondering, Is this home? Degun opened the door and stepped inside. The room was extremely spacious, airy, and clean. Manager Lai said, You'll be staying here from now on. Degun was extremely restless and asked back, Really? As soon as he finished, he happily ran to the sofa to relax. Looking at everything around him, he couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, I can't believe it. I get to live in a house with an actual sofa like this. This is awesome. I'm an undercover agent, and this is how you guys treat me. It's great, but there's something weird here. Why does it feel like someone used to live here? Manager Lai adjusted her glasses and replied, Well, this is where I used to live. When she said that, Degun immediately blushed and said loudly, Hey, what did you say? Does that mean you and I are living together in the same house? I give up. How can that be? Shouldn't children over 7 be sleeping in separate beds? Manager Lai glared at him in warning. What are you talking about? What living together? Degun was dumbfounded, cursing himself in his head. I must have heard it wrong. Thinking that, he stammered, I see. All right. Manager Lee opened a file to get back to the main topic, saying that the center was very satisfied with his performance. Therefore, they decided to cut back on the regulations and trust his judgment completely, Degun. But of course, the school can't control the use of force outside of campus. Additionally, even within the school, the teachers don't know about this project. The center will help you, but don't go too far. Listening to Manager Lai, Degun thought, So in short, you're telling me to keep things in moderation, right? Right after saying that, Manager Lai placed a black card on the table and softly said, You will stay in this house alone, and you can use this card to cover your daily living expenses. Having said that, Manager Lai turned to leave but lingered to say, Anyway, getting used to a new environment must be stressful for you. All right, get some rest, good luck, and remember what I told you. Degun looked away and answered, All right, I got it. After she left, he thought, I didn't remember a thing. She talked so much, it gave me a headache. I just know that I'll just follow orders and fight whenever they point the way. Manager Lai went out into the hallway. However, she chose to take the stairs instead of the elevator to go down to the lower floor. Manager Lai calmly made her way down. She opened a door to a room right below Degun's apartment. Inside that room were several smaller rooms. Each one was password protected. Manager Lai lifted her finger to unlock it. Inside was a dark room with countless computer monitors turned on. Degun was resting upstairs. Manager Lai sat down at the computer desk and started observing. It seemed like Degun's room was also under Manager Lai's surveillance. The next day, the weather was clear with a light breeze. Degun went to school, but he kept yawning, feeling extremely sleepy. Because he had only ever slept on the floor before, now that he was sleeping in a bed, his body felt sore. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Degun jump. Hey, you! Degun replied in a panic. Yes, 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 teacher. The teacher looked at Degun and scolded. You brat, I'm talking to you and you dare to close your eyes like that. It's only your first day and you're already fighting, huh? You unruly kid, I have to call your parents. You said you didn't have any family, right? Degun looked away. That question made him hesitate. Yes, sir. As soon as he finished, the teacher coldly continued. Obviously. And tell me, do you think your parents down there would rest in peace seeing their son going around fighting like this? Hearing these words from the teacher, Degun was completely shocked, and deep down he felt angry but had to hold it back. The teacher didn't care about the student's feelings and continued. My teacher back in the day scolded me even more than this. Do you know that? At this young age, this scene caught Jina's attention. Jina was holding her homework, but her eyes wouldn't stop looking at Degun, who was being scolded by the teacher, until the teacher called her, Hey, you're the top student and the class monitor, right? Jina smiled awkwardly and replied, Yes, sir. The teacher continued, Remember what I told you. Jina beamed a bright smile and answered, Yes, teacher. Jina left, but her eyes never left Degun. He was still being scolded by the teacher. As she walked away, she thought, Wow, I heard rumors that the new transfer student got into a fight already. Tisk, he really is suspicious. But the question is he really just trying to be a bully? Thinking that, she stood leaning against the door, quietly observing. In Class S, Beach Suji asked Yu Jock to take a picture of her. She stuck her butt out and covered her face with her hand, asking Yu Jock, Hey, do I look pretty? Yu Jock replied, Pretty, but why are you covering your face with your hand? Suddenly, there was a voice behind them calling Noak. Jock turned around to look at him and asked, Humph, do you guys want to see me? The male student, a close friend of Sim Sang-bo, looked at Yu Jock and replied with a sly look. About that, have you heard the news about Sim Sang-bo? Yu Jock replied nonchalantly, Yeah, I heard. I haven't been able to reach him at all. Just leave the idiot alone. The male student in the white shirt asked again, But hey, there's a new transfer student. You planning on doing anything about him? Yu Jock replied with indifference. What? Once Sim Sang-bo ended up like that, all those punks on the first floor are going to end up the same way. Sim Sang-bo's friend kept pushing, trying to stir the pot. He said, If we just leave it like that, then in the end. Suddenly, Kim Gun Yuangying turned back, his voice dropping to a growl as he asked, In the end, what? The male student looked at Kim Gun Yuangying, realized who it was a second later, and was terrified. He hurriedly raised his hands to explain, No. I didn't mean you guys would lose. Whether it's the jock guy or Kim Gun Yuangjing. Kim Gun Yuang didn't take his eyes off his phone and waved his hand for the student to come closer. The student approached, sweating bullets, still trying to explain, I didn't mean you'd lose, it's just that. Eventually, we might have to fight. As soon as he finished, Kim Gun Yuang smacked him right in the middle of his face. The student's nose started bleeding. Kim Gun Yuangjing saw it but waved his hand again, signaling him to come closer. The male student obeyed and stepped forward again. And, as expected, he got smacked square in the face a second time. Both the student and his friend stood frozen, their faces filled with fear. Kim Gun Yuangjing glared at him and warned, Watch your mouth. The student hurriedly stammered, I'm sorry. Kim Gun Yuang went back to his game and sighed, Idiots. I'll deal with them later. Get lost. The student and his friend left, but not without glancing back at Kim Gun Yuanming, feeling incredibly annoyed. Once outside the classroom, the two immediately whispered about whether they should transfer schools. Yu Jock had his hands in his pockets, teasing him. Man, you look so cool right now. And honestly, you're doing the right thing. Kim Gun Yuangnong, still glued to his phone, replied, Actually, I just feel like bullying some poor kids. Yu Jock continued, But we can't just ignore what they're saying, right? Maybe we should take it slow. Kim Gun Yuangyang suddenly glanced at Yu Jock with a mysterious look. Hey, do you know that auto battle is the trend in gaming these days? Yu Jock leaned against the window and sighed. Yeah, I know. If a game doesn't have an auto battle feature, I can't play it. Kim Gun Yuangjang's screen showed his game was in auto battle mode. He chuckled. Exactly. So why is auto battle so popular? I wonder. Kim Gun Yuang didn't wait for Yu Jock to answer and continued, answering his own question. Because we don't have to use our own hands. Outside, the school looked incredibly peaceful. Kwon Degun pushed up his glasses. He was thinking, I just noticed. Why is Minsu wearing glasses today? Thinking about it, he asked Minsu bluntly, Hey Minsu, is that a camera in your glasses? Minsu was shocked, staring blankly as he asked, What do you mean? What kind of camera? Why would you think that? Kwon Degun saw Minsu's dumbfounded look and felt like he was overthinking things. He laughed awkwardly. Haha, it's just that, in spy movies, cameras are often hidden in glasses. But why are you wearing them all of a sudden? Minsu answered honestly, Oh, actually, I used to wear glasses a lot back in the day. Minsu recalled the past. He told a story about a chubby friend who was bullied by having a padlock hung onto the middle of his glasses. The bully was none other than Bang Ho-dong. Bang Ho-dong made that chubby kid wear them like that and go buy bread for him. Seeing that, Minsu was terrified that he would be the next target, so he started wearing these prescription glasses. But ever since you transferred here, I don't have to be afraid anymore. Kwon Degun heard this and felt a wave of irritation, so he looked down and sighed. This kid, seriously. Bang Ho-dong, who was eating bread, suddenly felt it get stuck in his throat. Noticing Kwon Degun's gaze, he wondered, Huh, are you looking at me? Me. Seeing that, Bang Ho-dong immediately put the bread away and turned to ask Jong Min, Hey Jong Min, it's boring? Want to do something? Jong Min coldly replied, Get lost. Kwon Degun stood up at that and said loudly, Use your brains, I already told you, no more eating bread. As he finished, the Bang Ho-dong gang suddenly dropped to the ground in the position used for punishment in the Korean military back in the 2000s. Jong Min was startled and cursed. What the hell are you doing? Minsu felt something was off, and he reached up to adjust his glasses slightly. Unfortunately, that moment was caught by Kwon Degun. Kwon Degun looked at Minsu and asked subtly, Minsu, is there something weird about you adjusting your glasses? Minsu looked at Kwon Degun and replied, What do you mean? I haven't worn them in a while, so I'm just not used to them, that's all. Kwon Degun felt awkward, scratched his head, and said nervously, Ah, right, I've been a bit sensitive lately. Sorry, my bad. While saying that, he thought to himself, But why do I keep feeling like someone is watching me? At the same time, outside, a male student with a scar on his right cheek was looking into Kwon Degun's classroom. He stared through the window at Kwon Degun for a while and wondered, Is this the Kwon Degun kid? He looks like a real nerd. At the same time, someone else was thinking about Kwon Degun, Gina. She was also standing at the window, looking inside. Both of them were looking at Kwon Degun and thinking, He looks so ordinary, doesn't he? Gina kept moving forward while the scarred guy had his hands in his pockets, not intending to move. An accident happened. Gina's arm bumped into the scarred guy, and she hurriedly said, Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. The scarred bully glared at her and warned, Don't mess around where I'm standing. Get lost. Gina quickly replied, Okay, I'm going. As she walked away, she looked at his face and thought, Geez, is he a thug or what? Right then, bad luck also befell the chubby guy. Hearing a bit of noise outside, Kwon Degun turned to look and saw the chubby guy, and their eyes met. The chubby guy was startled and hurried away, cursing under his breath, Scared the hell out of me. I wonder how long that guy Kwon Degun has been watching me. Back in the class, Gina's classmate tapped her shoulder and asked, I heard you went to the first-year class earlier? Gina stammered. Huh. Yeah. But how did you know? Her classmate excitedly replied, It's not just you. Every girl here goes there just to look at the new, handsome guy. You're the same, aren't you? I thought you only liked studying. Turns out you like handsome guys too. Gina was stunned and wanted to explain. She stammered, What? Hey, wait. Before she could finish, her friend cut her off. It's okay. I get it. He's really handsome. Even I was startled when I saw him. He's so cute. Gina smiled bitterly and replied awkwardly, Yeah, he is. As she finished, she thought to herself, All right, if I accept this, I'll have an excuse to keep an eye on that new student. It was already late afternoon outside. Gina followed Kwon Degun and seeing his tall back, thought, His name is Kwon Degun, transferred from Incheon Ara, they said. Thinking of that, she remembered the look on Ara's face just moments ago. Ara knew everything, from his home address to which floor of which building he lived in. I wonder which route DGUN usually takes to get home, she muttered, flashing a creepy smile at Gina. Gina felt a sudden chill of fear wash over her. Why does Ara's smile feel so strange? Gina thought. She wore a gray jacket and carefully hid behind a utility pole on the street. This is so lame, she thought. Do I look like a stalker right now? She carefully peeked out to watch Degun walking home. He had been walking all by himself the whole time. Gina wondered curiously. Huh? Isn't he with his manager today? And what kind of relationship do they have? I'm even more curious about why he really transferred schools. At the same time, a group of students from the student council was gathering to discuss something. The guy with the scar, Jiang Jinmo, looked blankly at the others and asked, "What did you say? Why do we have to do that?" Kim Gun Yuang didn't look up from his phone. Instead, he shot a sideways glance at Jiang Jinmo and replied, "Just do what I tell you. The four of us shouldn't have any trouble bullying one guy, right?" The guy with brown hair looked hesitant. He explained, "I mean, this is fine for the student council, but Manhwa isn't even here. We aren't the leaders. And if we attack the third-year students from behind, it'll be a disaster." Kim Gun Yuang frowned, clearly annoyed, and gave a cold smirk. "So what? You guys weren't that bad back in middle school. The only reason you couldn't show your full potential in class 6 was because of me and Jock. If you guys went to any other class, you'd probably take down half of them. Besides, why do you even care about the rules those guys made? You, Jock, and I are going to run the show soon anyway. Why are you still worrying? Fine, I'll watch from behind. Get it over with quickly." Kim Gun Yuang's words were a mix of intimidation and manipulation. The four boys had no way to refuse. Seeing no one object, Kim Gun Yuang immediately stood up with his phone, chuckling. "Call me when you're done." One of them quickly responded, "You got it." As soon as Kim Gun Yuang left, the four of them started squabbling. Jiang Jinmo shouted, "Kim Gun Yuang is on another level. I knew he was something else when I saw him in class, plus he's so good looking. Whatever, let's take this chance to get some payback." Just as he finished speaking, Degun appeared. Jiang Jinmo pointed, "Hey, isn't that him?" "Yeah, that's him. Let's do this." Just as Degun passed by Jiang Jinmo, the fat guy finished his drink in one gulp, tossed the empty cup to the side of the road, and ordered his crew to follow. The group hadn't walked many steps before Degun noticed them. He immediately led them down a different path. The thugs kept following Degun from one small alley to another main road. Gina followed behind, watching the group trailing Degun, and felt terrified. She thought, what on earth? Are they from our school? Why are they following him? She quickly hurried after them to see what was happening. Unfortunately, a noise behind them caught Jiang Jinmo's attention. He turned around and saw Gina dressed in a strange outfit with an equally suspicious attitude, so he called out, "Hey, what are you doing?" Gina panicked and pulled out her phone, pretending to be on a call. "Huh? What? Hello?" After saying that, the fat guy suddenly commanded the other three, "You guys go ahead. I'll be right behind you." Jiang Jinmo stepped in front of Gina and said, "Stop pretending to be on the phone. Come on, tell the truth. Have you been following me?" Gina replied, terrified, No, I was just walking this way too." It was then that Jiang Jinmo got a good look at her face. He remembered she was the one who had bumped into him earlier. Jiang Jinmo growled, "Hey, why are you stalking me?" While he tried to look calm, his inner self was screaming with excitement. This girl must be into me. For sure, he thought. I've hit the jackpot. Haha. She's actually pretty cute too. Thinking that, Jiang Jinmo stepped closer and said directly to Gina, "Look, I get it now. You're pretty cute, so why are you following me?" "I'm really busy right now, you know." Gina was left stunned, unable to say a word. The fat guy kept rambling on, oblivious to Gina's discomfort. He added, "Hey, do you want to come watch me work?" Gina, confused, wondered, "Huh? What is he talking about? What kind of work?" The fat guy then casually threw his arm around Gina's shoulder and whispered, "Hey, how about we grab a room and have some fun after I'm done? What do you think? I've even got some booze." Gina felt her skin crawl at his words. She shoved the fat guy away and shouted, "Are you crazy? Get your hands off me, you creep." Jiang Jinmo didn't take the rejection well. He glared at her and yelled, "Damn you, you little witch." He lunged forward, ready to strike her while cursing. "You brat, you followed me because you like me, so don't you dare act stuck up." Gina quickly covered her face and explained, "What are you talking about? You look like a total monkey." Just as she said that, a sharp, piercing scream grabbed the attention of the other three guys. They didn't see their companion, so they turned back. Degun also looked over at them. Jiang Jinmo was clutching his face, howling, "Arg, my eyes burn. You little witch, what did you do?" Gina held up her pepper spray and shouted, "You forced me to do this." The other thugs returned. They asked Jiang Jinmo, "Who's this girl?" Jiang Jinmo, furious, replied, "She's insane. She sprayed pepper spray in my eyes." The others glared at Gina and demanded, "Are you from our school? I'm warning you before we beat you up. Drop that thing and get over here now." Gina, shaking, gripped the pepper spray tightly and said, wait a second. He's the one who started it." Two of the guys started closing in on her. One said, "Whatever, we don't mind hitting a girl, so just come with us." Gina was terrified. She stepped back, threatening them weakly. "Stay back, don't come any closer, I'll spray you." In the heat of the moment, a voice suddenly echoed, "What do you think you're doing?" Degun stood behind them with his hands in his pockets. Nobody even noticed when he showed up. His tall figure and icy expression were enough to melt anyone's heart. Gina looked at Degun like he was her savior, tears welling up in her eyes. The new transfer student, she wondered. Is he here to help me? Degun looked stern as he asked again, "What are you guys doing?" The two bullies rolled their eyes and snapped. "What's it to you? Get lost." The guy with the buzz cut chimed in, "Damn it, what is going on here?" Jiang Jinmo was still crying, clutching his head. "Boo-hoo, why? Why? What's happening?" One of them replied, "Degun was the one who approached us first. We were just leading him here." Degun raised his head, scanned the group, and continued, "I was wondering, you guys have been following me for a while now, haven't you?" The two thugs actually had the nerve to argue. They puffed out their chests and yelled, Who followed you? Don't go blaming us." Degun pointed toward a different area, his voice cold. "I have some business to attend to. Let's go somewhere else, shall we?" "What do you think?" Jiang Jinmo, still rubbing his eyes, replied, "Fine, let's go. Follow us." Gina stood frozen, wondering, What is he planning? Is he doing this just to save me? In a small, narrow alley littered with junk, two students appeared. The others were wearing DGUN High uniforms. One was a first-year student from the public DGUN High named I Dung Man, and the other was also a first-year named Chajin Yu. I Dung Man sneered, "Tumph, why are these nerds crawling in here? We already called dibs on this spot, so get lost." Jiang Jinmo replied with a slightly awkward tone. You guys know Kim Gun Yuong, right? I'm doing a little favor for him." Upon hearing that name, Degun's eyes shifted. He thought to himself, who the hell is Kim Gun Yuong? The two DGUN students waved goodbye, but not before leaving a warning. "All right, we're only leaving because of Gun Yuong. But if you guys dare to throw Kim Gun Yuong's name around, you know exactly what's going to happen to you, right? Ha, have a nice day." Jiang Jinmo grit his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Why is my luck so shitty today, running into them here? The student named Chajin Yu walked past Gina and immediately turned back to ask Jiang Jinmo, "Hey, is that girl working with you guys too?" Jiang Jinmo replied, "No, not her." Chajin Yu sighed, "Oh, that's a shame. All right, catch you later." Degun had overheard everything. He sighed thinking, these guys are twisted. At the internet cafe, Joke and Kim Gun Yuong were playing games casually. Joke asked, "You said you were going to take care of that transfer student, so what are you doing here?" Kim Gun Yuong replied nonchalantly, "I told the Jiang Jinmo crew to handle it." Joke looked surprised. "Huh? Jiang Jinmo? Can you even trust those guys? It's not like that transfer student is easy to deal with, you know." Kim Gun Yuong responded, "Yeah, I admit he's strong. But even if he isn't, if those first years get their hands on him, that newbie won't even be able to show his face at school anymore. Those first years fight like they're seniors. Besides, if Jiang Jinmo's group does their job well, that newbie will learn on his own not to mess with us. If not, then he's screwed anyway." At that same moment, Degun's fight began. Degun stood in the corner. Gina, afraid of getting dragged into this, boldly asked, Can I leave since this has nothing to do with me?" Jiang Jinmo turned around and yelled, "Shut the hell up. Keep your mouth shut and watch me fight." Gina was terrified. Degun set his bag aside and looked at Gina, wondering, I don't know why she's been following me from school until now. Did that guy tell her to follow me? Should I just tell her to go away? Thinking this, he told Jiang Jinmo to let her go. Jiang Jinmo angrily replied, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Suddenly, Gina changed her mind. She wanted to see what this transfer student was really capable of. Jiang Jinmo was full of himself as he took off his white uniform jacket, thinking he couldn't afford to lose face in front of the girl, wanting to show her how strong he was. Jiang Jinmo reached into his pocket for something, teasing Degun as he did it. "Did you come here to get a beat down? Is that it?" Degun loosened his collar a bit and replied, "I don't know who's really digging their own grave here." Degun stared at Jiang Jin without blinking, thinking, based on what I just heard, did he say Kim Gun Yuong? Did he send these thug losers here? Jiang Jin lit a cigarette. Degun stepped closer and warned, "Just so you know, if you deliberately blow smoke in my face, I'm going to beat you to death." But the fat guy didn't care. He stubbornly puffed his stinking mouth right into Degun's face. Degun warned, "I already told you. Don't try to spit in my face just to look tough." With that, he grabbed the fat guy's mouth, making it hard for him to breathe. And a second later, he threw him aside. His two accomplices stood there stunned, not expecting their opponent to be this strong. Degun gently kicked Jiang Jinmo's leg, then followed up with a heavy blow. Jiang Jin lay on the ground, unable to react or dodge, and the inevitable happened. The punch landed squarely on his face. Jiang Jinmo's face was warped by the impact. One more punch that hard and his eyes might have popped right out of his head. Eugenia watched the scene in silent shock. The remaining guys whispered to each other, "Oh my god, am I seeing this right? He's so strong. I had no idea he was this scary." Degun slowly stood up, his voice low and dangerous. "That was because he didn't listen to me. Look at him. You guys know you're about to end up just like him, right?" The remaining accomplices grit their teeth, determined. They thought, regardless of what happens, if we don't take him down, Kim Gun-yuang will beat us anyway, so they might as well jump in. Thinking this, they all stepped forward to attack Degun at the same time. They acted tough, but in front of Degun, they all froze. The brown-haired guy asked, "Hey, why aren't you going?" The crew-cut guy turned around and urged, "What, you go first." The last guy hesitated. Well, Degun mocked them. "What are you guys doing? You called me out here to fight, right? Should I go first then?" No sooner had he finished speaking, Degun's legs moved. He looked at the crew-cut guy, but his fists slammed into the face of the guy standing closest to him. The crew-cut guy panicked. Damn it, he's using a feint. Thinking this, the crew-cut guy decisively threw a punch and lunged forward. Degun dodged his punch and moved straight toward the brown-haired guy behind him. The brown-haired guy felt his limbs freeze. He couldn't move, thinking to himself, "That's it. I'm dead. Nothing to do but more now." And just like that, a massive punch landed right in the center of the brown-haired guy's face, sending him flying several meters back. He was knocked out cold. Degun looked at the two remaining guys. They still refused to give up. The crew-cut guy shouted to his accomplice, "Damn it, he's knocked out. You can still fight, right? We're still 2 against 1. Let's hit him at the same time." No sooner had he finished, Degun kicked him in the throat. The result was no different from the brown-haired guy earlier. There was only one guy left. He started backing away in fear, still cursing that crazy guy. But inside, he thought, "Damn it, if I don't fight, Gun-yuan will beat me anyway, so whatever." Thinking that, he used all his strength and lunged forward, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Damn you, die." Degun easily grabbed the thug's bicep. He asked, "Who did you say was damned?" As he spoke, Degun used his other hand to repeatedly punch him in the stomach, scolding him playfully. "If you're asking me for something, you have to be polite. Don't you know at least that much?" The guy was punched so hard his eyes popped, and he was in too much pain to even fight back. Degun squeezed the thug's arm tightly with one hand, then effortlessly flipped him aside and drove his knee straight toward his face. However, just inches away, Degun stopped. He said coldly, "That was close, almost killed him by accident." At the same time, in the noisy internet cafe, on Kim Gun-yuang's phone screen, the match results appeared. He had lost. Kim Gun-yuang cursed at the result. Damn, what bad luck. Yu Jok leaned over to remind him, "Quit hanging out at the net cafe playing mobile games, will ya?" Kim Gun-yuang sighed. "Damn it, I left it on autoplay and still lost." Yu Jok chuckled. "Hey, that's just how it goes. Even autoplay has its limits. Nothing beats playing it yourself, right?" Just then, Kim Gun-yuang's phone rang. He picked it up and said, "Hello? You're taking your sweet time, you know. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting?" Suddenly, Kim Gun-yuang's expression shifted. He looked shocked and shouted, "What? You mean all of them?" Jiang Jinmo woke up drenched in sweat. He looked like he was running away from something, his feet stumbling frantically through a dark tunnel. He sprinted for his life, constantly glancing back to see if he was being followed. The sound of footsteps grew louder and closer, sending Jiang Jinmo into a total panic. Suddenly, a massive hand reached out from behind. Jiang Jinmo screamed in terror. What the hell is that? Tears began to stream down his face, but he didn't slow down one bit. He kept running with his eyes squeezed shut, screaming, "Get away! Boo-hoo! Get away! Get away!" Suddenly, an exit appeared ahead. Jiang Jinmo thought joyfully, "Oh, light. If I make it out, I'll survive." He grinned manically. "Ha, once I get out of here, you're dead meat." "Buddy, you didn't." Before he could finish, that massive hand gently brushed his cheek, then instantly clamped over his mouth and nose. Jiang Jin couldn't breathe. He pushed himself to run even faster, staring at the exit and whispering to himself, "Come on, just a little further, just a little. Almost there. Keep going, keep going." Finally, Jiang Jin managed to escape the dark tunnel. He cheered. That's it. I'm out. Haha, thank the heavens, I'm alive. The moment he finished speaking, Jiang Jin looked up and froze. Degun was suddenly there, his frame several times larger than before, arm raised and ready to deliver a crushing blow to Jiang Jinmo. Seeing this, Jiang Jinmo stopped dead in his tracks. Wait, what's the transfer student doing here? As Degun's fist came down, Jiang Jin had no choice but to start running for his life again. Suddenly, a voice called out, wake up, you monkey. Jiang Jinmo opened his eyes, drool still dripping from his mouth. Dun leaned in close, asking, oh, you're finally up. Jiang Jinmo looked dazed. Oh, it's the transfer student. He looked over and saw his gang massaging their sore spots. He muttered, those guys don't look too good, do they? DGUN kicked the fat guy, Duke, in the butt. Get up and line up. Move it, you idiot. Degun ordered the four of them to stand in a line and scolded, damn, are you all cowards hanging out together? Meanwhile, someone nearby was watching them, speaking into a phone. Yeah, you heard me right. He's taking on all four of them at once. Cha Jin-yu asked quietly, is anyone here like Kim Long? Dumb man replied, don't even ask. He's a transfer student from the countryside. On the other end of the line, Kim Gun-yuong was fuming. I know he's strong, but taking on four guys at once, does that even make sense? Whatever. Thanks for the heads up. Over there, Degun placed a hand on Jiang Jin's shoulder. All right, talk. Tell me who ordered you to do this. Jiang Jinmo replied, who ordered me? There's no such thing. Degun said bluntly, I remember you mentioning Kim Gun-yuong earlier. Jiang Jinmo felt goosebumps, thinking, oh, damn it all to hell. I shouldn't have said that. I'm going to die at his hands. Oh, my head. Jiang Jinmo stammered. You misunderstood. It wasn't Kim Gun-yuong. As he spoke, Degun's hand moved. The next second, Jiang Jinmo felt like he was paralyzed. Degun said softly, oh, really? Do I look stupid to you? Jiang Jinmo recalled Kim Gun-yuong's presence. He thought, damn, Kim Gun-yuong is scary, but this guy, he's way worse. What do I do? What do I do? Screw it, I'll just tell the truth. Thinking this, he looked at Degun, pleading. His voice trembled. Yes, that's right. Please, can you keep it a secret that I told you? Gina watched Degun without blinking. She thought, this new kid is seriously terrifying. He actually made him talk. Degun suddenly turned to look at Ina and asked Jiang Jinmo, by the way, why is this girl here? Jiang Jinmo quickly replied, oh, she keeps following me around saying she likes me. Ina was furious and snapped, the hell? I do not like you. I've told you over and over, why are you like this? Are you crazy? I hate you. Have you looked in a mirror lately? You don't look any different from a gorilla. Is that even a human body? It's honestly disgusting. Every word Ina spat out felt like a knife to Jiang Jinmo's heart. His mood plummeted. He mumbled, I see. I'm sorry. I'll stop then. I'm sorry. I really thought you were secretly following me, so that's why I thought. Degun listened, then looked back at Ina with a suspicious gaze. Ina flustered, explained, following you. Did you watch too many movies or something? It's a misunderstanding, seriously. With that, she turned on her heel, not forgetting to add, by the way, I don't want to get involved in any of this violent stuff, so I'm leaving. Seeing that no one said anything, Ina hurried away from the corner. Degun watched her go without a word. Once outside, Ina ran into dumb man standing there. Gina brushed past him. After walking a bit, she thought, everyone here is a delinquent. It's so scary. Cha Jinyu kept his eyes on Gina, a small smirk on his face. So, what do you think? Pretty, right? Dung man replied. Yeah, she's not bad. Very different from the other girls at school. All right, let's go. We're done here. At the same time, Degun was getting the others' phone numbers. He gave them instructions and exchanged contacts. So, once you step into school tomorrow, make sure to bring that bastard Kim Gun-yuong to see me. As he spoke, Degun glared at Jiang Jinmo. Jiang Jinmo replied in a panic, yes, I understand. The next morning at school, Degun sat in the classroom, frustrated, thinking. Third period is already over. Why hasn't he shown up yet? He checked his phone and saw a text from Jiang Jinmo Degun. I'm sorry, but I can't find Kim Gun-yuong anywhere. I think he's not coming to school. Seriously, please believe me. Degun wondered if he should believe him or not. But the next second, Degun stood up abruptly. He sighed, if he's not coming, I'll go find him myself. I wonder if that bastard warned Kim Gun-yuong. Whatever. I'll know when I see him. At class 6, Degun didn't hesitate and kicked the classroom door open. Jiang Jinmo was busy on his phone and turned to see Degun, glasses on, walking in. He He placed a hand on Jin Mo's shoulder and asked, "Hey, where's Kim Gun Yuong?" Jin didn't recognize him at first and asked, "Who are you?" Degun didn't answer, just started massaging Jin's shoulder a bit. Jin immediately realized who it was and screamed, "Ah, it hurts. I know. I remember this feeling. You must be Degun, right? Boo-hoo, you're wearing glasses so I didn't recognize you. Boo-hoo, please spare me." His loud wailing drew eyes from everyone in the room. He couldn't care less and kept talking. "I clearly said yesterday that you should have been here right away." Just then, bitch Suji walked into the classroom. She warned, "Hey, what's going on? Why are you causing a scene in someone else's class? And Jiang Jinmo, why are you just taking it?" Bitch Suji continued, "Break it up, you two. Everyone is staring, can't you see that?" With that, she turned and grabbed Degun by the collar, warning him, "Wait a second, now that I think about it. Aren't you that new transfer student who's been causing trouble the last few days? Who do you think you are, just waltzing in here?" Degun replied coldly, "Why are you suddenly sticking your nose into my business? Are you tired of living?" As soon as he finished, bitch Suji slapped Degun, sending his glasses flying, followed by a curse. "Are you out of your mind?" The glasses hit the floor. Bitch Suji crossed her arms and frowned. "I bet you don't even know who I am. Do you? Besides, you're old enough to know how to speak properly, aren't you?" Degun bent down to pick up his glasses and replied, "Humph, I don't know who you are, but if my glasses had broken from that slap, what would you have done?" Bitch Suji brushed back her long, thick hair, dismissively saying, "Forget it. You're a new transfer, so you probably don't know. Do you know who bitch Suji, the captain of Gold Dragon High, is?" Degun hadn't put his glasses back on yet. Without the glasses, which were like a seal on his appearance, his face suddenly shone with a dazzling glow. He looked at bitch Suji and said, "So what if I don't know?" Standing before this perfection, bitch Suji froze. Her body suddenly flushed, her cheeks turned bright red, and she stammered, He, bitch Suji, is my lover." As she said it, she thought to herself, "What the? Is he really that handsome without his glasses?" Degun replied with a look of indifference, "So what? What does that have to do with me?" Just as he finished, another male student walked in, brushing past Degun. Degun wondered, who is that guy? Kim Gun Yuong. That student was indeed Kim Gun Yuong. He walked straight up to Jiang Jinmo and kicked him right in the stomach. Poor Jinmo. Degun was startled and turned back, thinking, "Damn it, what is that guy doing?" Kim Gun Yuong grabbed Jiang Jinmo by the hair and a second later punched him so hard his face shifted. Kim Gun Yuong raised his hand again and slapped him across the other cheek. Degun heard the slapping and thudding sounds and couldn't help but feel restless. He muttered, "Why is this suddenly happening?" Jiang Jinmo clutched his face and looked up at Kim Gun Yuong, looking incredibly pathetic. Jiang Jinmo whispered, "Kim Gun Yuong, what? What are you doing?" Degun heard Jiang Jinmo call the guy's name and asked in a low, sharp voice, "Kim Gun Yuong, are you the one called Kim Gun Yuong?" Kim Gun Yuong turned around, flashed a confident smile, and replied, "Yeah, I'm Kim Gun Yuong. I heard you were looking for me." In room number 6, the atmosphere became hotter than ever. Kim Gun Yuong kept a bright, cheeky smile and asked, "All right, I'm Kim Gun Yuong. What you want?" Degun stared at Kim Gun Yuong without blinking and replied decisively, "That's right, I'm looking for you." Having said that, he turned to look at the others. Everyone was staring at them with their mouths hanging open. Degun felt a bit awkward and thought to himself, "Ugh, too many people are watching. Annoying." Remembering what Manager Lai had told him, "From now on, we've decided to loosen the rules on your management." Degun had asked, "Does that mean I can do whatever I want?" Manager Lai had confirmed, "Yes, do whatever you want." Back to the present, Kim Gun Yuong gave a cocky, handsome smile. He looked at Degun and asked, "Are you that transfer student? What reason do you have to look for me? What are you doing here?" Degun rubbed his head and replied, "What am I doing? Park dojing this." As he spoke, Degun's fist flew out. Kim Gun Yuong was caught off guard and could only stand there stunned until, suddenly, another arm blocked Degun's punch. It was none other than Yu Jok. Kim Gun Yuong was so shocked he couldn't even move. He had truly underestimated his opponent. Yu Jok reminded him, Hey, we were just talking. Why are you suddenly punching someone like that?" Degun turned to look at Yu Jok and asked, "Who the hell are you? Don't get in my way." Yu Jok replied, "Yu Jok, class 5. Even if I'm from a different class, this is still my business." After saying that, Yu Jok tried to lower his hand but couldn't. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "What the? I can't push him down. I can't move even a centimeter. Damn, this guy is seriously strong." Degun maintained the same calm look as before, assessing him. "Jok, huh. Nice hip strength. Want to take me down? Go ahead. Yu-Jock awkwardly pulled his hand back to rub his arm. He crossed his arms and continued, whatever, it doesn't really matter. If this place is going to turn into a chaotic battlefield, I should at least know the reason why, right? Kim-Gun Yuong regained his composure, threw an arm around Jiang Jinmo, and said with a laugh, did the new transfer student come looking for me because of that accident yesterday? He then grabbed Jinmo's hair and whispered, hey, you damn waiter, you have some explaining to do. I think this guy knows that it was me who told you to do that thing. Jiang Jinmo stammered, well, about that. Before he could finish, Jiang Jinmo was hit again and sent flying backward with a thud. Degun watched this scene with confusion. Kim-Gun Yuong made Jinmo crouch down like a dog, kicking and cursing him. Now that I think about it, this whole thing makes me look like a damn fool. How dare a low-life waiter like you humiliate me? Jiang Jinmo clutched his head, and despite doing nothing wrong, he kept apologizing. I'm sorry. Please don't hit me anymore. I promise I won't mess up again. I'm sorry. Don't hit me. Kim-Gun Yuong, I'm sorry. Kim-Gun Yuong was so angry his face turned red, and he shouted, you brat, what the hell do you have in your head? How dare you get me into such a misunderstanding? Degun watched this, feeling that something was off. Kim-Gun Yuong stopped, saying, I admit it's my fault for not keeping these guys in check. Then he turned to look at Degun, eyes narrowing as he asked, why would someone like you go and pick a fight with an innocent person without any evidence? I didn't do it, but because I was misunderstood like that, it's incredibly humiliating. Degun felt things were strange. He stammered, evidence, you say? Degun crossed his arms and looked at Jinmo, who was sitting on the floor. Seeing him struggling to breathe, Degun sighed, who's right? It's true. I don't have any evidence. Kim-Gun Yuong looked at Jiang Jinmo, ready to hit him again, and cursed, stop pretending you're in pain, you dog. What are you even good for? Yu-Jock pretended to intervene. Kim-Gun Yuong, calm down. I know you feel cheated. With that, he turned to Degun and said, look, you've had a misunderstanding anyway. We don't care about the rankings, so it's best you don't care about it either. Right at that moment, the bell rang for class. Degun rubbed his head and thought, he's right. In this situation, there's nothing more I can really do. Thinking that, Degun turned and headed back to class. Kim-Gun Yuong looked at Yu-Jock with a smile. Nice work, buddy. Yu-Jock replied, yeah, I was a bit worried too, but I only experienced a little bit of it just now. The guy is truly strong, just like you said. It's best not to face him head-on. Kim-Gun Yuong opened his phone to check his contacts, sighed, and said, all right, then there's only one way left. This time, we have to do it right. In first period class, while the teacher was lecturing, Degun couldn't focus. He kept thinking, I know for a fact that the person behind all this is Kim-Gun Yuong, but they've twisted the narrative so much that I can't even say anything. Ever since Kim-Gun Yuong started beating up Jiang Jinmo, and that jerk named Yu-Jock from class 5 got involved, that guy has been denying he's the culprit. So even if I beat up the guy who claims he doesn't care about the rankings, it would just make me look like the villain. Jiang Jinmo was the only one he beat up after that, and since it's hard to identify the victim in this whole mess, even an internal investigation under the guise of being the top bully is tough. On the blackboard, the teacher was still lecturing about war history, emphasizing how crucial a pretext is. Of course, people wanting to gain an advantage is natural, but you still need a solid excuse. Hearing this, Degun pondered for a moment. A pretext? An excuse? The teacher continued. All right, now let's look at the excuses used to spark a war. Degun sat there, listening intently. He thought to himself, damn, is that guy helping me come up with a strategy? What a coincidence. In a secluded corner of the school, 1, 2, 3, 4 guys each got punched in the face. Only Jin got hit an extra time on the other cheek. He thought to himself, what the hell? Why did I get hit twice? Kim-Gun Yuong was pacing around with his phone, cursing nonstop. You idiots. 4 of you couldn't take down one guy. Jiang Jinmo thought, screw you. Why don't you do it yourself? But out loud, he obediently said, I'm sorry, Yuong, but that transfer student isn't a pushover. Kim-Gun Yuong turned away from his phone and barked at Jiang Jinmo, shut your mouth. Jiang Jinmo cowered and replied, yes, sir. On the other end of the line, Dung Man picked up. Hey, Kim-Gun Yuong, what's up? He stood up, walked toward the hallway, and signaled his lackeys. Hold on, let me take this call. You guys keep at it. Dung Man asked Kim-Gun Yuong. So, I'm curious, what happened yesterday? Kim-Gun Yuong sighed, I think we need to gather Cha Jinyu's whole crew. I tried to handle this internally, but it's no use, none of these guys are worth anything. Just beat that guy until he's half dead. I'll handle the rest later. Dung Man replied, humph, he's strong, but we've got numbers. Bullying him with a crowd should work just fine. Cha Jin-yu leaned in close to Dong Man's ear, wanting to say something. Dong Man told Kim Gun-yuong, Cha Jin-yu wants to talk to you. Kim Gun-yuong wondered, Cha Jin-yu, what's up? Kim Gun-yuong looked back at Jiang Jin-mo and said calmly, that girl from yesterday, what was her name again? Jiang Jin-mo. Who is he talking about? Jiang Jin-mo broke into a cold sweat, remembering Ina from the day before. He thought, wait, she has nothing to do with this. Why her? Jiang Jin-mo frowned and asked, but what about her? She's not involved in any of this. Kim Gun-yuong replied, annoyed. What do you mean, what about her? Just beat her. That's what. On the other end of the line, Cha Jin-yu spoke bluntly. Actually, that girl is exactly my type. While you guys are dealing with that transfer student, I'm gonna go hang out with her for a bit. With that, Cha Jin-yu let out a creepy, perverse smile. Kim Gun-yuong chuckled. Haha, that sounds interesting. All right, I'll bring her along too. Yeah, sounds good. See you later. Jiang Jin-mo couldn't hide his panic and anxiety. What the hell? What does that mean? She has absolutely nothing to do with this. Kim Gun-yuong ordered Jin-mo. See, you heard him. He wants us to bring that girl. Jin-mo frowned and muttered to himself, no way. I can't let her get into danger. Jiang Jin-mo was sweating bullets, but suddenly, an idea struck him. He stayed quiet for a moment, thinking. The school rules say that unless you fought the class boss, you can't take over that class, nor can you mess with students from other classes. Thinking this through, he decided to tell Kim Gun-yuong. Since that girl is in class 9, Lee Seung-hun, the boss of that class, probably won't just stand by and let this happen. Kim Gun-yuong replied nonchalantly, Lee Seung-hun, doesn't matter. He hasn't even paid his protection money. Jiang Jin-mo awkwardly scratched his head. Kim Gun-yuong remembered meeting Lee Seung-hun before. He looked like a total bookworm. He smirked, even if he is the boss of those pathetic losers who only made it into class 9 on the entrance exam, I'll take over class 9 right after this. Stop worrying about useless things and just make sure you bring those two here. Jiang Jin-mo awkwardly scratched his head and mumbled, yes, sir. After hanging up, he thought to himself, damn it, how am I supposed to get those two to come along? Suddenly, a loud voice echoed in class 1. I am truly, deeply sorry for what happened yesterday. Degun nudged Jiang Jin-mo, who was kneeling in front of him. Hey, what are you doing? You're making me look bad. Jiang Jin-mo lowered his head and said loudly, I'm sorry. Things like that will never happen again. Degun. At that moment, No Manhwa whispered to the others, Jongmin told me that yesterday, Degun single-handedly took down both Jiang Jin-mo and his 3 lackeys. No Manhwa asked in shock, wait, seriously, without using a weapon? Bang Ho-dong also exclaimed, holy crap, he really is a legend. Jongmin sighed, man, I really want to be friends with him. Is there any way? Bang Ho-dong shook his head. Forget it, we barely even get a chance to talk to him. Degun stood up, lightly kicked Jiang Jin-mo, and scolded, hey, don't you realize this is your fault? Jiang Jin-mo reflexively covered his face with his hands, repeating, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Suddenly, seeing the fat guy's reaction, he remembered when he was being beaten by Yuong, and a twinge of pity rose in his heart. He thought to himself, this jerk can actually be pretty pathetic sometimes. Degun sat on his chair and ordered Jiang Jin-mo, stand up straight. Jiang Jin-mo followed his order. Degun continued, I don't care about me, but you need to go apologize to that girl from yesterday. Jiang Jin-mo awkwardly looked away and replied, well, of course. But Degun, could I buy you a really good tteokbokki meal as an apology? Degun looked stunned. Huh? Buy me food? You and I are going together. Jongmin hesitated. Looking at his face, it really did look incredibly pathetic. Thinking about that, Degun put his arm around Jiang Jin-mo and laughed. All right, fine. Let's go eat. Jiang Jin-mo was startled. Really? Thank you. Degun smiled, confused. Hey, you're the one paying. I should be the one saying thanks. My friend, you've had it tough too. Back at class 9, Ina leaned against the wall and asked Jiang Jin-mo, you want to buy me tteokbokki as an apology? No way. Why would I go? Why should I? Jiang Jin-mo hurriedly waved his hands to explain. No. I know you don't like me, but I really don't mean anything else by it. I swear, I just feel guilty. I want to invite you and the transfer student, too, Degun. Hearing the name Degun, Ara poked her head out from the classroom and shouted, what? A transfer student? Gina saw this and warned her. Hey, Ara, calm down. Ara ignored Gina, her eyes lighting up as she said, sure, let's go. Jiang Jin-mo was frustrated. Wait, I didn't even invite you, did I? Gina noticed and warned, Hey Ara, don't do this. It's going to be so awkward. Let's just go get some tteokbokki, just the two of us. Ara felt crushed. She turned to Gina with a pleading look. Gina, this was my wish, and I won't get another chance to hang out with the new transfer student. Jiang Jinmo scratched his head and said, Aha, how about I invite your friend too? Let's go. It'll be a double date. Gina glared at Jiang Jinmo. He quickly stammered, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. Gina couldn't refuse Ara's begging. She sighed, fine, this really isn't a good idea, but okay, I agree. As soon as she finished, Ara cheered, yay. Gina, you're the best. Jiang Jinmo gave an awkward smile. Okay, I'll come pick you guys up after school. As he turned away, he clutched his head and muttered, damn it, you idiot. What are you doing? What am I supposed to do now? I ended up saying we're actually going to get tteokbokki. Damn it. I can't believe I even dragged a random girl into this. Damn it, what do I do now? As he walked, he suddenly bumped into Minsu. Jiang Jinmo recognized him immediately. He remembered seeing Minsu sitting next to Degun in Degun's class. An idea popped into his head. He wondered, are those two actually close? Late that day at DGUN High, one of the underlings asked Dong Man, hey, this is an internal jury and school matter, isn't it? Is it really okay for us to get involved? Even Kim Gun Yuong isn't coming with us. Dong Man replied, that's exactly why Kim Gun Yuong has to hide behind us. On the surface, it has nothing to do with us, but that transfer student will definitely know it was Kim Gun Yuong behind it. But what can he even do? If we beat him to a pulp, he won't have any status left. If that happens, he'll have to transfer again or just drop out. Once Kim Gun Yuong swallows up DGUN, he'll help us take over DGUN, and he'll increase our payout. They were all just students, yet they were all riding around on high-displacement motorcycles. Dong Man sighed. Honestly, I'm sick of having to ride on the back. And obviously, to fix that, we have to make sure we crush that new student. As dusk fell in the narrow alley, Jiang Jinmo and the other three walked briskly ahead. Degun glanced at them, wondering, what kind of weird combination is this? Gina was thinking, ugh, I feel so uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Ara's eyes were glued to Degun's back. She thought, wow, I can't believe I'm actually going to eat tteokbokki with the transfer student, and so soon. Degun noticed the stalls ahead were closed and asked Jiang Jinmo, hey, you took a wrong turn. Everything here is closed. Are you sure this is where we're supposed to eat tteokbokki? Jiang Jinmo replied with a stutter, looking flustered. Yeah, of course. It's right here. Ara chimed in excitedly, but the best restaurants are usually in places like this. Sometimes they don't even have signs. Jiang Jinmo scratched his head and replied, aha, you know your stuff. Ara smiled gently. Of course, I know all the good spots, but I didn't know there was a good one in this area. She looked around, and indeed, it was a very strange place. Degun grew impatient and turned to Jiang Jinmo. Hey, what's the name of this place? Jiang Jinmo was caught off guard and stammered. The name? Degun glared at him. What is it? Why are you so restless? It's like you're planning something bad. As he spoke, Degun turned his head to the right and saw a group of students from another school waiting. He frowned, sensing they were waiting for him. Seeing nearly 10 guys couldn't be a coincidence. He turned back to Jiang Jinmo. Hey, Jiang Jinmo, explain yourself. Damn it. Jiang Jinmo immediately knelt and pleaded. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. You can kill me when this is over. But I really couldn't say no. He wailed, please, you have to understand. Gina stared at Jiang Jinmo in shock, her eyes wide. Hey, what are you doing? Don't tell me this is why you brought us here. Ara looked at Gina, trembling. Gina, what's happening? Gina didn't answer. She glared at Jiang Jinmo. You are absolute trash. Jiang Jinmo just kept his head down, repeating himself. I'm sorry. I didn't want to drag you into this, but if I didn't do it, they would have beaten me to death. Gina snapped. What the hell is wrong with you? At the very least, you shouldn't have brought Ara. She has nothing to do with this. At that moment, Cha Jin-yu saw Gina's anger from afar and laughed loudly. Wow, how cute. She looks so adorable when she's angry. Dong Man smirked. Hey, isn't that guy kneeling down one of Kim Gun Yuong's underlings? He's kneeling before the guy he's supposed to be setting up? That's hilarious. Dong Man walked over to Jiang Jinmo. Hey, you idiot. What are you kneeling for? You were supposed to gather everyone here so he would be the one kneeling. Degun moved his lips and spoke. Hey, Jiang Jinmo. If you don't call them off, I'm going to kill you once this is over. Degun shot a death stare at Jiang Jinmo. Jiang Jinmo broke out in a cold sweat. Dong Man's crew finally realized who it was. Hey, wait. Is that the jerk who won that 4-on-1 fight? Another looked Degun up and down and clicked his tongue. Must be because his four opponents were all idiots. Look at him, he looks so weak. If someone like that came to DGUN, he'd be finished in seconds. Cha Jin-yu replied coldly, Humph, that guy is really lowering Jurian's reputation. But don't let your guard down. Dung Man and I have seen it before. That guy's strength is no joke. Degun took off his bag, thinking to himself that he had to throw hands again. He really didn't want to do this. One of Dung Man's guys scoffed, Ha, he looks like a toothpick. People really think he's strong? Min Bing Gan cracked his knuckles and stepped forward, confidently saying, Hey everyone, before we all jump in, can I go first? I need to warm up, and I'm curious just how strong is this boss of Jurion anyway. Min Bin Gan approached with a cocky swagger. He boasted, Let me tell you something before we start. I'm ranked in the top 10 of the first-year class at DGUN Technical High. Even if you are a Jurion student, I hope you won't disappoint me since your skills are supposed to be at a boss level, right? Degun looked around, annoyed. Damn it, where is this guy looking while he's talking? Min Bin Gan got irritated. Veins bulging, he shouted, Damn it, you annoying piece of trash. I don't know what you're looking at, but let me tell you. I'm looking straight at your face. Degun replied calmly, Yeah, I didn't know you were actually looking at me, but if you're planning to hit me, hurry up and get it over with. Degun calmly replied, Look, I don't know if you're actually staring at me, but if you're planning to take a swing, then hurry up and bring it. Min Bin Gan tried to intimidate Degun by holding up his hands and showing off his potbelly. He continued, Chi, with my special skill, a skill nobody knows about. I've developed vision that far exceeds any normal person's. Sooner or later, you're going to taste bitterness when you look into my eyes. The chubby guy charged toward Degun while still talking up a storm. As he closed the distance, he confidently declared, You little brat, since you're going to be on your knees begging for mercy anyway, you might as well get down there before I slap the heck out of you. Dumb Man, who had been listening this whole time, felt a headache coming on and sighed. Damn it, he almost turned me into a cripple back then. Min Bin Gan might look like a total fraud, but you had to be careful with his words. In the past, when I fought him, I had a really hard time dealing with those eyes. You have to focus on the opponent's eyes to counterattack, but his eyes are terrifying. They look like ox eyes. That's why it's so hard to dodge his strikes. Even though I can hold my own with my grappling skills, I don't know what he'll do in this situation, but one thing's for sure, it's not going to be easy. Just as he said that, Min Bin Gan was already caught in a headlock by Degun. He was clawing at Degun's arms, struggling. Dung Man frowned and said, Whoa, what the hell is that? He had a tight grip on his neck. It should be impossible to escape since those arms were locked tight, but he still looks completely conscious, doesn't he? Dung Man felt his temper flare. Clenching his fists, he shouted, Damn it. With his eyes darting around like that, who knows if he's still conscious or not? This is so damn annoying. Seeing Min Bin Gan struggling like that, Dung Man yelled, Hey, it's over. Just give up. Waiting for exactly that moment, Degun squeezed even harder. Min Bin Gan let out a scream, and a second later, Degun slowly let go, and Min Bin Gan's arms dropped limp. The others witnessed this and went silent. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. The fat guy collapsed to the ground. Degun asked in a low voice, Do you think I'll forgive you guys just because you gave up? Never. Min Bin Gan lay on the ground, white foam starting to bubble from his mouth. Degun didn't care, he continued. You came here with the intent to kill me, didn't you? You even dragged innocent people into this. If you guys keep crossing the line like this, I'm gonna fight you with the intent to kill you, too. Some of the high schoolers from DGUN were terrified deep down, but they still blustered. That son of a bitch, is he trying to act all cool? I don't think you realize what's happening right now. Taking down one guy doesn't mean it's over, you prick. Degun said nothing. Another guy in a gray uniform sneered. Hey, are you blind? There are 9 guys standing right in front of you. You think you're going to be the last one standing? Wake up from your dream, you moron. Degun handed his school bag to Ara. He told her, I'll handle this myself. Could you hold my bag? It's going to get dangerous, so get out of here. Ara replied, Okay. The second Degun turned away, Ara imagined 49 different scenarios of him being a CEO, and her face turned bright red. Gina, knowing exactly what she was thinking, reminded her, Hey, this isn't the time for romance. Degun stretched his body to warm up and shouted, All of you, come at me at once. The gray-uniformed crowd started strategizing. The guy with the bowl cut ordered, First, surround him, and then attack him with 5 people. That way, our formation won't break. If he goes down, we'll make sure he spends a few months in the hospital. With that, the whole gang rushed in. 5 guys surrounded Degun. He stood in the middle, looked around for a moment, and calculated in his head, If they surround me, I can use the wall to my advantage. No sooner said than done. Degun lunged, grabbed a guy standing near the wall, and smashed his head against it repeatedly. Thinking that wasn't enough of a warm-up, he added a few punches straight to his face. The bowl-cut guy saw this and charged in, shouting, "Damn it, you bastard." Degun quickly grabbed a handful of dirt from a nearby potted plant and threw it in the bowl-cut guy's face. The bowl-cut guy didn't dodge in time and cursed, "Aw, damn it, you cheater." The blonde guy also charged in, intending to land a lethal kick on Degun. But unfortunately for him, Degun was faster and grabbed the blonde guy's leg. He threw him aside, and another guy rushed in. Degun swiftly finished him off with an uppercut to the chin. The blonde guy scrambled to his feet to keep fighting, but before he could fully stand, Degun kicked him, sending his brain rattling. Idung Man watched this and muttered, "Damn it, I knew he was strong, but I didn't know he was this strong." But looking at the situation now, he might actually beat Kim Gun, Yuong, and Yu Jok. It looks like he might even become the freshman boss. I'm sure of it. Degun quickly took down another guy. Another one rushed in, but Degun's expression didn't change. He dodged the guy's punch and successfully landed a powerful strike to his neck. At this point, the guys in gray uniforms were feeling a bit of fear. Idung Man warned, "Hey, what are you doing? You should move forward, too." As soon as he said that, the idiots rushed in. Degun didn't take a break and charged in to meet them. Another guy got punched straight in the stomach by Degun, followed by a punch to the waist. The final blow was to the cheek. As soon as he finished with him, another guy jumped in. Degun decisively kicked him right in the middle of his stomach. With just one blow, the guy started foaming at the mouth and stopped, gasping for air like a dog. Degun didn't show mercy. He kicked him across the head, sending him flying to the side. Finally, he lay unconscious on the floor. Degun stood in the middle, breathing heavily. Only 2 leaders left. Degun wiped his sweat and said, "That's 7. As expected, fighting 7 people at once is pretty tough, but it's good for my health. Now there's just the 2 of you left, come on." Cha Jin-yu laughed, his eyes flickering with fear. He shouted, "Who? Ha. All right, is that all you've got, even though you're a monster, but..." Just then, Idung Man warned, "Ju, I think he's fought multiple people at once before. He knows how to use tactics. Whenever we both rush at him, he always stays in one spot to force us to line up in a row. That way, they can't corner him from any angle. Then, the person in the back gets blocked by the person in front and can't attack him. That's how he takes them down one by one. The first time we surrounded him, he immediately backed himself against the wall. He's very experienced, someone who knows how to fight multiple people and force them into his own pace." Right then, loud footsteps approached, and they whispered to each other, "Ch, ch, ch." I have to admit he's strong, but he's only strong up to a point. Degun's face darkened, and he cursed. What the hell is this garbage now? There were still plenty of gray uniformed guys left to take down, and the leader was still holding a weapon. Cha Jin-yu asked the brown-haired guy, "Are you sticking around?" The guy replied, "Yeah, but hold on, did those idiots really just get taken down already?" Then he looked Degun up and down, clicked his tongue, and said, "Tsk, just how strong is this guy? Anyway." With that, he casually grabbed his bat and stepped forward, grinning broadly as he told Degun, "Man, I'm so glad this baseball bat finally has a purpose. Sweet, my dream has always been to smack guys like you with this thing." Dung Man sneered, "Degun, you're pretty good, but who told you there were only 10 guys here? Even if you managed to take out those idiots, you're dead meat today." Degun scratched his head, feeling pretty annoyed now. He asked, "So, just how many of you punks are there in total?" Seeing Degun so calm, they replied, "You think you can take us all on by yourself." Suddenly, a voice came from behind Degun, who said he was alone. Both Cha Jin-yu and Dung Man looked toward the sound. Degun turned around, curious. It was Minsu. Degun asked, "Hey Minsu, why are you here?" Before Minsu could answer, there were more footsteps behind him. Degun was startled. "Wait, how did you guys know?" Manhwa and his 2 best friends replied, "Ugh, if our leader's getting jumped, we've got to come join the fun, right? How could we leave you alone?" Manhwa chuckled, "Yeah, we're here to help. You can't handle all these losers by yourself." Manhwa stepped up, eyes wide with intensity, and declared, "You looked like you were about to kick the bucket, so we came to bail you out. I don't like that you stole the top dog spot from me, but I can't just watch you die, either." Upon hearing this, our boy looked confused and started scanning the crowd. "But how did you find this place?" Also, Degun spotted a familiar face nearby. "Are you Jang Jin-mo?" The guy, Jang Jin-mo, immediately put a finger to his lips, shushing him. The scene left Dung Man confused and suspicious. "What the? Didn't you tell me Degun was in danger?" "Well, I told Manhwa to come with me anyway." "Ha ha." Jang Jin-mo scratched his head, looking flustered. I was just muttering to myself while walking. Ugh, he's got sharp ears. How did he even hear that? Dung Man snapped, his face contorting in anger. You bastard, are you making a fool out of me? Hey you, this is all your fault. Honestly, I can't deal with you anymore. Whatever, I'm killing you anyway. Dong Man didn't stop shouting, letting out his frustration. Just watch, I'm gonna take down both of you. You guys are done for. The reckless actions of the opponent were starting to really get on Jin's nerves. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Honestly, that guy always forces me to do such dirty work. I don't even like him. Jin started shouting. I'm not some puppet for you to trample on. And I'm not working for a piece of trash like you anymore. Kim Yuong, you guys better be ready to die, you damn mutts. These declarations left Dung Man and Cha Jinyu completely stunned. Damn it all. Manho seized the moment, eyes locked on Jin, and asked, All right, so you're on our side now. Good, we've got one more. Looking at the situation, Manho assessed. They've got about 7 or 8 guys. Who's the toughest one? Clearly, it's those two. Dung Man and Cha Jinyu. After calculating the odds, Manho gave his orders. Degun, you can take those 2 on, right? The rest of us will handle the others. Beside him, Manho added a careful warning. And Minsu, you stay right here. Minsu knew his own limits and nodded immediately. Sure, I don't know how to fight anyway. Staying here is for the best. Manho could only accept it. Helpless. That was a quick answer. On the other side, Dung Man started sizing them up. That redhead used to be their gang's leader. He's still acting tough. Looks like he's on par with their leader. And the guy next to him is Zhang. Looks like he's pushing 40. How pathetic. Can't believe they actually hired an old guy to fight. Suddenly, the main character turned his gaze toward Manho, saying, Thanks for coming out here to help, but I'm sorry. Other than looking cool, I don't really trust you guys. Our boy was always focused on the reality of the situation. He saw that everyone would have to take on 1 or 2 guys each, and the other side had weapons. Hearing this, Manho's determination flared up even more. He declared, I'm no Manho, a ruthless warrior. These weapons in front of me are nothing but mosquitoes, don't you worry. Manho dropped his school bag on the ground with a heavy, forceful thud. He issued the challenge. Are we starting yet? The rest of the team reached into their bags, ready. It's been a while since I've used these. They were all pulling mysterious items from their bags. Their confidence was sky high. Even if there was a wall of steel in front of them, it didn't matter. Manho pulled out a massive weapon. Even Jiang Min was ready with the metal in his hands, prepared to fight. The spiked club sat perfectly in the chubby hands of Jiang. At that very moment, No Manho made it clear to his opponents once more. I might have lost at school, but this isn't school property anymore. The main character looked at his teammates with a confused expression, thinking, what is wrong with these guys? Why do they have weapons in their school bags? And why are they even bothering to go to school? In the heat of the moment, a heavy-set guy resting his chin on his hand predicted, I heard that Redhead is a master of all weapons, a weapon prodigy. His teammate, annoyed, wanted to cut him off. What are you talking about? You fat slob, you've been playing too many games. Regardless, the fat guy kept muttering his thoughts. But I don't think that guy's our age either. Jiang Min overheard a few of their words and quickly leaned into Manho's ear. I think they're talking about you. Manho? Manho's tone immediately shifted to a challenge. Hey, you with the baseball bat. Do you even know how to use it, or are you just holding it? The guy flared up and retorted, I only need to know how to smash someone's skull in. Do I need to know anything else? Manho, taking advantage of the guy's frustration, provoked him further. Typical idiot, doesn't know a thing. Bring it on, I'll teach you a lesson. Right after that, Kim Do-hyun charged, shouting, damn it. If you end up with brain damage, don't blame me. Manho, fueled by the moment, egged him on. Try your best then. Kim Do-hyun, though a bit panicked, forced himself forward. I'm gonna kill you. Observing the opponent's movements and stance, Manho realized it instantly. He was right-handed. A total amateur using a baseball bat would lift it to the right and swing diagonally. The way to block this attack. Even without knowing what would happen next, Manho unleashed his move, starting by throwing rock powder. Stone dust filled the air, forcing Kim Do-hyun to slam his eyes shut in pain. This was the golden opportunity. No Manho raised his arm high, winding up for his strike. A direct blow to the chest. Die, you bastard. The strike was powerful and hit dead on, causing Kim Do-hyun to cough up strange things from his throat. And the situation didn't stop there. No Manho drove his foot straight into the guy's groin. A perfectly precise kick, hitting the mark by a millimeter. Things were spiraling past the breaking point. Kim Do-hyun couldn't hold his ground for even another second. His knees buckled in agony. No Manho, always meticulous, he even threw in an extra kick that sent his opponent flying face up. The brutal display unfolding before them terrified the other guys. They looked on with uneasy eyes, thinking, man, this guy is seriously insane. He's playing for keeps. Ignoring the criticism, No Man Ho affirmed to himself, man, I'm actually pretty good at this. The more No Man Ho fought, the more fired up he got. He turned his gaze to the four guys in front of him and beckoned. All right, you remaining pieces of trash come at me all at once. The rest of the team started losing their cool after watching No Man Ho in action, their voices trembling with fear. Is this a 2-on-1 tag team? What kind of crap are you talking about? I don't have time for this nonsense. One of them assessed the situation and guessed, that guy is carrying a ton of weapons. We need to find a way to deal with his dirty tricks. No Man Ho, sensing their hesitation, goaded them even harder. If you cowards aren't coming, then I'm coming for you. If you want to live, get down here and beg for mercy. The small fry started rushing in, throwing out empty threats. The bastard was trying to calculate in his head, if I defend and attack at the same time. However, before he could even finish that thought, No Man Ho was already on him like a predator on prey. A baseball bat smashed straight into his hip, sending his whole body flying through the air weightlessly. The fat Wibu guy didn't hold back, rushing in with a smug, competitive expression. But it was all just wishful thinking. The middle-aged uncle, Jong Min, struck him with a wrench and growled, "Where do you think you're going?" The fat guy took the wrench to the face, his features contorting in pain. "You, where did you suddenly jump in from?" At that third arrogant question, a wrench was ready to be buried straight into the fat guy's head. The situation got intense, and the weaker side started to crack, with the others backing away in pure terror. "Hey, these guys are totally crazy. Grab anything you can find as a weapon." One guy offered up a substitute. "I've got a bottle of soju here. This isn't too dangerous, right?" The other guy replied in a panic. Now is not the time to be thinking about that. As soon as their idea formed, Jong Min crushed it. A massive punch left the opponent completely dazed and out of the fight. But just as Jong Min was dealing with his teammate, the remaining coward tried to sneak a kick in, shouting, "Die, you piece of trash." However, he got instant karma. The big guy, JR, landed a kick right in his gut. "You're the one who needs to die." The brown-haired guy just stood there watching for a while, muttering in disgust, "Damn, what a chaotic mess." He walked straight up to A Dung Man and provoked him. "Looks like your side can't do anything, huh? You guys just gonna stand here and have a shouting match? If you're not coming to fight me, I'm coming for you." I Dung Man and Che Jin Yu struck cool, boss-like poses and said, "We were going to step in last, but if it's 2-on-1, that works too." However, I Dung Man still had to insist after what Cha Jin Yu said. "I actually prefer a 1-on-1 duel." At this early stage, I Dung Man was still full of himself. His demeanor was confident. Even if he were fighting 10 people, he believed he'd win as long as they didn't know how to fight like a pro boxer. I Dung Man stepped straight toward Degun. He warned his teammate beforehand, "I'll go first. If things don't look good, you support me from behind." I Dung Man's eyes were filled with confidence. He calculated in his head, "I only ever need 1 or 2 punches to scramble a guy's face, so no matter what, I'm gonna win this." The first move, something like a shoulder charge, came from I Dung Man, slamming straight into the main character's gut. However, there wasn't a single injury, nor did the main character even flinch. The situation left I Dung Man frozen, unable to comprehend it. Can that guy really neutralize my attack that easily? Realizing I Dung Man was in trouble, Cha Jin Yu ran in to help. He sneak attacked the main character in a cowardly way. A flurry of kicks followed. The main character tried to dodge, but couldn't avoid them all. He was now surrounded from behind. Jongmin grabbed DGUN tightly and declared confidently, "Gotcha now. You know what it means to be grabbed from behind in wrestling. It means it's over." The main character was suddenly confused. A wrestler? The main character's feet scrambled uncertainly on the ground. I Dung Man, behind him, was still arrogant, gripping DGUN tightly. "I'll teach you some manners." He noticed the main character was about to shift his movement and shouted, "Where the hell are you trying to run to? You aren't getting away, you dog." That muscular frame was determined not to let the main character go. He clung on like a leech. Time to end this right here. The situation was moving further beyond DGUN's expectations. The muscular I Dung Man hoisted the main character into the air. It was because of this attack that DGUN finally realized it was a suplex. To explain the suplex. It's a wrestling technique where the opponent is grabbed and thrown backward by the attacker. Sure enough, things were going exactly as the main character had feared. I Dung Man was trying to put all his strength into lifting him up like a toy. That dangerous situation made the main character determined not to give up. He kept his arm gripped firmly against the wall, holding on. A strange situation began to unfold. Everything seemed to freeze in place. I Dung Man looked back, bewildered, asking himself, "What the hell? Why can't I move?" After a moment, the smooth-brained I-Dung man noticed Degun's arm and cursed under his breath. Did that bastard intentionally get close to the wall? As soon as he realized the main character's intention, I-Dung man resisted violently. Damn it. With one move, he ripped the main character's hand off the wall, and both of them tumbled to the ground. Even though the situation currently seemed to favor I-Dung man, the guy was still terrified, muttering to himself, I can only pull off a basic suplex. I can't let him get away. Although the big, fat I-Dung man was pinning the main character down, Degun still tried his best to resist, refusing to yield to his opponent. A struggle ensued between the two, one trying to hold on tight, the other trying to break free. After rolling around for a bit, their positions suddenly shifted. The main character went from being on the bottom to being on top, overpowering him. No matter what, I-Dung man couldn't have expected Degun to counterattack with such terrifying speed. He was absolutely terrified. I-Dung man's face went pale, his thoughts paralyzed by fear. No. If I stay underneath him like this, he's way too dangerous. My guy brought his fist down hard. But behind him, Cha Jin-yu was still rushing in. That guy always took every chance he could to land a cheap shot when my guy was distracted. What a dirty player. A powerful kick knocked away the arm. Degun was winding up for a punch. He couldn't afford to just keep going blindly. Jong Man backed away, staying on guard. Degun felt annoyed. So damn annoying. Those two work way too well together. Cha Jin-yu just landed and immediately checked on his teammate. I-Dung man, you alright? I-Dung man still hadn't shaken off his fear, collapsing to the ground. Thanks, Cha Jin-yu. That was too close. Looks like we need to be really careful when getting near this guy. He even gave his teammate advice. Cha Jin-yu, you've got to hit him with hit-and-run tactics. You're good at that. This Cha Jin-yu was a ranker from DGUN Technical High School, specializing in Taekwondo. Cha Jin-yu's eyes filled with determination. He told I-Dung man, I'll keep the pressure on him, so watch my back. Right after saying that, Cha Jin-yu lunged forward, bursting with intensity. The protagonist wasn't fazed, his eyes showing zero fear. Cha Jin-yu's rapid-fire kicks were truly unpredictable, fast, and incredibly powerful. Luckily, the protagonist managed to dodge the first few strikes. In the next few seconds, Cha Jin-yu accelerated, his legs moving with ruthless precision. In just a few moments, he launched 1,000 different movements, and eventually, those kicks finally connected with Degun's body. My guy's arm seemed to have taken some damage. I-Dung man watched from the sidelines, his eyes filled with anxious questions. Hung, are you sure this is working? Come to think of it, Cha Jin-yu's attack style isn't simple either. Maybe these two are pretty evenly matched. The protagonist and Cha Jin-yu were locked in a fierce, head-on confrontation. The fight dragged on because both sides were just as strong as the other. At one point, Cha Jin-yu even managed a 180-degree kick. In that moment, the protagonist suddenly realized, so his specialty is kicking. Degun quickly figured out his next move. Then I'll just close the distance between us. However, Cha Jin-yu was quite sharp, his eyes darting around as he read the movements. The distance between them quickly widened again, and he threw out a fierce punch. However, the protagonist shifted his footing, determined not to let his opponent get what he wanted. The two faced off, locking eyes in a battle of wills, turning up the heat in the fight. Looking back at the chain of moves, Degun predicted. He's trying to keep his distance. Is that a basic Taekwondo skill? That guy is trying to keep his range to throw kicks. When I get close, he'll either kick or punch depending on the distance, then back off. The protagonist looked around, spotting I-Dung man in his peripheral vision as well. He analyzed the situation internally. I think that guy is waiting to see how things play out. He'll jump in when he has an advantage or finds an opening. The battle was in a tense stalemate when suddenly all three stopped, a strange air of uncertainty hanging over them. Cha Jin-yu was feeling pretty good about himself and his teammate. This strategy was working, and they actually had a chance to win. At the same time, the protagonist smirked. I've got the general idea now. Time to finish this dog off. With that thought, Degun lunged straight at Cha Jin-yu, his momentum exploding. The main goal of this attack was to close the gap. Once the distance was short enough, all of Cha Jin-yu's punches and kicks would miss their mark. Cha Jin-yu's arm tried its hardest to land a hit on Degun. Punches and kicks rained down, but unfortunately, despite going all out, he didn't get any results. On the contrary, Cha Jin-yu's face was covered in wounds, and blood was dripping from his nose. He even questioned himself. Did I just get hit? I-Dung man realized Cha Jin-yu was losing his edge and rushed in to help, but his punch narrowly missed my guy. Cha Jin-yu watched in surprise, not even understanding what happened. I actually lost consciousness for a second there. Damn it, I let my guard down. But thanks to I-Dung man, the guy hadn't finished him off yet. While his teammate rushed in, Cha Jin-yu kept trying to calm himself down. Stay calm while Dung Man buys time. This time, I'll find the perfect distance. On the other side, Dung Man was doing his best to grab the protagonist, but his action was immediately seen through. There was no hope for success. Degun scoffed. That's way too obvious. Even if you try a fake move with your wrist, I know exactly what kind of lock you're trying to pull. Just like that, the protagonist exploited the weakness and fighting style of his opponent, his arm tightening around Dung Man's throat. The moment Dung Man was taken down was when Cha Jin-yu finally regained his composure. He summoned all his courage and charged in, his hateful expression making Degun's skin crawl. Your friendship is so disgusting, and you guys aren't giving me a single second to catch my breath. Ignoring the protagonist's words, Cha Jin-yu threw everything into his leg movements. As soon as he found the right distance, he launched a strike straight forward, his eyes filled with absolute resolve. However, the protagonist faced him with total indifference. Judging the situation, I've already figured out all your tricks. Because he knew every move the opponent would make, most of the protagonist's subsequent actions were counters. A single punch from earlier had left Cha Jin-yu looking dazed and foolish. His body couldn't take it anymore, his heavyweight crashing down toward the ground. Taking advantage of the opponent being pinned down, Degun unleashed a kick straight onto the floor. Cha Jin-yu seemed to understand his fate was sealed. Without a moment's hesitation, the protagonist's foot strikes were relentless, almost mechanical. Contrary to his earlier confidence, Cha Jin-yu's face twisted in pain, and he couldn't stop himself from drooling. At the perfect moment, with fierce intensity, my guy combined a kick and a massive, earth-shattering punch. Wherever the punch went, light seemed to follow, and the opponent's face vanished into the impact, blood flying everywhere in a tragic display. In an instant, Cha Jin-yu collapsed to the ground, his arms going limp. The blood on my guy's hands was still thick. He beckoned to the others. Hey, you the last one standing over there. Come on in, let's do this. Cha Jin-yu, who had been considered an equal to the protagonist by Dung Man earlier, was now lying flat on the ground. Minsu stood far away, terrified, forced to admit the truth. DGUN is seriously strong. Whoa, he's like a main character straight out of a webtoon. Jin, standing right next to him, immediately brushes it off. Main character, my foot. Over on the other side, our guy smooths his hair, looking cool, and lets out a breath. I've handled one of them. Where's the other one? You still not up yet? Right after the main character's taunts, that guy, Dung Man, finally forces himself up, his eyes burning with hatred. Damn it. Degun doesn't want to waste any more time on this nonsense. He closes the distance, every move swift and urgent. He speaks right to his face. Let's wrap this up. What a waste of time. Why don't you crawl out here yourself? Confronted by our guy's arrogant confidence, Dung Man can't suppress the pain inside, snapping, shut your mouth. Dung Man keeps thinking to himself, he's like a damn monster. I can't punch him, I can't grapple him. I don't think I can win this. Even though he knows his own limits, Dung Man is still determined to give it one last shot. His feet pick up speed, and he mutters to himself, one last time, at least. His goal is crystal clear. Our main character sees right through it and calls him out, trying to take me down again. Huh. Degun casually sets up his strike, placing a massive fist right in front of Dung Man. The punch lands, completely twisting the guy's face. I'm bored now. Even though Dung Man is muscular and was acting all high and mighty in the beginning, in the end, he's left numb by our guy's fists. His face is swollen, his teeth jutting out all crooked. Dung Man is at his limit, his legs losing balance, his whole body falling backward with nothing to catch him. Our guy decides to crank up the pain. He grabs Dung Man tight and slams him onto his back. In an instant, Degun has achieved his goal. He pins his opponent to the ground, the impact causing Dung Man's spine to creak loudly. The tide is completely turned. The main character sits comfortably on top of Dung Man, and no matter how much the guy struggles, he can't break free. Terrified, he thinks, damn it, this position is dangerous. I've got to find a way out. His legs tremble, trying to fight back. The main character has total control of the fight. He questions his opponent. What are you doing? You don't have the strength to escape. Your friend got in the way earlier, so I didn't finish it. Want me to finish the job now? Backed into a corner with nothing left to lose, D-Man starts cursing like crazy. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake, those words are just more bait for Degun. He throws a punch with every ounce of his power. Every time our guy's arm moves, the other guy's face gets more mangled. Saliva and sweat fly everywhere like rain. All the frustration our guy has been bottling up is finally being released. Every punch he lands acts as a therapeutic release. Jin, watching from afar, has to shift her gaze. Gone is her earlier indifference, replaced by sheer, total shock. Our guy isn't done with the fight yet. He winds up for another heavy punch, but a voice stops him. Stop. I give up, okay? Dung Man collapses at Degun's feet, unable to handle the pain anymore, begging him to stop. I was wrong. I won't mess with you ever again. The main character actually wanted to get some information, so he speaks up, staring straight at this piece of trash. The guy starts whining again. You're really gonna keep getting involved with Kim Long? Right after Dungman's foolish words, he gets met with another barrage of punches. Every hit makes his head feel like it's warping. His teeth and face go completely stiff. Our guy feels like the other. Guy still isn't being sincere or well-behaved enough, so he grabs him by the throat to shut his filthy mouth. The pain is too much, and Dungman can only beg. Stop. Just stop. DGUN warns him. Quit being so stubborn. You're gonna die today, chasing after someone named Kim Gun Yuong. What did that jerk do to you anyway? Did he even do anything to you? Faced with those words, the guy stays silent, only his screams continuing. Our guy looks at the fat man and delivers his point clearly. The reason you came to this school is obvious to disrupt the order of Kim Long, right? Who do you think can stabilize Kim Long now? DGUN gives Dungman two choices, Kim Gun Yuong or the guy currently choking you. Over at the park, Jiang Jinmo glares angrily at Kim Gun Yuong. Kim Gun Yuong sees Jiang Jin standing with his hands in his pockets and frowns, annoyed. What's with that attitude? Get your hands out of your pockets. Jiang Jinmo says nothing and takes a few steps forward. Kim Gun Yuong finds it strange, looking up at Jiang Jinmo with a confused expression, then looks down to see Jiang Jinmo balling his fists. Kim Gun Yuong gives him a bewildered look, thinking, what the hell is going on? The next second, Jiang Jinmo throws a punch straight at Kim Gun Yuong's face, but unfortunately for him, Kim Gun Yuong quickly dodges it. Another side swipe punch follows, but luckily, Kim Gun Yuong dodges that one too. He blurts out, what the FCAK, you prick. As soon as he finishes, he lands a solid hit on Jiang Jinmo's waist. The guy cries out in pain. Seeing this, the redhead rushes in. Kim Gun Yuong grinds his teeth, muttering, damn it, this mob. The redhead lands a kick right on Kim Gun Yuong, and then the gray-haired guy joins the fray too. This time, Kim Gun Yuong can't dodge. The gray-haired guy's fist lands flush on his cheek. The last guy, the one with black hair, seizes the opportunity to jump in. While Kim Gun Yuong is still dazed from the last hit, the black-haired guy kicks him, sending him falling backward. Jiang Jinmo follows up by planting another punch on his face. Kim Gun Yuong's face is all swollen, and he's fuming inside, cursing, you bunch of bastards. Kim Gun Yuong just stands there, stunned, while the four guys swarm him like zombies, looking to tear him to pieces. At the hospital, Aina looks incredibly sad. She remembers when DGUN led the group into a fight, and she wonders to herself if everything really needs to be solved with violence. Back to Kim Gun Yuong, honestly, there's no way he can take on all four of them alone. At this point, running is the best policy. Thinking that, Kim Gun Yuong hightails it out of there as fast as he can. The four guys see him run and chase after him, holding onto all that pent-up resentment, acting like rabid dogs thirsty for blood. Kim Gun Yuong runs for his life, with Jiang, Jinmo, and his crew tailing him just as fast. Running through alley after alley, Kim Gun Yuong keeps glancing back to see if he's shaken them off yet. Unfortunately, he trips over an obstacle in the road. Jiang Jinmo sees this and eagerly raises his fist, planning to land a hit. But luckily, Kim Gun Yuong manages to keep his balance and dodges Jin's attack, successfully slapping Jiang Jin back. But the truth is, it's hard to fight four people at once. Kim Gun Yuong ends up getting kicked hard in the stomach by one of the others. The guy stumbled into the nearby wall. The gray-haired guy frowned in annoyance and barked, we're going to take it easy on you, you piece of trash. Jiang Jinmo also chuckled and chimed in. Ha ha, why are you running away like a coward? Did anyone even do anything yet? Did we touch you? Did we lay a hand on you? I told you, you reap what you sow. Haven't you had a great time pushing us around lately? Take a good look at this loser's face. It's all crumpled up like a monkey's ass. Ha ha. Kim Gun Yuong leaned against the wall, watching them, feeling a knot of anxiety in his stomach. Jiang Jinmo frowned and continued, you're useless on your own now. I honestly can't believe you managed to lose like that. I was such an idiot for always listening to you back then. Hey, Kim Gun Yuong. Let's never cross paths again, you pathetic loser. At the hospital, a young man lay in a coma, completely unconscious. Gina looked at DGUN, her heart aching. The longer she stared, the heavier she felt. She bit her lip, a wave of irritation rising within her. She thought to herself, DGUN, I'll make the people who did this to you pay. So please, Cha Jin Yu, can you just wake up? I'm begging you. Back at school, a male student held up his phone and said, hey, did you hear? I heard Kim Gun Yuong got absolutely wrecked by Jiang Jin last night. Without another word, he played the video for his friend. The friend watched and exclaimed, "Whoa, Kim Gun Yuong is such a joke. He always acts so tough. What the hell happened here?" Just then, a hand reached in and shoved the classroom door open. Jang Jinmo and his arrogant crew swaggered in, their noses practically pointing to the ceiling. Their classmates whispered among themselves, "Damn, I guess the hierarchy has changed, right?" Jang Jinmo threw his legs up on his desk, loud and cocky, and shouted, "Hey, that dog Kim Gun Yuong isn't here yet? Well, I guess he doesn't have the guts to show his face at school anymore." Haha. Two sycophantic students rushed over and bowed politely. Jang Jinmo. What about the errand running? Do we still need to do it like before? Jang Jinmo grinned and turned to his black-haired henchman. "What do you think? How should we handle this?" The black-haired guy chuckled. "Let's hold a race. Whoever wins gets to be the new errand boy." Right at that moment, footsteps echoed into the room. Jang Jinmo jumped, startled, and turned to see who it was. The moment he saw Degun, his entire body began to tremble, his mouth stammering. "Ah, Degun, good morning." In a split second, Jang Jinmo whipped his hands out of his pockets and dropped his legs from the desk, instantly shifting into a cowering, submissive posture. His tone turned incredibly soft. Jang Jinmo stuttered. What brings you here?" Degun chuckled lightly. "Congratulations on becoming the new big shot. You seem to be having a lot of fun." Jang Jinmo scratched his head, looking bashful. Well, I've never really felt this kind of power before. But thank you, Degun. I am where I am because of you." Suddenly, Degun's expression hardened. He glared at Jang Jinmo and said, "Make a choice. Do you want to fight me with your status as big shot, or do you want to take a beating and call it a day?" Jang Jinmo obediently stood up, covering his groin, and pleaded, "Degun, please go easy on me. I'm begging you." Degun replied, "Easy? Sure." The others nearby didn't dare breathe. Degun raised his fist and smiled. "All right, I'll go easy." His fist brushed gently against Jang Jinmo's cheek. Suddenly, something felt strange. Jang Jinmo felt surprisingly better. One of Degun's punches made him feel light as a feather. He thought, "He hit me. But why do I feel so relieved? Is it because he held back that much? Why does it feel like my body is floating into the air? I'm literally flying." Suddenly, Jang Jinmo realized, "Oh, for heaven's sake. What the hell? How far am I going to fly? Stop. There's no way one punch could make me fly like this." As it turned out, that single punch sent Jang Jinmo collapsing to the floor, his soul practically leaving his body. Degun watched him, sighed, and muttered, "Geez, this kid." He then remembered there were others and turned to ask, clearing his throat, "Oh, you guys are all in this together, right? Should I take care of you all at once?" Seeing this, the black-haired guy frantically raised his hands in surrender. Wait, brother. What group? We disbanded that group 3 seconds ago." Degun placed a hand on the black-haired guy's shoulder and sighed. "Fine." He leaned in and whispered, "Remember, no more picking on people or causing a scene. From now on, keep your heads down and live quietly. You got that?" All three of them shouted in unison, "Yes," loud and clear. As Degun walked out of the classroom, the red-haired guy scratched his head and whispered, "My dream from now on is to be a crushed soda can." The gray-haired guy chimed in, "Want to compete to see whose life is more pathetic? I'm pretty confident I'd win." Once Degun was out of earshot, the gray-haired guy changed his tune. "Man, he really is the strongest person I've ever met." He turned to Jang Jinmo, slapped him, and shouted, "Hey, wake up, you idiot." After taking down the boss of the 4th grade, Degun stepped into the hallway like a god among men, handsome and a lethal fighter, drawing every eye. Just 1 week after transferring, he had conquered all 4 grades. He returned to his desk, put on his glasses, and started his homework. However, the noisy monkeys next to him wouldn't stop chattering. Jongmin shouted, "Woohoo! Go, go. In this freshman year, you're the greatest treasure we have." No Manho jumped up, laughing, "I can't believe it. You conquered 4 grades, you're the absolute top. You're flying high as a kite." Bang Ho Dong leaned in and whispered, "Oh my god, you're the best of the best. Go Degun, go Degun." Degun felt extremely annoyed. He tapped his notebook against the faces of these 3 loud monkeys, reminding them to stay quiet. Bang Ho Dong rubbed his face, thinking to himself, "Hey, compared to the first beating, that was just a gentle touch." "Degun, when are you finally going to go play games with us?" "I just hit gold rank." Degun adjusted his glasses and sighed. "Geez, you guys are so annoying." "Fine, let's go check it out after school." Jongmin was overjoyed, tears streaming down his face. "Oh, gods, my prayers have finally reached you." No Man Ho forced a nervous laugh. "Ah, but I'm only... Well, never mind. Ha ha." Bang Ho Dong started making noise again. Be quiet, you monkey. Jongmin, shut up for a second. My head is pounding. Let's just go already, before Degun changes his mind. Degun warned, if you guys keep making a scene, I'm staying home. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at Jongmin's shirt. I want to go, too. Jongmin responded bluntly, but Guji, you don't even play League? Guji retorted, yes, I do. Jongmin snapped back, don't lie, you. Guji was flustered and couldn't answer. Jongmin pressed on, hey, caught you in a lie. You're only saying that because you want to go. With Degun, right? Ha. Before he could finish, the fragile-looking girl punched him straight in the face and roared, shut your mouth. I can just sit there and play Pikachu. Next to you guys, chaos ensued as No Man Ho scrambled to pull Guji back. Bang Ho Dong tried to intervene, but it was useless. Guji kept kicking and cursing. Sometimes having a mouth faster than your brain is a crime, you moron. In the 5th grade, Yu-ja kept making phone calls, but the other end kept hanging up. Suji crossed her arms, looking annoyed, and asked, is Kim Gun Yuong planning on dropping out? He didn't lose his one-on-one fight or anything, so what's the problem? Yu recalled what Kim Gun Yuong had once said. Of course, I'm not going to school. I'd be so embarrassed if I ran into those second-rate losers. Yu-ja sighed, feeling like he might never set foot in school again. Bitch, Suji frowned, but that new kid. He's handsome and can fight, but he's seriously annoying. He's just too perfect. She turned to look at Jock. So, what are you going to do now? You aren't actually planning on giving up to that new guy, are you? Just because you're on your own now, you've lost your confidence? Yu-Jock answered hesitantly. Well, I guess I am a bit worried. Bitch, Suji sighed. If you were going to be like that, you shouldn't have been so power-hungry from the start, or just form an alliance with everyone else left. Yu-Jock let out a weary sigh. An alliance? It's not like I haven't thought about it, but the remaining classes are 4, 5, 7, 8, and 9. Suddenly, he felt like something was off. He turned to her and asked, hey, didn't you say you didn't care about your reputation? Bitch, Suji looked away. I do. I don't care about those stupid rankings at all. At that moment, Suji's mind was flooded with images from that class. Her face suddenly flushed hot. She bit her lip and thought to herself, I can't believe that word actually slipped out of my mouth that day. She thought, that jerk. What should I do to bully him now? The next morning, in class 1, Jongmin walked into the classroom, full of energy. Hey, is Degun here? Did you make it home safely yesterday? Degun felt a bit awkward. Having someone care about him like that felt strange. Jongmin saw Degun studying and walked over with a mysterious smile. Whoa, studying first thing in the morning? Degun replied nonchalantly. Yeah, so what? Jongmin bluntly remarked. Damn, Degun. You actually look more suited for studying than playing games. Degun muttered to himself. This jerk Jongmin is trying to pick a fight again. At the PC Bang yesterday afternoon, Jongmin had shouted, Degun, now. Hit him, hit him. No, not that spot. Just then, a huge defeat flashed on the screen. A bit annoyed, Jongmin turned to Degun. Hey Degun, you said you were going to carry the team. Are you actually gold rank? Are you hacking? How else would you be this bad? Just then, the sound of a mouse clicking filled the air. Jongmin looked at the way Degun was handling the mouse and felt a sudden chill down his spine. Degun warned him, don't get too sucked into the game. It might get you into real trouble. Guji, who was watching, chimed in, hey, shut your mouth and just play. You really want to risk your life for a game. After scolding him, she looked at Degun, her left hand subconsciously brushing through her hair. She said softly, Degun, don't mind him. At the end of the day, people who risk their lives over games are just idiots. Degun replied, yeah, thanks. Suddenly, a loud slamming sound echoed through the room. Guji cursed, damn it. No, what are you doing? Blocking my path? Huh. Just a few slams on the desk and the result changed. Guji gasped in surprise. Oh, I won. Degun, sitting next to her, was left speechless. Suddenly, someone leaned their hand on the table. It was the PC Bang owner. He looked at Guji and reminded her, hey students, didn't you see the sign about not hitting the desks and chairs while gaming? Guji looked where he was pointing. A second later, the owner gave a friendly smile and announced, kids, you're kicked out. Remembering the incident from yesterday made Degun feel a little embarrassed. He faked a few coughs and said to the No Man Ho group, hey, if we hadn't been kicked out, I would have shown you my real skills. He hadn't warmed up in a while, after all. Degun stood up and sighed. All right, whatever. I have to head to another class anyway. Jongmin asked, bewildered. Is someone else trying to challenge you? Degun took off his glasses, revealing a stunningly handsome face, and replied coldly, no, there are just a few issues I need to take care of. Degun walked alone down the hallway, thinking, the violence control project isn't just about beating up bullies. The ultimate goal is to improve the school's image. Degun stopped in front of a classroom and asked, "Where's Kim Min-dong?" Kim Min-dong stood before Degun, scratching his head nervously. "Haha, what are you here for? Like you said, we're keeping a low profile now." Degun crossed his arms and asked, "Is that so? How's your hand? It looks like it's doing okay." Kim Min-dong eagerly made a wave gesture and laughed. "Oh, wow, so you came here just to check on me? No need to worry. My hand is almost healed. I can even wiggle my fingers now." As he said that, a flash of light cut through the air. Degun had slashed right through Kim Min-dong's wave. Kim Min-dong yelled, "Ah, what the hell?" Degun reminded him, "I told you not to get cocky, didn't I?" After saying that, Degun turned to leave, but didn't forget to add, "It's best if you keep living like this. Don't do anything stupid again." Degun headed to class 3, glancing around, thinking he needed to keep an eye on them. But the Sim Sim Sang Bo group wasn't even at school. Tsuke. He scanned the classroom, seeing everyone chatting happily. He thought, well, the guy who hit the punching bag is gone. You guys look pretty decent now. Everything looks peaceful here, so I guess there's no problem. All right, on to the next class. In class 6, everyone was busy playing around. Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on the desk and shouted, "Shut the hell up." Jang Jin-mo was wearing glasses today, holding a book, and yelled, "Can't you guys be quiet so I can study?" Jang Jin-mo's crew cursed. What the hell? A guy who never touched a book is suddenly acting like he wants to study? Are you on drugs or something? Someone mentioned he should have just taken one pill, but he wasn't listening. Jang Jin-mo didn't care. His mind was entirely filled with Gina. He mused, Gina is the top student in the whole school. To be the kind of man worthy of her, I have to study really hard. Hee hee hee. Just then, a girl's voice cut in. Hey, Jang Jin-mo. Bitch Suji brushed her hair, frowning with clear annoyance. If you want to study, shut your mouth and study by yourself. Why are you dragging others into it? Jang Jin-mo turned pale with fear, stuttering, sorry, Suji. Haha. His crony, seeing this, whispered a retort. Why are you being such a wimp, you idiot? Did you forget bitch Suji is right here? We got to save our own skin at least, haven't we? Bitch Suji kept brushing her hair, suddenly remembering the other day. She felt an unexplainable sense of unease. During the fight, when she faced Degun, she had accidentally called him Appa. She thought, damn. I already made up an excuse that day, but I wonder if they believed it. With that thought, she beckoned to Jang Jin-mo. Hey, you fatty. Get over here, now. Jang Jin-mo scrambled over, clutching his book, looking like a total mess. Oh, I'm sorry, okay? Jang Jin-mo approached bitch Suji and whispered. Yes? Is there something you need? Bitch Suji asked. Hey, you remember that time? Jang Jin-mo looked blank. Yes? When was that? Bitch Suji went on. Remember the day Degun came looking for you and I showed up to save you? That day, I slapped Degun once and knocked his glasses off. While Tae was fixing his hair, he picked up his glasses and just stared at me. I was so flustered that I said some things I shouldn't have. You remember that I didn't call Degun Appa that time, right? I didn't call him that. But at that moment, I was just thinking about my lover, so it just slipped out. I didn't mean anything by it. You get that, right? Jang Jin-mo replied robotically while listening. Oh, yes, of course. I totally get how you feel. Suddenly, bitch Suji lowered her voice. A second later, she stood up coldly, grabbed a comb, and shouted, Are you even listening to me with that indifferent attitude? Jang Jin-mo rushed to say, No. I'm listening intently, I swear. Bitch Suji sighed, Fine. I'll let it slide this time. Listen up. Here's what I meant back then. Just as she said that, a familiar voice called out from outside. Jang Jin-mo. Hearing his name, Jang Jin-mo turned and ran straight toward Degun. He said cheerfully, Degun, did you call me? Seeing Degun, bitch Suji felt an indescribable sensation inside. Her body burning up like fire, she gripped the comb tightly without saying a word. Degun stood at the classroom door and told Jang Jin-mo, All right, just do it like that. You understand what I said, right? Jang Jin-mo scratched his head and replied, Yeah, I got it. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Degun waved and walked away, not forgetting to leave a final warning. If you breathe a word of this to anyone, you know what happens. Anyway, bye. I'm off. Jang Jin-mo bowed politely. Yes, have a safe trip. I'll give it my all. With that finish, Jang Jin-mo hurried back to bitch Suji with a grin. I'm so sorry. Hee hee. I was just following Degun's lead, so I was a bit distracted. But may I ask, what were you saying earlier? Suji closed her eyes and commanded, Take off your glasses. Jang Jinmo sensed something bad was about to happen, but he took them off anyway. Immediately after, bitch Suji started hitting him repeatedly on the head with a comb. She shouted as she struck, "How dare you? How dare you walk away while I'm talking to you? You idiot." Jang Jinmo could do nothing but cover his head and cry out, "Ah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Boo-hoo. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Please, just forgive me this time." Bitch Suji let out her anger and stopped. She sighed, "Ugh, I'm all sweaty now. My makeup is ruined because of you. Ugh, how annoying. I won't hit you anymore." Jang Jinmo looked up cautiously. So, can I go now?" Suji motioned for him to come over. The three other guys in Jang Jinmo's group approached obediently and said, "Yes, you call for us, Suji?" Jang Jinmo stood there, confused, not knowing what was happening. He turned to look at Suji and saw her face had turned purple with rage. She coldly ordered the three guys, "Kick him for me." As soon as she finished, the three of them grabbed him, one by the mouth, another by the neck, and dragged him away. They kept kicking him and saying, "I'm sorry, Jang Jinmo." Meanwhile, bitch Suji took out her makeup kit to touch up. She muttered, "Ugh, what should I do about Degun? How could he act so arrogant in front of me?" Thinking that, she turned to the three guys, "Hey, stop hitting him. Go to class 5 and tell Yu-Jok to come here." He arrived immediately and asked, "What's up?" Noticing Jang Jinmo slumped on the ground, he asked curiously, "What's wrong with this guy? Is he dead?" Bitch Suji answered nonchalantly, "He annoyed me." Yu-Jok pulled up a chair and sat down. Suji asked him, "Hey, remember what I said last time?" Yu-Jok replied, "The alliance? I'm thinking about it." Suddenly, he had some questions, so he looked straight into Suji's eyes and asked, "But why do you even want to do that?" Suji replied, flustered, "What do you mean, why?" "Because I want to bully him." "Fair enough." Yu-Jok continued, "If that's what you want, you could just tell your boyfriend and be done with it." Suji's face turned beet red. She was startled and replied, "No, I can't. I can't say that. If I said that, he'd probably die from shock. It's too difficult. I just want this. One day, he has to kneel at my feet to serve as my footrest. He has to tell me, 'Thank you, Suji. Thank you for giving me the chance to be your footrest.' And then I'll make him call me Miss Suji." Ha ha ha. Yu-Jok couldn't help but say, "What is this? That's totally insane." Bitch Suji grabbed Yu-Jok's collar and shook him. "Do you get what I mean? I just want him crawling to my feet. I don't care how you guys do it. Just make it happen." Yu-Jok thought about it. If all the big bosses from classes 4, 7, 8, and 9 teamed up, it might work. Luckily, he had a good connection with them. "Fine. I'll make a few calls. There's no other way but to form an alliance anyway. Honestly, I also want that guy, Degun, taken out." At the golf course, Director Kim led a bodyguard as they watched Director Lai show off his skills. Director Kim watched Director Lai finish his swing and praised him profusely. "Wow, as expected of Director Lai. Your golf stance is so perfect. Your posture is like a model's. You really deserve to be a sports model for this classy game of golf." Director Lai heard this and the corner of his mouth twitched upward. He focused on his next swing and replied, "Director Kim, you're too kind. I'm just playing for fun." Director Kim chuckled. "Haha, you don't have to be shy. Even on social media, there are middle-aged guys who work as models." Director Lai looked at the young man beside him and asked, "Who's that next to you? A new employee?" Director Kim smiled. "Yes, that's right. He's quite capable and gets things done." As they were talking, the manager walked in. Director Lai continued to praise his own employee. "Agu, with a physique as perfect as a model's like that, why would he be working as a bodyguard? There really have been a lot of strange things happening lately." The manager approached and greeted them politely. "Hello, Chairman." "Hello, Director Kim." Mr. Lai saw her and smiled. "You're here?" The manager, holding a folder, replied, "Yes, I'm here to bring you the draft plan for this project. Do you have time to look over it, Mr.?" Lai took the tablet, swiped through it for a moment, and said, "Not bad. This project is quite interesting. Degun seems to be doing his job well. Progress is looking steady. I think I need to meet with the principal of Bong Gun School to discuss a few things. Can you arrange a meeting for me? Same location as before." The manager heard this and replied, "Yes, I understand." Chairman Lai continued hitting the ball and warned her, "Degun is doing a good job, but please keep a close eye on things. This is a very important project. We need to minimize mistakes." The manager nodded and bowed politely. "If you'll excuse me, I'll go take care of business. Have a great day." The manager left, and the bodyguard watched her sneakily. Director Kim chuckled and said, "Teesk, Teesk, you seem very busy with work lately, don't you?" Director Lai replied, I'm tied up with some important projects. I'll talk to Director Kim about that later." The manager walked outside, then suddenly turned back to look inside. A strange, gnawing unease settled in the air. In the quiet school building, the equipment room was deathly still as evening approached. Inside the room, Jock had invited the remaining top dogs to hash things out. He kicked off the meeting. Well, everyone's finally here. Huh. Quack Duich spoke up. All right, there's only 5 of us, so spit out whatever you've got to say and make it quick. Gu Sunga chimed in next. You dragged us all here, so this must be important. Say it fast, everyone's busy, and we don't have time to waste. Park Dojin didn't seem to care about the meeting at all. He kept staring at his phone, cursing. Damn it, this is so frustrating. I've hit rock bottom, man. Ly Seung-hun looked like a total intellectual, but he was still a grade 9 big shot. He chuckled. Hey, let me guess. This meeting is about the new transfer kid, right? He just got here and he's already taken down the leaders of the lower grades. Everyone knows. The whole school is in an uproar because of it. Jock replied, yeah, you're right. But aside from that, there's something else. Given the current situation, we need to discuss whether we should form an alliance between the classes. Wah responded with a deadpan expression. In that case, I'm against it. Jock was startled. What? You got a problem with that? Hua glared and continued. As for the hierarchy of the leaders after we form an alliance, I don't care about any of that. I want my freedom. I don't want to be controlled by anyone. Simple as that. Quack Duich offered his own take. Your point isn't bad, but we haven't exactly clashed that much, and we aren't close enough for that kind of thing either. I don't see the point of an alliance. I think we need to reconsider. It doesn't seem necessary. Or, are you just annoyed by that kid lately, so you're trying to pull this move? Or are you just scared that one day it'll be your turn? Jock felt his blood boil after hearing that. He tried to lower his voice to warn the guy. Listen here, you bastard. Watch your mouth. You've only got one set of teeth to eat with, so you better start choosing your words carefully. Quack Duich started acting cocky. Oh la la, what do you want? I'm down for whatever you're selling. Gu Sanga, seeing this, egged them on. Stop acting like a bunch of bickering old ladies. If you want to fight, just go for it. It's been a while since you two faced off, right? Last time it was a draw. Why not use this chance to settle it? Park Dojin tapped his phone against his palm and laughed. Why not? It's not often this happens. I'm down 50 grand on this round, you guys playing or what? Gu Sunga said. If you're in, I'm in. Jock felt a headache coming on inside. It was typical these guys all had different agendas and nobody would give an inch. So, this meeting is going nowhere. Let's just call it quits. Suddenly, from the corner, Ly Seung-hun raised his hand to speak. Actually, I completely agree with that. Park Dojin and Gu Sunga stared, surprised that the nerd actually cared about this. Quack Duich turned and asked, and then what? What do we do after we form an alliance? Everyone's got their own agenda. If we just throw everyone together, it'll be total chaos. But hey, Jock, since you went through the trouble of calling us here, why don't you lay out your idea for us? Jock froze. He hadn't expected Ly Seung-hun to be the one pushing for a compromise. He'd always thought the guy was stubborn and wouldn't listen to anyone. But maybe that wasn't the case. He looked like a studious, hard-working nerd. But beneath that, he was still a well-known heavy hitter in the school. Despite his look, he was always getting squeezed out. It seemed like an alliance might benefit him, which explained why he was interested. Quack Duich prompted, Hey, you listening? What's your take? Jock calmly replied, I'm just thinking simply. I don't know who's better between me and that kid. But he's already taken down half the leaders. That's pretty impressive. He just got here, and he's already wiped out guys who were actually pretty formidable. He's completely shattered the order we've had in this school up until now. We need to rein him in a little. Gu Sanga interrupted. You're overthinking it. It's always been about might makes right. That's just how it is. He finished. Gu Sunga stood up and said firmly, That's how I see it. If he comes after me, I'll fight. If not, whatever. We done here? I'm out. I've got too much going on to sit here and listen to your theories. It's giving me a headache. Park Dojin, eyes glued to his phone, saw Gu Sanga leaving and hurriedly added, Wait, what about the bet? I'm way in the red here. If we're just going to leave it like this, who's the boss? The money isn't even settled yet, so screw this, I'm out too. Quack Duich stood up, stretched, and followed along. Since those two are leaving, I'm heading out too. It's pretty annoying that this meeting didn't solve a damn thing. The result was pretty pathetic, but not unexpected. Jock threw a death glare toward Quack Duich and warned him, Next time you want to hold a meeting, think it through first. You're bold, aren't you? I've been watching you all through this meeting. Quack Duich wasn't afraid of anyone. He waved provocatively. Oh, how tense. Are you taking your anger out on me because the meeting didn't go your way? Funny. I was just looking to loosen up anyway. Come on, bring it on. Lee Sung-hun saw this and stepped in. Hey guys, we're all on the same team. Let's just calm down. Quack Duich laughed coldly. Ha ha. On the same team as this piece of trash? Did you hear what he just said to me? His attitude is way out of line. We might all be school leaders, but don't lump me in with this guy. It's laughable. Lee Sung-hun gently adjusted his glasses. He continued, suit yourself. But you should hear this story before you make any decisions. Things aren't as simple as they look. In the fourth grade classroom, a hand slammed against a desk, making the coins scatter everywhere. Park Do-jin waved his hand at the student sitting opposite him. All right, your turn. The guy sitting next to him asked, so, what did the leaders say at the meeting? Park Do-jin replied nonchalantly, nothing new. Just the same old talk about that new kid. The student slammed his hand onto his notebook. The coins jumped slightly and fell. The kid apologized quickly. Sorry. Park Do-jin grabbed the money and said, that's 40,000, right? The student replied nervously, yes. Park Do-jin grinned. Come on, it's just a game. There's always a winner and a loser. Let's go another round. Park Do-jin slammed his hand down hard, but the result still wasn't what he wanted. He groaned, ugh, this is so boring. The student across from him slammed his hand down too, and somehow, the result was incredibly good. Park Do-jin looked at the coins and sighed. Damn, looks like my luck is small today. A second later, he pulled out more cash, the veins on his hand bulging. He growled in frustration. So, I have to send you another 40,000, right? The student saw this look and hurriedly raised his hands to surrender. It's just for fun. You don't need to pay me. Ha ha. Park Do-jin heard that but still handed over the money in a foul mood. Damn it, a bet is a bet. Here's the money. Take it. One more round. He tossed the crumpled bills at the student and made him keep playing. So rude. The student had no choice but to mutter and keep playing. The next round didn't change a thing. Park Do-jin looked at his own hand in anger. Damn it, what the hell? Why is today like this? Everything's going wrong. It's like my hand has completely lost its touch. The boy saw the tension and piped up. Look, if you're not feeling well, we can just call it quits. Park Do-jin didn't say a word. He just stared intensely at his own hands, then without warning, slapped the guy sitting across from him, drawing blood from his mouth. Everyone in the class froze, stunned, but no one dared to get close. The guy called Bad Up jumped, stammering, holy, that had to hurt like hell. The victim held his swollen cheek, staring at Park Do-jin. Do-jin just cracked a wicked grin and said, my bad, man. I was a bit worked up, but it looks like my luck is back on track. Get back in there and let's go again. Hurry up, before I decide to give you another one. Don't test my patience. That arrogant jerk, Pin, spoke up again. Are you going to sit down or what? Better behave yourself before I lose it. Another slap rang out. The victim groaned in pain, clutching his face where a bright red handprint was already forming. Park Do-jin kept badgering him. What are you moving so slow for? Want another taste of my hand? Petrified, the student shielded his face, his eyes squeezed shut, too terrified to even look up. Park Do-jin, emboldened, started pointing his finger at him. Ha, look at you. I was just messing around and you're already scared stiff. Man, you're spineless. He wasn't done yet. Do-jin glared. What are you doing? Keep playing. You think you can just quit after I say so? The student, completely broken, obeyed. Yes, he whispered, his hands trembling as he reached out. Park Do-jin watched him with a predatory stare. The boy's voice was shaky and pathetic. At this point, all fight had left him. Please, I'm begging you, I give up. I don't even want the prize money anymore. Park Do-jin's eyes narrowed into slits. You're quitting? The boy, still terrified, replied, I'm sorry. Next time I play, I'll make sure to bring more cash. Park Do-jin smirked. Fine. Then you're handing over all your betting money to me. The boy shook, clutching the money. But this is all I have. Do-jin didn't care about right or wrong. Park Do-jin pressed on. Do you even know the rules? If you bail, you pay the penalty. Right after he said it, he snatched the money straight out of the guy's hands. Hand it over, you idiot. A mugger without a shred of dignity. Park Do-jin threatened him. Next time, learn the rules before you start playing. But hey, you behave yourself this time. Make sure you bring more tomorrow. After scoring a hefty pile of cash, they walked off together. Not bad. You made a killing, one said. I'm down a ton, probably from that online betting site, right? The bullied boy stood there, stunned, thoughts racing. That jerk treated me like I was nothing but prey. I'm such an idiot. He just robbed me of 500,000 won. Damn it. As soon as they left, the boy looked like he had made a dark decision. He muttered to himself, don't blame me for what I'm about to do. The scene shifts to room 165. Bitch Suji walked in. You jock, was there a meeting between the leaders yesterday? Yu-Jock glanced up. "Oh, you're here, Suji." The girl next to him waved, too. "Hey, Suji." Suji, trying to be polite, lowered her voice. "Could you give us a second? I need to talk to Yu-Jock in private." Gina understood immediately. She replied cautiously, "Got it. You two go ahead." Despite her gentle face, as soon as Gina left, she cursed under her breath. That BTH, who does she think she is, ordering us around? Suji, looking incredibly tense, leaned in toward Yu-Jock and grilled him. "This is the time you choose to flirt with girls? You two seemed pretty happy, didn't you?" Yu-Jock sighed. "It's nothing. I was just bored." The meeting was a total waste of time anyway. None of the leaders would listen to each other, so we just broke it up. Suji couldn't wrap her head around it. How could it go so badly? Back to the atmosphere of the meeting. The big boss, Lee Seung-hun, had laid it all out. It's almost the end of the month, which means it's time to collect protection money. We need to decide on an alliance between the leaders, who's the boss, and who's managing the funds. Rango had a lot of collections to make. It was a gold mine for the leaders. Seung-hun looked at Yu-Jock and Duik, stating that money hadn't really gotten under their skin yet. But for Park Dojin and Gu Sunga, money is their lifeblood. Especially that Park Dojin. If anyone touches his money, they'll have to walk over his dead body to get it. They might look like total morons, all brawn and no brains. But wait and see. When it comes to money, they act real fast. Seung-hun continued to analyze the situation meticulously. And there's that new transfer student, too. He's already running his own turf. When collection day hits, things are going to get interesting. Once these groups start fighting over their interests, a massive brawl is inevitable. Given the situation, they should wait until the collections were finished before making their next move. During that meeting, Yu-Jock had to think seriously. Lee Seung-hun really does live up to his reputation as the brains among the bosses. I need to keep a close eye on him. Otherwise, he might pull something I'd never expect. Suji, having heard the whole thing, asked curiously. "So, the meeting just ended like that? Boring as hell." She intentionally blamed Yu-Jock. "You really are useless. I guess I'll have to do it myself." Scene shifts to a small arcade. A motorcycle zoomed down the road, engine roaring and smoke trailing behind it. A group of guys was waiting, and the moment the character arrived, they started asking questions. "You're here?" The blonde guy got off his bike and complained, "Hey, Dojin, this coin you recommended. It feels like a scam. Man, I've got a bad feeling." Dojin asked, surprised. "What about yours?" Yu-Jock answered, "I sold it all. As soon as it peaked, I dumped it." This made Dojin fall back in shock. "And you didn't tell me? Am I the only one left holding the bag? Damn it. Why is my luck so bad?" The guy with white hair laughed at Dojin's misery. "I just followed what the guys on the forum said. Forget it, you guys got played. This time, follow me." Park Dojin was still distracted. "Follow you?" The white-haired guy smirked. "Trust me, I've got my eye on this one. Luna coin. This one looks solid. Let's go all in." Dojin sighed, dejected. "I don't even have a single cent left to follow you with. Forget it. Maybe I'll just go back to delivery work." A guy next to him nudged Dojin. "Hey, isn't protection money collection coming up soon? I'll share a cut with you." Even though he got the money, Dojin couldn't even crack a smile. "So, how much is it?" The white-haired guy didn't even stick around to talk. "All right, that's it for me. I'm taking off. Call me later." The big guy called out, "You just got here and you're already leaving?" But the white-haired guy was already back on his bike, calling out, "Go and scrape up some cash. This Luna coin is hot right now. Follow me and we'll get back in the black in no time." The guy next to Dojin suggested, "Hey, since we're collecting, should we go early and skim a little off the top? There's barely any protection money from each class. You won't even be able to cover your own investments with that." Park Dojin's eyes lit up the second he heard the word money. You and I were on the same page. "So, which grade should we start with?" "Look, when it comes to money, I, Dojin, always have a plan. I've already got it mapped out. Those big shots, they've all got a reputation to lose. Messing with their bread and butter? Yeah, that won't end well for anyone. But that new transfer student, he seems like an easy target. That punk is already running 4 different grades. Ha, I just need to give him a hard time, and the cash will start rolling in. Plenty of investment capital, right there." Even his friend next to him keeps feeding Dojin all sorts of plans. "I've got a brilliant idea, too. Since the two of you are going to throw down, why don't we set up some bets? We'll make a killing." The fat guy, who'd been sitting there doing nothing, chimed in. "Haha, not bad. Personally, I'm betting on the new kid. He took down 4 grades already, he's no amateur." Dojin, feeling provoked, shot a side-eye his way. "You're bold, aren't you? Not even looking out for your own friends. Let me give you some brotherly advice. You'd be better off siding with me, or you're going to regret it." Just talking about it got his blood boiling. Anything involving money just irritates him. He needed to find someone to beat up and stretch his legs. A few people walked by in the distance, looking confused as they spotted Park Dojin. Is that Dojin over there? The three fat guys confirmed it was definitely him. As soon as he saw the three fat guys, Dojin bowed his head in mock fear. Hey, big boss. The fat guy gestured casually. Yeah, keep it cool, boys. Dojin looked at the guy and started, Hey, I heard business has been going pretty well for you lately, huh? The fat guy brushed it off. Not exactly. Been a lot of things getting out of hand lately. Mentioning things getting out of hand made Dojin's eyes light up. Oh, and what's got you so stressed out, boss? The kid who was being bullied earlier suddenly appeared. The fat boss spoke up right away. Hey, kid, what's going on here? You're making things awkward for me. I didn't realize the target was someone on my side. The bullied student replied with a tremble. I honestly don't know, sir. As soon as he saw the previous character, Dojin glared at him. Hey, Kim Do-hyun, what the hell are you doing here? Kim Do-hyun waved his hands, still terrified. It's not what you think, the fat boss lectured Kim Do-hyun. Hey, you've got me here? What are you afraid of? He's one of my juniors, right? Already stepped out. In this game, your word is everything. How else can you expect your juniors and clients to respect you? Kim Do-hyun muttered, Right. Thank you, sir. The fat boss continued, That kid. He's got to show me some respect eventually. Your only job is to get the money ready. Dojin caught on quickly, his voice sharp and confident. So, you're taking money from that punk just to rough up my little brother, huh? The fat boss tried to play it off. Come on, now. Don't say things that'll hurt our friendship. Personal is personal, business is business. You shouldn't mix the two. Dojin's laughter rang out, sharp and mocking, like a slap in the face to the fat boss. Dojin kept pushing it. Ha ha, that's great, man. So this is what you're doing now? You're no better than those low-life school bullies collecting protection money. Man, you're killing me. Every word from Dojin's mouth hit the fat guy square in the face, causing his expression to contort. One of his friends whispered, warning Dojin. Hey, are you losing it? How can you talk to your senior like that? Even so, Dojin replied confidently. You're too soft. That was the past. We're out of school now. Who cares about seniors? The fat boss, frustrated, snapped at his underling. You've got a big mouth, you little punk. It hasn't been that long, and already you don't show me any respect. I guess I haven't taught you a lesson in a while. That's why you're acting so cocky. I'll make sure you spend a few months in the hospital for this. The fat boss's massive hand slammed toward Dojin's head, accompanied by a torrent of angry shouting. You damn Dojin, you really need to get that head of yours checked. You've gotten stupid from all that gambling. I need to remind you of the old days at school so you learn how to behave yourself. Another punch was about to land. The fat guy kept muttering, There's no way out for you. Dojin stood before this dangerous blow without a hint of fear in his eyes. He didn't dodge. He took the punch head-on. What happened next left the fat guy completely stunned. You little bastard. How are you still standing after a hit like that? Dojin just grew even more arrogant. Funny. After leaving school, your punches don't seem to have the same bite as before. Hitting like that? That's just a scratch. Maybe I should show you what a real punch feels like. The fat guy, feeling severely insulted, couldn't take it and lunged headfirst toward his opponent. You stupid bastard. He surged forward with such intensity that spit flew everywhere. Seeing this, Dojin only wanted to provoke him more. What's the matter, pig? You're too fat to react fast anymore, aren't you? Dojin countered, landing a solid shot right in the boss's gut. As expected, the impact was brutal. The fat boss wheezed in pain. His whole body buckled halfway over. Park Dojin asked with a mocking grin, What's wrong? We're barely warming up and you're already squealing like a stuck pig. I think you need to exercise more. Being this fat, you're just a punching bag for everyone else. Right after those arrogant words, Dojin planted another punch right in the middle of his face. Every movement was lightning fast. Even the boss's underlings couldn't stop him. They all stood there, frozen in fear. Kim Do-hyun couldn't hide his terror, sweat pouring down his face. Even Dojin's two friends couldn't believe their eyes. The old boss had fallen to Dojin. The kid boasted arrogantly, Well, your nose is smashed in, so shut that big mouth of yours, big brother. And you lot, you want me to work you over too. I've only just started. I haven't even broken a sweat yet. The fat boss had been tossed aside in a painful heap, his eyes swollen with rage and resentment. The underlings standing behind could only watch their boss get beaten, feeling useless and weak, their expressions showing they wanted nothing more than to walk away. Park Dojin's friend said nervously, Damn, you're going a bit too hard, aren't you? The other one couldn't hide his fear either, trying to stop him. Hey, Park Dojin, you crazy bastard, what's gotten into you? Dojin kept his arrogant expression, his voice cutting through the air. What's gotten into me? They said they were taking money to take me out. If they've got money to feed these 3 pigs, that means they've got plenty of cash, right? Park Dojin stared greedily at the pile of money. If they had that much, it should have been his. You guys aren't involved, so all that money is mine. The 2 underlings started to get visibly angry. They threatened, that punk is betting his life for a few pennies. However, right after that, Dojin struck like a bolt of lightning. He prepared to unleash a powerful attack on them. The fat guy hadn't even processed what was happening before he took a clean punch to the face. Park Dojin kept talking while he fought. Of course, the painful punch made the underling scream in frustration, his mouth flapping wildly. Dojin pummeled him, saying, as long as I've got money, I'm fine. And you guys? Everyone who dared to stand in Dojin's way would be taken out by any means necessary, from kicks and punches to twisting their limbs. During the fight, Dojin was knocked back, his exhausted body sprawling onto the pavement, but in a flash, he regained his footing. With his eyes wide and locked on the target, his legs lunged forward with incredible speed. The guy in the white shirt standing opposite him felt the danger closing in fast. The guy's eyes froze for a split second to assess the situation. However, everything was already out of his control. Dojin unleashed a dirty move, kicking him straight in the face. His massive frame and heavy build couldn't stop the blow. The guy in the white shirt was sent flying backward, his round, chubby face instantly swelling up as the skin crinkled and folded. Seeing his opponent in trouble, Dojin sneered with pure delight, but his smirk was quickly wiped off his face. The fat guy in black ran up and grabbed Park Dojin from behind. They looked like a couple in a romantic scene. The moment was quickly broken when Dojin's friend ran over and offered, I'll help you. Dojin waved him off, he didn't need it. Just like that, the fat guy in black lifted Dojin off the ground without a hint of mercy. Dojin was left dangling in midair, thrashing about for a while. As expected, when Dojin refuses help, it's because he's already got a plan in his head. He resisted the fat guy so fiercely that even the guy felt a flicker of fear in his eyes. Dojin turned the tables, landing on his feet and leaving the fat guy in black stunned and confused. Seizing the chance, Dojin slammed his elbow right into the middle of the guy's face. The impact was so strong it felt like he'd knocked the guy's teeth out. Then, he followed up with a rapid series of pivots and spins. Wherever Park Dojin spun, his opponent took a hit. One cheek hadn't even recovered before the other one swelled up to match. The final fate for this fat guy was a brutal push-up display. Kim Do-hyun was truly terrified now. Everyone he brought had been beaten to the ground. His money had gone down the drain, and the protection fee had only doubled. As soon as he finished off the fat guy's crew, Dojin turned straight to Kim Do-hyun to shake him down. Hand over the cash, unless you want to die. Sensing the situation was hopeless, Kim Do-hyun immediately turned and ran for his life. Dojin was a bit surprised by the guy's move, laughing. Haha, hey, what do you think you're doing? Dojin blocked his path with a cocky grin. You really think you can run away from me? Dojin's speed was something no one could stop. But this time, the fat guy in the white shirt had recovered. He pulled out a weapon and aimed it straight at Dojin. Dojin's instincts immediately picked up on the looming danger. However, the moment passed too quickly for him to dodge completely. Dojin took a solid hit to the body. The wooden club clearly packed a punch. Dojin felt the sharp pain in his arm from the sneak attack. Still, he kept up the threats, loud and clear. You bastard, you messed with the wrong guy. The big fat boss was suddenly blindsided by a strike from Park Dojin's friend, and he collapsed forward without a shred of mercy. A dangerous glint appeared in Dojin's eyes, as if he were plotting something sinister. The big boss was pinned down by Dojin's group, his face looking completely defeated. Taking advantage of the opening, Dojin rained down blows, his fists digging deep into the boss's face. After taking hit after hit, the boss couldn't take it anymore and slumped backward. Dojin looked around, asking, where'd that guy go? The spot where Kim Do-hyun had been standing was completely empty. Dojin exclaimed, he's faster than I thought. Before fully leaving, he gave his 2 friends a heads up. If that guy doesn't show up at school, there's nothing else we can do. His friend asked with concern, Park Dojin, are you all right? They looked at the debris on the ground and started chatting. Hey, do you think we're done for? These guys are street thugs, man. Damn. Park Dojin assessed the situation and insisted. Nonsense. They're just bluffing. Don't worry. My side is way stronger. Cut to the school. The main character was walking with Minsu. They were talking. There's really nothing better than school lunch. Just enjoy it, Minsu. Right as they were walking, a figure appeared out of nowhere. The guy rushed over and said, Oh, Dojin. Perfect timing. Let's talk in private. Minsu, give us a minute. The main character stepped forward, skeptical. What is it? If you don't have a good reason, you're gonna regret it. Man, Ho said seriously. I have something we need to discuss. You say you don't care about grades, but you're really just trying to wipe out all the freshmen, aren't you? Dojin was a bit surprised, instinctively asking back, "Huh, why would you ask that?" Another fat guy spoke up. "Well, everyone thinks that, and I think that might be the case, or maybe." The main character interrogated him. "Do you have two lives or something? I'm pretty sure I told you that you'd be finished if you kept talking nonsense." An arm suddenly reached out to stop him. "Wait, Dojin, it's not nonsense." Nam warned him. "Listen, you're the boss of the fourth class, and you'll be collecting the management fees from all four classes soon." Manhwa added, "I don't know what your situation is, but you came to Jurian High because you wanted money, right?" The main character spoke up. "What are you talking about? I came here because I wanted money. What is a management fee anyway? The class rep buys stuff, and if there's any money left over, they buy burgers for the kids. Is that the kind of money it is?" The blonde guy moved closer and said, "No, Dojin, you're really naive." The main character turned his head. "What?" The blonde guy pointed as he spoke. "It's written as a management fee, but it's understood as protection money. On the surface, it's a fee paid under that name, but in reality, it's just money squeezed out of others. It's called protection money, and it's meant to keep you from getting bullied by other classes. The money goes straight into the pockets of each class boss." Memories of the past started to surface. A voice spoke up. "You probably don't know because you're a new student, but there's a rule: you can't touch other classes. You can only mess with me if you win the match." The main character pondered. "Is that the rule you guys were talking about earlier?" Rules flashed before his eyes, and the leader of each class would fight and rank up to distinguish their level. If they become the boss, the money they receive doubles, so they can't suppress their desire to take the top spot. Jurian No Man Ho kept running his mouth in front of the main character. "Now, you'll be getting 4 times more than the others." Something like that. "I'm pretty sure others are always going to be hounding you and sticking to you like glue. I appreciate your explanation, but why are you here?" The blonde guy replied to Manhwa with a confident look. I forgot to tell you. From now on, you're going to be targeted by other classes, so I'll be your right-hand man." Right after saying that, the main character slapped the blonde guy's hand away. Dojin said to the blonde guy, "You don't understand me at all, man." He reiterated that from now on, there will be no such thing as an administrative fee, so don't go around collecting money. The guys were all left looking blank. What? What are you doing? They're watching us. You can't just do that. This isn't just about us. If you do this, the freshmen's collections are going to end up in the hands of the sophomores and juniors. With a piercing gaze, Degun stared him down and declared, "If you keep this up, the whole school will turn against you. Even if you're strong, you won't be able to handle that kind of heat." Those words started to sink in, making me think. If the whole school gets involved, the situation could get pretty dangerous. But I came here to take him out, and I can't just ignore this kind of bad behavior happening right in front of me. I wasn't really into all this drama, so I turned to leave. I'm heading out. A chubby guy rushed over and called out, "Hey, can you come with me for a second? Someone wants to see you." I was getting more confused by the second. Why is everyone looking for me? It's wearing me out. Degun snapped at him, frustrated. "Jiang Jin Mo, if you keep talking nonsense, you're dead." The scene shifted. I was talking to Jin Mo while we walked. "You aren't planning to round up a bunch of people to jump me like last time, are you?" Jiang Jin Mo denied it immediately. "No way. Even 10 guys from DGUN couldn't take you down. It would take at least 100. A girl sat there, observing quietly. As soon as I saw her, I spoke up. "Is that her? The one who wanted to meet me?" Jin Mo nodded. "Yeah, that's bitch Suji from my class." I frowned and confronted her. "Hey, are you trying to die? I told you not to do anything useless." "Bitch," Suji shouted. "Let go." I immediately turned my attention back to bitch Suji. She kept insisting. "Let go." Before I lose my temper, in the corner behind the school, bitch Suji crossed her arms and said arrogantly, "Hey, are you not listening to me? I told you to let him go." Degun, who was still grabbing Jiang Jinmo by the collar, looked completely confused. Jiang Jinmo tried to hold back his pain, forcing a miserable smile. "Ah, bitch Suji, you're here." Bitch Suji brushed a lock of hair back and said, "Even if he deserves a beating, I'm the only one who has the right to hit him." Degun retorted nonchalantly, "Oh, is that so? Well, according to the rules you guys set, this guy is under my jurisdiction, so I'll do whatever I want with him." Bitch Suji took a few steps closer. She grabbed Jiang Jinmo's hand and sighed. "Who are you? You must be new here, so you don't know I'm the one who makes the rules around here." Saying that, she pulled Jiang Jinmo toward her and glared at Degun with utter contempt. She warned him, "You shouldn't be acting like the boss in front of me. Stop the nonsense and let Jiang Jinmo go." Jiang Jinmo was yanked toward bitch Suji, his legs stumbling as if he were about to fall, and he looked completely and utterly dazed. Suddenly, Degun decided to be stubborn. He grabbed Jiang Jinmo's other hand and pulled him back. He said coolly, "What's the big idea? He's my guy, and I'm not giving him up to you. Bitch Suji frowned, feeling irritated. She raised her voice. What? You're not letting him go? You really are an arrogant jerk. In another corner of the school, the guy in the gray jacket sat on a chair, lecturing 3 students. You guys are out of line, you know that. Not only are you reckless, but you're also incredibly greedy. It's truly disappointing. He stood up, sighed, and smoothed his shiny bald head, looking solemn. He spoke of the karma that comes from becoming a puppet to dirty greed. I'll save you from that pathetic character. I won't kill you, so stop looking so worried. The students just stood there, their faces filled with obvious anxiety. The bald guy picked up his weapon, his eyebrows arching in amusement. He grinned. I'm just going to beat you half to death, all right. As expected of the second-year leader of the highway gang. Just looking at him is exhausting. Next was the second-year deputy leader, Degun, also from the highway gang. He stood there with his hands in his pockets and added, I'll teach you why you need to pay your protection fees on time, you bastards. Park Dojin watched, clearly entertained. Haha, looking pretty scary, huh? Doesn't Won Jiao usually fight people one-on-one? The deputy leader replied, No, only when he's in a bad mood. Park Dojin asked curiously, But if you guys manage the whole second-year block, how much money do you actually bring in? The deputy leader coldly held up 3 fingers. Seeing that, Park Dojin asked, Split evenly, right? The leader nodded slightly. Park Dojin's eyes lit up with greed. He wore a hungry look and muttered to himself, I hope so. I really want to kill that transfer student, too. Myung suddenly remembered something and asked Park Dojin, By the way, what actually happened yesterday? Why did he suddenly fly into such a rage? Park Dojin shrugged. Oh, you know, there are just some things that Won Jiao can't keep his cool about. Park Dojin turned to look at him, seeing him still beating those students half to death. He sighed, Look at that. He's always telling me to be patient, yet he beats people to the brink of death just because they were 1 day late on their fees. Everything is going smoothly, isn't it? The deputy leader smiled lightly. Yeah, don't worry too much. These guys aren't even trainees. They're just delivery boys for a rival gang trying to collect money. Won Jiao seemed to hear him and turned to chime in. It's not easy to practice Buddhist asceticism. Park Dojin, you must remember not to stray from the right path. Park Dojin crossed his arms and laughed. All right. I was thinking of making the first year's pay protection fees, but first, I have to deal with that new transfer student, Guang Hun. After finishing off the students, Won Jiao heard what Park Dojin said and couldn't hide his excitement. Good, don't procrastinate on what you want to do. You guys, listen up. You have to pay the price for delaying what needs to be done, so watch your backs. I'll give you until tomorrow. You better shave your heads bald. Shave off your pathetic greed along with your hair, then come find me. Your sins are too great. Just using my fists isn't enough to correct you. Understand? You need to shave them until they're shiny bald. Got it? Park Dojin laughed out loud. Truly a leader, that's one way to do things. And speaking of fighting, I have an idea. Won Jiao immediately liked the sound of that. What kind of idea? I heard the store has new sausage bread. Park Dojin understood right away. He replied, Sure, let's talk about it on the way. At the same time, in another corner of the schoolyard, the shouting of, It's mine, continued. Jang Jinmo had been getting tugged back and forth without mercy, looking like his arms were about to stretch a few centimeters. Jang Jinmo was getting tired and thought to himself, What is this? Am I really that important? Being treated like this doesn't actually feel too bad. Even though he was feeling a bit dizzy, suddenly, bitch Suji pulled hard, and she unintentionally pushed Jang Jinmo's hand right into her cleavage. She yelled at DGUN, Hey, you! Why are you so stubborn? Jang Jinmo had a blissful expression, his eyes darting around as he thought to himself, Oh my, this isn't bad at all. And that spot is seriously soft. Hee. I'm going to die of happiness. Degun saw Jang Jinmo go blank and leaned down to check on him. Hey, what's up with your face? You look dazed but happy. Jang Jinmo started stammering. What? Bitch Suji realized then that, without knowing when, she had subconsciously let that chubby guy's hand touch her chest. She frowned, looking at Jiang Jinmo with eyes that could kill. Jiang Jinmo gave a silly smile. He really didn't mean to, but it was clear she was the one who let him touch her. Sure enough, the next second, Jiang Jinmo got what was coming to her. She slapped Jiang Jinmo so hard her face turned. Jiang Jinmo went flying and landed straight on her head. Bitch Suji barked an order. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight. 3, 2, 1. Jiang Jinmo struggled to get up, clutching his neck. Okay, I get it. I'm leaving. Jiang Jinmo scrambled away as fast as he could, screaming and acting terrified. But that was just the act. In reality, he was actually secretly enjoying it like he'd gone to heaven. He thought to himself, damn, that felt so good. That softness was amazing. Suddenly, bitch Suji stepped closer to Degun. She whispered, I don't care about a jerk like him, but I have another reason for calling you out here. Degun didn't get it. He just stood there with a blank look as bitch Suji grabbed his collar. She shoved Degun against a nearby telephone pole and leaned in close. Degun just stared at her, silent. Suji stammered, I want to. Degun couldn't hear her clearly, so he leaned in closer. What? What do you want? Speak up. I can't hear you. As Suji looked up, she locked eyes with Degun. Her body started burning up. No matter how tough her personality was, the moment she met his gaze, her fierce temper instantly melted away. Degun just stared at her, totally confused. Bitch Suji hung her head, panting. She thought to herself, damn it, I just looked into his eyes and my mental defense completely crumbled. But I have to go through with this. Why is my heart beating so fast? Suddenly, a loud clattering sound echoed nearby. Degun looked around and asked, did you hear the crashing sound? Is there construction going on around here? Seeing she didn't answer, he gently touched her arm and said, whatever, forget it. Look, I'm kind of busy, so can you just tell me what you want already? If you've got nothing to say, I'm taking off. Suji looked up at Degun, her face flushed red like a tomato, her mouth hanging open in a daze. Suji lowered her head to explain, no, that's not it. Last time when I said Appa, I didn't mean you. Degun let out a sigh of relief. Oh right, yeah, I figured. You meant bun or something, right? Is that the only reason you called me out here? Bitch Suji looked straight into Degun's eyes and continued, shut up. This is really important to me. Degun started feeling nervous. He thought, damn, is it so important she has to explain it? Don't tell me she called me out because she found out my real age. That can't be it, right? Bitch Suji kept pinning Degun against the pole and continued, you're so arrogant. You probably don't even know who you're dealing with. I just moved here, but a single word from my older brother could have this whole school move to another location. You get me? And since it seems like you don't know that, I'll let it slide because you're actually kind of cute, but I won't do it again. One word from me, and you're dead. Just then, Degun coldly grabbed her hands and ripped them off his shirt. He held both her wrists firmly in one hand while adjusting his collar with the other, muttering, you wrinkled my shirt. Bitch Suji stood there in that position, feeling a bit embarrassed. She stammered, What is this pose? What are you doing? You jerk. Degun replied nonchalantly, I'm handcuffing you. Bitch Suji shook her hands in embarrassment and shouted, this is ridiculous. Let go. Damn it, why can't I break free? Let me go. You're making a huge mistake. If I tell my brother, you're dead meat. She struggled, half wanting to let go and half not. Degun just watched her calmly and said, fine. Call bitch Sui you see out here then. Bitch Suji froze, her eyes wide as she looked at him, flustered. Huh? What? What did you just say? Degun leaned down and repeated himself. You keep bringing his name up, so I heard you loud and clear. Call him out here. Honestly, I've been wanting to meet him anyway. Bitch Suji shouted. What the hell are you talking about? Are you insane? Never. If you meet him, you're really going to die. You idiot. Degun replied casually. Wait, didn't you just use him to threaten me? Suji stammered. Well, yeah, but just drop it. You absolutely cannot meet him. Degun, sensing he had the upper hand, leaned in closer to intimidate her. Enough. Call your brother out here, or don't expect me to let you go. Bitch Suji's face turned even redder. She whispered, handcuffing me? For life. That would be fine too. The two were locked in a tug-of-war when, by coincidence, the Park Dojin gang walked by and saw the whole scene. Park Dojin exclaimed, oh, look, it's that new kid. The vice leader replied, oh, really? The shiny bald guy frowned. Is that him? Wait, that girl. Isn't she the younger sister of the school's bitch who you see? Thinking that, the bald guy walked over and shouted, it's really annoying to see something like this in school. What are you two doing in a place of education? This is a school, not a place for public displays of affection. Degun glared back. What's it to you, Baldy? Park Dojin and the vice leader stifled their laughter. The bald leader flew into a rage, his aura turning deadly. Degun had just gotten himself into even more trouble. The atmosphere behind the school suddenly turned unnervingly still. The bald freshman leader frowned and said, what did you just call me? Say that again. Degun suddenly went, He thought to himself, damn, I think I slipped up. Remembering his time working at the convenience store, he'd been studying while looking at his boss. Hey boss, you've got a white hair there. Let me pull it out for you. The old man had quickly swatted his hand away and barked, hey, none of that. Everything has its own value, and this hair is no exception. Degun had stood there, baffled, not understanding what the old man was talking about. The old man asked, kid, do you usually pull your dad's hair at home or something? Degun adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, "Oh, no. I wouldn't know, since I don't know who my dad is." The old man suddenly lost his temper and pointed at Degun. "Get all the expired goods in the store and throw them away today, you hear me?" Degun sighed. "But you said I could have them." The old man shouted back, "No buts. Throw them all away right now." Back in the present, he realized he shouldn't make fun of other people's appearances. He brushed his hands off. "Oh? Sorry about that, my friend. I didn't mean to call you bald. It was just a habit." Right then, Park Dojin in the back burst out laughing. He held his stomach and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. I like this funny guy." Park Dojin was laughing so hard he was crying. He turned to the vice leader and said, "But wait, Jaeok isn't actually bald, right? He just shaved his head, right? He's not really losing his hair." The vice leader tilted his head and whispered, "Hey, let me tell you something. He actually has a hair loss condition, so he shaved it on purpose." Park Dojin looked stunned. "Wow, for real? Oh, I guess I should apologize." With that, Park Dojin poked his head out and waved at Degun. "Hey, you guessed right. He is actually bald. It wasn't just a shaved head." The leader was seething with rage, but could only mutter under his breath, "If I wasn't so devoted to my faith, I would have chopped you into 100 pieces." "Park Dojin?" The vice leader waved his hand, giving an order. "You freshman, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost." Degun looked over at Suji, confused. "Hey, who are these guys?" Suji crossed her arms and frowned. "That's Dugong Myung, and the one next to him is his friend, Dan Dung. The bald one is a second-year big shot named Jaeok." Jaeok lifted his head, sneering at them. "Listen here, you new kid. You better be smart and get lost before I lose my temper." Degun shrugged, playing dumb. "Oh, really? I don't quite get where you're coming from. I was clearly here first. You're the one who needs to scram." Suji panicked, worried that he couldn't take all three of them on his own. She whispered, "Hey, what are you saying? Why are you provoking them?" Jaeok looked shocked. "Wait, did I hear that right?" Park Dojin couldn't stop smirking, muttering to himself, "This new transfer student is actually insane." Jaeok started cracking his knuckles, his expression turning cold. "Damn it, I get it now. I didn't want to get physical, but it looks like you're itching for a fight." Suddenly, Suji pulled out her phone. "Hello? Yeah, what's up? Where am I?" Seeing this, the vice leader quickly reached out to tap her shoulder. "Whoa, hold on. Suji's senior is bad news. Look, she's probably calling bitch Shui UC. That guy is notorious." Bitch Suji shot the 2 second years a look of pure provocation. She intentionally spoke loudly. "Oh, you're heading over here?" The 2 second year leaders looked visibly annoyed. Degun leaned in and whispered, "Wait, is bitch Shui Yuk actually coming?" Suji frowned at the person on the other end. "Yeah, sounds good. I'm hanging up now." Once the call ended, Suji let out a long sigh. "All right, that's enough." Bitch Suji grabbed Degun by the collar and turned to the others. "Well, do you still want something? If not, can we leave now?" The vice leader of the highway gang nudged his companion, clearly furious. "Jaeok, forget it. Let's go. Let's end it here. We don't need any more trouble." Du couldn't do much else either. After a moment, he changed his tone and spoke to Suji. "Suji, look, it's all a misunderstanding. You two go ahead, and send my regards to bitch Shui Usi." Bitch Suji didn't answer. She pulled Degun along and said, "It's fine, let's go." What a pain, but this is the end of it. Just as Degun and Suji turned to leave, the vice leader whispered, "Like it or not, we have to be careful. You can't mess with bitch Sui Usi's subordinates. Everything will work out the way we want as long as we handle this carefully." Noticing Jack wasn't saying anything, he cleared his throat. "Hey, you okay?" Jack replied indifferently, "I'm fine." He looked calm, but his deeply furrowed brow told a different story. He asked, "Park Dojin, do you have any thoughts on this? Is it really over?" Park Dojin stared at Degun without blinking, muttering to himself, "What? Over? Let's see about that." Park Dojin grew even more annoyed seeing Degun's relaxed attitude. He growled, "This isn't right. It's such a waste to just let them walk away. I can't just leave it at this. I need to do something to vent this frustration." As he spoke, Dojin flashed a twisted smile. The vice leader turned to him. "Dojin, what are you planning? Don't do anything reckless. Just stop." Park Dojin didn't listen. He licked his lips like a predator. "Just watch me." As soon as he finished, Park Dojin lunged at Degun like a bullet. He thought, I've got to test if this bastard is as dangerous as the rumors say." Degun heard the footsteps behind him and sensed something was wrong. His eyes turned sharp, and in the next second, he reached out to wrap an arm around Suji's waist. He pulled her into his embrace decisively. Park Dojin's strike missed. Degun hugged Suji close and warned her, "Get back." After missing his first strike, Park Dojin immediately turned to attack again. He lunged at Degun once more. The first punch grazed Degun's face. Then came his second strike, which Degun swiftly dodged. Dojin kept throwing punches with a wild grin. After dodging a few, Degun noticed an opening in Dojin's defense. He slapped his open palm against Park Dojin's face, leaving a handprint. Park Dojin was stunned, but he quickly broke into an even weirder smile. What a lunatic. He kept rushing in to attack. It was as if that slap was nothing more than a mosquito bite. Degun thought to himself, damn, he's barely affected by those hits. Degun looked back at Suji. She was standing too close. He thought, I've got her with me. I need to back up and create some distance. The vice leader noticed the problem too. He ran toward Dojin, cursing. This bastard is so annoying. If he hits Suji, this is going to be a real headache. Park Dojin kept throwing blows, and Degun kept dodging. When Dojin attacked, Degun caught his arm, but Dojin yanked it back instantly. Park Dojin's eyes sharpened as if he'd found an opening, and a smirk spread across his face. He kicked hard, forcing Degun to take a few steps back. Degun regained his footing just in time. Park Dojin laughed at him. Ha, not bad, you actually blocked that. I'm impressed. Degun felt a bit more at ease now. He saw the vice leader pulling Suji to the side and thought, good, she's out of the way. I can move more freely now. Park Dojin kept waving his hand, provoking him. What are you standing there for? Aren't you tired of just dodging? Degun looked towards Suji. Seeing her arguing with the second year, he thought, fine, I'll warm up with this guy before Shui Yusi gets here. Park Dojin strutted closer to Degun. He chuckled. Hey, all right, pay attention. You girl-crazy transfer student, you've made me so curious. Degun lunged at him. Dojin barely managed to cover his face, avoiding the initial punch. He laughed with amusement. Oh, look at that. Seems like you stopped running away, huh? Degun rushed forward and kicked Park Dojin square in the face, right where he was already injured. This time, it was Park Dojin who stumbled back. He looked at Degun in surprise and laughed again. Man, you've really got some skills. Not giving him a chance to recover, Degun threw another kick. Dojin went flying backward, his head slamming into the ground, but he stayed conscious. That madman quickly jumped back up, panting. He wiped the sweat from his face and shouted at Degun, You bastard, you're really starting to piss me off. Degun loosened his collar and replied nonchalantly, Oh, really? Is your hand still okay? Only then did Dojin notice his unhealed injury. He let out a noise of realization. Oh, my hand? It's fine. It's nothing. But when Dojin peeled back the bandage, the area underneath was bruised and purple. He remembered the last fight and sighed to himself. Damn it, it doesn't look that great. That fat bastard really did a number on me. Degun smiled faintly. Himph, whether it's okay or not is your problem. Degun started taking off his jacket. He continued, You should be careful now. I'm actually going to start playing for real. Park Dojin threw his gear aside, frowning. What the hell? How did it get this bad just from a few hits? Degun laughed. I hope you're tough enough to take my next few hits, because I'm just getting warmed up. Seeing Degun take off his outer jacket, Suji covered her eyes in disbelief and shouted bashfully, Hey, Degun. Why? Why are you taking your clothes off? Degun replied nonchalantly. What? I'm just taking off my jacket. Suji argued, her face turning bright red. Well, it's the same thing. Besides, you can't just strip in a crowded place like this. Degun didn't get it. Crowded? What crowd? There's no one around here. As he finished his sentence, he glanced around. Before he knew it, a bunch of students were standing in a corner, watching him intently. Some were already holding up their phones to record. He thought to himself, man, when did everyone gather around? The female students were swooning as they looked at Degun. Wow, he's so handsome. From his build to his face, everything is just perfect. Degun frowned. He didn't like having so many people watching him fight. He muttered to himself, I need to wrap this up as fast as possible. Park Dojin rubbed his injuries, laughing. Finally, I get it now. It's a real shame, but we have to end it here today. Next time, I'll definitely make you pay. Just you wait. Degun looked completely dumbfounded. He didn't get what this guy's deal was, acting all tough one second and running away the next. How weird. With that, the guy arrogantly shoved past the students standing nearby and barked, Move it, you idiots. Get out of my way before I lose my temper. A female student glared at Park Dojin as he walked by and snapped, We're just walking. Why are you shoving people like that? Someone else muttered, He's so strong. I think I'm falling for him. The vice leader looked at Degun and gave a cold smile. Humph, you're regretting this too, right? Don't worry. We'll see each other again soon. Degun put his jacket back on properly and replied, Why do you keep babbling? You might as well just stick to his back. I don't want to fight a loser like you, so don't flatter yourself. The vice leader was furious. It was clear that Degun's words were filled with contempt. The vice leader muttered under his breath, "You little brat. How dare you talk to me like that? Such a cocky first year." As he finished, the vice leader lunged forward with a punch, but suddenly, another hand held him back. The leader of the Sao Lo gang warned him, "Dugong Myung, didn't you say you wouldn't let a first year get under your skin? We need to go." The two turned to leave. The vice leader followed, rubbing his head. "Okay, fine. Thanks for stopping me. I almost lost it there. Honestly, my house is actually closer than yours anyway." The guy named Jack didn't care. He held his bracelet, closed his eyes, and whispered, "Man, I just realized. I think I've been slacking off on my training. I was so arrogant to think I lacked compassion." DGUN stood there with a blank expression, wondering, what are these weirdos even talking about? At the same time, Suji put her hands on her hips and called out, "Hey, Degun." Degun replied, "Huh? What is it?" Suji pulled his sleeve. "Are you insane? Did you not hear a word I said? Those guys are second-year big shots. They're dangerous." Degun answered calmly, "Dangerous? Who? Not them. If anything, I think I'm the one who's dangerous to them." Suji continued, "Geez, you're certainly confident, but seriously, I don't know if you're just reckless or really that bold. Maybe you are strong, but listen to me. The second and third years are way beyond what you can imagine." With that, bitch Suji turned to leave. She hesitated for a moment before walking away. "Anyway, thanks for the save, but why did you have to pull another girl's hand that hard?" Degun felt awkward and replied, "Wait, really? I thought I just grabbed you firmly." "I'm really sorry about that." Suddenly, remembering something, Degun asked her, "Oh, didn't you say bitch Shui Uk was coming here earlier?" Suji replied calmly, "What? That was a lie. Didn't you realize? You're not very sharp, are you? I lied to protect you, you idiot. Otherwise, we would have been dead before we even met him. Besides, why on earth do you want to meet him? What do you want?" Degun imagined them fighting each other. He stood frozen for a second and replied, "Ah, well, I can't really say that in front of his little sister." Bitch Suji glared at Degun warningly, "You're dead meat. You'll be in huge trouble if you get involved with my brother. I'm just saying. I'm actually a little worried about you. Take my advice, stop obsessing over my brother. Just watch out for those guys. It's not just Park Dojin, all of them are going to team up to take you down." With that, she turned and walked away, but didn't forget to emphasize, "Oh, and by the way, since I just saved your life, we're even. I'm leaving. Don't follow me." Degun was left dumbfounded. He wondered to himself, "Wait, didn't you call me here in the first place? If you saved me, why are you acting like you're worried about me?" Suji's face turned beet red. She thought to herself, what a stubborn guy, how annoying. He's just giving me more to worry about. But why am I even caring about someone like that? In the fourth-year classroom, Park Dojin walked in with his hands in his pockets and asked, "Is Kim Do-hyun not here yet?" The guy called Badup replied, "If he's not here, he's probably out looking for him. But hey, what happened to your arm?" Park Dojin sat at his desk, lifting his arm to massage it. Badup asked, confused, "Hey, what happened?" Park Dojin replied nonchalantly, "I just fought the transfer student. This spot is probably going to need some time to heal. But I actually like that guy. Still, I've got to beat him one way or another." Saying this, Park Dojin rubbed his hair, looking troubled. He muttered, "I need to observe him as much as I can. The problem is I'm broke. And that bastard Kim Do-hyun, I need to find him immediately and kick him out." Finishing his sentence, he flicked his finger to signal, "Hey, class president, get over here." The class president hurried over, his face showing clear signs of anxiety. Park Dojin asked, "Do you know Kim Do-hyun's address? Give me the address and this week's money." The class president looked blank and replied, "I have the address. But for the money," Badup interrupted. "Hey, what do you mean by this week? They're going to catch you if you start doing things your own way, aren't they?" Park Dojin replied leisurely, "Oh, that's exactly right. If you don't chip in, you'll never succeed." The class president also chimed in, "Hey, Dojin, we can't just do whatever we want." Park Dojin held out his hand and proposed, "How about a game of rock, paper, scissors?" The class president was flustered. "Huh, why?" The class president, naturally having no other choice, played the first round against Park Dojin. Park Dojin lost. He laughed, "Ha ha, I lost. Okay, one more round." The class president lost this one. Park Dojin said, "I win. Now do it." The class president hesitated, scared. "Yeah, that's true. But I'm not sure if it's okay to use rock, paper, scissors to decide on collecting money." Suddenly, Park Dojin thrust his hand in front of the class president's face, threatening him. "Are you going to do it or not? It's not just collecting money, it's a gamble. Hurry up and bring your head over here." Seeing the class president still hesitating, Park Dojin urged, "Are you going to get over here or not? Don't make me get up." The class president resignedly brought his head closer. Park Dojin laughed loudly. Hey, you ready for this? A guy behind him popped up and shouted, What are you doing with your fingers? That's honestly disgusting. Park Dojin licked his lips. It sounded like a gunshot went off, and the class president lost his balance and fell backward. Dojin grinned, clearly amused. It had been a while since he used that move. The rest of the students in the class were stunned. The class president held his forehead, crying in frustration. When he looked up, he saw that Dojin had already raised 2 fingers again. He smirked and reminded him, Remember, I chose scissors. Let's go another round. The class president was sweating bullets, thinking to himself, Mom, please, save me. Degun walked into the classroom, muttering to himself, Man, I still haven't run into bitch Suji. It would have been easier if I caught that jerk at the same time as that bald second-year guy. But bitch Suji stopped the collection racket.
Still, man, that Park Dojin, he drives me crazy.
Remembering the time he took that punch head-on, Dojin had just smiled in a way that was unbearable to look at. Sure enough, that guy wasn't like anyone else he'd fought before. His strength was seriously formidable. Degun looked at his own hand and pondered for a long time. TCE, I don't expect I can handle that on my own. Maybe it won't draw much attention. I haven't had much rest lately, but I think I can do it now. Thinking of this, Degun smiled faintly. Humph, honestly, as long as my opponent can take my hits, that's enough. That's my style of attacking. Ha. At a small street corner, it was already dark, and a male student was standing in the middle of the road trying to call someone. It turned out to be Kim Do-hyun. The phone kept giving a busy tone. The number he just called was out of coverage. Holding his phone, he cursed, Damn it, why aren't you answering? This is total bullshit. You scamming bastard. Big brother, screw you. You said you'd kneel in front of me. You piece of trash. Because of you, I can't even go to school. Damn it, is there anyone else who can do this? Kim Do-hyun remembered someone at school saying that the new kid was actually pretty good, that all the bullies in their class had been wiped out. The bullies hardly even came to school anymore, and the ones who did were keeping their heads down. At the time, he didn't care, but now, maybe that info was legit. Kim Do-hyun put his hands on his hips, thinking, Ahem, maybe I should pay that transfer student. What would happen if I told him to beat that damn Park Dojin to a pulp? Alright, it's fine. Everything will be okay. You damn Park Dojin. Just you wait. No sooner had he finished speaking than Park Dojin appeared out of nowhere right in front of Kim Do-hyun. Kim Do-hyun screamed, Holy crap, why are you here? Without another word, Park Dojin grabbed him by the hair. Park Dojin only needed one move to make Kim Do-hyun feel like he was between life and death. Dojin shoved Kim Do-hyun against a metal wall and said, Kid, I'm sending you to meet your maker. Then, shrill screams and pleas for help rang out. Kim Do-hyun couldn't take it anymore and shouted, All right, stop it. To everyone's surprise, Dojin actually stopped. He grinned, There, I stopped. It's ridiculous. Really. I feel like I'm the main attraction for everything lately. Huh. Kim Do-hyun was so terrified that tears were streaming down his face. Park Dojin laughed loudly. Haha, why are you crying? Isn't this fun? Come on, let's play another round with me. A new day arrived on the school campus, and with it came the sound of whining. Ugh, this is too hard. This math problem is supposedly the result of real mathematicians' research. Some students were debating the homework quite heatedly. I'm not good at math. Explain it to me again. Surprisingly, the one solving the math this time was no Manhwa. He glanced at his 2 friends and said, Everything has its own principles. Pay attention to how to calculate the volume and the distance in the problem. After hearing Manhwa's explanation, Jongmin spoke up. So now I just need to apply it and I'll get it right. However, Manhwa immediately retorted, That's no different. If you don't know the formula, just start with your knuckles. On the other side, cheering could be heard nonstop. I won. This English test is an overwhelming victory. Lee Seung-hun, sitting next to him, couldn't help but offer a compliment. Haha, Jang Jinmo won. And our side is helpless as hell. Just then, Suji suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She warned the protagonist, Degun, I gave you a hint already. Even so, our hero replied indifferently, Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. Suji tried to figure out why. Huh? Why? That's where you promised to do jujitsu with me, right? Degun was confused as hell. Finally, he gave in and said, The question was B, so the answer is bed, right? Lee Seung-hun thought about it more and more, failing to understand. I thought you picked up on a lot of things. How could you lose to Jin? Jang Jinmo, standing nearby, couldn't stop being smug and raising his voice at the protagonist. Degun, you need to study harder. Immediately after those words, Jang Jinmo was grabbed by the hair and taught a lesson by our hero. You don't need to be that loud. Jin fearfully apologized non-stop. Degun tried to emphasize, try taking off your glasses and say that again. There was a fact that if he had the advantage in status, Degun would definitely be the boss. Manhwa and Jongmin stood at a distance observing. Manhwa exclaimed in surprise, why did Jiang Jinmo even come all the way here to study with Degun? Aren't they too close? Jongmin replied sarcastically, you jealous. They were still stunned. The appearance of this character, you're coming to study too? It was Dojin from class 4. That guy was walking into the classroom, book in hand. As soon as Dojin entered, Manhwa and Hodong jumped up to confront him. What the hell are you doing here? You trying to start a fight? Suji immediately sensed something shady and thought to herself, Park Dojin. He looks really strange. Park Dojin had arrived and ignored all the whispers and stupid questions around him. He immediately shouted, step aside. I want to talk to the new transfer student. It won't take long. Dojin looked straight at Jinmo's seat, his eyes calculating. Hey, get out of the way. Jiang Jinmo was surprised and confused. Huh? Me? Dojin insisted once more. Who else would it be? Don't make me lose my temper. Get out of here, fast. The arrogant words went straight through Jinmo's ears. He thought uncomfortably, that bastard. This is a bit risky. Jiang Jinmo calculated quickly, knowing he couldn't possibly win. But if he walked away, he'd be a total coward. Looking straight at his opponent, he asked in a slightly flustered tone, Hey, why are you doing this? Jongmin, standing far away, was also scared and urged Jiang Jinmo, Hey Jinmo, stop it. You know damn well Degun isn't going to let this slide, right? Park Dojin's smile flashed brightly, his arm raising high at the same time. Before the action could even land, Jiang Jinmo reflexively dodged it quickly. Even so, he immediately clarified, I didn't dodge, it was just a natural reflex. Park Dojin's pleasant expression faltered slightly. He smirked and explained, I wasn't trying to hit you. Let's just play rock, paper, scissors. Jin let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Oh, rock, paper, scissors? All right, I'm safe. The two of them played quickly, and Jin lost. He blurted out, I lost. Fine, I'm leaving. You go talk to Degun. Ending the conversation, Jin walked away happily. Wow, I survived. Thank God, not only did I keep my life, but I even got to play with him. Jiang Jinmo jumped to conclusions, thinking he might actually be a decent guy, but no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than his actions betrayed it. Dojin reached out and grabbed Jiang Jinmo. Where do you think you're going? A thunderous slap landed right on Jiang Jinmo's face. The impact was so strong that Jin couldn't take it and puked his guts out. Dojin quickly justified his actions, claiming that punishments must be served after a loss. Dojin had always been prone to violence. Jiang Jinmo's large body collapsed to the ground instantly. Jongmin and Manhwa watched from afar, whispering, Whoa, that looks painful. Serves him right. After clearing the obstacle, Park Dojin walked over and pulled out a chair. He sat down heavily opposite the protagonist and spoke up. I told you we'd meet again, didn't I? Degun responded immediately. Yeah, so what? You want to fight. Sorry, but I've got to study for my English test now. However, Park Dojin stuck to him like a leech, explaining, What a coincidence. I only need a little time too, because we're definitely going to fight. Whenever the topic of fighting came up, Park Dojin couldn't hide his excitement. I want to set a condition. Let's play a few rounds. The scene shifted elsewhere, accompanied by the sound of chatter. Rent the gym? Songa confirmed, Yeah, but we can just do it in the locked music room in my class. Upon hearing this, Du Gongmyung felt a bit appreciative. All right, thanks. But if it's just you and me, stop using formal language. We're the same age, after all. Songa shook his head in disagreement. Can't do that. We have to follow the grade hierarchy. Du Gongmyung looked at Gu Songa's current physique and sighed, reminding him, Can you stop doing those weights? If someone sees us, they'll think I'm bullying you. Despite the advice, Songa expressed his fear. I'm terrified of losing all this muscle, please understand. The two continued to chat about other things. Du Gongmyung brought up the transfer student, asking, Have you seen him fight? Does he have any talent? Based on his observations, Songa confirmed. He could be on par with Sim Sang Bo, so I think he's good. But he's hiding his true strength. He's definitely training, but he doesn't show it at all. Du Gongmyung's eyes darted around as he brought up another name. And what do you think of Park Dojin? Songa smirked. That guy is really interesting. I think his strength is truly formidable. Honestly, that whole class is full of monsters, especially when you consider their advantages. Sunga recalled some moments he had witnessed firsthand, looking confused as he asked, Park Dojin, what on earth are you doing? In that moment, Dojin was stretching. His flexibility was incredible. Flexibility leads to recovery, and recovery brings strength. And that wasn't all. Dojin jumped right out of a high-floor window. Sunga asked in surprise, Where are you going to train? This is the second floor. Despite the warnings, Dojin shouted bravely, "Let's go." By instinct, Park Dojin always put all his strength into his strikes. Sunga reaffirmed, "Our technique is lacking because it relies too much on raw physique, and besides, his personality is reckless and impulsive. Sometimes things change depending on the situation." Du Gongmyung pondered. "Dojin loves to gamble. Should I trust him? What do you think?" In a short time, Sunga had been hit with one difficult question after another. His eyes grew dull and confused. "I don't know, but imagine this. That guy started training before we even knew anything, yet he was able to take down everyone in the gym just with his build. And the real question is, how could he take down Park Dojin?" Meanwhile, on the other side, he was shouting in frustration. I lost. I guess I'm not having much luck lately." Park Dojin kept staring at the protagonist and asked, "How are you so good at this game?" Degun replied emotionlessly, "Are you kidding me? Why don't we just go back to your class?" The protagonist thought to himself, "It's been a while, but my body still reacts out of habit, but winning like this is pretty bad. Does he think I'm going to play fair with him?" The current defeat made Park Dojin bitter, his eyes full of resentment. "Damn it, let's play one more round." The protagonist didn't want to waste time on these nonsense games. He warned, "No matter how many times we play, it'll be the same." "You already lost, didn't you?" Park Dojin was confused, not understanding the issue. DGUN reiterated the condition they had set earlier. "I accept." Park Dojin remained stubborn. He yelled miserably, "What does it mean that I lost? Who do you think won?" However, Dojin suddenly stopped to think. "Wait, this isn't the time to argue." Ignoring the other messy issues, Park Dojin replied, "Fine, nothing left to say, right? Good. This Wednesday, come to the place I told you about." The protagonist faced everything very calmly. He replied, "Sure, just take care of your hand. I don't want to see you crying." After a match was set up, no Manhwa spoke up. Degun, wait a second. He approached the protagonist and said, "I don't know what winning or losing means to him, but is it really okay for you to accept his challenge?" Degun looked straight at Manhwa and instructed, "I'd appreciate it if you have the rings ready for our match." No Manhwa suddenly became unusually serious. He emphasized, "It's not that. It's just that I'm a bit suspicious of a match against someone with that much experience. Plus, that guy is a sophomore." The topic being mentioned was the gym rules, and Park Dojin arrogantly reminded the protagonist, "The sophomores will come to watch our match. What do you think? Don't worry, I won't play dirty like those other guys." Manhwa and Jong Min went into investigative mode. "Who is he talking about?" Jong Min dismissed it. "I don't know." The protagonist felt very interested in what Park Dojin said. "I don't know what you're planning by bringing those two bald guys along, but the more the merrier, right?" The current situation seemed to be heading in the direction Dojin had planned. He let out a sly, mocking smirk. "I like your madness. Fine, it's a deal." Degun's gaze was filled with pure contempt for the guy in front of him. He'd already mapped it all out in his head. Once he took care of that punk Park Dojin, he'd move on to clean up the sophomores, and then deal with the freshman fund collecting issue. Jang Jinmo lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted, as a voice called out to him. "Hey, Jinmo, you okay? If you're fine, get up and have a seat over here. Look at this lesson." Jang Jinmo stayed on the floor, thinking to himself, "I wish the whole world would just disappear. Boo-hoo." As soon as Jang Jinmo left, Kim Do-hyun started glancing around, calculating his next move. He peeked into the classroom and muttered, "There's a transfer student named Degun." Following the protagonist's seating, Kim Do-hyun walked in, trembling as he spoke. "Excuse me, are you Degun?" The protagonist looked confused, having no idea who this guy was. "Who the hell is this?" He stiffened up and shot back at Kim Do-hyun. "What the hell is this? His name is Degun, not Degun." Kim Do-hyun immediately felt embarrassed. Sorry for asking. Even though we just met for the first time." Kim Do-hyun pursed his lips and continued, "That jerk Park Dojin. He's about to make a bet. Some sophomore is betting a ton of money with him that you and Park Dojin are going to fight. And more importantly, you need to lose." Kim Do-hyun's words left our protagonist frowning, completely lost. In classroom 11, the conversation showed no signs of stopping. Degun faced the other student and asked, "Why the hell should I lose? I have zero reason to throw the fight." "And then what?" Kim Do-hyun's face turned somber, his words trailing off, unable to come out. The scene shifted to a dark, gloomy night. Park Dojin was lording over Kim Do-hyun, berating him. "What a complete idiot. Did you actually think I'd be moved to tears and beg for your forgiveness?" He kept pressing Kim Do-hyun. "How much did you pay those guys, huh?" Kim Do-hyun was too terrified and eventually spilled the beans. 50. As soon as he realized the other guy had more cash, Dojin started digging again. "So that means you still have some left in your account, right? Give it to me right now." That was only $50 to pay off those losers. The scene shifted to under the staircase. Park Dojin arrived just in time to see something he didn't want to see: the door closing. Dojin was absolutely furious, shouting, "Damn it, that was my $500,000. But Kim Do-hyun was even angrier. "That was my money, you idiot." However, in a desperate moment, Park Dojin spotted something else interesting. He grew excited, his expression twisting into a sinister scheme. "Kim Do-hyun, I need some money." Besides taking Kim Do-hyun's money, Park Dojin added, "But use your name, okay?" This piece of info quickly helped Degun understand the situation. A personal loan? Park Dojin didn't even try to hide it. He admitted the truth. "Yeah, but I'll pay it back quickly. I'm going to take down that new transfer student. If I win, you'll make a ton of money. Because I, Park Dojin, am a winner. You know that, right? I'll pay you back, so you don't need to worry about a thing." Park Dojin handed a business card to Kim Do-hyun, urging him, "Get in touch with them, fast." After recounting the story from that night, Kim Do-hyun couldn't hide his fear, blurting out, "So, if you win, I won't get that money back." After hearing the problem, Guji understood the situation and confronted Kim Do-hyun. "Hey, you don't want to get beaten up by Park Dojin because he's too strong, right?" Kim Do-hyun nodded. "No." Guji replied, "Yeah, okay." Guji narrowed her eyes, her words dripping with implication. "Suppose Park Dojin wins, then see if I should just smash your head in." Kim Do-hyun was still clueless, not understanding what he did wrong. "What do you mean?" She got angrier the more she spoke. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Coming here and saying that?" The story continued in classroom 11. Kim Do-hyun was still trying to explain himself to our protagonist. "So if you win, I can't pay off my debt." Guji quickly jumped in to clarify things for Kim Do-hyun so he'd get it. "But don't you also want someone to take revenge on Park Dojin? Do you even know what you're saying?" At first, Guji managed to stay calm, but the more she talked, the angrier she got, looking ready to pounce, say something that actually makes sense. Norman Ho, seeing things going south, ran over to stop Guji. He shouted at the people around them to do something. "Guji, Jungmin, please, stop them." Guji insisted, "Let me go. I have to teach this guy a lesson." On the other side, the protagonist remained calm. He looked straight into Kim Do-hyun's eyes and asked, "What happens if I beat Park Dojin?" Kim Do-hyun was shocked and asked, "Huh, can't you humble yourself a little?" Our protagonist switched from talking about fighting to academics. "Do you speak English?" Kim Do-hyun replied, "Why are you suddenly bringing up English?" "Well, I know a little bit." Once Degun had gathered the info, he made a proposal. "How do I put this? What you're asking is as impossible as you not being able to speak English fluently. Regardless, I'm still going to beat Dojin. Meet me after school." The protagonist's words quickly made Kim Do-hyun scared. "Huh? Why? Do you want to hit me too?" The protagonist explained his own intentions. "I have an English test, so I need your help. Is that okay?" Guji ran over to check on our protagonist. "Degun, I can teach you English." However, Degun brushed it off to reassure her. "No, it's not really necessary. Don't bother yourself." Having said that, the protagonist gave instructions to Kim Do-hyun. "We're starting today." Given the circumstances, Kim Do-hyun had no reason to refuse. "Yeah, okay." Faced with current events, our guy had his own calculations. Beating Park Dojin wasn't the most important thing right now, but the stuff going on outside of school was truly beyond his capabilities. The scene shifted to the late afternoon. On the street, the sounds of conversation drifted by. "Degun, so what is this about?" Kim Do-hyun voiced his thoughts. "I'm busy thinking about what it is." Our protagonist seemed to be focusing on translating the meaning, thinking silently. Kim Do-hyun kept trying to talk. "Ah, okay. So if you can really take down Park Dojin, what are we going to do with the betting money?" Degun was still focused on translating money into MN. Kim Do-hyun was curious. "If you beat Dojin, I'll be dead from losing the bet. Why don't you lend me some money? What do you think?" The protagonist stared straight at him and affirmed, "Money. But I don't have any money either." Degun seemed to have guessed the situation, pointing his arm. "Huh? What a coincidence. This is where I and Park Dojin usually borrow money from." Our protagonist had understood Kim Do-hyun's intentions from the start. He took off his glasses and said, "That's why I deliberately said this while we were walking." Kim Do-hyun replied, "Yeah, the brain works better when we're out for a walk." Degun brushed off these distractions. That wasn't the point. Degun looked straight ahead and asked, "So, what do you want? You want me to borrow money for you?" Kim Do-hyun's eyes were filled with apprehension, his words faltering. "I honestly didn't think you'd go and borrow money for me." The protagonist tried to probe into why the other person was being so cautious. "Just be honest, I'm not going to hit you. A name tag belonging to Sunday." The protagonist looked at it and made a judgment. I think they're part of a gang. It'd be better if I go in and see what they're like first. It'd be best if we try to borrow money here. I'll go in alone. You go home. The scene shifts to the arcade. A question is raised. Do you have the money now? The response was filled with excitement. That bastard Kim Do-hyun finally agreed to help. Kim Do-hyun and I are going to snatch it right out of Yoon's hands. Park Do-jun's face was devious, his eyes shifty as he confirmed it, adding in the money collected from the school fund. That's more than enough. Oh man, how should I spend all that cash? I think first, I'll try investing a bit to see if I can catch a lucky break. A voice interrupted Park Do-jun's arrogance. Hold on a second, that's school fund money. Park Do-jun's friend reminded him of the situation. Don't underestimate the match against that transfer student. Don't just think it'll be an easy win. Park Do-jun retorted in his usual arrogant tone. Oh, really? His friend tried to analyze the current problem. Until the day of the fund collection, don't think you'll be able to collect all the money from the classes. You have to beat him if you want to take control of his classes. Despite his friend's warnings, Park Do-jun was the type to see things through to the end once his mind was set. He only cared about the objective, believing that with high risk comes high reward. The muscular body of the guy quickly sent Green Snake crashing down. He glanced over and continued, if you want a big payoff, you gotta take risks. Leave that guy to me. Our protagonist was trying to knock on the door, but it seemed there was no response. He was confused. Is there nobody here, or should I just head back? Just as this thought crossed his mind, someone appeared and said, Who are you? Did you come here to borrow money? This character struggled to open the door while grumbling. Damn it, I told those bastards not to go chasing girls, but they locked up and went out. Hang on a sec. However, the man glanced over at DGUN, his words probing. You're a student, aren't you? Why would students like you come here to borrow money? Before the protagonist could answer these questions, he was urged inside by the guy. It was already getting dark. Entering the room, the protagonist sat opposite the man. He was bombarded with questions. What kind of work do you do? How much money do you want to borrow? Wait a minute. First, tell me how old you are. When asked about his age, our protagonist felt it was a sensitive topic. DGUN hesitated and said, 20. Then he quickly corrected it to 17. That number 17 left the man opposite him confused. 17? Seeing the lender's reaction, our protagonist changed it back to 20. The more he talked, the more he felt like this was going sideways. The lender snapped at him. What are you talking about? Is this some kind of joke to you? You little brat. DGUN was so embarrassed by his clumsy lie. He bowed his head and said, I forgot I have laundry drying at home. I'll come back another day. But just as the protagonist was about to leave, the old lender stopped him. Hold it right there. What's wrong with your laundry? It's not cold or raining out, is it? Hey, if you're going to make up an excuse, use your brain. He intentionally tried to pick a fight with the protagonist. With the way you're talking, you're definitely suspicious. Who the hell are you? The question left our protagonist stunned. He tried to walk away quickly while saying goodbye. I'll come back later. Things weren't as simple as DGUN had expected. He was grabbed firmly by the lender. The old man spoke with a look of annoyance. Wait, I'm not done yet. Where do you think you're going? Punk. You can't mess with me. Where are you from? What's your purpose for coming here? The barrage of questions made the protagonist increasingly uncomfortable. He intentionally gripped the man's hand and ordered him to let go. Degun emphasized it once more. I said, I'm leaving. What right do you have to stop me? Don't even think about following me, you hear? The protagonist reminded him while twisting the man's arm, causing him pain. The old man was furious, cursing. Ugh, you dog. The lender tried to grab an ashtray to counterattack. The strike was set to be launched with violence, his face twisted in determination. However, the protagonist quickly saw the move the other was about to make. He brushed the lender's hand away without mercy. The protagonist's hand countered, striking the lender directly in the head. The hit was like a concrete slab slamming down. It felt like the lender's head was about to be flattened into a square. He collapsed right back into his chair. The protagonist looked at him and muttered, Ugh. I hit him on pure instinct before I could even think. Damn it. DGUN turned away, saying, I'll come back another day. While he's unconscious, I should check the loan records. Our protagonist tried to look through the papers on the desk. He thought to himself, this is Kim Do-hyun's name. If I steal this, will the problem be solved? After checking the papers for a while, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when he saw this person. A figure deep in thought, Degun wondered. Isn't that the school principal? Why is his picture here? Just as the protagonist was busy examining the papers, laughter rang out from outside the door. That place was great, especially the girls. Degun sensed danger approaching and sighed. Damn it, the situation isn't good. I need to leave. However, just as he reached the door, the group walked in. This unexpected turn of events left our protagonist frozen. The fat guy walked in and interrogated the protagonist. Who are you? How did you get in here? Degun found it hard to explain the lender's unconscious state. Him. The goon started talking stupidly. Oh, you're here too? I thought he was just sleeping. Taking advantage of this distraction, the protagonist moved quickly toward the door. Since I've finished my business, Our protagonist moved out the door. The voices inside still echoed in his ears. Some middle school kids came here to borrow money yesterday, too. Boss, are you asleep? The men were worried about their leader. The words couldn't wake him. Boss, you must be tired. Wake up. In an instant, the thugs realized what happened and ran toward the door to block the protagonist. Hey, you little bastard, catch him. The scene fades into the dark of night. Degun sits on a chair, muttering to himself, I shouldn't have run away. It felt like he poked a hornet's nest, but it seemed like they weren't chasing him anymore. The protagonist, still lost in his own thoughts, looks up and speaks. The weather is so pleasant and cool. I shouldn't even be thinking about hanging up laundry when there's no rain. He made up his mind to investigate the principal's photos soon, but first, he had to deal with the situation with Park Dojin. Degun prepared carefully, checked the weather forecast, and said, when was the last time he mentioned the fight? Wasn't it Friday? It's going to rain hard this Friday, and a rainy day really doesn't put Degun in a good mood. The rain grew heavier, and the sound of the downpour drowned out everything else. Footsteps echoed through the rain, sounding in unison. The long-awaited day had finally arrived. His friend asked Dojin, is your hand all right? Park Dojin replied confidently, I already told you I don't need to go to the hospital. Deep down, Park Dojin couldn't deny it, but it still hurt a little bit. His eyes darted around slyly, and he spoke arrogantly. After all, the fight with that transfer student was the only thing worth talking about. There's no one who can actually hurt me. A delivery scooter with red lights pulled up. Dojin became even more excited. Everyone's here, right? Let's move. The guys following behind Dojin kept making noise. Geez, damn it. What is this place, anyway? The fat guy gave some instructions. Haha, just get in. Park Dojin grabbed Kim Do-hyun by the neck and said, the auditorium is locked. No one here can interfere. Park Dojin muttered as he slowly opened the door. A while ago, this used to be the school's gym, but now our group has taken it over. Sangha looked around and frowned. Hurry up and come in. He gave quite a few instructions regarding the preparations. Park Dojin kept trying to probe Kim Do-hyun. It feels like a real fight, doesn't it? What do you think? Who's going to win this one? From now on, we're not playing around. It's a real fight. Kim Do-hyun shook his head. I'm not sure about that. Regardless of his answer, Dojin kept bragging. I'm just messing with you, you idiot. You're no fun at all. I never thought I'd be fighting here, though. Are the other bosses here yet? Gu Sungga looked straight ahead and said, oh, they're here. The arrival of the new big boss surprised the crowd. Oh my god, they're actually here. This new group that appeared was the neutral class faction. The others bowed in unison. We're friends of Park Dojin. Hello, sirs. The fat guy tried to look up. He exclaimed, wow, this is intense. Can you feel the atmosphere of the upcoming battle already? One of the bosses remarked, your hair looks really annoying. The remark quickly scared the guy, who replied, I'll cut it right away, sir. The new boss looked at Kim Do-hyun and asked, and you're a member of the Class 2 gang, right? Kim Do-hyun looked bewildered. I don't understand what you mean. That lackluster response made the boss judge him. You look kind of slow. How did you even become a tough guy? Gu Sungga instructed. We've prepared a seat for you in the stands. Thank you. It's nothing. The bald boss looked around with curiosity. The transfer student hasn't arrived yet. I hope my patience today isn't being tested by him. A group of people started walking over, their umbrellas overlapping as they moved through the rain. It turned out to be our main character's group. He was trying to turn his head to talk to his friends. You guys really don't have to follow me. However, Jongmin immediately countered. What are you talking about? Of course we have to go together. Even Manhwa was burning with determination. We can't let you head into that sophomore den all by yourself. You've always helped us out. The protagonist looked closely behind No Manhwa. He asked, what's that bag for? Manhwa looked a bit flustered. Oh, this? Your opponent is pretty tough, so I brought some extra equipment. Manhwa's intentions were quickly stopped by the protagonist. Leave it behind. Dojin hurriedly provided some information to DGUN before stepping inside. Oh, I actually found out about Park Dojin's fighting style from an informant. He thought this information would interest Degun, but the protagonist responded with complete indifference. All right, I'll probably figure it out after one punch anyway. Jongmin and Bang Hodong looked at each other with puzzled expressions. The two of them whispered, huh, one punch? Do I have a problem with my ears or something? Pushing aside the distractions, the protagonist focused on observing something on his phone. After finishing, our main character firmly stated once again, I'm sorry, but you guys have to go on ahead." These words left his friends stunned. Huh. Jongmin tried to probe further. "What are you saying? Without you, no matter how hard we try," he was cut off by our main character. "I'll be there soon." Cutting to the prearranged location, Manhwa led the other friends there, but the protagonist was completely absent. He had really left because there was an important matter to resolve. At this moment of direct confrontation, both sides stared at each other without any affection. The boss, Wan Jiaok, sternly examined the other side. "That transfer student still isn't here. He had only left a message saying he would come soon, so there was no guarantee at all." Park Dojin smirked and interrogated No Manhwa. "Is he so scared that he ran away?" Manhwa confidently asserted, "Don't worry, he's not that kind of person." The guy suddenly changed his facial expression. His curiosity piqued. "Red hair, you're No Manhwa, right? So we just have to wait for him to arrive? Fine, go find a seat." On the other side, Jongmin sat down and said aggressively, "Hey, I bet 100% that Manhwa will save us." Whoa, the pressure in this place is insane. All the top 5 are here. Typical heavy hitters like the top of the sophomore year, the top 3, Du Sangu, the top 4 of the sophomores, and Kim Samuel, the top 5 of the sophomore level, were all there. Jongmin looked at the opening door, gasped, and blurted out, "Only the sophomore group from the crossing is here." Shouts erupted, "They're here." A crowd of sophomores surged in, everyone's expression cold and annoyed, their greetings brief. "Hello, we are the legendary Holy Blood tough guys from the sophomore year." The Holy Blood boss, Ma Jizek, curiously stepped forward and asked, "Why would you guys come this far just for a fight between freshmen?" Another guy replied, "It's just that this guy isn't an ordinary freshman." Hodong suddenly spotted a certain character, and he exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell? Liam from the inner class is here too?" Jisok, immediately after seeing the new character arrive, welcomed him. "You're here. Sit wherever you want." As soon as he appeared, this tough character said confidently, "There's no room left. Unfortunately, we have to sit at least one seat apart." The others replied regarding the seating arrangement, "It's fine. One seat isn't that important." Yu Jok was looking around very curiously. "So, where is that transfer student? Hasn't he arrived yet?" The questions about the protagonist's whereabouts grew more frequent. No Manhwa and Jongmin's group really didn't know how to answer. Sweating with anxiety, he thinks, "Degun, when the hell are you getting here?" He stares at his phone, filled with the volatile red and green charts of the crypto market. Park Dojin stares at it intensely, his face twisted in annoyance. The big shots around him seem to be losing their patience, their eyelids drooping from the long wait. So frustrating. Dojin can't take it anymore. He smashes his phone straight onto the floor, cursing nonstop. Why isn't he here yet? "I'm bored out of my mind." He can't control his emotions, just rambling on. "Somebody come up here. Anyone, first year or second year. I don't care." Dojin's bloodlust seems to be peaking. His friends, scared, try to hold him back. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Dojin, calm down. Even the others can't stand the wasted time anymore. Staring ahead with a brooding gaze, one declares, "Yeah, we don't have all day to sit here and kill time. I think we need some entertainment." Dojin, itching for a fight, taunts them. "Hey, Manhwa from Class 1, get over here." Outside, it's still pouring rain. A figure approaches, shielding themselves with an umbrella, muttering, "Guess I'm a bit late." Manhwa is slightly taken aback by the challenge. "Are you calling me?" Jong Min, standing behind him, is trembling with fear. "What do we do, Manhwa?" Manhwa, braver than ever, asserts, "I'm a member of Class 1. We have to take responsibility since DGUN is late. Pray for my win." The dramatic tension is quickly interrupted by Sunga, who speaks up. "Wait, I've got an idea. We need to ensure our fighters are in peak condition for the main event. We can't waste Dojin's energy yet." But Sunga's suggestion is immediately shut down by Park Dojin. "Shut the hell up, you bald-headed idiot. I need to warm up before the real fight." No matter how crazy Dojin gets, Sunga remains calm. "No, you're not doing that. My class and the 2 members of the special physical education class will fight." Park Dojin, ever arrogant, scoffs bluntly. "You think fighting those morons is fun, Baldy?" Amidst the noisy bickering, Gamdu Gongmyung suggests, "Fighting those lackeys isn't bad, consider it entertainment." Everything seems to pause for a beat. A figure finally opens the door and walks in. "I'm a bit late, aren't I?" The door opening brings hope to Manhwa and Jong Min. Even Park Dojin gets excited, thinking it's Kwon Degun, but it's not him. The person who appears is young Jong, and the moment he arrives, he can't stop blabbering. "DGUN make Park Dojin cry today? If I bet on DGUN, maybe I can get a bigger apartment. But what if he gets beaten up by Park Dojin?" Yoon Jong just got here, but every word he says digs into Dojin's sour mood. It makes Dojin's face absolutely livid. What is wrong with this idiot? Jong Min knows just how hot Dojin's temper is, so he tries to warn young Jong. Hey, shut your mouth and get out of here. Young Jong just retorts, Hey Jong Min, how's our big boss Degun doing? Jong Min can only feel helpless at this blabbermouth. You hopeless moron, get out of here. This young Jong guy is like someone who hasn't spoken in years. He just keeps running his mouth. Come to think of it, who should I bet my money on? You guys aren't gonna scam me, right? I had to go withdraw cash for this huge bet. The constant noise makes Dojin boil over. He speaks aggressively. Hey Kim Young Jong, you were a boss in class 2, right? As soon as he hears that, Young Jong replies, Did you lose your mind? I'm loyal to DGUN now. Right after that arrogant remark, Young Jong is sent flying backward. The culprit behind that punch is none other than Park Dojin. A savage blow. It leaves the guy bloody, his face instantly deformed. Park Dojin's vicious nature is fully exposed through this punch. He doesn't stop his brutal actions there, grabbing Young Jong by the neck, tossing him around like a rag doll with just a flick of his arm. After that life-threatening assault, Park Dojin keeps charging like a madman. Young Jong is terrified now, clutching his nose, unable to stop the blood. Park Dojin unleashes a finishing kick, his massive foot smashing straight into Young Jong's face. Manhwa, watching the brutal scene, is visibly agitated. How can he just let it happen? Is he okay? Another guy replies, Well, I think the other bosses are just enjoying the show. Jaok watches the situation with excitement, remarking that before the main course, you always need an appetizer, like eating an egg before a steak. No one tries to stop it, and the situation continues, leaving Park Dojin's hands drenched in blood. He's practically beating Young Jong to death. A mysterious room door appears, and a figure slips through, looking suspicious. Photos appear, including one of the school principal. Next to those photos, there's a trail of blood and a group of people passed out. They lie scattered across the floor, blood mixing with skin. The scene shifts back to the designated meeting spot. After beating Young Jong, Dojin looks a lot more refreshed, speaking confidently. That wasn't even a warm-up, you idiots. It's going to take a while for me to actually get warmed up. The protagonist calls out. Next up, Manhwa. Just then, footsteps approach, and a voice interrupts. What the hell? Am I not your opponent? That voice catches the big boss's attention. He narrows his eyes and observes carefully. The arrival is definitely our main guy. He looks completely nonchalant as he questions Park Dojin. Hey, rabid dog, you couldn't wait until then? Park Dojin is absolutely thrilled, his voice ringing out wildly. Even Manhwa's group is shocked by the protagonist's arrival in this dangerous moment. The others scramble to express their relief. You finally made it. The transfer student. Our main guy walks deeper inside, apologizing for being late, using the opportunity to lower the tension. Park Dojin immediately finds fault. No, you're very late. Because you were late, I decided to beat up your friend to relax. Jiang Jinmo retorts. Geez, who said that? An arrogant, confident look is plastered on Dojin's face as he declares, If you had been any later, your friends would all be finished by now. Oh, by the way, isn't Kim Young Jong your friend? After being tortured by Park Dojin for a while, Kim Young Jong's face was a bloody, terrifying mess. DGUN had arrived a moment ago, already taking in the situation with a calm that was honestly shocking. He stepped forward, looking incredibly cool, as he stripped off his outer jacket and remarked, Well, shall we? I assume you're all warmed up from beating that guy. Dojin quickly shot back, Yeah, but one person isn't enough. The scene was suddenly shattered by the sound of bodies hitting the floor. The protagonist had unleashed a brutal kick. His targets were Dojin's 2 lackeys. Dojin watched the collapse, his eyes wide with utter shock. That fat friend's face was already deforming under the sheer force of the kick. Blood poured from his mouth, and the other one was just as badly mauled. Nam-ho and Jong Min, standing on the sidelines, couldn't take their eyes off DGUN's ruthless moves. Park Dojin started to tremble. The protagonist declared, Don't worry, I'm just warming up with your buddies too. It was one hell of a warm-up. It left his opponents crumpled on the ground, unable to even twitch. DGUN looked insanely cool as he loosened his tie and spoke to his opponent. It's a shame we only got to exchange a few blows last time. Today, I'm not stopping until I put you down for good. The student's nose was blown out, his cheek caved in. No Manhwa and Jong Min were left stunned, frozen in place just watching. As the student hit the ground, Degun calmly remarked, There. That's your friend taken care of. Park Dojin stared at his buddy twitching on the floor, genuinely caught off guard. He hadn't expected DGUN to go this far. The smell of raw blood wafted from the guy's mouth. DGUN slowly pulled his tie off and continued. Remember last time? You said it was a pity we didn't get to do this properly, right? Well, today is going to be different. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, his veins popping out. With a steady gaze fixed on Dojin, He warned him that this wouldn't end like the last time. Gu Sunga, watching from the side, felt the tension so thick he could barely breathe. He muttered, "Here it is. It's finally starting, isn't it?" Both of them are going to clash just like the first-year leader said. Today, we finally see how this ends. Lila Seong-hun gave a cold smirk, thinking to himself, just as I predicted. The Salo leader standing behind Dojin barked an order. "Hey, you lazy bastards, clean up this trash lying on the floor, move." Park Dojin frowned in annoyance. As they hauled the students away, he called out, "Degun, just as I thought messing with you really is fun. You're the kind of guy I've always wanted to have a real fight with. That's why I felt so frustrated last time. All the others I actually liked, I ended up crushing too easily." Degun looked back at Dojin, his expression unchanged, just as cold as ever. Dojin laughed loudly, thinking of his past opponents like they were nothing more than ragdolls. "Ha, I really feel bad for them. Remembering how I tore them apart, it still gives me a rush. That's why I'm actually worried about you, kid." The students clearing the bodies couldn't help but glance back, burning with curiosity. Right then, Park Dojin couldn't hold it back anymore. He shoved the other students aside and bolted forward. He looked like a beast hunting its prey. He roared, "I can't hold back anymore, Degun. I promise I'm going to toy with you for a long, long time." "Ha ha." Degun remained as steady as a rock, his gaze fixed, observing silently. Dojin threw the first punch. Degun dodged it in a flash. Degun stepped behind Dojin. Dojin spun around to attack again. Degun seemed to be calculating something, choosing not to strike back yet. Seeing this, Dojin went even harder. One punch, two, then three. Degun dodged every single one of Dojin's strikes with ease. Dojin cursed, "Damn it." He glared at Degun with killing intent. He shouted in a rage, "What the hell? Why aren't you fighting back, you dog?" Degun didn't answer. He just kept dodging. Dojin spat, dodging again. "Have some guts, coward." Degun still didn't respond, weaving through the attacks while Dojin continued to swing wildly. Dojin lost his mind, losing all control over his attacks. He cursed while throwing punches. "Fight back, you idiot." Burry stared with wide eyes, asking Jong Min, "What's going on? Why can't Dojin land a single hit?" Jong Min rubbed his chin and thought, maybe the gap in their power is just too big. But why does Degun keep dodging? Minsu, who had been watching the whole time, finally chimed in. Maybe he's analyzing his opponent. Think back to his past fights against Manhwa, Sim Sang Bo, the bullies from other schools. In one-on-one fights, no matter who the opponent is, he always dodges first to get a read on them. But after dodging a few times, once he's decoded their patterns, that's when he goes on the offensive. As he said this, the corner of Minsu's mouth curled up. He was watching the situation like a true researcher. Dojin poured every ounce of strength into his attack. Just when it looked like Degun would dodge again, he didn't. He slammed a powerful punch right into Dojin's waist. Dojin winced, hit in a vital spot, his strength wavering. He spun around, trying to attack again, but Degun spotted the opening. Without changing his expression, he landed a crushing kick to Dojin's knee. Not stopping there, he used his dominant hand to hammer a punch straight into Dojin's face. Dojin hit the ground with a heavy thud. Dojin was dazed, but it didn't take him long to recover. His insanity kept him from giving up. He used his legs as a spring to launch himself back up. That hit was brutal, but it wasn't enough to keep him down. Dojin was beyond furious. He lunged in, screaming with another punch. "You son of a bitch." Before the punch could even graze him, Degun used the same move, a kick to the knee followed by a clean, straight punch to Dojin's face. Dojin almost met his end right there, gasping for air. Feeling his body failing, he realized he was losing his cool. He touched the ground to steady himself. "Wake up," Dojin told himself. "Calm down. Just calm down." The counterattack had been heavy. As soon as he thought that, Degun coldly delivered another blow. Dojin froze. His vision went completely white. Degun didn't stop, reaching out to land another vicious slap to his face. Dojin was so dazed he stood there like a punching bag. Seeing the slap wasn't enough, Degun kept the pressure on with his feet. He kicked Dojin square in the stomach. The impact sent Dojin flying several meters back. Dojin struggled to breathe, his veins bulging, his energy clearly drained away. The vice leader watched, feeling a bit uneasy. He thought to himself, did he really just send a powerhouse like Park Dojin flying with a single kick? Is he even human? The 7th grade bully chimed in, is Park Dojin just going to keep taking hits like that? He couldn't even land a single blow on Degun earlier. If he keeps charging in headfirst like that, he won't even be able to graze Degun, let alone make him bleed. Park Dojin wiped the remaining blood from his mouth and let out a bitter laugh. Wow, that actually stung, you son of a bee. Manhwa was shocked to see Park Dojin get back up. He turned to Jong Min. Holy crap, how is he still standing after a kick like that? Jongmin replied. It's terrifying. Degun is incredibly strong, but Dojin is a monster in his own right. If anyone else had jumped in, this fight would have been over long ago. Degun clasped his hands together and sighed. Not bad, you can take a hit, I'll give you that. But I haven't even really started fighting yet, so I hope you can last a bit longer. Park Dojin flashed a confident grin. Oh, so you're saying you haven't been going all out this whole time? Well, let me tell you something. Same here. As soon as he finished, Park Dojin stepped back to build momentum, and a second later, he lunged at Degun like a starving tiger. He roared, "You're done for, you piece of trash." Degun stood his ground, unmoving. Even so, Dojin swung before he was even close to Degun. Degun paused for a second, wondering, he's throwing a punch before he's even in range? With that thought, Degun lunged forward to strike Dojin's stomach. The corner of his mouth twitched as he thought, man, this guy is hilarious. He even knows how to put on an act. Does he think this isn't going to end easily? I guess he finally realized that blindly attacking isn't working. He's such a fool. He doesn't get what really matters. Degun thought, it doesn't matter how strong his hits are. The result is always the same. He's going to get absolutely shredded. Look at those eyes. Starting to get a little nervous. Are we? Degun landed a precise kick right in Park Dojin's sweet spot, followed by repeated blows to the exact same area, causing his face to swell up. The student whom Park Dojin had been extorting for money watched from the side, feeling incredibly satisfied. He thought, that jerk Dojin is getting beaten like a stray dog now. Serves you right, you damn scumbag. USGHV clicked his tongue. This fight is way too one-sided. No one expected it to go down like this. It seemed Park Dojin truly had no way to fight back. Lee Seung-hun watched with a hint of fear, thinking to himself, damn, I knew he was strong, but is he really this much stronger? At the same time, Manhwa turned to Jongmin and said, do you remember when Degun said he checked Dojin out through that coin game? Jongmin replied, yeah, what about it? Manhwa's expression turned serious. Now I get what he meant. Dojin and Degun were locked in an intense fight. Park Dojin kept attacking but missed every time. Degun had figured out Dojin's weakness and landed every single hit perfectly. Dojin's attacks seemed to lack any real strategy. He kept swinging and missing. Degun, on the other hand, easily hit the most vulnerable spots. Manhwa continued speaking to Jongmin, not noticing that Lee Seung-hun was listening too. You know, Park Dojin's physical strength is superior, and he's been applying that to the coin game. If we flip the coins with a specific amount of force, all 4 coins will hover in the air, meaning there's a high chance they'll flip over. That's why he was doing those things in his notebook. Burry chimed in. Hey, sounds like high jump, right? Jongmin sighed and explained. You mean if you're stronger, it's more advantageous because you can jump higher, right? Manhwa answered seriously. Yeah, exactly. Minsu watched the scene and thought, wow, they look really serious, don't they? Manhwa propped his chin up, watching the fight with a steady gaze, and muttered, if that's the case, his physical strength should be a huge help to him. But unfortunately, the coin game isn't about strength, it's about skill. To play a game of coins, you need to master specific skills. You have to see where the coins are and how many there are. You have to aim precisely and control the force of the toss. Dojin didn't have the skills for the coin game. Back then, he just followed his gut whenever he felt like acting, without thinking at all. And that habit of his was being applied to this fight, too. He didn't bother analyzing or trying to understand what kind of person his opponent was. He just relied on his raw stamina, swinging whenever he felt like it. That was just stupid. Even so, because he had the physical capacity to endure many hits over a long period, it was a problem. But now, his opponent wasn't just some regular guy. His opponent knew exactly how to flip those coins, hitting his weak points with perfect precision and just enough force. Degun really knew how to play. He didn't even need to use much energy to take down that idiot. He truly was a formidable opponent. Back at the school, Hun shouted, Hey, Degun, what are you doing? Ah, seriously, you're making me frustrated. Don't just swing around hoping for luck. Degun looked so innocent back then, scratching his head and stammering. Ah, is it like this? Hun, Lee Seung-hun continued. Flipping coins is the fundamental step of combat. Don't you know that? Lee Seung-hun pointed to the table enthusiastically and told Degun, look at this. Hit it into the spot you want with a specific amount of force. Look, it's not that hard, right? Give it a try. As he said that, he pulled his hand back to let Degun try. Lee Seung-hun also reminded him, don't let your hand touch the coins. Degun raised his hand, remembering Hun's advice. He locked onto his target, watching it intensely until he tossed it. He watched the coins go. Degun felt a bit tense. He stared at the coins on the table without blinking, then raised his hand and struck. Back in the present, Dojin took a punch straight to the face. He glared at Degun, the punch sending Dojin flying, but he managed to stop himself just in time. The madman lunged again without thinking. Degun looked him up and down, thinking, where should I hit next? Park Dojin gritted his teeth and charged at Degun. Degun smiled slightly. All right, I'll choose that spot. With that thought, Degun landed a clean punch right in the middle of Dojin's face, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Degun held his hand in midair. It was a light blow that didn't take much effort at all. The guy with glasses watching the fight started to comment, hey, didn't you say Dojin was strong? Didn't he knock Degun down once before? He's not even a match for Degun. It's funny to even bet on a one-sided fight like this. Lee Seung-hun still watched the fight calmly, thinking to himself, Dojin is definitely strong, but it seems his opponent is on a completely different level. Either way, we should be grateful that Dojin is this strong. He's managed to hold his own this long thanks to his insane durability, but that data alone isn't enough. It's hard to gauge Degun's true strength when he's just playing around with him. Park Dojin looks like he's hitting his limit. If he pushed himself harder, he might still be standing, but he struggles just to wipe the blood from his mouth. He starts to smell the metallic stench of blood filling the room. Staring at Degun, he wonders, damn it, why the hell can't I land a single hit on this guy? Degun still looks completely untouched. He lazily rolls up his sleeves and says to Dojin, come on, put some effort in. You're getting boring. Didn't you say you wanted to beat me to a pulp earlier? Looks like you really hate my guts, huh? But let's be real, I'm stronger than you. That's just a fact, isn't it? Bitch Suji, sitting at an internet cafe, shouts out, wait, what? Why are you telling me this only now? Yujok asks, looking surprised. Oh, why are you so shocked? That's just what I heard from Lee Seung-hun. Sounds like the second-year students are all there, too. Suji nudges Yujok urgently. Damn it, I shouldn't have placed that bet. Let's go. We need to get there. Yujok looks taken aback. What? You're dying to meet the new transfer student again. Suddenly, a guy playing nearby yells out, haha, why else? Obviously, the girl's got a crush on the new kid, right? Is it really that hard to tell? The guy doesn't notice Suji standing right behind him, her fingers still flying across the keyboard. The person she's playing against suddenly wins. She thinks to herself, wait, I lost? No way. She jumps up to look at her opponent, only to realize that he's already slumped over his desk, knocked out. She gasps. What the hell? How did you get knocked out while we were playing? Yujok watches Suji and wonders, tisk, she just took off. Why is she in such a rush? Yujok watches Suji's back as she disappears. He can't help but wonder, why is she acting so strange? Bitch Suji holds her umbrella, walking through the rain, her heart burning with anxiety. She thinks, Degun is seriously crazy. Why did he go to a place like that? If he does something reckless, what's going to happen? Is he really fighting in front of the second years? No, this is too dangerous. With that thought, she abandons her umbrella and starts running through the rain. Park Dojin slaps one side of his face, then the other, then begins hitting himself repeatedly with both hands. Everyone watches in shock. Diu leans over to whisper to their leader, Won Jiaok, I can't believe it. He's actually slapping himself. What kind of self-torture is this? The blonde guy whispers back, hey, how did that idiot end up in such a sorry state? Kim Do-hyun replies, maybe he's just trying to taste his own blood. Park Dojin stares at his hands, thinking, what the hell am I doing? I haven't even been able to land a hit on that guy's skin this entire time. What is wrong with me? Kim Do-hyun watches Dojin with a smug sense of satisfaction. He remembers back when Dojin lost a coin toss and slapped himself just to check his state. But now, he can't even touch a hair on Degun. He won't figure it out, no matter how much he tastes his own blood. Degun notices Dojin standing there like a statue and goads him. Hey, done with your little drama yet? Kim Do-hyun feels a thrill of excitement, a faint, twisted smile curling on his lips. Ha! That's it, Degun. Money doesn't even matter anymore. Just keep beating him. What a gambling addict. Park Dojin breathes heavily, staring at Degun. Damn it. I don't know what's going on, but it's so weird. I could only land one hit, even when the coin was supposed to land on my side. With that, he lunges forward like a moth to a flame. He charges at Degun, but Degun just stands there calmly, watching the fool rush in. Dojin throws a punch at Degun's face. Degun dodges it and gives Park Dojin a light kick to the chest. Dojin is sent flying back, but he quickly finds his footing and charges again like a madman. This time, he changes his style, pivoting on one leg and swinging the other toward Degun's body. Naturally, Degun dodges that, too. Dojin loses his balance and hits the ground, but he springs back up instantly to attack from behind. Degun effortlessly avoids it and slams an uppercut into his chin. Park Dojin is both in agony and losing his mind with rage. He screams, "You son of a." He completely loses control, flailing his arms blindly without landing a single hit, while Degun casually lands a clean shot to the center of his face. Taking blow after blow, Park Dojin is running out of steam, his back hitting the floor. In the moment before he collapses, Park Dojin thinks to himself, "It doesn't matter how many times he hits me." Degun plants his feet and lunges toward him. Degun's handsome face narrowly avoids Dojin's fist, and he lands a direct strike to the guy's cheek. Park Dojin curses under his breath. "Damn it. How is this happening? It hurts. No, I can take it. Come on, this is the chance." With that thought, Dojin puts all his strength into a final punch aimed straight at Degun's face. It looked like it would surely land, but once again, Degun slips away without any effort. From the start of the fight until now, Park Dojin hasn't even touched a single strand of Degun's hair. It's humiliating. At the same time, Degun's fist connects with Dojin's face. The impact leaves him reeling, his nose and mouth spraying blood as if he'd been butchered. Park Dojin is completely drained and sinks to his knees. He wonders, why? Why can't I hit him? Not even once? He stays slumped there, blood pooling on the floor, the room thick with the stench of it. Degun, of course, takes the opportunity to finish it, grabbing Dojin by the hair. Park Dojin is helpless, offering no resistance. Park Dojin feels like this fight is just another coin toss. He slams his hand onto the table, but something feels off. He slams it again. The book on the table shifts to the side. Dojin, enraged, slams the book again, and it slides the other way. He keeps slamming it back and forth. Over and over, Dojin loses his mind and lashes out blindly. He furrows his brow, gathering all his strength to slam the table once more, cursing under his breath. What the hell? Why can't I hit anything? Suddenly, another hand grabs his. It's Degun. Degun grips Dojin's wrist and scoffs. "You idiot. That's not how you play the game." Park Dojin is left blank face, not understanding. At that same moment, another hand grabs the back of his head. Degun says loudly, "This is the smart way to play, you moron." With that, Degun slams Park Dojin's head straight onto the table. Back in reality, Degun slams Dojin's head onto the wooden floor. Blood splatters everywhere. It's unclear if Dojin is still alive. His limbs have stopped twitching. Degun sighs, "Thanks to you, I've finally warmed up." The members of the Holy Blood gang look on, paralyzed with tension. The seventh-year thugs are no better. No Man Ho and Jong Min were stunned, muttering to themselves, "That's just brutal." Lee Zung-hun didn't dare to make a move either. The air in the room was thick with tension. Everyone sat there, tense, waiting to see if Dojin would do anything else, but it seemed like the answer was no. Meanwhile, Park Dojin's group was still training like crazy. The punching bags never stopped shaking. As Dojin stood there deep in thought, his face twisted in a scowl, a voice suddenly cut through the silence. "Hey, man, why are you just staring at your phone instead of training?" The guy kept pestering Park Dojin. Even if the coach wanted to look out for him because he said the kid had special talent, it was all for nothing if he kept acting like this. The coach gestured toward the distance. "Look at those guys over there. They're training so hard, don't you feel anything watching them?" The others were intently focused on something, their gazes all fixed in one direction. Ignoring the advice, Dojin arrogantly retorted, "So what? I'm going to beat them anyway." Hearing Dojin's confident remark, the sweat on the faces of the rival youths began to pour down. The coach kept trying to talk to him. "Ugh, seriously. What are you even looking at?" Dojin didn't take his eyes off his phone, answering. Checking the market cap, the coach grew even more curious. "You got something you want to analyze and put money into?" Park Dojin frowned and muttered, "Analyze? Ha! It's all just a gut feeling. What the hell do I know about analysis?" The coach's expression turned sour as he warned, "You brat, you're just like you are in practice. You train on nothing but gut feeling. That's why you never improve. You treat crypto the same way. If you keep training on gut feeling," the senior's words were quickly cut off by Dojin. "Ah, shut it. What do you know, anyway? You're so damn loud." The coach was completely stunned after hearing that from Dojin. What did you just say?" Park Dojin always caught people off guard. This time, he stood right in front of the coach, chest puffed out, and said, "Coach, you said you were a former champion, right?" Dojin officially threw down the gauntlet. "You want to fight me for real?" His words grew increasingly wild. The coach stood frozen in front of the cunning Park Dojin. As soon as the words left his lips, Park Dojin took the coach down in a heartbeat, leaving him collapsing to the ground. Park Dojin looked down at his opponent and judged, "You're so weak. Why do you talk such a big game?" Everyone around them froze in fear. Right there in the gym, Dojin had acted so arrogantly, yet no one dared to talk back. They could only watch, teeth gritted. Dojin wiped his mouth and scoffed. "Even if I use my gut feeling, I can still win. Only the weak rely on technique." Park Dojin slammed his massive hand onto the table in a fit of extreme rage. Even though he used a tremendous amount of force on the wooden surface, it barely budged. Dojin was surprised by what he saw and asked himself, "It didn't work?" The more he stared at it, the more annoyed he became. He suppressed his attitude, but his eyes betrayed him as he muttered curses under his breath. Damn it, that bastard Dojin never wanted to lose to anyone. He raised his massive arms high, gnashing his teeth, his mind filled with murderous intent, declaring that things like this would end if he just destroyed it. The violent desire of this guy, Park Dojin, was to destroy everything. And with his insane strength, he snapped the table in two. After achieving his goal, his face looked terrifying, his teeth bared like a savage tiger. His heavy footsteps echoed across the floor. Park Dojin tried to speak to keep the situation going. "Keep going." Degun was suddenly intrigued by Dojin's words. He asked back, "What do you mean, keep going?" His face was covered in wounds, blood flowing endlessly, but it couldn't extinguish Dojin's thirst for battle. He confidently declared once more, "I've only just begun." No Manhwa and Jongmin watched every detail of the match from the sidelines, whispering, "He was beaten like that and he can still stand up?" Another guy asked nervously about the current situation. "Is this going to be okay? Shouldn't we stop them?" Sunga heard this and replied hesitatingly, "I'm sure that hurt a lot." But our main guy was looking at his opponent with a strange, hard-to-read gaze, his voice filled with contempt. "That's disgusting. At least wipe your own blood off first." Following the main character's remark, Park Dojin used his own shirt to wipe the blood from his mouth. His shirt lifted, revealing layers of bruised, battered skin underneath. Even in this state, Park Dojin still couldn't stop running his mouth. "Now I know why my attacks couldn't touch you. It's because you guessed my fighting style, didn't you?" After a moment of wiping the blood, Dojin's shirt became soaked and couldn't take any more. He threw the shirt straight onto the ground and continued to analyze our hero's strategy. "That's why you dodge everything like a worm. Because you're just trying to squirm through the openings I create so cunningly, aren't you?" Park Dojin went on a frantic tirade. He deliberately used threatening words to belittle Degun, declaring with a confident gaze, "But what happens if your body can't keep up with your brain? Even if a worm tries its best, it'll just get crushed in someone's hand and die. That's the difference in physical ability." Kim Do-hyun stood outside, witnessing the entire match, hearing every word spoken by those involved. Kim Do-hyun couldn't help but say in his thoughts, "You're the worm, you damn bastard, just die already." Sunga watched the match with a tense expression, as if he sensed that from now on, it was for real. The person behind him didn't understand, muttering in confusion, "What do you mean, from now on?" There is a truth revealed that our brains limit our physical abilities so that our bodies don't collapse and we don't fall apart on our own. So, for those rare individuals who can endanger their own bodies, they gain speed and power that transcend human limits. Sunga looked at the current development and added, "It's just like that. If Dojin's emotional state reaches its peak, just by his extreme desire to win, he will sacrifice his body. You only have to look at his exhausted state, but his savage, angry eyes show just how much he craves victory." His feet didn't stop moving forward, as he gave his all to endure a horrific amount of training. The main character felt his opponent pouring all his strength into attacking him. Dojin was betting everything on a moment of gut feeling. He was attacking beyond human limits. Even our protagonist felt a shiver down his spine witnessing such brutality. His eyes flickered with worry, a gaze that actually revealed Degun's concern for his opponent. The protagonist quickly anticipated Park Dojin's movement. With a single strike, he took Dojin down in an instant. Our protagonist then tried to ask, "What on earth are you talking about?" The punch left Dojin's bloodied face looking even more pathetic, his expression one of sheer panic. Degun looked at him and calmly stated, "I told you I was just warming up. I'm not interested in you anymore." No Manhwa, and Jongmin were stunned as the fight neared its end. Their mouths hung open in disbelief. The other gang leaders watching couldn't hide their shock either. Wonjak stood frozen, his brows knitted in confusion. The friend behind him was curious about Sunga's earlier deduction, but even Sunga didn't know how to explain it. He spoke, feeling unsettled. "Look, character traits can be written, but Park Dojin is just a human." After temporarily taking him down, the protagonist turned to handle business with Wonjak. "I heard everything. You guys are running a protection racket, aren't you?" Our protagonist confidently pointed out their crimes. "You guys aren't even real gangsters, so why are you collecting protection money?" The protagonist looked at the students and questioned, "You're still students, right? From now on, no more protection rackets. Anyone who fights me will end up like Park Dojin, which means I'll smash your head in." As soon as our protagonist finished, the gang leader Wonjak retorted, "You only see one side of the story. The money is just a formality. Only after they receive mental stability through protection, money can they feel comfortable walking down the street." The nonsense flowing into the protagonist's ears only made him feel disgusted. Dojin provoked, "You crazy monk, come down here. I'll bash your skull in." After hearing this provocation, Wonjak's face turned beet red as he replied, everything has its own order. Dugong Myung, standing outside, tried to insert his own comment to respond to Degun. After hearing him talk, I'm sure he thinks he's something special now. Who the hell do you think you are, you bastard? At least try taking down all the sophomores before you start talking. The gang leader tried to act all high and mighty, clicking his tongue. Seriously, kids these days have no manners. Quack Dewish muttered some excuses in front of the protagonist. You're just a transfer student. But you're trying to wipe out the tradition of collecting protection money, the school's rules. We're only a year apart. Why are you being so stupid? It's not that simple, kid. And it's hard to explain everything with just words. Right after that, Yu-Jok changed his expression, a cunning smirk creeping onto his face. He hadn't broken our protagonist yet, so he decided to let him experience it with his own body. Yu-Jok ordered his lackeys to attack, shouting firmly to teach him a lesson in a grand fashion. The minions obeyed, each stepping forward aggressively, their faces looking like they wanted to tear Degun apart. Manhwa witnessed the situation becoming increasingly complex. He couldn't just sit still anymore, his body trembling as he shouted, Degun, the sophomores are fighting dirty, we'll help you. But the scene before him left Manhwa frozen in place. The strikes were extremely decisive. The movements were so fast it felt like a gust of wind slicing through the air. Jack's minions were taken down in a matter of seconds. They were all left lying crookedly on the ground in a pathetic state. The protagonist glanced at Manhwa and warned, no need. The remaining ones kept staring at the protagonist. They're ordering each other. What are you doing? Surround him. Others still wouldn't let him go, looking for a chance to strike from behind. DGUN instantly sensed their intent and glanced toward the direction of the threat. He found it truly annoying even with just a wave of his hand. Our protagonist was enough to make his opponents collapse. A single hard slap and the opponent would be ready for the hospital. While handling the situation, Degun commented confidently, I don't need to warm up anymore. Their minions were quite numerous, rushing in like moths to a flame. The protagonist decided to go along with them, gifting each one a brutal punch. Degun didn't just throw simple punches. He used a variety of attacks, including grabbing throats and using his hands to handle many people at once. Witnessing the protagonist's ability while fighting the sophomores with his own eyes, Yu-Jok froze and gasped. What the hell is this? Dugong Myung broke into a cold sweat, terrified, his mouth only daring to mutter. He's fighting that whole crowd all by himself. Indeed, that was the protagonist's intention. He didn't need any help, his limbs constantly dealing with the annoying crowd around him. A hand reached out to grab a chair. This guy was trying to sneak an attack behind Degun. He ran over in a hurry, seizing the moment while the protagonist was busy dealing with the others. Manhwa couldn't stand still and watch the protagonist get into trouble. He ran over quickly and shouted, Deg, behind you. They're using weapons, they're so cowardly. However, once our protagonist is focused on fighting, the others are just dirt under his feet. He understood the situation, spinning around to crush the face of the coward. His body was sent flying far away by Degun, landing on the ground in an utterly hilarious position. Manhwa and Jongmin were stunned to the max. The situation unfolded as if one surprise after another kept coming at them. The protagonist's gaze turned behind him, his face showing confusion. Sure enough, Park Dojin was getting back up, creating an atmosphere of anxiety for everyone present. The long-haired guy asked, What are you doing? Are you crazy? The long-haired guy kept trying to get an answer. A shrill voice cried out, You bastard, what are you doing? The noise was excessive, and Park Dojin couldn't stand it. He swung his arm backward without a moment's hesitation. With just a single swipe, Dojin made the long-haired guy understand the taste of the ground. Yu-Jok froze, his tone bewildered with a look of utter shock. What on earth is going on? The others couldn't hide their surprise either, questions pouring out continuously. What just happened? Did he defeat all the sophomore leaders? Park Dojin dragged his body toward the protagonist, his voice barely audible. It's not over yet. Our protagonist understood Park Dojin's hatred and determination. He decided to oblige, and Degun's final defensive stance appeared. Songa looked at the protagonist's current stance, his thoughts spilling out into words. This is the first time he's used such a stance. What kind of athlete is he? That standing posture is definitely not normal. Manhwa asked himself, bewildered. Was everything he's shown us until now just a joke? Back to the bloodthirsty Park Dojin. He clutched his head, mumbling to himself, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about that. But right now, my body feels insanely light. If I'm in this state, Park Dojin lunged at Degun, screaming, I'll rip you to shreds. Our protagonist got into a fighting stance and said calmly, It's been a while, hasn't it? It really has been a while since the protagonist had to use his fists or show his resolve. With this guy, Park Dojin, acting like a madman, it's unfortunate, but our guy decided to end it right then and there. This whole confrontation was going to be finished with a single blow. In a flash, a sound like a gunshot rang out. The protagonist shifted his weight back, and a shockwave erupted. Park Dojin took a massive hit, his massive body sent flying by Degun's strike. The face that was already covered in blood now looked even more pathetic. There was no original skin left visible. After throwing the punch, the protagonist looked completely unfazed, not even a single drop of blood on him. This time, Park Dojin seemed completely knocked out, lying flat on his back, his face a bloody mess. The boss, Won Jauk, looked on in shock, assessing the scene. I felt like I saw something just now. It wasn't just weird. The guy named Jay also muttered in a daze. What kind of attack was that? It sounded like a gunshot, and it happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone was confused. What was that? Even Kim Do-hyun couldn't grasp what was unusual about the protagonist's strike. He only cared about whether that bastard Park Dojin was finally finished. Our hero looked down at his opponent's mangled body, more convinced than ever that this punch did the job. Cutting to another scene, things looked chaotic, with people acting very suspiciously. Someone asked, "Are you ready?" The other guy replied, "The seniors will finish it." The photos the protagonist had been wondering about started to surface. These people are plotting something really shady. Are these all the photos? Yeah. I just need to burn them now. The protagonist even appeared in one of the pictures. You guys did a great job with this task. Yes, thank you for your hard work. The boss, Won Jauk, looked shocked, assessing the scene from before. I felt like I saw something just now. It wasn't just weird. Jay also muttered in a daze. What was that attack? It sounded like a gunshot. It happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone was curious. What was that? Even Kim Oh-hun couldn't observe anything unusual about the protagonist's strike. He only cared about whether that bastard Park Dojin was finished. Our hero looked at his opponent's injured body, more convinced than ever that this was the end. Bang Ho-dong and Jong Min couldn't hide their shock, crying out, "DGUN, if you say so." Gu Songa's crew was swept up in the fear, their faces filled with unexplainable anxiety. Park Dojin lay on the ground, his body stiff, unable to move, blood still pouring from his face. The protagonist looked at his opponent, speechless at how stubborn the guy was, constantly asking for a fight. DGUN started to walk away, more convinced that this was truly it. The pathetic state Park Dojin was in made our hero reflect. Even so, he had already landed enough hits. Honestly speaking, the guy would only be able to take one more blow. With the situation reaching its conclusion, the protagonist approached the blonde-haired friend and asked, "You're Park Dojin's friend, right?" The guy was terrified, stuttering. "Yes." "All right then," the protagonist said. "Take your friend and get out of here." Following DGUN's order, the blonde friend hurried to lift the heavy Park Dojin onto his shoulders. He struggled with all his might to carry the wrestler. The remaining characters at the fight were trembling uncontrollably. Dugong Myeong glanced to his side. Dugong Myeong saw his friend sweating bullets and tried to ask, "Won Jauk." In the current situation, Jauk couldn't help but relate it to the past, quietly confirming, "I don't know why, but he feels just like that guy." Dugong Myeong didn't understand who his friend was talking about. Who was that guy? Jack's dark memories resurfaced. A muscular figure from back then had instructed him, "From now on, I'm leaving the second years to you." Dugong Myeong, sitting nearby, saw Jauk frozen and tried to shake him. "Jauk, can't you answer? What's wrong? Where are you looking? Why aren't you looking at boss bitch Shuyu C instead of staring up there?" It seemed his mind was lost in old memories. Jauk cried out in fear when he saw the figure appearing before him. It was Asura. He was sure of it in his eyes. "I see Asura." Dugong Myeong tried to shout to snap Jauk out of it. "Hey, Won Jauk, hey, Won Jauk." Jauk just kept muttering, "Asura." Irritated by his dazed friend, Dugong Myeong slapped Jauk across the face. "You madman." That stinging slap finally brought Jauk back to reality, and he grabbed his face in shock. "Hey, Dugong Myeong. Dugong Myeong, are you awake now?" As soon as he saw Jauk was back to his senses, Dugong Myeong asked about the situation. "How are we going to deal with the transfer student? Should the two of you go out there?" All these ideas were dismissed by Jauk. "That won't work. My intuition, refined as it is, can't see a way through this." After everything, Jauk had to accept it and declared, "No one here can beat that guy." Dugong Myeong was shocked that his usually aggressive friend would give up like that. He yelled, "What are you talking about? So what are you going to do?" The protagonist stood in the distance and shouted, "Park Dojin is finished. Who's next?" The scene cut to another location where footsteps were rushing over. A girl stretched out her arm, desperately hailing a taxi. She looked extremely urgent. The car door slammed shut. Settled in the taxi, Suji immediately told the driver, "Sir, please, hurry." The driver looked in the rearview mirror and said, "Ho ho, you're not carrying an umbrella in this rain. Oh my, your clothes are all wet." Suji, who didn't like people prying into her personal business, sternly warned, "Sir, If you have time for small talk, use it to step on the gas. While writing, Suji couldn't stop worrying, thinking, Degun, that idiot. He always makes people worry. Huh. In reality, Suji didn't know that the protagonist was the one making everyone around him feel fear and anxiety. The second-year crew was falling one by one to Degun's attacks. The long-haired guy who was so aggressive earlier was now the one lying on the ground, struggling to breathe, his eyes dull and dazed. Others had swollen faces, their lips puffed up like they just had bad cosmetic fillers. After all that fighting, the protagonist was still full of energy, provoking them. Who's next? Everyone stayed silent, not daring to make a sound. The more they stayed quiet, the more our guy enjoyed teasing them. Is everyone speechless now? Nobody? Then I'll pick. Degun looked left and right, feeling conflicted. He said loudly, which side should I choose? At that very moment of decision, a VIP, our main character, just received a phone call. It was from Liu Saim. Without a second of hesitation, Degun picked up. The voice on the other end was enough to make anyone freeze. Degun, the main character replied, startled and caught off guard. Why are you yelling like that? Liu Saim demanded, Degun, what the hell are you doing? Where are you right now? The main character paced back and forth while answering the person on the other end. What's the problem? The project is going great. Liu Saim sternly warned our lead. You need to follow my instructions first from now on. Cutting the phone call short, the scene shifts to the expressions of Ho Dong and Zhang Min. They were whispering. What's going on? Ho Dong shook his head, looking fed up. I don't know either. He just wiped out all the second-year seniors and now he's on the phone. Liu Saim intentionally emphasized through the call, do you understand? I'll call you back later. After ending the call, the main character's face looked even gloomier, his eyes reflecting a sense of existential doubt. On the other side, Saim couldn't stop complaining about Degun's actions. Why did he have to go alone? He just needed to play the bait a little, that's all. He always does unnecessary things. The phone conversation ended right as our lead began to move. You guys are lucky today. I've got things to do, so I'm heading out. He grabbed his jacket, throwing in a final threat at his opponents. I was actually planning to beat up all you second-year idiots today. I'll let you off the hook for now. What would you call this? Mercy, right? The main character's words felt like a slap in the face to Won Jaeok. The more he heard, the more insulted he felt, his face twisting in humiliation. Before leaving, our lead called to his friends. Let's go. Zhang Min was excited. Oh, we're leaving? Kim Do-hyun took this chance to scramble after him and beg. I'll come along too. Someone chimed in, mocking. I thought Pidin was the strongest, but what's up with this transfer student? What's going on? Can Ju Sunga win? Gu Sunga's face was always in a crumpled state. He replied, he's unbelievably strong, that's for sure. But when faced with high-level technique, no matter how much raw power you have, it becomes meaningless. And to perfect my technique, don't you know exactly how grueling the training I had to endure was? When it comes to technique, who knows who's better? The main character hadn't completely left yet. Reaching the door, he remembered to give the second years one last warning. Oh, right, we're collecting money next week, right? Degun declared to the harsh collection guy, I'm going to find and kill him. The eyes of Du Gongmyung and Jock were filled with absolute terror upon hearing the threat from the main character. Their expressions lost all composure. The main character's arm quickly opened the door, preparing to leave. Just as the door opened, Suji rushed in. Her body collided with our lead. Degun was surprised to see the person in front of him. He inquired, Bitch, Suji. She replied, Degun. Suji's face was frantic and filled with worry. She asked, Are you okay? Why are you acting so normal? Why are you so normal? These questions really left the main character confused about how to answer Suji properly. What is it? Are you hoping I wouldn't be normal? Suji's jacket was soaked from the rain. She leaned against Degun and looked around. It's not that. There were clearly second years here. But when she looked closely, at the floor, she realized with a shocked voice that they had all been knocked out. The more she looked, the less Suji understood what was happening. She tried to press for information from the main character. Well, what is this? Did you do all this? Our lead was in a hurry. He replied coldly, If you're not here to see me, I'm heading out. Suji stood there dazed, not paying attention to Dagon's words, her mind lost in thought. No way. Is this even possible? To be this strong when he's only a freshman. Before the main character actually left, he chivalrously handed his jacket to Suji. Here, put this on. Even though it just fell on the floor. It's just a jacket, Suji muttered, sighing. Degun's jacket. Out loud, she tried to refuse. It's dirty since you already wore it, why should I wear it? Deep down, Suji was strangely excited. What is this? It's amazing. Our lead tried to encourage her. Just put it on. You look embarrassing. The main character was originally awkward, looking at Suji's outfit, but she was already visualizing sweet romantic scenarios. Where did these hallucinations come from? It suits you. The dress suits you perfectly. Suji imagined herself wearing a wedding dress, walking alongside Degun, answering with sweet words. Honestly, it's fine if I put it on myself. Why are you putting it on me and making me feel so shy? And so, our honeymoon. Suji's sweet flashback was quickly interrupted by a reminder. Aren't you coming? Jin called out. Suji, are you okay? Aren't you coming? We're leaving now. Hearing that, Suji hurriedly ran after them. I'm coming too. Jock was confused, seeing the current scene. What the hell? Who is that new transfer student? What kind of relationship does he have with Beach Suji? What a headache. Another guy laughed and replied, No, it's clear the second years are no match for him. Why not use his relationship with Bitch Suji to our advantage? On the other side, Suji tagged along, shouting, Hey, let's go together. The scene cuts to another area. The streetlights have illuminated the whole neighborhood. Kim Do-hyun followed the main character and spoke up. DGUN, congrats. You won, right? Our lead intentionally asked back to see what Kim Do-hyun's intentions were. Aren't you satisfied? How would Kim Do-hyun dare to go against his wishes? No. Seeing Park Do-jin get beaten up like that, I feel it was worth every penny. And for him, it was no different from hell. He can't move properly anymore. Hee. But is that all there is to it? Jang Jin-mo scratched his head and replied, I guess so. Inside, Kim Young-jong was there. He was lying flat, thinking, Damn it, I missed my chance to wake up. How much longer do I have to pretend to be unconscious? Even though he was unconscious, his opportunistic nature was clear. DGUN, I knew you'd win. I made the right choice, but it's a shame I didn't bet any money. The main character was keeping track of everything. He looked around and asked, Hasn't Kim Young-jong come out yet? Jiang Jin-mo only then remembered Kim Young-jong's presence. Before leaving, DGUN gave instructions. Sorry, can you keep an eye on him for me? I have to head out now. Ho-dong watched our lead's silhouette as he walked away and said, You seem pretty busy. You even showed up late earlier. Man-ho also chimed in, dazed. That's true. It couldn't be that he's going to meet a friend, right? The scene shifts to the remnants of the earlier fight, where a voice echoed. Has the director arrived yet? The director moved in, speaking arrogantly. Oh, all right, what is this? If you beat him until he's half dead like this, he won't be able to say anything anymore. How pathetic. What is this state? And that's why you don't dare to stab others in the back, right? His subordinate spoke up, asking for a favor. I'd like to step out for a moment. The director was curious. Wait, isn't everything finished already? Haven't the kids taken care of it all? However, the subordinate explained, It's not work-related. I have some personal business to attend to. The director was deeply confused. He watched his subordinate walk away and muttered, Why does he suddenly need to deal with personal matters? Is he meeting a friend from his hometown? The others immediately chimed in, That's probably it, sir. The story continues in a dimly lit area where the sound of conversation echoes. How many times have I been here now? Our protagonist was deep in a phone conversation. The photo I sent earlier to that suspicious number. The only place I could think of is here, and I've arrived. DGUN climbed higher up the floors, listening to the voice on the other end. You hadn't found my information back then. I suppose to confirm it, you really did clear everything out thoroughly. As the protagonist walked further up the stairs, his eyes widened in surprise and he froze in his tracks. A group of suspicious men were searching for something. He reminded the person on the other end, I'm hanging up now. The entire group of men in black simultaneously stepped forward, posing an aggressive question. Why the hell are you here? Get lost. Our protagonist stood still for a moment, glancing around to assess the situation. The thugs became increasingly arrogant. Seeing Degun say nothing, they stepped up to provoke him. Hey you. I'm talking to you. Are you mute? What are you staring at? It didn't end there. A thug raised his arm, spewing curses. You little brat, still glaring at me? You bastard. The protagonist had endured enough of the noise. He immediately slapped the guy so hard it shook him to his core. Every blow from our protagonist landed like a heavy rock, causing his opponent to collapse to the ground instantly. When the other thugs saw their comrade defeated, their jaws went tight and they couldn't utter a word. Everyone was too panicked to jump into the fray. Our protagonist shot a warning glare at the rest of them. I told you to wait a second, didn't I? Although they were furious, there was nothing they could do. Their mouths only trembled. Damn it, how dare you? Just as the tension reached a boiling point, a voice stopped them. Stop. This guy is dangerous. You better not mess with him. The thugs were still confused, looking at each other with skepticism. Dangerous? That brat? Are you for real? The man who had just appeared put his hand on his subordinate's shoulder, his voice dropping to a serious tone. When I say he's dangerous, you know what I mean, right? Immediately after speaking to his subordinate, this newcomer faced the protagonist directly. He remarked, "Long time no see. You've been well, haven't you?" As Degun heard the greeting, he gradually recognized who it was, Park Hyun. The scene shifts outside the room where the protagonist and Haeun were talking privately. Degun remarked, "I never expected to run into you here." He also started piecing together the hidden details. "You were the one who sent that message." The moment he received it, the protagonist had acted in a panic. "I rushed over quickly, but it was just a mess." The scene left behind was nothing but people knocked unconscious, and the confusion was overwhelming. "What is going on?" The protagonist, curious to know the truth from the man himself, asked, "Was this your doing?" The other guy answered without holding back. "That's right." Hyun admitted it. "They were the ones secretly investigating my organization. Right when I was dealing with them, I got your information. They probably investigated and suspected you were one of ours." Hyun reassured our protagonist. "Don't worry, I'm the only one who knows about that." Hyun looked at the protagonist with a curious expression and pressed. "But what on earth are you doing? Is that a school uniform?" Our protagonist replied with a hint of sadness on his face. "What am I doing? Going to school, obviously." At the mention of school, Helm stood frozen in surprise. "School? You?" Degun, who never really wanted to hide anything, admitted. "That's right, it's nothing unusual." That bastard Hyun kept his puffing on a cigarette look, his eyes fixed on the protagonist. He continued, "Fine, I won't ask you again. I don't know what you're up to, but at least I know it's related to the woman named Liu Same. You shouldn't trust her too much." After hearing the warning, our protagonist quickly brushed it off. "Hyun, that's just your own overthinking." Sitting there for a long time made the protagonist feel weary. He gradually stood up and reminded the other man, "You've forgotten how to look at the world normally. I just want to live a normal life." Living a normal life, the protagonist now had such simple, small wishes. Graduating, going to college, the things everyone else does. Before actually leaving, our protagonist warned him, "It was nice to run into you this time, but I don't know about next time. Stop interfering with my life." Hyun tried to call out before he left, "Degun, is school really worth it?" As soon as he heard that question, Degun thought about his class, about Jinmo's laughter. "Ha ha, I'm the best at these English questions." Because of those memories, the protagonist gave Hyun a look of contempt. "Don't ever show up in front of me again. What would you know about English questions anyway?" Wait a minute. The thought suddenly struck him. Park Hyun said he had handled all the information regarding him, so how did Liu Same know about it? Fast forward to the next morning. As soon as the protagonist walked in, he stated firmly what his next plan was. "I have to study English vocabulary." His other friends collectively advised him, "You studied enough, take a break. It's the weekend, go have some fun." Jong Min stepped forward excitedly. "We have to celebrate beating class 4. Degun, right?" Manho didn't just celebrate, he had a gift for him. "Degun, here's a gift for you." The item Manho pulled out was a ballpoint pen. The protagonist happily accepted the gift. "A pen? Oh, thanks. I'll study hard with this." However, Manho revealed a shocking use for the pen. "What are you talking about?" "It's for fighting." He held the pen straight and mimicked stabbing down from the top. They were all excitedly talking as the sound echoed down the hallway. "What are you doing? Hurry up! Are you going to throw it like that?" Manho answered confidently. "Of course. Degun, hurry up too." "Hey, have you bought a new club yet?" Our protagonist watched his friends, a thought flashing through his mind. "In this normal life, you guys are the biggest source of anxiety." Guji, who was behind him, suddenly tugged his sleeve and urged, "Degun, let's go up there too." The scene shifts upward as baseball bats are pulled out from inside their bags. Manho has always loved playing these kinds of games. He quickly tested their stability. The protagonist stood nearby, observing Manho's every move. A thought crossed his mind, Manho swinging a bat in a fight. That's actually pretty promising. The ball Manho hit always traveled in an incredible trajectory. Manho is focused on his swing, his body perfectly positioned to land the best possible hit. The protagonist stands by, arms crossed, and comments, "Why does he suck so much?" Jong Min chimes in, "Manho, aren't you going to use that?" Manho retorts immediately, "I just wanted to test out my new bat once. That's all. I'm using it now." As soon as he feels the familiar weight of the bat, Manho gives a suggestive look and says, "Come on, bring it on." The ball is hit instantly, flying in a wild, unpredictable trajectory. This time, it doesn't just fly a short distance. It rockets far away, out of the player's sight. It clears the high-rise buildings, and it's been a long time, but it still hasn't landed. Our protagonist asks, confused, "What the? Why are you suddenly playing so well?" Manho looks proud, nodding at the praise. "You're too kind." Degun looks on, curious about what kind of technique Manho just pulled off. Manho confirms it. "That's a move I came up with. Want to know what it is? Let me tell you." The protagonist tries to refuse, but he's not having it. No, no, man. Manhwa interrupts, eager to explain. It's simple. You just do this. He demonstrates his technique in meticulous detail, claiming you just have to squint your eyes. These bizarre movements are making the protagonist cringe. He asks, why do that? What's the point? Hey, Manhwa entices, try it and you'll understand. Still, the protagonist dismissively shakes his head. Yeah, I'll pass. Manhwa feels his pitch isn't convincing enough. He quickly adds, let me explain. When you open your eyes wide and squint like this, your vision starts to blur and you see double. No exceptions. Even the ball splits, so your chances of hitting it are higher when you see two balls. I mean, that's why you lock onto the target. After hearing Manhwa's ridiculous logic, the protagonist sighs in exhaustion. You're seriously insane. Degun walks over, pats Manhwa on the shoulder, and advises him, if you ever get into a fight, make sure to call me. Manhwa looks blank, not getting it. Wait, what? Hodong calls out from afar, is it my turn yet? Balls are flying everywhere, following his practice swings. The swing from before seemed like practice for Hodong, but in reality, the guy is trying to embrace the pain of the ball hitting him. The ball bounces off every trajectory imaginable, while Hodong tries his best to dodge and then collide with it. Jiangmin watches from the sidelines, curious. Hodong, what are you doing? Why aren't you hitting it? Hodong replies, it's not like I didn't prepare a bat today. Jiangmin keeps judging Hodong's every expression. Wow, he looks so old and worn out. Hodong tries to explain his current transformation. I'm training my endurance. I am Hodong, the man who took a punch from Degun. After all those bloody battles, even the protagonist gives him credit. Your endurance is impressive. At that very moment, Hodong realizes, I finally woke up after seeing that jerk take such a brutal hit. From now on, my path will be one of pure endurance. Seeing Hodong's state, the protagonist seizes the chance to tease him. He picks up a bat and says, let me help you with that talk of yours. Hodong starts to back away in fear. The protagonist keeps stepping closer, taunting. Come on, let's go. I'll hit you. Jiangmin and Hodong huddle to the side, arguing. Degun, relax, I said no. Guji is standing nearby when some suggestive whispers reach her ears. Hey, I'm going crazy. He's so handsome. Other girls are staring at our protagonist in admiration. Look at those arms holding the bat. I want him to hit me. Two girls push each other. Go get his number. Get your hands off my shoulder. In a split second, Guji turns and glares at those two girls. They catch her drift immediately, whispering uncomfortably. That girl, she's annoying. Is that her boyfriend? The noisy, annoying chatter grows louder. Whoa, still acting tough, huh? You want to die? A new group of people swarms in. The leader grumbles, what are you guys looking at? Who touched DGUN? Was it you, losers? Are you tired of living? Guji glances over, sighing in exhaustion. Are they here again? The leader is full of himself, his eyes shifting deviously. What school are you from? Do you even know who we are? Manhwa focuses on the group that just arrived, his eyes judging them. An instinctual awareness tells him to be careful. His next move is almost entirely reflexive. He makes the other side shrink back in fear. The guys behind the leader are surprised by their boss's reaction. Hey, what's with that hesitant posture? Manhwa greets the group with his own questions. What? Have we met before? What do you want to say? The guy in the blue shirt sneers like a thug. What's that? Are you crazy? The leader tries to hold his teammate back in fear. Hey, stop it. Let's just go. The guy in the blue shirt ignores the advice. What are you talking about? The arrogant blue-shirted guy accuses them. They were teasing my Minji. They've got eyes, don't they? The blue-shirted guy yells, let go. He doesn't understand what his teammate is doing. What? What's wrong with you? The leader tries to reassure him. The dream you have of living happily and having kids with Minji is just that, a dream. The blue-shirted guy retorts, why are you telling me that? I already told you, she can't have kids. Jiangmin and Manhwa stand far away, confused by the commotion. What's wrong with them? Manhwa guesses, who knows? They just started a fight for no reason. The noise keeps escalating. I told you I knew. Let go. Minji tries to run away, blaming the protagonist. What are you doing? That guy was teasing me. Our protagonist, just trying to mind his own business, gets dragged into the trouble. He stares off into the distance, confused. What the hell is going on? This time, the protagonist confronts the group directly. The leader from earlier is terrified. He realizes this is the guy, the real deal. He pushes the arrogant blue-shirted guy forward. Go on, fight him. Don't push me. I'll fall. All the better. The noise is really starting to annoy the protagonist. Jiangmin watches and asks, isn't that the guy from when we fought the DGUN gang? Hodong notices something sharp. I think he was one of the guys who got beaten to death. Look at him run. The scene darkens, and an ominous sound rises. I told you, running is useless. Even those steps couldn't get him away. There are many more people chasing after him in unison. Park Dojin rushes to find an escape, his face a mask of desperation. After running for a while, he runs straight into a dead end. Paralyzed by fear, Park Dojin screams, "What do you want from me? Why are you chasing me?" The gangsters quickly comment on Dojin's pathetic attitude. Humph, he's still acting relaxed. Huh? Cornered, Dojin tries to make promises. I already told you I'd pay. I just need a little more time. Ignoring Dojin's explanation, the men rush forward, following orders to take him down. As the chaos approached, those thugs rushed to surround Park Dojin. They were already talking strategy. Look at that, they're just students. But which one of them brought a bat? However, Lee Sung-hun stopped them. No need, I'll handle it. The moment Lee Sung-hun stepped forward, Park Dojin asked fearfully, "Who the hell are you?" Lee Sung-hun retorted flatly, "You don't need to know. You think you can fight back." Right after saying that, Lee Sung-hun got into position. I'll make this quick. That familiar stance made Dojin realize, in a panic, wait, that stance. Sure enough, because of that very stance, Park Dojin was taken down once again. Lee Sung-hun stood over him and said, "If you don't have money to pay me, then pay with your own body." A new day at school. Kim Do-hyun arrived at class, his face full of confusion. Park Dojin didn't come to school. At school. Ever since that fight, Park Dojin hadn't dared to show his face. From that day on, Kim Do-hyun went to school in high spirits. He thought to himself, wow, I can't believe my school life is actually this peaceful. Did I finally make it out? That jerk Park Dojin finally stopped coming to school. However, some people still didn't get the point. Like this guy with a bowl cut today, he strutted up to us just to tell us not to keep our hands in our pockets anymore. Times have changed, of course. I glared at him. The bowl cut guy didn't seem to get the hint. Naturally, I pulled out my phone and pretended to call Degun. The bowl cut guy immediately scrambled to beg for mercy. Ha ha ha, this is what school life should be about. Hee hee. In class 1, Kim Do-hyun met with DGUN to discuss the task he was given, which was to investigate the bullies and report back to him. Kim Do-hyun stood in the library and secretly opened a private club for Degun. The password to join the group was, "The bullies will be shot." Kim Do-hyun named the club the Anti-Bullying Association. He sat at the long table, seriously taking roll call for each class. The club members included those whom DGUN had saved from each grade. During the meeting, a member suddenly asked, "So, is DGUN ready?" Kim Do-hyun immediately jumped up and smacked him on the head. "Hey, you idiot! How dare you mispronounce the name of our savior? Tisk ka tisk. Such an ungrateful punk." Kim Do-hyun thought to himself, sometimes there are idiots like this, but since I'm the association president, I have to be understanding. On the way home, Kim Do-hyun couldn't stop thinking. There were a few things bothering him. It seemed the special classes 7 and 8 couldn't attend the meetings because they were busy with after-school practice. And class 9, it seemed like nobody was getting bullied there at all. Why? Was it because they were all bookworms? That made sense. If you're good at studying, why bother bullying anyone? Man, I'm going to sleep so well tonight. It's such a strange sense of peace being able to go to sleep without worrying about school tomorrow. Just as he drifted off, Park Dojin's face suddenly flashed in his mind. Kim Do-hyun bolted awake, drenched in sweat, stuttering. "It's okay. It was just a dream." The next morning at school, the air felt strangely peaceful. In class 9, everyone was sitting straight, studying hard. Suddenly, a male student sitting at the back got the urge to mess with the person in front of him. He threw a small pebble at the back of the student's head and shouted. The student wearing glasses turned around, looking annoyed. "What do you want? If you're just looking for trouble, leave it alone." The guy mimicked him, error. "If you're just looking for trouble, leave it alone." He laughed out loud. "Haha. Hey, you guys studying during recess? Even if you study more, your grades won't get any higher. You're supposed to play during break, you idiots." Gina immediately turned around to scold him. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you being so childish?" The guy shrugged and replied, Old lady, if you're a good student, don't worry about it. Just study." Gina frowned instantly. She continued, "How can I not worry when you're like this? If you're bored, go play by yourself. It's recess, yet you're not allowed to study. Why are you interfering in other people's business? I'm really curious. And as for studying, don't you have no right to talk about grades anyway?" At that same moment, a pair of feet stood outside, listening to the entire conversation. The guy was furious, veins popping out as he cursed, "This annoying brat. I was letting you off because you're a girl." Suddenly, Lee Seung-hun stepped in front of the guy, smiling. "Oh, so this is where you are? Can you help me with something?" I'll explain as we go. Let's step out of the classroom. The guy was stunned but agreed. In a secluded corner of the school, Lee Seung-hun started hitting the guy repeatedly. He scolded him. How dare you talk such nonsense in class? You crazy punk. The guy could only clutch his head and cry out, ah, ow, it hurts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lee Seung-hun didn't stop yelling. If you're an idiot, be an idiot by yourself. Do you want to force others to be as dumb as you? And why the hell are you pretending to be a bully? Don't you ever look in the mirror to see who you are? Lee Seung-hun put his hands in his pockets, stopped hitting him, and let out a long sigh. Hey, you moron. Guys like you give the school a bad name. Do you know that? From now on, you'd better watch your behavior. School is supposed to be fun. While saying that, Lee Seung-hun straightened his clothes. The guy's face was swollen as he looked at him. Seeing that, he warned, go home early today. Your face looks disgusting. After saying that, he pulled out his phone to check a message. Lee Seung-hun ordered the guy, all right, get lost. Lee Seung-hun raised his phone, a smirk appearing on his face. He spoke to the person on the other end. Let's meet up. There are only 3 of us, so we have to meet often. A while later, in the school storage room, Kwak Do-ich sighed. He defeated Park Do-jin easily, but how is he strong enough to take down the entire second-year group? And he said if we keep collecting protection money, he'll kill us. Is he insane? Yoo-ja continued. Yeah. Woke the guy leading the second years was just standing there. It's hard to believe. Lee Seung-hun smiled coldly. Himph, the new guy is strong, but he's crossed the line. Now he's telling us not to collect protection money anymore. He's become an enemy of the whole school. Yoo-ja sighed, man, we can deal with that guy anytime. But we need to resolve this collection issue before he finds out. Kwak Do-ich looked at Yoo-ja mockingly. What? Are you scared? Do you think you're an idiot? Even a DGUN, you're still that much of a coward? Why don't you go suck up to the new student instead of collecting money? Lee Seung-hun saw the atmosphere getting tense and warned them, all right, stop worrying. I've already taken care of it. Before the next collection, we'll deal with that guy. We'll have a specific plan. Come on, don't worry about it. I'm already done with it. Before we collect the money, I'll take care of that guy. We've got a solid plan. I'm telling you, he's crossed the line. Protection money? No, he's basically trampled on the school's unspoken rules. Now, he's just asking to be destroyed. Degun chatted with Kim Do-hyun, who furrowed his brows and asked, the girls from class 8 aren't coming. All right, just keep an eye on them and let me know if anything happens, Kim Do-hyun replied. Degun Guji stood nearby, teasing. Wow, you remembered his name? Huh? Kim Do-hyun tapped his chest. Of course I did. Who do you take me for? Thanks to Degun, a lot of kids are actually enjoying school now. Not to mention, Degun's fan base has grown significantly. Bitch Suji appeared out of nowhere. She reminded Kim Do-hyun, hey, can you get out of the way for a second? Kim Do-hyun looked pale and stammered, oh, yes, of course. Bitch Suji glanced at Guji, then turned to hand the jacket to Degun. Hey, I washed your jacket, but it had makeup on it. Degun reached out to take it. Guji intentionally said loudly, what? How does something you wear end up covered in makeup? Were you sniffing it? Bitch Suji jumped in shock. The thought of herself holding Degun's jacket and inhaling deeply like it was some kind of drug made her feel like a total creep. She blushed and snapped, watch your mouth. Why would I do that? At this, Suji suddenly gave a light laugh. Hey Guji, are you still practicing jutsu? Should I pass a message to my brother for you? You like him, don't you? Guji crossed her arms and frowned. That was ages ago. I don't even remember. Suji wouldn't give up. She said mockingly, oh, damn. You forgot already? It was just last year. Oh wait, that's right, you aren't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Always thinking about mindless fighting. Guji turned red with anger. She cracked her knuckles and nudged Suji. Hey, it's been a while since you've been hit, huh? You want to spar? Suji feigned innocence. Oh, I'll be sure to tell my brother. Guji yelled, stop mentioning bitch you. Manhwa turned to ask Degun, hey Degun, are you really planning to take down all the kids collecting money? Even the juniors are collecting, and you haven't even finished dealing with all the freshmen yet. Hearing this, Degun thought to himself that it was even better, because he had to get this over with before living a normal school life. Degun's gaze dimmed as he remembered the chairman and the department head. He whispered to himself, I promise I will do exactly what you want. I will give it my all. Back in class 8, the blonde guy, Cha Jionu, was posing and preening in front of his phone. He looked at his screen and muttered, wow, the deadline for the protection money is coming up. Once I get the cash, I'm going to get some filler injections. On the phone screen, a filter showed him with rabbit ears. He clicked his tongue, praising himself. Wow, this filter is insane. I could literally be an idol. But wait, why are my followers going up? Thinking this, he turned to a male student nearby. Hey, class rep, do you know why my followers aren't growing? The class rep gave an awkward smile. Hey, yeah, I'm not sure either. You look like a K-pop idol center, honestly. Maybe it's because you haven't been promoted enough? Cha Jae-gu didn't answer. He turned to look at the girls in the class, shaking their butts, and scolded them. Shut up, you guys. You're ugly as hell. Why the hell are you even filming TikToks? A girl in a yellow shirt argued back. Oh yeah? Then why do they have more followers than you? Someone approached the classroom door. Quack Duich walked in, holding a soda can, and said loudly, "What's all this? This class is noisy as a marketplace. Where's the class rep?" The girls immediately grabbed Quack Duich's arm, acting coy. "Do sech, film a video with us. Just put your face in the camera for a second, please." Quack Duich said bluntly, "Get lost." He walked straight to the class rep and asked, "Did you finish collecting the money?" The class rep went blank and stammered, We're collecting money." Quack Duich looked annoyed and pressed. "What's wrong? Why are you stuttering?" The class rep's lips curled slightly as he said firmly, Have you heard about the new kid who isn't paying the protection money?" Quack Duich replied indifferently. "Yeah, so what? What does that have to do with our class? What are you trying to say? Don't tell me you don't want to collect the money." The class rep's courage vanished instantly. Quack Duich continued, "Do you think I'd lose to him? You want me to lose, don't you?" The blonde guy saw this and added fuel to the fire. "Wow. Are you saying that because you don't think Quack Duich can do anything to that new kid? You don't think he's the real boss? Huh?" The class rep panicked and waved his hands. No, that's not it. Why would I think that? Quack Duich is so handsome and strong. He looks exactly like a real leader." Quack Duich gave a cold laugh. He took the half-empty soda can he was holding and dumped it right over the class rep's head, saying, "Himph, you got a real slippery tongue, don't you? Is your mouth greased up? Because nothing you say sounds genuine to me. Let me tell you something. I don't like zero-sugar soda. It's fake, just like your constant bootlicking." The class rep stood there, resigned, not daring to make a peep as Quack Duich poured the soda over him. After the can was empty, Quack Duich left him with a warning. "This soda is sweet, but it's full of toxic garbage, just like you. You better listen to me and collect that money." The girls who were dancing earlier secretly filmed the scene, and one short-haired girl said, "Oh my god, that's so pitiful. I'm going to record this and post it to defend him." The class rep stood still, silent. Quack Duich turned to leave. He didn't forget to remind him, "Clean this up. Don't make me tell you twice. Make sure the money is collected by tomorrow. You hear?" As Quack Duich reached the door, his phone pinged with a message. It was a message from PH, telling him to transfer the money by tomorrow. Quack Duich growled in frustration. "Damn this bastard. He's so pushy. It's driving me crazy." In Class 5, the atmosphere was suspiciously gloomy. Yu Jock sat playing with his hair, thinking, Wadu has never met Degun, so he doesn't know. No one in this group can beat DGUN. If I collect the money and DGUN comes looking for me, what then? But if I don't collect, it'll show I'm scared of him. And that means I'm finished, too. Suddenly, a girl in front of him held up her phone and said, "Look at this. Doesn't this jacket look good on you?" Yu Jock looked at the phone and exclaimed, "Oh, it really is nice. But it's expensive, isn't it?" The girl replied nonchalantly, "Aren't we about to collect the protection money?" Yu Jock blurted out, "Oh, you're right. Send me the link." Once he said that, he thought to himself, "All right, let's just collect the money first. Lee Sung-hun will probably deal with this." In Class 9, a male student stood in front of Lee Sung-hun and said, "Hey, I didn't know you were collecting money. Even though you're the vice rep, sorry I didn't help you out. If you're not busy, should I collect it for you?" Lee Seung-hun adjusted his glasses and replied, "Oh no, that's the class rep's job. Thanks anyway. And about that protection money thing, don't worry, our class won't be collecting any." The school felt strangely peaceful today. In the empty school library, the class rep from Class 8 looked around, wondering, is this the place? Kim Do-hyun popped out from nowhere and asked, "Hey, you're still planning to collect money even after what he said?" "It's fine, though you coming here is a good start. If you accept my offer, I promise you'll have a bright, promising future." The class rep looked at Kim Do-hyun's smug face and thought, damn, what is this guy's problem with that look on his face? Kim Do-hyun continued, "Our next target is Hwan Wadu from Class 8. The class president's eyes lit up as he asked, "If it's him, are we going to take down his buddy, Cha Ji-yoon, too?" Kim Do-hyun sighed. "Well, that depends on the guy, doesn't it? You can't just beat up whoever you want, right?" Outside the classroom, a voice echoed, "I just collected the protection money." Juan Wadu stood there with one hand in his pocket, talking on the phone to someone on the other end. I'll definitely collect the cash, but there's another problem. This new transfer student is giving me such a headache. But look, you don't need to show your face. You're busy enough as it is. I'll figure it out. Just then, Juan Wadu's eyes darted around nervously, as if worried someone was eavesdropping. Suddenly, Lee Sung-hun popped up out of nowhere and asked, "Who are you talking to?" Juan Wadu jumped, spun around, and cursed, "Holy crap, you scared the hell out of me." The voice on the other end of the line asked, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Juan Wadu quickly covered, "Oh, no, I wasn't talking to you. I'll call you later." He turned back to Lee Seung-hun, visibly annoyed, and warned, "Hey, don't do that again. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Lee Seung-hun laughed. "Ha ha, nothing to get worked up about. I was just wondering who you were on the phone with." Juan Wadu frowned. "Are you my dad or something? Why do you need to know everything?" Lee Seung-hun raised his hands in surrender, forcing a smile. My bad. I was just asking politely. You're so sensitive, man. Sorry. I thought we were cool since we're on the same team." With that, Lee Seung-hun straightened up, his expression turning serious. "Anyway, is the money collection going smoothly?" Juan Wadu replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, it's all right." "What about you? Did you handle that kid, Gun?" Lee Seung-hun replied, "Yeah, obviously. Consider the transfer student problem completely taken care of. I've got a solid plan. You'll just go on living your life like normal. Gun won't be able to do a damn thing now." Back in Class 1, Kim Do-hyun was reporting. His name is Juan Wadu. He's the boss of Class 8, and he's obsessed with becoming famous. "I heard he's out collecting protection money today." Gun replied, "He's still doing that petty stuff. I don't think he's got what it takes to be famous." With that, he stood up and headed toward Class 8 alone. Gun's tall, handsome frame was enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "Well, since he's still out here collecting fees, I guess I'll go rip those ears off him just like I promised." In Class 8, the blonde guy was busy slicking back his hair, thinking to himself, "Wow, if I become a VPR idol, I'll take on Billbot. I bet I'd be famous across the entire universe." The class president could only offer a forced smile. "Haha, I totally agree. Not only is he handsome, but he's got such a great personality, too." He said that, but in his head, the president was thinking, "Man, screw you. I really want to punch your teeth in." The blonde guy frowned at something, and the president, thinking it wasn't enough, added another jab. "Oh, and not just that, you are truly one of a kind." The blonde guy's expression changed instantly. He thought, "It feels like I'm floating on a cloud. Doesn't this guy have great taste? No wonder I'm so damn handsome." He blurted out, "You may be an ugly jerk, but at least you've got a good eye." The class president forced another smile. "Not at all. It's because you really are that handsome. You're so good-looking that even Sun Tum MTP would have to back down." Cha Ji-un turned to look at the two girls who had been twerking this whole time and wondered, "But why aren't those girls complimenting my looks? Are they made of steel or something? Why is it so hard for them to give me a compliment?" The class president put on a friendly smile while thinking, "Do you really think they're holding back, you idiot?" Cha Ji-un frowned and sighed. "Ag, these kids. They really should be honest for once." The two girls heard this and made disgusted faces. The short-haired girl whispered to her friend, "That psycho actually thinks he's handsome. If it were me, I'd rather get cussed out or punched than deal with this." The long-haired girl agreed. "Ugh, seriously. I feel so bad for whoever has to be his class president." Cha Ji-un kept checking his reflection in his phone and asked, "Hey, class president, which part of my face do you think is the best?" The class president didn't hesitate. "All of it. Every single part is ugly as hell." The blonde guy immediately whipped his head around to stare at his desk mate. The president immediately clamped his mouth shut, thinking, "Oh, I am so dead. My mouth moved faster than my brain. Help me. Someone save me." Cha Ji-un asked nonchalantly, "What's wrong with this guy?" "I didn't ask which part of my face. I asked about your face." Suddenly, footsteps approached. It was Gun. The president thought, "Oh, why on earth did the transfer student come here?" The short-haired girl turned toward the door. Gun pulled the door open and asked, "Which one of you is Juan Wadu?" Cha Ji-un felt annoyed and snapped, "What is this new kid doing here?" Unlike the blonde guy, the class president couldn't hide his excitement. He thought, "Whoa, he's finally here." Seeing Gun, the two girls suddenly became surprisingly gentle and soft. The long-haired girl asked Gun what business he had with Wadu. The short-haired girl nodded repeatedly. Yeah, what's up?" "Wadu isn't here right now," Gun said, looking tired. "So when will he be back?" Both girls said they didn't know. Gun looked outside. "Looks like this was a wasted trip. Fine, I'll come back later." The class president couldn't let him leave, feeling anxious inside. He gritted his teeth, thinking, no, you can't go yet. You have to beat the hell out of this ugly Cha-Ji-un first. Thank goodness. The girls pulled Gun back, and the long-haired girl boldly suggested, you're the new student, Gun, right? You're really handsome. Gun looked a bit awkward and replied, yeah, thanks. The girl continued, you must be used to getting complimented all the time, right? Hey, have you ever thought about becoming an idol? Gun just blankly replied, no. The short-haired girl shamelessly asked, could you help me film a TikTok? You're tall, so you get the perfect angles, it'd be flawless. Cha-Ji-un saw Gun getting all the attention and barked, damn it. I'm getting really annoyed now. The class president thought, oh, thank God he's staying. Nice. Now, just wait for that guy to get back, and it's go time. Gun brushed the girl's hand away and bluntly refused, no, I'm busy. Back off. The class president was shocked, thinking, holy crap, he's cold as ice, turning down a pretty girl like that. Just as Gun was about to leave, a loud voice boomed, you're ugly as hell, Cha-Ji-un. The class president stood up and pointed straight at the blonde guy, unleashing it all. You're ugly as a dog. Let me tell you something. I know my place. But you, Cha-Ji-un, you're so ugly you'd scare ghosts away. You absolute moron. Everyone knows you're ugly. Only you don't know it, you idiot. The girls were stunned. The short-haired girl stared with her jaw dropped. What's up with the president? He's got guts today. The other girl, hiding behind her, chimed in. Yeah, cuss him out. Maybe it'll knock him down a peg. The blonde guy froze, stunned by the outburst. He didn't say a word, just stared at the president, and a second later, he suddenly burst out laughing like a maniac. He spoke loudly. What the hell? That's hilarious. Ha ha. The class president saw this and turned pale. Do you understand what's wrong with this guy? He said that, and nothing happened. Fine then, I'll keep cursing. Thinking that, he felt a surge of strength to keep ranting. Am I your punching bag? Why do you keep coming over here to get your kicks? And you call yourself an idol. You're failing school and acting like you're something special. At this, the blonde guy suddenly jumped up and warned, that's enough. Even if you're joking, I'm getting annoyed. The blonde guy turned to look at the class president, veins bulging, and scolded, did you take the wrong meds today? Do you dare raise your voice at me? The class president actually felt a weight lift off his chest. He laughed to himself, wow, I feel so much better. You have to admit, you need to be honest to live a decent life. No sooner had he said that than a punch landed on the class president's right cheek, accompanied by a deafening curse, you crazy bastard. The class president immediately fell to the floor and quickly curled up to protect his head, while DGUN angrily stomped on him, kicking and cursing. You dog, you've got some nerve. The class president was getting beaten, but he still thought to himself, you're finished. It's okay to be in a little pain, but the new kid will come save me. Thinking that, he glanced toward DG. But DG just stood there calmly, watching the class president get beaten. His face didn't change at all. He didn't seem to have any intention of intervening. With DGUN kicking him in the cheek, the class president cursed under his breath. Damn it, did Kim Do-hyun lie to me? He clearly said the new kid would deal with all the bullies. At the same time, two female students asked, should we go stop them? The other one stopped her, saying, wait, let's keep filming. DG saw the girl holding a camera and thought, they're filming? Miss, are you seriously filming right now? That makes it hard to step in. He then turned to look at the class president being beaten. He thought to himself, damn, but I can't just leave it like this. All right, I'll tell him to stop first. With that, DG walked toward DGUN. The girls saw this and agreed with each other. Wow, get a close-up. He's definitely going to stop it. DG reached out and touched DGUN's shoulder to warn him. Stop it. I know he talks too much, but you don't need to do this. DGUN frowned and replied, what do you care? Get lost. The short-haired girl whispered to her friend, wow, DGUN looks like a squid when he's near the new guy, doesn't he? And the class president, his sidekick, is just as ugly. Hee hee. The blonde guy heard every word. He got angry and turned back to glare at the girls as a warning. But the girls weren't scared at all. One said, oh my, he's looking at us. He can't do anything to us. Ha ha. But I have to admit, he is ugly. Both angry and ashamed, the blonde guy went in the wrong direction. He struggled with DG and shouted, let me go, you dog. Who do you think you are, huh? At this, DGUN even grabbed DG by the collar and asked, who do you think you are? How many followers do you have? You aren't even that handsome. Suddenly, the moment he finished speaking, the whole class went silent. The two girls were stunned and whispered, what the hell? Does he think being handsome means looking like him? DG smiled lightly. Humph, you can't even talk about character when you look like that. Hey, don't you know how to control your emotions, or are you just showing off because there are girls here? Finishing his sentence, DG gently locked the blonde guy's arms. He was in a pathetic position, struggling and yelling, "Mother, you bastard, let me go. Why won't you let me go, you piece of trash?" DG leaned in and whispered a reminder into Jong-gun's ear. "I'm giving you a chance while I'm still being nice. You should sit down and get ready for the next lesson, unless you want to lose face in front of the girls." Jong-gun heard this and sweat poured down like a waterfall. The girls were still holding their phones, filming, and asked each other, what is he doing?" The other one replied, "Who knows? Maybe he's helpless because his hand hurts. Wow, the new guy is so good and handsome too. Hee hee." Jong-gun was annoyed when he heard this and muttered, "Damn it, is that for real?" Thinking that, he turned back to look at DG, pursed his lips, and thought, "If I can't use my hands, I'll use my mouth." DG saw this and was flustered. "Whoa, what the? Don't tell me you're doing that." No sooner had he finished speaking than he snapped the guy's neck to the side. At the exact moment, the saliva shot out of his mouth. DG let out a breath. "Wow, that was almost gross. That's disgusting." At this same moment, the short-haired girl's phone fell, and the saliva from earlier landed right on the other girl's chest. She shouted, "Ah, damn this bastard, it's so dirty." The other girl scurried off to get tissues. DG's expression suddenly changed, and the blonde guy noticed it too. Damn, this is over. DG didn't let him wait long. He tried to hold back his strength as he landed a punch that twisted the guy's mouth. Jong-gun thought, "Oh my god, this punch feels so weird. Why does it feel like my brain just flew out of my head?" With just one blow, he had Jong-gun face down. The class president scrambled to get up, watching Jong-gun without blinking, his heart full of awe. What the hell? That was amazing. He knocked him out in one shot. The long-haired girl returned, gave her friend the wet wipes, and asked, "What happened?" "I didn't see anything." "Did something just happen?" The other sighed in frustration. "Ah, that sucks. The scene was so good and I didn't record it." Just then, there was a voice at the door. "What's going on?" Kwak Jihan walked into the classroom and asked, "What's all this mess?" He was startled to see DG and asked, "Oh, new kid, what are you doing here?" DG tightened his face and asked, "You're Kwak Jihan, right? It seems you weren't in the auditorium last week, huh?" Jihan didn't answer. He looked at the class president and Jong-gun, then turned back to ask DG, "What did you do to them?" DG thought for a moment. He was too lazy to explain, so he replied, "Yeah, let's just say that. What are you going to do about it?" The story continues in classroom 1 to 8. Amidst the scattered mess and fallen bodies, the protagonist proudly challenged, "You're Kwak Jihan, right?" The guy opposite him replied, "Yeah, it's me. But why are you coming here to cause trouble?" The female student standing nearby spoke up to explain the situation. Jong-gun did that to the class president. "That's right, and I even filmed it." Don't blame the new student. Kwak Jihan felt more at ease after hearing this explanation. "Oh, okay then. But why did you come here?" DG got straight to the point. He said, "I have a proposal for you. Why don't we go somewhere quiet to talk?" Immediately after receiving the suggestion from the protagonist, Jihan froze, thinking to himself, "A proposal? What is this?" Lee Seung-hun said he had already dealt with this bastard, but if he made it here, that means he lied. That crafty Lee Seung-hun, what is he trying to do? A series of bookshelves appeared. It looked like a library. Kim Do-hyun was suddenly surprised by a greeting and stammered in response. "Huh? Oh, hello, boss of the 9th grade, Lee Seung-hun." Seung-hun smirked. "Huh? You know me?" Do-hyun was truly curious. "Why are you here?" Kim Do-hyun didn't let the guy keep him wondering. The guy explained, "I heard all the guys cheering for Degun were gathering here. I wanted to join you. It was a totally unexpected offer." Kim Do-hyun gaped. "Huh? But you're a 9th grade leader. Why would a guy like you come here?" Lee Seung-hun just laughed and said, "What do you mean, a guy like me? You think you know me that well?" The situation was getting more and more complicated. Kim Do-hyun felt nervous just standing there, sweat pouring down, his mouth stuttering. "No, I mean, back to the main character's side, he was giving orders to the other guy in an extremely commanding tone. "You weren't there, so I'll give you a chance. If you pay me back, I'll let you go. I don't really want to hit you. I heard you're about to get famous. You should protect that face of yours." Kwak Do-sik was red with rage at the main character's words. "This bastard, you're really good at getting on people's nerves, aren't you?" In the end, Do-sik stubbornly refused. "Sorry, but even if I wanted to, I couldn't give you the money." Faced with this disrespectful response, our protagonist turned to look at him with irritation, his eyes blazing with fury. Do-sik kept saying, "I already spent it all." That sentence made the friends who were passed out open their eyes wide in surprise. They managed to struggle up from their unconscious state, constantly questioning, "You spent it all? But I still have to pay for my injection." Quack Dusek ignored the other issues and proudly stood by his answer. Whatever. Either way, I don't have the money now, so thanks for the offer. But you should get out of here. The main character closed his eyes, intending to let it go, his voice filled with regret. Fine, I'll go first today. However, before leaving, Degun didn't forget to show his power with a warning. I'll give you until tomorrow. Think about it carefully. It's hard to get famous with a scarred face, and that's not even mentioning the other spots. As soon as the main character left, the female students let out a sigh of relief. I thought you two were going to fight, thank goodness. Why do handsome guys like to fight so much? Suddenly, the expression on Dusek's face changed. He smirked cunningly, his feet slowly shifting backward as if preparing for something. At the same time, our protagonist moved in the opposite direction, but his instincts sensed something dangerous behind him. He glanced back to check. Just as the main character expected, that hot-headed Dusek had made his move. He kicked his leg high, trying to take Degun down with a single blow. The first strike didn't seem to land successfully. Dusek landed back on the ground, unsteady, readying himself for another go, his eyes burning with a determination to challenge him. In the face of these amateur moves, the main character always had the perfect counter, looking unfazed by every situation. Dusek still refused to give up, constantly complaining, "Why does everyone think I'm going to lose?" Responding to his confusion, the main character replied, "They're actually pretty smart, knowing the obvious like that." The current situation was heading toward a fight, and everyone focused their attention. Whispers filled the air. They're really fighting. But Dusek really shouldn't get a scar on his face. The girls on the sidelines couldn't hide their curiosity. Why are two handsome guys fighting? I have to record this for TikTok. The girl next to her looked confused. Can you even post that? The other girl replied, who cares? Record first, worry later. Dusek's feet charged forward arrogantly once again without mercy. He struck at the arm area, his fist flying straight at the main character. However, our protagonist quickly caught on to his movements and blocked him. After the arm attack failed, Dusek shifted, lifting his right leg high. It hooked toward the main character's neck like a deadly weapon. After deflecting for a while, our protagonist began to get a feel for the rhythm. He had a few thoughts about his opponent. He's fast and flexible. Not bad at all. Dusek's kicks were still very powerful, with high frequency and intensity. Our protagonist observed his surroundings and decided it would be easy to handle. However, as soon as he saw the female student's phone recording, Degun felt it was a real nuisance. To avoid being caught on camera, he made up his mind to dodge out of that angle. Even though the main character tried his best to stay out of the frame, the girl kept screaming, "What the hell? I can capture every angle." Right after the girl said that, the main character shifted his attack position, rushing quickly in front of the phone with a confused look. Through some kind of movement and positioning, the one standing in front of the frame was now Quack Dusek. The girl recording had to scream, "Huh. Why can I only see Quack Dusek's back?" Quack Dusek grew angrier the more he fought. He felt puzzled and thought, how is this bastard dodging everything? I'm so fast. But the main character was just as agile. His level of combat always shocked onlookers. The friend standing outside kept yelling, "Come on, Dusek." He even grabbed the guy standing behind him. "You, cheer for him." Degun's gaze darkened once more. He was trying to observe his surroundings. As soon as he held Quack Dusek's leg, he pulled it straight and ran toward the guy cheering loudly. Degun's hand clamped onto the face of the blonde guy cheering, his face contorted. Because of his weak constitution, the blonde guy was shoved straight into the girl recording the video. The phone flew high into the sky. The girl screamed in terror, "What are you doing, Jainu? You're crazy." While our protagonist was dealing with the filming nuisance, that Quack Dusek ran over to heckle him. "You have time to get distracted?" Immediately after that warning, our protagonist returned to his fighting stance. He lunged straight at Quack Dusek. Instead of attacking the upper body, he dove low. "I'll keep your face out of this." Degun utilized his speed. He shifted quickly behind Dusek, delivering a flurry of powerful punches, his opponent's body twisting in pain. Quack Dusek's face clearly showed agony, his eyes filled with distress. Unable to take any more, Dusek completely lost his orientation, his body swaying before collapsing to the ground. Our protagonist told him, "One more to go." A punch landed, leaving Dusek's mouth wide open, his face turning a terrifying shade of red. The main character always looked so cool after a fight. He didn't even want to turn back to see how his opponent was doing. The other friends who were busy fighting or arguing also shifted their attention to the main character. Before leaving, Degun gave a final warning. "Remember to bring the money tomorrow. This isn't a suggestion anymore. If you don't listen, I'll smash your face in." The commanding words sank deep into Dusek's mind. His expression lost all confidence, his face pale with worry. Everyone around was stunned by this fight, their mouths wide open. They silently thought to themselves, "Degun is so cool. He's truly like a living legend. After settling things in the 8th grade classroom, our main character looked forward and asked, "Next is the 5th grade, right?" The scene shifted to the 5th grade classroom, where chatter could be heard. A female student spoke up, "You jock? I'm going out with the others later. Want to come along?" You jock cautiously asked, "Is it just girls?" "Nah, I'm not going." The female student was surprised. "Why? They all really want to hang out with you." You jock, not wanting to go, dodged the question. "Is this jacket cool?" The girl looked it over and praised. "It's awesome. My fashion sense is always spot on." She still didn't forget to convince you jock to go just to show off his jacket. They'll definitely gush over how handsome you look. The female student hit a nerve regarding Jock's pride. He agreed. "All right, I'll drop by for a bit." Suddenly, the female student screamed in fear. "Oh my God, Jock. They say the leader of the 8th grade just got beaten up by the new kid." Hearing this, you jock froze. "What? Right now?" The student confirmed the news. "Yeah, and he's coming here." "Is he coming to beat you up?" Upon hearing the rumors spreading, Yu Jock was fuming mad, cursing, "Lee Sung-hun, that bastard." The scene shifted to the conversation between Kim Do-hyun and Lee Sung-hun. Sung-hun asked, "So this group doesn't have any specific goal?" Kim Do-hyun shyly explained, I'm just gradually perfecting it. My brotherhood with Degun is rock solid." Suddenly, Sung-hun asked, "What about me?" This aimless question left Kim Do-hyun confused. "Huh?" Sung-hun was gradually leading him on, suggesting, "Let me lead this group for you." Kim Do-hyun bluntly replied, "No, I only take orders from DGUN." Suddenly, Sung-hun lowered his voice, and his expression changed. He was trying to warn Kim Do-hyun, "Are you slow? Don't you get it?" This remark made Kim Do-hyun fearfully back down. "Sung-hun, from now on, you're the leader." In just a fleeting moment, that guy Sung-hun had achieved his goal of negotiation. He patted Kim Do-hyun's shoulder. "Ha, don't call me that. I'll do my best. I just want DGUN to wipe out all the bullies, that's all. They only know how to ruin the school atmosphere, right? Some of them don't even realize they're being bullied." On the other side, Yu Jock was somewhat scared. He refused the outing. "I have to go home early. Something came up at home." The girl nodded. "Oh, okay, but you'll come later, right?" Yu Jock quickly turned to leave the classroom. However, as he reached the door, he bumped into our main character. As soon as Degun appeared, his gaze was fixed intently on him. He reminded Jock, "Class isn't over yet. Where are you going?" The scene continued right in the 5th grade classroom. The protagonist walked up and reminded him again, "Class isn't over yet. Where are you going?" Huh. As soon as Yu Jock saw the protagonist appear, his face turned pale. He glanced behind him, not daring to face him. Knowing he couldn't avoid it any longer, Yu Jock suggested they go outside to talk. The scene slowly moved outside. Degun was curious about the current situation. "Why so far?" Yu Jock replied to the protagonist's question. "Shouldn't we handle these matters in a secluded spot?" Degun felt that suited him well. This guy Yu Jock frowned in annoyance, silently making up his mind as thoughts flashed through his head. "This guy beat Kim Gun-wong. Today I have to take him down." Yu Jock looked around, trying to analyze the situation. He's definitely strong, but what if I launch a surprise attack? Although Jock knew his upcoming actions were cowardly, he disregarded everything. He had to do it. The more he faced the protagonist directly, the more tense Jock became, grinding his teeth. He was fully aware of his own capabilities. "Damn it, I have absolutely no chance of beating him." Kwak Do-sik's legs were trembling. He seemed to almost abandon the idea of a sneak attack. "Is this about the money collecting?" Yu Jock's arms tightened. After thinking it over, he finally spoke. "I don't know the reason, but I'll follow your orders. So, what do I have to do now?" The scene at the school gradually shifted to the late afternoon. Our main character was tidying up his books, thinking in confusion, 7th grade, 9th grade, then the 5th grade group. I did threaten them, sure. But before I start fighting, I have to find the specific guys I need to hit first. Degun carefully recalled that Kim Do-hyun told him to just ask them point blank if they were collecting money or not. But when the protagonist asked, unpredictable situations occurred. "Are you collecting money?" That guy replied bluntly, "Yeah." Right after that answer, the protagonist would strike, then die. If they were willing to answer honestly, it would be easy. But if they denied it, saying, "No, I'm not," Degun would be even more frustrated, stuck for words. "Oh, is that so?" At those times, our main character could only walk away, while the others would laugh gleefully. "Heh, what a fool. I'm raking in tons of cash here." The more the protagonist thought about the aspects, the more he felt the story was getting complicated. He realized it would be more convenient if there was someone to investigate for him beforehand. The scene shifted to the 9th grade classroom. On this side, everyone was also finishing school. Before leaving, the students reminded the one staying behind, Sung-hun, remember to lock the door when you leave. Sung-hun replied, yeah, get home safe. See you tomorrow. Yeah, bye. As soon as the classroom emptied out, Kwak Do-sik ran into the room very quickly, yelling with an annoyed face, get out of the way. Lee Seung-hun, you bastard. What kind of scheme are you running? Seung-hun seemed to have predicted this situation would happen. He faced him with an extremely calm expression, then even tried to show concern for the other. Using a cautionary tone, everyone is watching. Aren't you embarrassed? You really don't know how to behave. Do-sik had just walked in and received criticism. His face stiffened. What did I do? Are you actually insane? Along with the presence of Do-sik, Jock also showed up. He was surprised and asked, Kwak Do-sik, you're here too? Everything seemed to be in chaos. Do-sik yelled, what the hell is this? Sung-hun used a welcoming expression when his friends appeared, his voice sounding cocky. You Jock is here too. You guys aren't exactly on friendly terms, are you? Sung-hun continuously used words to attack the others. Are you losers planning to team up? Do-sik, by nature, was hot-tempered. After hearing those words, his body was enraged, and he declared, hey, you Jock, I'm not letting this guy get away with it today. Despite the threats, Seung-hun glanced around, observing the situation with extreme calmness. This guy Kwak Do-sik was charging in wildly, his fist directed straight at Seung-hun's position. Jock's face was twisted with the determination to take Seung-hun down at all costs. However, that determination was quickly extinguished. This guy Seung-hun executed his move much faster. The punch made Do-sik's handsome face twist out of shape. Not stopping at the punch to the face, this guy Seung-hun also mercilessly spun around and kicked his opponent away without a shred of hesitation. Yu Jock stood outside watching the situation, his eyes widening in shock to see Do-sik lying flat on the floor. Lee Seung-hun, what the hell are you doing? Yu Jock barely finished his sentence before he took a massive punch to the face. This fight was only making Sung-hun more confident. He openly challenged him. What are you doing? Huh? Get in here and fight instead of just standing on the boat. He sneered in mockery. You haven't learned your lesson after getting beaten up all this time. Yu Jock took a punch straight to the face, his eyes burning with resentment. You son of a. The tension kept rising. Do-sik wasn't going to give up. He lunged and threw a punch at Sung-hun. But this Sung-hun guy was fast. He dodged backward and, in that split second, grabbed Jock's arm and wouldn't let go, completely pinning him down. No matter how hard Jock struggled, he couldn't break free, his face turning beet red with rage. It didn't stop there. The brutal Seung-hun slammed Jock's face backward. He was in agony, his whole body forced backward. At one point, Jock's head even poked out into the hallway, but Sung-hun quickly yanked him back in. It all happened so fast that it left no trace. Students walking by heard the noise, but when they looked back, they didn't notice a thing. The classroom door was completely shut, hiding Seung-hun's shady business. The scene shifts to the gym. It was incredibly loud inside. What are you doing? Come back and fight. In the center of the ring, two people were fighting, while others cheered. Fight back. Give it a rest. He's already lost. The guys in the ring were just picking on someone weaker, while the others stood around gossiping. Hey, stop that guy. Their weight classes are totally different. The fight seemed increasingly lopsided and dangerous. Calls to stop the fight kept coming. Hey, quit it. The guy is already out cold and he's still hitting him. The relentless, crazy punches forced the onlookers to run in and intervene. Hey, stop. Is this guy insane or what? Sunga watched the guys in the ring and offered his take. It looks like he can't control his adrenaline. Does he play baseball? The guy next to him confirmed it. Yeah, it's a pitcher. Sunga added, he knows how to use his power. But since he's not used to fighting, he can't hold back. After going too far with his opponent, the guy whined, Teach, my bad. Before practice ended, Gu Sunga gave instructions for the next sessions. Starting tomorrow, we're doubling the training intensity. Calm down, everyone. That's enough for today. The scene shifts back to classroom number 9. The weak Do-sik was sprawled out on the floor, and Jock had been beaten to a pulp, blood streaming down his face. Sung-hun's feet stepped closer, and he asked his opponent, do you know your place now? Seung-hun was growing more and more confident. He declared, I'm going to make Kwon Degun the boss around here. You just need to know that much, because fake people like you don't get a choice. The sun began to set, the light fading into a golden hue. The protagonist was walking along the street, heading straight home. However, as he walked, Degun sensed someone following him. He froze, thinking, someone's tailing me again? Who is it this time? Our protagonist was full of tricks and didn't want to alert them, so he kept walking, calculating in his head. This building was small, so he just followed the path. He turned inside toward the wall. Degun hurried behind the wall, which made the follower speed up too. But just as the follower peeked in, the protagonist climbed the wall carefully. In an instant, He landed right behind the follower. The follower looked around, confused by where he had gone, since it was a dead end. Right then, Degun confronted him. "Why are you in a parking lot? There isn't a single car here." The follower turned around. It was Ara. She was flustered. "Degun," the protagonist was a bit surprised and asked, "Is it you? Why are you following me?" Ara answered shyly, "No. I was just following you for a bit. I saw someone tracking you and I followed them because they looked really suspicious. But then that person just disappeared, so it was just me." Even so, our protagonist pointed out her mistake.
So, you really were following me?
Ara was embarrassed, unable to finish her sentence. "I'm sorry, Degun. I didn't mean any harm. I just haven't had a chance to thank you for saving me." Our guy replied, "I'll give you my number. If you need anything, just call me." Hearing this, Ara's eyes went wide with joy. "Huh. Really?" Ara fumbled with her phone, muttering, "My number isn't that great. I should have changed it to a better one." The protagonist was confused. "What are you talking about?" Since he was busy, Degun excused himself. "I'm off. It's not dark yet. You can get home by yourself, right?" Even so, Ara pouted. "Walk me home." Scene changed to the protagonist's place. He muttered to himself as soon as he got home, "It's really dark out. Good thing I walked her home. I don't know if my life is just chaotic or if the whole world is." The more Degun thought about it, the less he understood. He complained about his fate. "And how many times have I been followed now? Since I got involved with Kim Gun Yuong, Yang Jinmo, his goons, and those two ninth-grade girls. It's lucky they're just kids. But it's not just them. I've got Park I-jun and that private detective agency involved too." He couldn't stop thinking about it even while in the shower. "I didn't even notice I was being photographed. It's going to be a real problem if this keeps happening." Park Hae-jun showed up out of nowhere. I don't know why he came all the way here, but it definitely has to do with a manager. What's his relationship with her that he told me not to trust her? The more he thought, the more his head spun. I really don't get what he meant, but there's only one thing I have to do. The scene shifts to the school early the next morning, accompanied by his inner monologue. "I really don't like Lee Sung-hun. Do Hyun was judging Sung-hun. He looks so shifty. I know it. He's not a loser like me. He's a bully. How dare he interfere with my relationship with Degun? I have to badmouth him to Degun. Do Hyun was determined to win. The club president position has to be mine." However, when Kim Do-hyun walked into the classroom, he froze. The protagonist looked at Kim Do-hyun and said, "Oh, you're here. I heard about it." The Seung-hun guy was pretending to be friendly. "Hi, Kim Do-hyun. I just told Degun about that thing." As soon as he heard those words and saw Seung-hun's expression, Kim Do-hyun felt helpless and frustrated, screaming in his head, "Dagon, don't listen to him." Let's rewind to the sunset that day, on the road where our protagonist was taking Ara home. Our guy looked around and asked, "Where are we?" "The atmosphere here is completely different from the alley across the street, isn't it?" Ara responded, sounding a bit hesitant. "By the way, Degun, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. Thanks for saving me back then." Degun replied to her thanks. "What's there to thank me for? I'm the one who feels bad for getting you dragged into that mess." Ara seems to have a sharp memory when it comes to that day. "Gina was pretty harsh back then, and I figured you'd be hurt by it, too." But the protagonist didn't really care about those rough words. What did he even say? What was said is true enough. "It's a fact that you guys got dragged into this because of me, so I'm not hurt at all. Don't worry about it." Ara gestures vaguely, looking flustered. Actually, Gina feels really bad about it, too. I can't tell you the exact reason why, but Gina was in total shock. Everyone has their own weak spots, you know. Degun seems to understand the situation perfectly, nodding along. "I get it. Depending on the circumstances, anyone can feel desperate, right?" Ara gets even more worked up, grabbing the protagonist's arm and insisting, "I know you can't think about it much right now, but they'll come to apologize eventually, so please don't hold a grudge. You can wait, right?" The protagonist agrees immediately, though he's still a bit skeptical. "I'm curious about something." Ara's eyes light up the moment Degun agrees to listen. "Huh? Really? Go ahead. Ask me anything. I love eating spicy buns and watching mystery movies." Degun brushes off her answer, keeping his focus on the real question. "That's not it. Is grade 9 the class that recruits for top-tier universities? What's the vibe like in that class? Are there any troublemakers in there?" Ara answers all the protagonist's questions quickly. At first, maybe. All the girls were too busy competing with Inji, and the guys all just followed Sung-hun's lead. With that, Sung-hun makes the protagonist even more curious about who he really is. According to Ara, this guy is her class president. If Seung-hun takes the time to discuss something, everyone listens. He's got real leadership skills, and since everyone respects him, the atmosphere is pretty good now. The protagonist replies dismissively, "Is that so?" Ara tries to hold onto Degun's arm, Are you curious about that? Anything else? Degun remains indifferent, I guess. Scene shift to the school. The protagonist is secretly thinking, even though he hung out with the grade 10s back then, he might not be a bad guy after all. He's heard the rumors about the money collection from that position, so sooner or later, he's going to have to check it out. Just as he's about to head off, Sung-hun approaches him. Degun looks back, surprised. He takes off his glasses to get a better look. The guy introduces himself right away. I'm Lee Sung-hun from grade 9. Let's talk, shall we? The story continues in Class 1. Kim Do-hyun is still stunned by everything happening right in front of him. He asks, "You two already met? That was fast." The protagonist informs Kim Do-hyun, "Even though it was a short time, you've worked hard. From now on, this friend here is going to handle what you've been doing." Kim Do-hyun tries to point out some of Seung-hun's flaws that Degun should know about. Seung-hun is the big boss of grade 9. Big boss? You mean a bully? Seung-hun immediately puts on a friendly face. Just because I'm the big boss, you call me a bully? I suppose you could look at it that way. Seung-hun intentionally twists Degun's words back on him. Degun is the big boss of grade 6. So, does that make Degun a bully too? This logic, practically shoved down his throat, makes Kim Do-hyun panic and deny it. No, that's not what I meant. The protagonist feels a headache coming on. He waves it off. Forget it. I know what you're worried about. Actually, I had the same prejudice at first. Flashing back to the previous conversation, as soon as the protagonist saw Seung-hun, he stood his ground and asked, "You want to talk?" Funny, I was just wondering if I should settle this with my fists instead. Before the protagonist could even make an accusation, this Seung-hun guy had already promised not to collect any more money. The protagonist is left confused. You said don't, right? This Seung-hun is a slick operator. He used sweet talk to get his way. Degun, you really are amazing. I truly admire you. Degun looks completely blank, not knowing what to make of it. Yeah. And? Seung-hun keeps pouring on the charm. Thank you. Because of you, I don't have to collect that money anymore. I've really been suffering. He's clearly trying to play the victim to get sympathy. As the grade 9 class president, I had no choice but to collect money to protect my classmates. Carrying the title of big boss on my shoulders, I couldn't avoid the bad reputation of being a bully. But I've always looked for a way to break that prejudice. He puts a hand on the protagonist's shoulder and whispers, "Knowing you were around gave me hope. Can you give me a chance to help you?" After listening to his explanation, the protagonist replies, "Since you've put it that way, I can feel your sincerity. You might have a label of a bully, but you've already said you'd entrust the matter to Seung-hun." Kim Do-hyun immediately tries to shut down that idea. Huh? No, the protagonist cuts in. Anyway, just officially entrust it to Seung-hun. He then forces the issue. Come on, let's shake hands. The two of them, one faking friendliness, the other doing it reluctantly. Is that okay? I'll leave it to you. Kim Do-hyun plays along with the protagonist on the outside, but he's absolutely furious at Seung-hun. That jerk Sung-hun tries his best to act like a good guy, his tone getting excited. Anyway, before we officially start, why don't we get everyone together? That would be better, right? The scene shifts to a quiet room. Jong-min looks around, confused. What's going on? Why are we all here all of a sudden? Bang Ho-dong is also puzzled, since when were you two friends? Sung-hun stands tall, speaking up to grab everyone's attention. Everyone's here, I see. From now on, I'm starting the anti-bullying committee meeting. Young-do, sitting below, asks, "What? An alliance? If you've got money, you can do anything, right? Speak up." Lee Seung-hun smiles friendly and explains, "It sounds grand, but it's nothing much. It's the anti-bullying committee." He declares his purpose in front of everyone. Bullies must be caught. Furthermore, they must be eradicated. That's what it means. Sorry for calling you all here just to say that. No Manhwa, after hearing this, raises his own question. Fine, let's say that's true, but why is the grade 9 big boss in charge? The protagonist speaks up to clarify. I asked him to. I want to break the school's money collection system. To do that, I think Lee Sung-hun is the right man for the job. Trusted by the protagonist, Seung-hun chimes in, I have the same goal, and I can be of great help to DGUN. He proudly introduces himself once again. I am both the big boss and the class president of grade 9. As you know, the money collection is carried out by the class presidents. I've joined the school's student council, which connects everyone regardless of grade level. That's why I can track the money flow, know which class is collecting, and find out exactly which guys to hit. No matter how strong a gun is, it's useless if the target isn't clear. You have to set a target and aim precisely. Seung-hun sounds like he's giving a speech. He suggests that if DGUN is the gun, then he is the scope that sets the target perfectly. Hearing this, the others all react with visible discomfort. He reckoned that if DGUN was the gun, then he was the scope, setting the targets with absolute precision. At that, the others all reacted with annoyance. "Oh, how refined of you," Jong-min interrupted. "Hold on. What was your relationship with the sophomores anyway? Why were you hanging out with them?" Seung-hun raised a hand to calm things down. "The situation back then was just a misunderstanding, really. Don't worry, we were just together after attending a student council meeting with the teachers. That's all." Minsu, sitting below, was bored listening to all this. He spoke up to set things straight. "Dragging this out is annoying. I don't have much time. I've still got to study my English vocabulary list." "So, what exactly is the plan?" Seung-hun replied, "If we want to put an end to the money collection, there's only one way. We have to take down the big boss, Bu Haeok." According to Seung-hun's explanation, for some unknown reason, the current student leaders of Class 53, including Bu Haeok, are all absent. "So, we're going to strike at Class 52. If we stop the sophomores from collecting money for Class 53, the vermin hiding in the shadows, well, no, since we might end up dragging Class 53 into this anyway." Seung-hun laid out the plan. "Before that, aside from the money collection, we have to clean things up thoroughly. We aren't finished with the rest of the freshmen yet, are we?" Even though the money collection had already started, Seung-hun felt it was an obstacle they absolutely had to clear. Kind-hun suddenly voiced his opinion. "You think so? I haven't heard anything special until now. I just focus on sports after school, so I don't bother them." "You really are clueless." Seung-hun planted the thought in their minds. Cruelty without malice. That is the purest form of cruelty. His obsession with technique has turned him into a monster. He needed to explain what that guy does after school. The person Seung-hun was referring to was Sunga. Because it was a special physical education class, many different sports were gathered in one place. Gu Sunga had been using that to satisfy his own desires. The others were curious. What kind of desires? Seung-hun suggested that his desire was to fight others. It made people think of brutal, hand-to-hand combat. "Did you analyze every single martial arts sport in detail? Do you have to analyze the data to know how to exploit it?" Kim Do-hyun asked, even more curious now. "Why go that far?" The unfounded analysis of Sunga continued. Information. He isn't satisfied just training his own technique alone. By using the information he gains to make others bleed while he refines his own technique, he might come looking for Degun first. This realization left the protagonist a bit bewildered. "What?" Seung-hun continued to assert his point. "It's obvious. Last time at the lecture hall with Park Do-jin, he saw that technique. That's a technique someone obsessed with skills would see for the first time. You think he just let that go?" Right now, over on the physical education side, Sunga is probably grabbing that crazy guy by the shoulder. He asked, "What are you doing?" "You can stop now." The crazy guy gave a stupid reply, but he wasn't fully down yet. Sunga frowned at that, his arm raised, signaling that he was doing it all wrong. Just like that, Sunga's hand went straight for the neck of the guy who had lost control. The opponent's entire body was lifted into the air. No matter how hard he tried to resist, he couldn't. Sunga explained to him, "Looks like you need a lesson on what limits actually are." "Huh." His friends behind them shouted in confusion. "Sunga, why are you doing this?" Sunga didn't stop choking his opponent, his words harsh. "You can't escape your limits with a half-hearted attitude. You have to push past them to reach the highest level. You have to break your limits." One afternoon, the sunset was fading over the school. Norman Ho's group was heading home together. Zhao Min remarked, "I don't like Lee Sung-hun." Norman Ho asked, confused. "Why?" Zhao Min replied, "I just think that guy is annoying, always telling us to do this and that." However, Norman Ho argued, "But he's right, isn't he? The truth is, he can help Degun." Zhang Min knew that perfectly well, but Zhang Min had his own perspective. "That's not it. It's just how I feel. Anyway, I don't like that guy with the glasses." Zhang Min looked over and reassured him. "Minsu, I'm not talking about you." Finally, Zhang Min brushed it off. "Forget it. If that's how Degun feels, then so be it. Let's go play some video games to de-stress." The other friends teased him. "Is it really de-stressing, or will it just make you more stressed?" "Haha, shut your mouth." The sky turned dark, and an image of an apartment building appeared. Someone reached out to open the door. Yusok sat inside and spoke. "You're here?" Seung-hun was the one who opened the door just now. As soon as he walked in, he said, "Are you praying? Did you go see Bu Haeok? Is that why you're late?" Yusok replied, annoyed, "Yeah, I didn't see him." Seung-hun remained extremely confident while speaking. He analyzed, "I told you, it's not there. It's been a while since I gave up on school matters." Yusok was even more curious. "Why are you here? So what? Tell me your plan." Seung-hun was calculating as always. He slowly revealed, "Don't worry, everything will go exactly as I intend. The signal will come soon, so prepare yourself thoroughly until then. We have to prepare for the coming storm. The scene shifted to the residential area. A voice called out, "Brother, what's wrong? Did you finish cooking? This is crazy." Suji had just opened the rice cooker and yelled in annoyance, "You maniac, I told you not to put protein powder in the rice. I don't care, you eat it all." Suji looked around, surprised. "Huh? Money on the dining table? You should have told me sooner." "All right, I'm hanging up." She counted the money and felt astonished. "What is this? What's up with that guy Bu Hyuk lately? Where did all this money come from?" The scene of the physical education area appeared. The gym was looking extremely rowdy. A fight was breaking out. One side looked terrified, while the other was attacking like a madman. Non-stop punches were being rained onto the opponent's face. He kept punching from the moment the opponent was standing until he was slumped on the ground. The guy's face and eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty aura, his fists always ready. Those standing outside started whispering, "Sunga, ever since you choked that Bu Hyuk guy until he passed out, he seems like he's gotten better at fighting. I actually thought you'd gone crazy for a second there, since you did something you'd never done before. So, from now on, do we have to choke someone before we fight them?" Songa was busy taking notes, while his mouth refuted his friend. "Nonsense." The friend didn't seem to understand yet. "Huh? What?" Songa frowned. He spoke about the issue. "Based on the method I've analyzed so far, his limits are clear. His physique is no different from an ordinary person." The friend was startled, not believing it. "What are you talking about? The kid who's fighting right now? His level has to be different from a normal person. The ones you guys are researching now are the ones who got in with special skills." This guy just kept obsessing over the issue, trying to dig deeper. "Why so sudden? You've been doing this for years since that day, so why say it's meaningless now?" Songa suddenly shouted, stopping everyone in their tracks and drawing everyone's attention. He called for the 10 people with the best special skills, plus BXO. Everyone gathered together. When BXO heard he was included in the assembly, he looked confused, as if he had no idea what was going on. Sunga stood before the gathered group, his posture rigid as he spoke. "I need you guys to help me with some special research." Sunga approached BXO, placed a hand on his shoulder, and asked, "Hey BXO, when I knocked you out earlier, what did you feel? Was it agony, a sense of your limits, or did you feel something transcendent?" Seeing the other boy's silence, Sunga shifted his guessing game. "Nothing? So, you can't feel anything at all. That's fine. You've got a special role to play anyway." Scene shift to a rundown housing area. A group of people were gathering, looking around in confusion, whispering among themselves. "I don't even know what Sunga is thinking anymore." That's what I'm saying. Sunga's right-hand man arrived and immediately started disciplining the noisy crowd in front. What are they talking about? Thinking Sunga is doing something pointless. Everyone had their own thoughts, so if that's the case, let's just confirm what's actually happening. The friend approached BXO and said with conviction, "BXO, your role is crucial." While the crowd focused their attention on BXO, another guy sent a message to Lee Sung-hun. The message read, "You're Lee Sung-hun from the 9th grade, right? Need to let Degun know about the 8th grade Sung-hun. He's gone crazy now." Sunga's right-hand man announced to everyone to get ready. "Everything's set. Well, let's start." Facing this, BXO was confused, his face pale with fear, unable to speak. "Do I have to fight?" The others looked at him brazenly and said, "We're just following orders. Don't hold a grudge." Right after those words, a flurry of punches rained down on BXO's face. Scene shift to another location. In a room, a question was posed, "How's the situation at WOC lately?" Kim Samuel answered listlessly, "Pretty chaotic. We tried to make contact with Du Gongmyung and even Bi Hayu, but no run-ins yet. Anyway, it seems the rumors about the third years are true." Sung Hun was distracted from the conversation, constantly glancing at his phone screen, then immediately stood up and waved. "Sorry, I've got to go." Those left behind were a bit bewildered. "You're leaving? What about the ceremony?" Kim Samuel followed up, "Funny, I wanted to stay with you, too." Seung Hun replied with a fake, friendly attitude. "Ah, me too. But anyway, we'll meet again next time." The moment this Sung Hun guy stepped out of the room, he grabbed his phone to make an urgent call. Our main character's phone rang, and Kim Do-hyun, sitting next to him, pointed it out. "Oh, Degun, it's Lee Sung-hun calling." The protagonist immediately picked up. "Yeah? What is it?" Kim Do-hyun, still bitter, cursed internally. Why is this guy Seung-hun calling? Is he trying to take back the president position by any means necessary? This Kim Do-hyun guy isn't even taking his English tutoring money anymore. DGUN seems surprised by what he heard on the other end. "What? Reporting news? Where?" "I'm coming right now." After notifying the protagonist about the current issue, Sung-hun walked while staring intently at his phone. Updated images of the athletic group were playing on his phone. Seung-hun looked at it and thought, the 7th graders are ganging up on someone? Did Gu Sunga order this? Seun Han knew his opponent well, thinking to himself, even though I know this guy does anything for his research, he's not the type to enjoy this kind of simple, low-level bullying. I have a rough idea of what's going on, but for now, I'll just play along and see. The English book on the table was closed, replaced by the sound of chatter. It's exactly like that. Kim Do-hyun kept rambling on the phone, repeatedly insisting. The situation is looking serious. You know it, that Lee Sung-hun is suspicious. Who knows what he's hiding? Kim Do-han's eyes darted back and forth while talking on the phone. If I call Lee Sung-hun directly, it might be even more terrifying. Well, you calling is still better than me. No Man Ho, on the other end, replied calmly. I got it. Let me call Lee Sung-hun. Jong Min, sitting next to him, got excited upon hearing the name Sung-hun and started questioning. What's going on? No Man Ho quickly explained the situation to his two friends. Kim Do-hyun called. It seems Lee Seung-hun called Degun. The gist of the conversation I heard is that there's some brawl going on at the construction site. Dongbin was genuinely surprised by the info. He reacted intensely. What? You could have just called Lee Seung-hun directly. Tisk, this seems really suspicious. Jong-min was confused, yet looking over at his friend, he was just stuffing his face. A word of warning. Hey, stop eating. Get up quick. Bang Ho-dong tried to finish his noodles and asked, Do you even know where to go? Dongbin thought about the situation and pointed the way. They said the construction site. Did you take a training bus to fly there? There's only one place at the construction site you can walk to. Footsteps moved toward the construction site. The person who appeared this time was Seung-hun. He was observing his phone and thinking, first off, this is the construction site he sent the location for. Nothing beats arriving early. There's still some time before Degun gets here. I'll observe for a bit. The spot where Seung-hun was standing was a building, and he judged that this building had a clear view of the construction site. He kept his eyes fixed on the site, a sinister look and a train of thought constantly emerging. Sunga is more interesting than I thought. In the center of the fight, fists flashed incessantly, striking Biso's body. The blows were so rapid that Biso couldn't even lift his head. The one doing the beating hesitated a bit. Curious. How long do I have to hit him? The others shook their heads. Don't know. Just keep hitting him. The crowd was in a state of confusion, whispering. When is Sunga getting here? Maybe he's already here. Who knows? Maybe he's somewhere else doing something. It seems Sunga was on the opposite building, using binoculars to monitor the situation at the construction site. His right-hand man appeared at the same time, curiously asking, Sunga, how's the research going? Any progress? Sunga answered listlessly. Not yet. The friend brought some info earlier. I told that guy to pretend to call for help. He already called Lee Sung-hun. Both Lee Sung-hun and that DGUN will be here soon. They should be here shortly. At that exact moment, the friend spotted something. Sunga, look over there. The image below was the protagonist. They were confused. That's Kwon Degun, right? Did he come alone? Our main character had just arrived and picked up the phone. I'm here. Where are you? That bastard Seung-hun replied with a lie. Degun, you're already there. Sorry, I suddenly had something come up, so I'll be late. He said it was on the top floor. Why don't you head up first? The protagonist replied to the other end. Forget it. Then you don't need to come right away. Lee Sung-hun still tried to respond with a pretense. No, it's dangerous alone. I'm coming right now. Degun, at this point, didn't care if the other person came or not. You don't have to come right away, Lee Sung-hun said, pretending to be nonchalant. No, it's dangerous alone. I'm coming right now. Degun didn't care whether the other guy came or not. He replied coldly, whatever. Lee Sung-hun was enjoying a moment of leisure, speaking cheerfully. The rooftop is really cool. The view is great. It's really nice. Regardless, the reason was fake, right? How short-sighted, Seung-ha muttered, watching the whole thing unfold from the building across the way. He silently observed. Standing there just to watch Degun? Pretty clever. Well, I'll just stay here and watch you too. The construction site was in complete chaos. The mob kept fighting BXO as ordered. The main character, Honam, slowly walked up the stairs below. The sound of stomping echoed endlessly. Degun sped up to the higher floor, finally reaching his opponent. He walked up and said, Nice choice of location, isn't it? I like this place too. May Degun loosened his tie and declared, Even if I beat you to death, no one would know. The others started to get scared. They looked at each other and then at the main character. How did you find this place? They were panicked. What? No Gu Songa? Mainha asked, curious. Where's Songa? Ah, never mind. You don't have to answer. Watching you guys fight, he's probably already here. On the other side, the close friend kept questioning Seung-ha. It's starting. So what is this research about? Why use the excuse of fighting BXO? Siwa observed everything carefully and replied, An ordinary person like BXO can't break through his limits. It's judged that only the chosen ones can. It's clear that the chosen ones are only those with clear goals for reinforcement and the will to keep training themselves. The friends still didn't understand the ultimate goal. Even though they are quite strong in the 7th class, second only to us, is it really worth expecting that much from them? Sunga replied, refusing, no. I'm not expecting them to get stronger, they're just being sacrificed for Degun. However, the information gathered from them being sacrificed for Degun, knowing his techniques and becoming stronger by a level that is what I'm looking for. At the same time, a new character appeared, judging the situation, treating friends like sacrifices. How despicable. Sunga answered, you're just in time. Sim Sim Sang Bo, right? This guy, Sim Sim Sang Bo, seemed very eager. I'm not too late, am I? Seung Ha confirmed that the timing was perfect. On the other side, the guys were charging in. Mei and Hei Degun provoked them. One by one is fine, but you want to go one-on-one. The guy replied, just being a nuisance is enough. Because I'm an outboxer like you. The story continued at the construction site. The sound of chatter echoed. The question was, what does it take to be good at fighting? Sunga explained this. The answer usually required 2 things. First, physical fitness. Muscle strength is trained through exercise and physical conditioning. If you train a lot, you get muscle strength. You don't necessarily need talent. Sim Sim Sang Bo was curious about what came next. Sunga didn't hesitate to explain. The second thing is the boxing you're practicing. The boxing that Sim Sim Sang Bo practiced every day was technique. With those punches, you can deal damage to your opponent by controlling them. Or techniques, to break their bones so they lose the ability to fight, or techniques to knock them out. Physical strength and technique, people usually talk about those too. But there's one more important thing. You don't need to use your body for it. You need your brain. That's information. Sunga analyzed it thoroughly for Sim Sim Sang Bo to understand. Before every match, you need to investigate information about your opponent from their technical strengths to their habits. Then, analyze the information and come up with a suitable fighting strategy to knock them out. Fighting doesn't just start when you stand in the ring. It starts before you even step on the mat. Finally, Seong Hun teased him. You've never even competed. How would you know? Sim Sim Sang Bo, hearing this, looked annoyed and retorted, what did you say? Looking down on me, Sunga kept talking about fighting theories. You think I have time to kill? Remember, before big matches, people called strategists always investigate to come up with plans. Sim Sim Sang Bo, with his narrow understanding, felt bothered and spoke up. Damn it, why do you keep babbling? What do you mean? Summarize it for me. Keep talking nonsense and I'll smack you. Seung Ha replied to explain. Well, the reason you lost to DGUN, do you think it's because his strength and technique were better than yours? No. It's because you lacked information. You knew nothing about him, but he knew everything about you thanks to Norman Ho. Therefore, DGUN knew how to knock you out before the match even started. And that's why you lost. Because you didn't know anything about him, you couldn't do anything when he started hitting you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lost so badly. Sim Sim Sang Bo, when reminded of this, started showing off again. Ah, of course. If I understood him, he'd be dead for sure. Sunga simultaneously spoke of his own goals. That's why I'm investigating Degun now to find a way to beat him. Sim Sim Sang Bo, after hearing that, was grateful and said, well, thanks then. But why was there only a small tube? The friend next to him grew more and more skeptical, thoughts running through his mind. He was thinking, by doing that, can Sim Sim Sang Bo really beat Degun? He clearly saw Degun fight Pin. That Degun guy, how could Sim Sim Sang Bo be his rival? He's practically a monster, the friend thought. Mei Nahei Degun looked at the opponent's stance. He muttered in surprise, this stance. The opponent ordered Degun, stay away from me. The main character replied, planning to use a lot of space? Is that an outboxer's technique? The opponent was caught by the main character and replied with a blank look. None of your business, what do you know? The guy's feet lifted, and his whole body lunged straight toward Degun. However, the main character only needed to dodge once to make his opponent lose his orientation. Other punches were thrown repeatedly, yet none of them could touch a hair on Degun's head. He tried his best, hoping to land a hit on the main character. However, his weak arm strength combined with his slow speed had absolutely no effect. While dodging, Mei and Ha began to think, this style of attacking reminds me of someone. This time, the main character wouldn't just dodge anymore. He prepared to counterattack. His feet moved rapidly forward. Lifting his body, he launched into a high stance, bringing a crushing kick straight down onto the guy's legs. Taking that brutal blow, the guy could only wince in agony. The main character clearly didn't hold back anymore. He kept on the offensive, shifting from leg strikes to going straight for the face. One kick to the face was all it took for the guy to crumble to the ground, his face a total mess. Bak Soo-ho watched the main character. his expression looking pitifully distressed. Sim Sim Sang Bo observed the scene, unable to deny that it looked exactly like when he fought him. The main character stripped off his jacket and announced to the rest of them, "If this were a gym class, you'd all be taking turns on different equipment. How interesting." But he needed to focus. He tossed aside everything that was in his way, his stride purposeful, his words taunting. "Hurry up, I don't have all day." This time, our protagonist is truly in the zone. He surged forward, unleashing a powerful slap that landed square on his opponent's face. It was so fast and forceful that the human eye couldn't even track the movement of his hand. All the remaining guys started to get agitated. They shouted in a frenzy, "Everyone attack at once. One-on-one will take forever." Right after that, a swarm of them rushed in to fight him head-on, but one by one, they were knocked cold. The main character was locked in completely, his techniques landing with devastating efficiency. Every hit left his opponents writhing in pain. The others didn't seem to want to give up, all of them diving at him like moths to a flame, desperately trying to take him down. They threw punches and tried to circle him, but their moves were weak and sluggish, constantly being read by our guy, Degun. Once he saw through them, he countered based on their weaknesses, leaving them dropping to the ground with every move. Just as he was grabbing one guy by the head, another came charging in like a maniac. But Degun seized the opening, tossing the guy he was holding to act as a shield against the one charging in. His legs didn't stop. He was already building momentum for the next strike. A punch combined with lightning-fast footwork, it only took one hit to cave the guy's face in. There were still plenty of them left, constantly surrounding the main character, chasing him with bloodthirsty intent. His fists were the deadly weapons DGUN always relied on. His punching speed was so fast that the trail of his hits looked like red, blazing fire. While he was focused on fighting this side, someone else came creeping up from the other side. That guy launched a kick, hoping for a sneak attack from a distance. However, he had anticipated it. A slight dodge was all it took to keep everything under control. As soon as he dodged, he spun around and tripped the opponent. That trip sent the guy sprawling across the floor, his back slamming hard into the ground with a pained scream. Once again, Degun's leg rose high, driving down perpendicularly into the ground with total force. The damage was absolute. The guy on the floor was completely paralyzed, pinned to the ground. The others, witnessing it, hesitated, frozen in fear. Still, these guys were determined to fight to the end, raising their arms to take Degun down. Yet, he quickly caught their movement, and stopping them became incredibly simple. Degun's massive forearm went straight into the guy's face, distorting it and shattering his facial bones. The others were targets he wouldn't let go. He grabbed them and spun them around, his legs constantly rising, threatening the lives of everyone nearby. Every kick left them terrified and broken. Bak Soo-ho watched the whole situation from start to finish, stunned. Every single one of them was taken down in seconds. One guy spoke up, voicing his shock at our protagonist's actions. "That's incredible." The main character stepped forward, his tone curious. "One more left. Are you like the others? I have high expectations for you." The rest didn't satisfy me. Sim Sim Sang Bo watched the entire fight, gulping in fear, thoughts racing through his mind. Is he really that strong? Or were the others just too weak? Gu Si-un warned Sim Sim Sang Bo. "You saw it yourself? There's one left, you know who he is, right?" Sim Sim Sang Bo replied, "Yeah, I've heard rumors about him. He's pretty good." Even Gu Se-on had to admit it. "Aside from me, he's the strongest in the gym class rankings." The guy was taunting the main character. "Come on, let's see if I'm anything like them." He told himself he would use his Speed King technique to quickly close the gap and take him down. The main character across from him was excited, his momentum surging. They faced off. A tension so thick only his opponent could feel it. Our guy was completely calm, throwing a punch straight at him. Blood splattered everywhere, and his face was completely mangled. He didn't stop there. Degun tossed him around like a rag doll, finally leaving him flat on the floor. Bak Soo-ho stared at the guy. Horrified, the damage was too great. Blood was pouring out, and he was completely knocked out. The main character took down another opponent. Same difference, you're just like them. Just then, a group of people rushed over. The fat guy, Bang Ho Dong, followed behind, trying to catch his breath. "Slow down, man. My hip is killing me." Jong Min turned back, annoyed. "You pig, that's what you get for eating so much." Nam No Man Ho was curious as he ran. "Jong Min, why are you in such a rush?" Jong Min immediately explained his theory. "That Gu Si-un guy gathered those guys, pretended to be the boss, and called Degun out without telling us. You think he has an ulterior motive? Could he be luring Degun into a trap?" No Man Ho understood the situation, nodding along. "Ah, yeah." Bang Ho Dong pointed to the construction site, but Jong Min stopped him. "Wait, look over here. Se-un is on this side." Immediately, Nam No Man Ho decided they should head up. Across the way, Gu Se-un was still trying to analyze how to beat him. However, Sim Sang-bo cut him off. Forget it. I get it. You guys just watch, I'll show him a real beating. Sim Sang-bo left, and both Si-un and the other guy were worried about how it would end. Sim Sang-bo walked, thinking to himself, the others were just weak, I'll be different. I've watched him and I understand a bit about him now. He doesn't have any clear technique. He just uses his senses well. I don't think he's had any professional training. Sim Sang-bo stepped down the stairs and froze. In front of him, Nam No Man Ho's group was approaching, their faces grim. Nam No Man Ho called out, Sim Sang-bo, what are you doing here? Sim Sang-bo grunted in response. What's it to you, you jerks? At the construction site, the main character grabbed the guy by the head and demanded, where is Se-un? That guy still won't talk. I don't know. Make our guys get rougher. Smash his head into the floor. You don't know, huh? He's still acting tough, his eyes bulging with defiance. Norman Ho immediately corrects him. I don't need that kind of answer. If you don't know, go find out fast. Norman Ho's crew is closing in on them. Sim Sang-bo tries to probe him. If you want something, just spit it out. I haven't got all day. Norman Ho gets straight to the point. You're heading to see Degun right now, aren't you? Sim Sang-bo suddenly bursts into laughter. Mwahaha. He sneers back at him. You say his name so affectionately. Almost like a parent calling their own child. Look at yourself. Do you have any self-worth left? What exactly has he done to make you follow him around like a dog? You guessed it right. I'm on my way to meet Degun, and I'm going to take him down with a single boxing punch. This arrogant remark just makes Norman Ho want to laugh. He smirks and says, confident, aren't you? But it's a shame that's never going to happen, because if you want to get to Degun, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Norman Ho adds a warning to Sim Sang-bo. You better beg for mercy now before it's too late. Sim Sang-bo is absolutely livid, his face contorted with rage as he spits out, you bastard, you dare. Norman Ho declares, dare or not, you'll find out for yourself. I'm a different person outside of school than I am inside. Sang-bo pulls at his jacket, preparing for the fight, his eyes glaring daggers. Oh, is that so? Then get ready to catch these hands. If you keep up that attitude, don't blame me when I beat you to a pulp. Jong Min suddenly feels uneasy. He says to Norman Ho, wait, you forgot your bag at home, didn't you? Norman Ho replies, yeah, I didn't want to deal with any bloodshed today. So, that's the situation. Norman Ho has no weapons on him. Jong Min is worried about his friend. He suggests, in that case, the three of us will just. But Norman Ho flatly refuses. No, I'll fight him one-on-one, fair and square. This pen is all I need. Before the fight starts, Norman Ho instructs them, you guys head up there first. I'll take care of this guy. Ho Dong and Jong Min are both really worried. Are you sure about this? Eventually, the two of them listen to Norman Ho and leave. Norman Ho, you have to win, okay? We're never going to abandon you. The whole sequence of events is being watched by Seung-hun. Sim Sang-bo gets into his stance and confidently declares, you don't stand a chance, you mutt, because I'm the one who's going to end you. Right after that declaration, Sang-bo sprints forward. His movement is so fast and powerful that he's right in front of Norman Ho in the blink of an eye. I'm impressed. Norman Ho is slightly taken aback by his opponent and thinks he's fast, but regardless of that, Norman Ho launches his move, his eyes locked in, ready for the fight. This Sang-bo guy has a crafty look in his eyes, glancing back and forth. A punch from Sang-bo lands straight into Norman Ho's torso. This hit really makes Norman Ho feel the pain. He winces, forcing himself to endure it. Blow after blow follows. Sang-bo has turned into a beast. He's wailing on Norman Ho. After a bit of a struggle, Norman Ho manages to push him back, regaining his footing and shaking off the dizziness. Norman Ho is determined and lunges forward to close the gap with Sang-bo. He launches off his feet to build momentum. However, because his speed is slightly lacking, Sim Sang-bo seizes the opening to counterattack. A powerful punch sends Norman Ho staggering backward, his face bruised and stinging, but his fighting spirit ignites. He regains his stance and swings his arm back at Sang-bo in an instant. Using the pen as his weapon, Norman Ho jabs forward and sideways. Unfortunately, Sim Sang-bo is faster, so he hasn't managed to land a hit yet. Sang-bo is fighting, but he still has time to ask mockingly, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep stabbing at the air? Is this really all you've got? You'll never beat me if you just keep playing defense like that. Norman Ho's arm is held high, his eyes focused entirely on his opponent. It seems the moment has come, he's about to make his move. High above, Seung-hun is watching the situation, his thoughts turning judgmental. What is he doing? Is Norman Ho really this weak? It's completely useless if he just keeps playing defense like that. Seung-hun observes the attack sequence, noting the curves traced by the pen. In contrast, Sang-bo is just throwing straight punches. Because the distance between Norman Ho and Sang-bo is so close, Before Norman Ho can strike with the pen, Sang-bo has already landed his boxing move. Sim Sang-bo looks Norman Ho in the eye and says, "You're holding a pen, so you're not going to be able to do anything to me." Just as he finishes that sentence, Sim Sang-bo is knocked off his feet by a low kick from Norman Ho. The maneuver is so unexpected that Sang-bo's face crumples in pain. Because of that kick, Sim Sang-bo's leg is injured. Everything is shaking, and his body is wobbling. Sim Sang-bo gradually regains his stance, his eyes furious, his voice bitter. "Damn it, I guessed you were going to use your legs. You weren't planning to use that pen to stab me at all. I anticipated this. On the flip side, my punches are going to hurt a hell of a lot more than your little pen." However, Sim Sang-bo suddenly shouts in shock when he looks at his hand. "What is this? What's wrong with my hand?" Norman Ho replies, pointing it out. "It's that." Norman Ho raises his arm, revealing a whole array of watches strapped to it. He declares to Sim Sang-bo, "It might be my weapon. I'm a man who values time. This is my real weapon." Sim Sang-bo's eyes are filled with pure rage, his teeth grinding together. "You bastard, die." Norman Ho takes the opportunity to try and land a kick on Sang-bo. However, this guy's eyes flash with malice once more. He speaks while attacking. "When you kicked me earlier, did you really think I didn't prepare for anything?" That revelation leaves Norman Ho looking around in confusion. This Sim Sang-bo guy is truly incredibly dangerous. He throws a punch. Norman Ho spots it just in time, throwing his whole body backward to dodge, even though he dodges the first hit. By the second strike, Sim Sang-bo manages to graze Norman Ho's face. The moment he lands a hit on Norman Ho, Sim Sang-bo grows even more confident, his words arrogant. "Even with a weapon, you're still the same. Taking you down is easy as pie." Changing the scene to inside the building, the two guys, Sunga and his friend, are flustered to find someone has arrived. Jong-min looks around and asks, "Hey, there are two guys over there?" Ho-dong keeps looking but still doesn't see the main character. "Where is Degun? Why are there only two of them?" Sunga is surprised to see these two newcomers appear. "Huh, how did you guys find this place? If you're looking for Degun, he's at the construction site." Ho-dong immediately turns to blame Jong-min. "Damn it, you led me in the wrong direction. You're pissing me off. I'm going to kill you." Jong-min tries to explain. "Do you even believe that guy is telling the truth?" Regardless of who's right or wrong, Ho-dong just goes crazy. "I'm going to kill you, you bastard." Jong-min pulls out his phone. "Let me call Degun and check. I didn't know Sunga was here. I'll call him right now." However, right when Jong-min takes out his phone, Sunga's close friend rushes forward extremely fast. He grabs Ho-dong by the shoulder. However, just as Jong-min pulled out his phone, Sunga's lackey rushed over in a flash. He grabbed onto Ho-dong's shoulder, then used the momentum to hoist himself up, his feet aiming to stomp. It turns out his goal was to kick the phone away, ready to call out Jong-min. That guy moved so fast that Jong-min was sent flying backward easily. The feet of Sunga's lackey shifted in the opposite direction. He kicked out hard, catching Ho-dong with the full force of the blow, sending his bulky body crashing backward. This guy asked condescendingly, "What are you calling Dagon for?" "I'll take you guys on." This guy is the athlete, Ches Roman. Ho-dong took a painful kick. His face twisted in annoyance as he cursed, "You son of a bitch." Ches Roman lunged forward, not stopping his insults toward Ho-dong. "I won't say it twice, you loyal dog." Those arrogant words really made Ho-dong's anger boil over. He shouted, "Who are you calling a loyal dog, you jerk? I'll show you my strength." However, this Ches guy immediately brought his foot up to Ho-dong's face, taunting him. "What are you blabbering about?" Ho-dong's massive face was being trampled by that guy, vibrating in intense pain. Sunga instructed his friend, "Sim Sang-bo probably already took that guy down. We should get going too." But Ches Roman arrogantly brushed it off. "What are you worried about, you pig? One hit is all it takes." Back to the fight with Nam Man Ho. Both sides were still in a tense standoff. Man Ho spoke up, suggesting they should end this fight quickly. Sim Sang-bo looked up curiously and said, "End it." "Who's the one ending who?" Sang-bo's legs accelerated again as he charged forward. He threw punches and kicks while declaring, "Obviously, I'm the one who's going to beat you to a pulp and end this." The pen in Man Ho's hand. Perhaps it was time to put it to good use. The first strike zipped past Sang-bo's body. The guy dodged too quickly, so the pen didn't cause any damage yet. But after dodging Man Ho's move, Sang-bo rushed in headlong, his arm raised with a fist ready. Suddenly, Man Ho threw a kick at Sang-bo's torso. However, the damage wasn't very high. Sim Sang-bo stood tall and declared firmly, "I told you, your kicks aren't even enough to scratch an itch." But right after those words, Sang-bo started wincing, his whole body collapsing as if he'd eaten something toxic. He was confused about what was happening to his body, asking in a panic, "Damn it, what was that?" Nam Man Ho's kick was never this powerful. Seeing his opponent's confusion, Manhwa explained, "This kick isn't like the previous ones. I didn't use the old move of hitting with the top of my shoe, but instead used the power from the tip of the shoe. The truth is, if you kick with the top of the shoe, there's not much pain. But if you kick with the tip, it's like a stab. You'll feel an indescribable amount of pain. So, who do you think won this match?" Sim Sang-bo tried to cling on. The fight isn't over yet. While Sang-bo was still sitting on the ground, Manhwa intended to give him another kick. Sang-bo cried out, "Wait, hold on a second. Wait for me." He was in extreme pain, begging, "Help me." The fight finally ended, but Manhwa also collapsed. He felt that even though he won, he was in too much pain to move anymore. Manhwa looked up and wondered, "Ho-dong, Jong-min, did you guys find Dagun?" Suddenly, there were footsteps approaching, and the eggshells were crushed underfoot. The question was posed to Manhwa, "What are you doing here?" Finally, our lead character appeared. He asked, "Did something happen?" Manhwa clamped his mouth shut, stammering, "No, nothing happened at all." Sunga was very surprised by everything, exclaiming, "That's shocking. I didn't expect Manhwa to win. That also means we don't have a chance to watch the fight between Dagun and Sim Sang-bo. But we did get some very useful information. So that's it then. Guess we'll come back next time." Sunga intended to leave but saw his friends still frantically fighting, saying warily, "Is it still not over? This Roman guy has been fighting for a while and had to helplessly shout, 'I don't get this pig. I slapped you around, and you still won't give up.'" Ho-dong was still determined to resist his opponent, affirming, "I'm busy trying to contact Dagun. Just one text message." Gu Sunga, standing outside, grew increasingly impatient, asking, "Hey, are you going to finish this or what?" Roman helplessly pulled on the bulky Ho-dong. "It's impossible, no matter how much I hit him. It doesn't even faze him." Sunga stepped in with a suggestion. "I mean, you have to land one fatal blow." Just like that, he hugged Ho-dong tightly from behind. He hoisted Ho-dong up and instructed his friend, "It has to be like this." A violent throw made Ho-dong fall flat onto the ground. Ho-dong's entire back and head suffered heavy trauma. Roman stood outside watching, trying to make excuses. "It's because that dog's body isn't normal. It's not that I'm weak." After they took down Ho-dong, they glanced over at Jong-min. "One more to go." Roman ordered Jong-min to stand up straight. Sunga stood behind, just glancing over, judging that Ho-dong guy's body really is a bit of a freak. Jong-min was terrified, trying to text to signal our protagonist. At that same moment, another character appeared. He kicked Roman hard and arrogantly. Just like that, Roman's body flew backward, his whole body losing its direction. Roman was kicked away, his mood furious, his face twisted, his fist raised in a threat. You. The action didn't stop there. This Roman guy continued to be kicked. Powerful kicks, hitting wherever they landed and causing injury. A clean blow went straight into Roman's face, and blood started spraying out. Jong-min hadn't shaken off his surprise, his eyes staring straight ahead. It turned out the person fighting just now was Lee Sun-hun. He was interrogating Jong-min. "I didn't text you to let you know. Why did you come here?" Jong-min widened his eyes and replied, "Why? Because I thought Dagun was in danger." Seung-hun immediately refuted everything Jong-min said. "He doesn't need your help. Weaklings usually just get in the way, don't they?" Jong-min was very curious and asked, "So, where is Dagun? If you want what's best for Dagun." Right after that question, the protagonist appeared. "I'm here." Dagun arrived, bringing Manhwa along. Manhwa asked worriedly, "Jong-min, are you okay? If I really wanted what was best for DGUN, I should have shown up right after that question. And here I am." DGUN arrived, bringing Manhwa along. Manhwa looked worried and asked, "Jong-min, are you all right?" Min-jae looked around and asked a question. It seemed like things weren't right. "What happened before I got here?" Jong-min replied, filling him in on the details. A crowd is gathered where Gu Sunga is. DGUN doesn't want to waste time guessing, so he asked the guy directly, "What the hell is going on here?" Sunga shoots back immediately, "Nothing much. I've got, like, 10 guys at the construction site. I just wanted to beat you up to get some info on you. That's all." Jong-min interrupts, calling him out. "You're trying to get info by beating people up?" Sunga frowns, his voice hardening. "I'm serious. I just wanted to test you out this time, so let's meet again later. I gotta go." As the guy tries to leave, our protagonist blocks his path. "Who said you could leave? You're staying right here to give me a real fight." Gu Sunga breaks into a sinister grin and says, "Now I get why Park Dojin went crazy over you. If that's what you want, fine. I'm always ready to go a few rounds with you." The atmosphere turns dark. A stack of money is placed on the table with a comment, "Is this enough?" The other guy replies, "Other guys are lurking, trying to divide us." Mi rushes over, calling out, "Jauk." Jauk answers, "I'm here." Jauk is very curious. Did you pay the 53 protection fee? Dugong Myeong confirms. Yeah, but I haven't met bitch Shu UC yet. I sent someone else to deliver it to him. You know where he is, right? Why don't you go meet him and see for yourself? Jack frowns, thinking it over, then speaks up. You know how it is, he's hard to meet. Since the beginning of the year, Ju and Sang-soo have been sitting on a pile of cash, debating. We got a lot of money now, what should we do with it? Sang-gu replies, obviously, I'm gonna buy Wagyu beef. This chubby guy, Sang-soo, is already daydreaming about food, freshly slaughtered beef, grilled over charcoal, cooked just right, still a bit rare. Me, sitting nearby, starts getting annoyed hearing all this talk about food. Hey, Sang-soo, shut your mouth. Now is not the time to be talking about spending money. Ju glances at me and reassures him. It's just one guy, Degun. Why are you so tense? That guy isn't a big problem, so don't worry. Sure, he's strong, but I trust Asura. He'll handle it. This guy, Jay, speaks with such confidence. Jack has seen Asura before, and he knows him too. Jack's intuition is never 100% right. Asura is just a henchman meant to deliver money to Bitshui Utes. I've talked about Asura's skills before, and it's all true. JJ tries to make Dugong Myeong understand. Do you think that guy would dare come here alone and fight all of us by himself? Sang-soo glances at Ju and warns. You've got a jinxed mouth, watch out, he might actually show up. A loud noise erupts outside, and Sang-soo quickly concludes, Him, I told you, open the door and look. Kim Samuel walks into the room, glaring as he asks, Did you change your number? At the same time, someone asks, Are you Samuel? Mi is curious and keeps pestering him. Why did you take so long? Kim Samuel replies, Had a bit of dinner. We agreed not to touch the henchman. He looks around and says, And on such an important day, too. What a shame. Mi tries to gauge the situation, probing for information. But hey, that guy isn't coming, right? I heard he's over at Gu Sunga's place. Ju adds his comment. Since Sunga is there, it couldn't be better. Even so, Dugong Myeong is still very worried. The problem is whether Sunga can actually win. Ju tries to calm him down. I think it'll be fine. Even though he's a grade below, he's our age, and with that mixed blood lineage, his physique is pretty solid. It's embarrassing to say, but among us, very few people could beat Sunga. Dugong Myeong observes the situation and asks, What do you think? Who's gonna win, Goose Sunga or Degun? Jaok's eyes become confused, the voices around him buzzing in his ears. Look at that, even Jaok doesn't know. Over at the construction site, the protagonist mutters, How boring. Sunga, feeling disrespected by our protagonist, responds with an annoyed look. Why? I'm a professional boxer. I don't know why you'd say that, but this is a pro match, just in a tighter space than usual. Our protagonist's slipper suddenly flies through the air, finally landing in Gu Sunga's hand. He's confused and yells, Are you kidding me? Throwing a slipper at someone else? That's ridiculous. Sunga is very confused. He keeps criticizing the protagonist. Are you trying to provoke me? Right after that sentence, Degun's other slipper hits Sunga right in the face. After making contact, the slipper falls straight to the ground. The protagonist stares at him and instructs, You talk too much. Come on. Suma shifts into a fighting stance and says, All right. Seung-hun is standing outside, watching the whole fight, judging in his head. His stance looks more like judo or boxing than wrestling. Will he win after gathering all that info on his opponent? Despite that, the protagonist speaks up again. My provocation seems to have worked. Huh. Sunga gets ready and declares, Let's have a serious fight. While the opponent charges in to fight, our protagonist just stands there, his posture completely relaxed. He tells Gu Sunga to stay calm and just relax. Manhwa, who is a sports expert, can quickly see the situation and comments. He's coming in. Is he trying to use a takedown technique this early? Sunga's legs move aggressively, his speed extremely fast. The protagonist watches every detail of the opponent's movements. He sees him attacking from the left. No, it's a feint. So what is it really? Sunga's attack style is very confusing, a strange stance. After observing for a while, Degun finally realizes it's a takedown technique. Sunga's arms are held high. The direction of the attack is focused forward. The protagonist's eyes look straight at his opponent, every movement caught by Degun. All of Sunga's current moves are seen through by the protagonist and dismissed as useless. Seung-hun watches the match and thinks to himself, he's using that takedown stance to trick his opponent into crouching low to protect their lower body, then he'll use an uppercut to the face. Sunga looks at his opponent, feeling extremely annoyed, his arms clenched tight. Every punch thrown is tracked by Degun. He dodges them perfectly. Even though his moves aren't effective, Sunga is still fired up, throwing the next strike. The series of actions so far makes our protagonist think, wait, what is this? I thought it was wrestling technique earlier, but it's actually boxing. Sunga has a diverse range of fighting moves, all aimed directly at our protagonist. Manhwa watches the fight, his eyes focus as he comments, height plus that long reach. That's a perfect attack from a heavyweight boxer. Besides that, he's also using kicks. You can't take that lightly. Roman suddenly wakes up with a coughing fit, and Jongmin immediately turns his eyes toward him. Roman revealed the truth. You think just because he's a wrestler, he can't fight. You really don't get it, do you? Norman Ho looked shocked at the news. Are you serious? Roman confirmed that while Sunga was indeed a wrestler, he had also trained in MMA, allowing him to skillfully combine both boxing and wrestling techniques. Roman stood up from the ground, his face set in a battle-hardened expression as he spoke arrogantly. The ring isn't just for showing off brute strength. Without technical knowledge, you're bound to fail. It's a shame that DGUN is just an amateur. He's got a lot of work to do. As he finished speaking, images of the protagonist, Degun, relentlessly pummeling Sunga flashed across the screen. The punches were so powerful they seemed unstoppable. Every time Sunga took a hit, his face contorted and his jaw rattled from the sheer impact. Roman watched as Sunga, usually so fierce, was beaten to a pulp, his face frozen in pure disbelief. The scene shifted to the apartment complex. Suji was busy getting ready, with all her makeup and brushes laid out on the table. After washing her hair, she was focused on drying it. Suji glanced around until her phone screen suddenly lit up. Her brother messaged her saying he wouldn't be home. As soon as she saw it, Suji threw her arms up in joy. Finally, freedom. She completely forgot she was only wrapped in a towel, and it slipped right off to the floor. In a state of total relaxation, she muttered to herself, "Am I really all alone? Should I call someone over?" The name Degun popped into her head, and she grew curious. No, that's not it. Degun, what are you up to? The scene shifted back to the construction site, where the intense, non-stop fight between the protagonist and Sunga continued. Roman watched the clash with fear in his eyes, his face etched with concern for his friend. Sunga was taking punch after punch, his face becoming a bruised mess. Sunga tried to keep his eyes wide open to lock onto the protagonist, though his vision was blurred. After trading blows, Sunga could barely hold on. He clung to the ground to keep his body from swaying. Roman ran over anxiously. "Sunga, are you okay?" Despite the pain, Sunga tried to stay tough. "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm finally fighting him for real. Just like I thought, he's strong." Sunga was clearly at a disadvantage, but his eyes were still analyzing and evaluating the technique. "His punches are accurate, but they still don't mean much to me." Roman heard this and asked, surprised, "Dude, you're kidding me, right? You're still just testing him with those punches?" Sunga regained his prideful stance. He stood before the protagonist and said, "I know I can't beat you with just punches. Let me tell you, my specialty involves other techniques. It's not just about power or durability. This is a technique that takes time to develop, step by step. I first started learning this when I was 9 and have been practicing for 9 years." Seung-hun, watching from the sidelines, immediately called him out. "Your math is wrong." Seung tried to double down. He insisted that he had overcome so many hardships to master it. Jongmin stood there, bewildered, and realized, wait, is he a year older than us? Norman Ho nodded. That explains why he's so close with the second years. Bang Ho Dong joined in on the lively discussion. No wonder he looks a bit old. It turns out he's physically a year ahead of us. Sunga continued. Why compare me to you guys? I believe what you're saying is true, but physically, Degun looks much more mature. Jong Min, standing outside the circle, just went with the flow. Yeah, you're right. In that regard, Degun does look older, right, Norman? Ho agreed. I think he looks more mature than my own brother. Min-jae awkwardly scratched his head and explained. Ah, that's just because I drink calcium and exercise regularly. Let's not talk about that anymore. Degun turned his gaze toward his opponent, his voice dropping low. Instead, I figured out your technique. He understood his opponent perfectly, every word ringing clear. Is it a technique that deals more damage at close range? Even so, I'll take you on. Songa frowned in confusion, curious. What are you planning? Min-jae declared bluntly, I don't know why, but I want to beat you. Both of them stepped forward. Songa was taken aback and asked Degun, are you really willing to fight at a distance that favors me? I'm impressed by your confidence. I won't turn down this opportunity. Sunga reached into his memory and prepared his moves. Techniques designed to throw an opponent directly to the ground. It was judo. Sunga reached out, trying his best to grab Degun. However, things weren't that simple. The protagonist's speed completely overwhelmed him. Before he could react, he took a devastating punch straight to the face. The pain was excruciating. Sunga wanted to scream, stop. Their arms locked in a dramatic struggle. Sunga tried his hardest to block the protagonist's movements. Yet, he couldn't stop his face from being crushed by Degun's grip. Degun's actions became increasingly ruthless, using his hands to make his opponent reel. Sunga felt fear rising in his gut, screaming internally, "If I don't do something, I'm going down." The prediction about his own fate proved true. He collapsed to the ground after Min Jae's strike. Even while reeling in pain, Sunga's eyes flashed with resolve, thinking to himself, "But for me, this is an opening. It doesn't matter who gets knocked down." The protagonist observed his opponent closely and suddenly noticed something unusual. Sunga's arms wouldn't let the protagonist stand up, and his legs moved swiftly, trying to trap Min Jae in a hold. Seung-hun, watching from the outside, realized what Sunga was up to. Wait, his legs were pinning Degun. The protagonist tried to track every movement of Sunga's legs. As soon as he realized the guy was trying to trap him, a punch was already on its way. It went straight into Sunga's aging mug. The punch landed with massive force, leaving Sunga's face bright red and his limbs limp. Because of that, the protagonist was able to break free quickly. He regained his balance and prepared his final move. Sunga lay sprawled on the ground, looking up at Degun, fearfully realizing the protagonist was going for a knee strike. Min Jae charged like a tyrant, closing the distance and flipping his opponent over. Sunga went spinning across the ground, his body hitting the floor with a painful thud. Thanks to his solid build, Sunga managed to regain his balance after being knocked down by Degun. Sunga's eyes were filled with judgment. His reflexes weren't half bad. I can't tell if he actually knows my technique or if it's just pure coincidence. I need to confirm if he's onto my moves or if he's just getting lucky. The protagonist moves in close in size. I really don't like fighting in public. Sunga ignores him completely, settling into a combat stance. Making up his mind, Sunga decides, this time, I'll use that technique for real and take him down instantly. His feet shift as he lunges forward. Predicting his opponent's movement, our hero watches every little detail closely. Sunga gives it his all, launching a barrage of punches to get inside the protagonist's guard. It looks like a single punch, but Sunga is actually weaving together a series of hidden strikes. He's attacking with this strange, circular, swirling motion. Watching from the sidelines, Roman mutters to himself, "It's over. That's Sunga's ultimate technique." Sunga ends up pinned to the ground, his arms desperately clawing at the protagonist's legs. Our hero is curious about the intent behind this move. What is he trying to do down there at his feet? And what kind of follow-up attack is coming? Sunga has a death grip on his legs, trying his best to hoist him up and throw him, but things aren't going as planned. Not only does he fail to budge our hero, but he gets hit with a brutal counterattack instead. Right after shaking him off, the protagonist delivers a clean, powerful kick. Roman watches in fear, anxiety rising. Why is Sunga failing? Does that guy weigh over 100 kilograms? Our hero mocks him. "You just latched onto my leg out of nowhere. Were you trying to polish the floor? Is this some kind of magic show?" Jongmin and Norman keep analyzing the situation, barely believing what they're seeing. Seung-hun is also surprised, thinking to himself that Sunga's last move was the ultimate technique from judo. He can't figure out how the protagonist countered it so easily. Sunga hangs his head, annoyed. He mumbles, "Polishing the floor? You're insulting me." Seeing that, "I guess you don't know much about real technique." Sunga frowns and declares, "You've just been relying on your reflexes to counter me, haven't you? Fine, I won't bother trying to figure out your technique anymore. This isn't a battle of technicians anymore. If you're not a pro at these moves, I've already won." The protagonist is just confused, wondering what on earth he's babbling about. However, Degun notices something in his eyes. Sunga is trying to use something else now. He's determined to land a strike, his eyes filled with killing intent. He fires off strikes toward Degun. The protagonist is surprised by the sudden punch, but Degun refuses to let his opponent run wild. He lands a direct strike to Sunga's gut. The force of the punch makes Sunga grimace in pain. The tension between the two is at a breaking point. A non-stop flurry of blows is exchanged. The protagonist is constantly balancing his strikes while meticulously watching his opponent. Suddenly, Sunga's arm shoots up. The protagonist immediately intercepts the move, knocking his arm aside. Capitalizing on Sunga's moment of instability, he delivers a solid punch straight to his face. Jongmin, standing on the sidelines, suddenly realizes what's happening. He shouts, "Gu Sunga." He's faking basic moves only to chain them into different techniques. Seung-hun chimes in to confirm the assessment. He's desperately trying to force his techniques to work to take Degun down. Sunga's arms struggle to reach the protagonist's body to deal damage. However, Degun is meticulous in every step, blocking every attempt Sunga makes to get inside. Just as they observe, Sunga can't do much because Degun is just too solid. Sunga reaches out, trying to grab the protagonist's legs again. But every attempt is met with a slap and a fierce rebuttal from our hero. As the fight goes on, Degun starts pummeling Sunga even harder. The protagonist ruthlessly grabs Sunga by the collar and spins him around. Jongmin realizes in shock it's backfired on him. Norman nods in agreement, exactly. But looking at the fight, something still feels off. Even after getting hammered like that, Sunga won't let go of Degun. Sunga looks strange, even the protagonist notices it. He keeps finding ways to stick to him, even after being punched hundreds of times. He keeps pushing his legs up, trying his best to cling to Degun's body. Finally, he latches on like a gorilla, but he only needs to succeed once. He's going to keep trying until he finally secures his opponent. At that same moment, our hero's legs buckle. Sunga's legs clamp tightly around Degun's body. They're locked in a grappling position. Jongmin isn't sure what's going on, but he explains that in jiu-jitsu, this is called a lock. Even if Degun is strong, if he doesn't know the technique, he's in serious trouble. Sunga says confidently, "Welcome to the ground." Sung-hun keeps talking up this move. No matter how strong a lion is, what can it do if a crocodile drags it into the swamp? Our hero asks, "So, what are you going to do now?" The opponent replies arrogantly, "You think I can't do anything? Once I've got you on the ground, I have the advantage." Sunga continues to show off. "I'm an expert at all these techniques, so there are hundreds of ways I can finish you from this position. Let's see if you can handle them." In the dim night, a phone rings, and it's bitch Suji. She's surprised to get a call from this person. She picks up and asks loudly, "Hello, what are you doing?" Yujok replies, "What is it?" After they finish talking, Yujok says, "See you later. I'm coming over to your place." Sunga confidently declares, "You could say I'm at the elite level, because I have so many powerful techniques to take you down easily. There are hundreds of moves I can use right here that you can't handle." Sunga barely finishes his sentence before our hero lunges forward. He's not going to let him run his mouth any longer. Degun raises his fist, probing his opponent. "What's the matter? Can't tell which way is up anymore." Sunga is constantly being forced into a weak position by the protagonist. He looks around, his face stiff with tension. His mind racing, he thinks, "Damn it, I can't let myself get hurt." Degun is relentlessly torturing him, pinning Sunga hard against the ground. All the power and strength from his arms are pressing down. Sunga still holds onto a sliver of hope, but he knows if he loses his balance, the force of his punches will fade. The protagonist's body wobbles a bit during the fight. Sunga focuses his determination into his next moves. He's going to use his techniques when the moment is right. The first step in his plan is to grab the collar, then reach for the elbow. Sunga's eyes carefully scan the protagonist, revealing his malicious intent. The final step of his plan is to land a kick to the head. Ultimately, as Daegun's arm is raised, Sunga wants to make sure the protagonist feels the pain. It was as if everything were just in Sunga's imagination. Right now, the protagonist was truly in control, relentlessly landing strike after strike on his opponent. He was banking everything on a single burst of willpower. He just needed to grab him once. Gu Sunga's gaze suddenly shifted. He clamped his arms tightly around the protagonist's, a moment that left Gu Sunga thrilled. "All right, that's it," he thought, doing his best to drag out the time he spent clinging to our lead character. The protagonist grew irritated, his eyes narrowing as he stared ahead. Daegun's arm was still being held in a death grip by that guy. He refused to let go. Wanting to end this standoff immediately, the protagonist slammed a fist straight into his opponent's face. The stinging blow was more than Sunga could take. His hands instinctively let go. He was panicked and terrified. He let go. "No, this won't do. If it keeps going like this, I have to switch up my stance." This time, Sunga twisted his body, planting both feet squarely on the protagonist. Degun sensed his opponent's intent, his eyes tracking every move. He challenged him. "You trying to knock me down? Keep dreaming." After each failed counterattack, that bastard Sunga took hit after hit. His face was already a bloody mess. The opponent's stamina was pretty good, so our guy focuses energy into landing solid, brutal strikes. Sunga's eyes flashed with bitterness as he glanced around. The protagonist didn't give a damn about Sunga's gaze. Using his raw strength, he kept hammering punches into the guy's face from the right side to the left, back and forth. The punches started raining down on his body too. This frenzied assault suddenly struck a chord of genuine fear in Gu Sunga. What just happened? Jong Min, watching from the outside, couldn't wrap his head around it either. He blurted out in shock. Was he unable to use any of his techniques? Manhwa nodded in agreement. DGUN is just too good, even if he doesn't know much about fancy techniques. Lee Seung-hun, standing on the sidelines, muttered, "This fight isn't about technicians clashing. It's a fight where raw power crushes technique. Degun doesn't need to use any special moves. He just relies on his sheer physical strength." Meanwhile, Gu Sunga was desperately trying to use his martial arts techniques, moving with incredible speed and almost perfect form. But Degun was quick-witted enough to understand and shut down his opponent's moves instantly. Sunga's face kept popping out like a ball being batted back and forth right in front of Degun. Our guy's precision was such that, in Seung-hun's opinion, It made him look less like a living being and more like some kind of force of nature. In reality, it was just his incredible eyesight like dangling a toy in front of an animal to get its attention. Just like a cat swatting at a feather, then stepping on it. The cat picks up the feather to examine it, acting like nothing happened. Lai Seung-hun thought that, but didn't dare say it out loud. Oh, wait, sorry, that's not a very good comparison. Degun is exactly like a missile. No fortress wall could stand tall or hold up against him. A missile using savage fists to shatter every wall, no matter how sturdy it seems. It was an extreme threat to Sunga. The protagonist tried to warn him, "Are you finally going to stay down?" Sunga's blood-drenched face was gasping for air, unable to speak. Even in these tense final moments, our guy was even more confident, asserting, "I'm not finished yet." Looking at Degun's finishing blow, Sunga seemed to realize his end was near. Oh no, the scene shifts to a housing complex. The sounds there were incredibly rowdy. Monster. A group of kids was swarming him, chanting, "Die, die, take that, you monster." That moment was when 9-year-old Gu Sunga lived through those childhood memories. Sunga had been incredibly annoyed, snapping back at them. "Monster? Child of a monster? I'm neither of those things." The other kids wouldn't stop. They didn't just hurl insults, they tore at Sunga's body. "Here, let me kick his legs. How do we keep him from getting away?" The bullying continued, even as Sunga cried out, "Don't do that." Sunga sighed in exhaustion. They pushed it too far, shoving him down as laughter echoed around them. "Ha ha, he fell. I made him fall, ha ha." In that moment, truthfully, Gu Sunga had fallen on purpose. He accepted those hits and the insults that came with them. "Die, monster. Take this." Suddenly, the sound of a bag dropping echoed, followed by a sharp reprimand. The little bully's eyes widened in terror. "Damn it, we're screwed. Let's run." The new arrival was furious, grabbing a few of them by the collars. "You better stay right there." This woman was outraged by the bullying, shouting, "Seriously, acting like thugs at such a young age." Sunga stood up and reassured her. "Sis, I'm fine." She asked, "Why don't you fight back? You're big enough that if you fought back, you'd win. Why do you just lie there and take it?" This girl was Ion Jva, Sunga's older sister. She looked at her younger brother and lectured him. "You didn't do anything wrong. The ones at fault are those who abandon us. Come here, Sunga. Are you okay?" Little Sunga threw himself into his sister's arms. "Yeah, I'm okay." Meanwhile, he explained to his sister that because his arms were weak, he couldn't feel the pain. "I made them slow down and lose their balance." His sister was shocked by her little brother. She asked further, "Who taught you how to do that?" Sunga replied, "Geez, I just thought of it myself." Scene shift to the jiu-jitsu gym. From that time on, Sunga went to the gym his sister frequented. By watching others, he learned a lot of things and could mimic them perfectly. Since he was born with a large frame, he could learn almost anything. The gym manager had to admit to his sister, "Honestly, I can't believe it. Does your family have some kind of special genes? Your brother's physique is truly amazing." Even the conditioning coach acknowledged that Sunga had an incredible build. His sister sat on Sunga and grilled him. "Do you have any other special techniques? Don't you dare lose to me." During that time, Sunga learned that even though he was the little brother, he was still trained rigorously. He spent so much time practicing with others. He learned every technique, leaving none behind. When he fought opponents, he learned their moves and made them his own. He drew lessons from them and practiced without ceasing. Day after day, the bricks of his fortress wall began to improve in quality. A tall and incredibly sturdy fortress wall. It felt like no one could ever break it, strong and durable. Sunga ran his hand over it. However, right now, everything about that fortress wall was being destroyed. He asked himself helplessly, "What happened to my wall? Who did this?" The person shattering this wall was our guy. Sunga's emotions completely crumbled. He denied the reality. "This can't be happening." A blurry warning rang out. "Stop it. Stop it now." Despite the pleas, our guy was determined to destroy the wall, his arm heading straight for Sunga's face. Roman, standing outside, was anxious. He couldn't hide his emotions, shouting, "Gu Sunga, get a hold of yourself." Sunga's eyes suddenly widened, his hand shooting out to grab the protagonist's collar. Sunga made a final desperate vow. "My wall. I will never." Even though Sunga tried his best to hold the protagonist back, our guy easily shook him off. He wound up his fist, adding a parting remark. "You should go build another one. This one really looks terrible." The string of brutal moves left Roman, who was watching from the sidelines, completely stunned. Jong Min and Norman Ho were equally caught off guard. Sung Han, on the other hand, looked incredibly satisfied watching the fight. The scene began to fade into the twilight. The construction site seemed quiet, save for the sounds coming from the center of the fray. Sunga had completely passed out. He had been thoroughly worked over by our protagonist and was lying on the ground, his mind reeling. "Does this mean I've been taken down?" Footsteps hurried toward him. Jongmin called out in a panic, Sunga, are you okay? Sunga immediately replied with conviction. This was the best match. Out of all the fights I've ever been in, I've learned some incredibly useful information. Roman looked at his friend, bewildered. I don't believe you're still trying to gather intel. After the fight, our protagonist and his team headed out. They started chatting. Sunga was weak. You said he was strong and durable, so how did he get beaten so easily? Ho Dong awkwardly tried to deny it. Did I say he was like a punching bag or something? Sung Hun, having witnessed the fight, insisted. Sunga was clearly superior to the average person. But the protagonist didn't just beat him. It felt like he was just playing around with him. Jongmin gestured back and forth, offering praise. He finished him off in just a few hits. The reputation he worked so hard to build, Ho Dong interrupted. But he survived, didn't he? Norman Ho looked at the protagonist and said, There you have it. The obstacles and problems for the freshmen have been resolved. You're the boss of the freshmen now. Then Big Brother Park Dojin suddenly chimed in. Does that mean we're the representatives now? Norman Ho brushed him off. I wasn't talking to you. Why are you calling him the representative? Seung Hun cut into the conversation again. Protagonist, you know that being the freshman boss isn't the end of it, right? This is just the beginning. This Seung Hun guy was always such a schemer. He purposely provoked our guy to go after the sophomores next, but said, let's discuss that tomorrow. In some classroom, it was already pitch dark. A passing proctor asked, Why haven't you gone home yet? The student turned around, terrified, and stammered, I dropped something. Night fell, and the sound of female students chatting echoed through the courtyard. Hey, what should we do? Want to head up karaoke? Just for a little bit. The girl in athletic wear squinted at her friend, who was busy scrolling on her phone. She asked, Are you inviting any guys, or what? When are you finally going to introduce me to someone? The girl in black replied, I'm not inviting anyone. Are you crazy? Your standards are way too high. The girl in gray argued, There are plenty of handsome guys at Jurian High. Don't hog them all for yourself. The girl in the school uniform reminded them, Hey, keep it down. It's too loud. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. The girl in gray gasped, Wow, is that the new student from your school? His body proportions are to die for. The girl in the school uniform replied awkwardly, No, that's Yu Jock, but he isn't usually around here. Why would he show up here? Yuji was still deep in thought. He guessed as much as Suji at home alone. Remembering what Lee Seung-hun had asked, the two of them looked so close. So you're not dating her, right? Yu Jock just looked away shyly and stammered. Of course, we've known each other since we were little. We're just close friends. Lee Seung-hun smiled politely. Haha, that's good that you know so much about her. You know bitch Suji isn't here right now, right? Go find out why she left. Also, can you tell me a few things about bitch Suji? Like what she likes, for example. Yu Jock asked in surprise, Why? Lee Seung-hun looked annoyed and warned, Why are you being so nosy? Just shut up and do as you're told. If you follow me, there won't be any downsides. You, me, and the rest of Jurian, everything will head toward happiness. Back in the present, Yu Jock was lost in thought. People who talk like that are never the good guys. It feels a bit uncomfortable, but Suji shouldn't be in danger. Even if it's Lee Seung-hun, he wouldn't do anything stupid enough to provoke her brother. Just then, a voice called out from behind, Jock. He turned around to see the two girls from earlier. His classmate, Lee Soo-jung, looked at him with a smile and asked, What are you doing here? Her friend, seeing Yu Jock, lost her composure and muttered, Oh my god, he's so handsome. Yu Jock was a bit surprised and answered awkwardly, Lee Soo-jung? Huh? I came to see her. Lee Soo-jung's friend quickly introduced herself. Hi Jock, I'm Soo-jung's friend, but you know what? Soo-jung always tells me how handsome you are. Man, it's nice to finally meet you. She was right, you really are. Lee Soo-jung, mortified, turned around and hissed, Hey, shut your mouth. Yu Jock gave a stiff laugh. Haha, thanks. Lee Soo-jung smiled bitterly and waved her hands, looking embarrassed. Sorry. She just mistook you for someone else. But who are you here to see? The friend standing behind her cursed under her breath. You idiot. At that moment, bitch Suji arrived. She was wearing athletic gear that looked incredibly alluring. Those curves, that small face, and her big, round eyes. Seeing the two girls, she asked in confusion, Jock, what's going on? You didn't say you were coming with someone. Yu Jock quickly turned around to explain. I just ran into them while I was coming to see you. Lee Soo-jung recoiled when she saw Suji. She tried to act normal and smiled. Oh, hey Suji. Suji, hello. The friend behind her, still oblivious, asked loudly, What? Who? Suji. Then, shoving her hands into her pockets, she looked annoyed and said to Lee Soo-jung, Suji. Huh, I've heard that name somewhere before. But didn't you say she was your crush? What kind of relationship do they have to be meeting at this hour? She's also dressed way too provocatively. Oh, I remember now, Soo-jung. I think you mentioned her name before. Is she some kind of queen bee or something? Hearing this, Lee Soo-jung snapped. Hey, shut up. Bitch Suji noticed and tilted her head, asking Soo-jung's friend provocatively, Hey, why are you whispering next to her? Look at that attitude. Take your hands out of your pockets. The girl with Lee Soo-jung frowned, annoyed, and tried to push back. Humph, are you talking to me? Why should I do what you say? Suji didn't answer. She just stared fixedly at Lee Soo-jung's friend. That look was genuinely intimidating. The friend tried to hold her gaze, but you could already see a flicker of fear in her eyes. Lee Soo-jung, standing nearby, felt the tension and worried a fight was about to break out. Yoo-jok saw this and said to bitch Suji, I didn't come to meet you for this. We aren't together, so don't worry about it. Let's go talk over there. As he spoke, he placed a hand on bitch Suji. She gently grabbed his hand, then a second later, coldly twisted it backward. Yoo-jok was caught off guard and cried out, Ah, hey, watch it. What are you doing? That hurts. Bitch Suji didn't care. She looked at Lee Soo-jung's friend and repeated, What are you doing? Are you deaf? Lee Soo-jung's friend felt incredibly annoyed and didn't want to comply. But that gaze was just too intimidating. Thinking that, she immediately pulled her hand out of her pocket, just like Suji told her to. Once that was settled, Suji turned around and pulled Yoo-jok along. She told him, Let's go. What is it? If this is some nonsense, you're dead meat. Lee Soo-jung's friend gritted her teeth. She asked Lee Soo-jung, Damn it, who's that crazy girl? Bitch Suji. So what if it's bitch Suji? I'm gonna call my guys to deal with her. Meanwhile, right now, Lee Soo-jung only had one thought in her head. What exactly is the real relationship between those two? Yuju was walking with Suji, and she asked him, So, what about my brother? Yoo-jok's eyes darted around, and he asked, looking confused. Hey, I've got a question. It's been a while since I met bitch Suji. Bitch Suji answered honestly, Yeah, I don't know where he went either. He said he wouldn't be back for a while. Yoo-jok frowned and asked again, For how long? Bitch Suji made a thoughtful face. A month, 2 months, maybe a year, I don't know. He didn't tell me exactly where he was going. Yoo-jok shyly continued. Is that so? More than a month is quite a long time. It's dangerous for you to be alone. I could help you with that. Before he could finish, Suji cut him off. I was just speaking hypothetically. Don't you dare touch DGUN. Are you planning to ask my brother for protection? You're not that stupid, right? You wouldn't do anything that would drag my brother into this, would you? You said you wouldn't bring first-year problems into the third year, right? As she said that, she turned around. Truly, that physique was enough to make anyone's heart race. Hearing that, Yoo-jok was so angry his veins were popping. He gritted his teeth. Every other word out of their mouths was about Degun. Yoo-jok gathered all his courage and asked bitch Suji, Hey, do you like Degun? You said you didn't like Degun, but now you do? Bitch Suji's face turned beet red. She was too embarrassed to admit it. She lunged at Yoo-jok and punched his chest, her voice clearly stuttering. What? What are you talking about? I'll say it again. I don't like him. Yoo-jok frowned and looked away, replying, All right, I was just kidding. Don't worry. Degun is the top dog of the first years now. What's there to worry about? Bitch Suji heard this and covered her mouth, thinking to herself, Oh my, is Degun already that high up? Darkness had enveloped the school. The bald security guard waved goodbye. All right, head home. Stay safe. The male student bowed politely and replied, Yes, thank you, sir. Minsu walked toward home, typing on his phone as he went. He was calling someone. On the other end, the phone started ringing. A girl with a slim figure was working out. She picked up. Hello, Minsu? What's up? Listening to the situation report from the other end, she nodded repeatedly. Okay, great. I'll check on it right away and see Dagon's feedback. I understand. With that, she hung up and started running. A manager wiped away sweat, still talking into the phone. Okay, I got it. You're talking a bit fast. Could you slow down a little? Minsu scratched his head and his arm, stuttering. Haha, is that my role? All right, I'll do my best. On the other end, the manager had stopped working out and was leaving. She reminded him, All right, work carefully. I'll call you later. Goodbye. The next day, at school, everyone was whispering. Hey, have you heard? As of now, Degun is the top dog of the first years. Degun walked down the hallway to curious gazes, a few of which were filled with admiration. Suddenly, 2 male students talked to each other. Hey, he fights really well, but he's also really bad at studying. In class, Kim Do-hyun put his hands on his hips and ordered another student to write on the board. Make the font the biggest. Looks better, right? And remember to add the word cool after Degun's name too. Actually, no, Add more cool expressions instead of just the word cool. But is the handwriting a bit slanted? Degun didn't know when he had appeared behind Kim Do-hyun. He whispered, "Erase it." Kim Do-hyun was startled and said loudly, "Oh, Degun, when did you get here?" Finishing his sentence, Kim Do-hyun turned around, excited and happy. "Congratulations on becoming the first-year boss. From now on, I'll support your operations." Degun didn't care to listen. "Hyun, where is Lee Sung-hun?" Kim Do-hyun looked blank. "Huh, Lee Sung-hun." Kim Do-hyun lowered his head, looking a bit disappointed. He lowered his voice and replied, "He must be around somewhere. I'll call him right now." At Borygun Technical High School, Cha Jin-yu said, "So that guy finally became the first-year boss." I Dung Man replied, "Wasn't that obvious? I've never met anyone as strong as him." Cha Jin-yu agreed. "That guy is a monster, damn it." The cross-eyed, bald guy scratched his head and said, "Honestly, I don't even remember how he beat me up that day." At the same time, the hallway outside was very noisy. Jiang Jinmo opened the classroom door and shouted, "Boss, congratulations on becoming the new school boss." Dagon felt a bit annoyed. He signaled for Jiang Jinmo to keep it down. Jiang Jinmo felt embarrassed and turned to his brothers. "Hey, he's a bit busy, but we're close." Hey. Degun was talking to Lee Sung-hun, feeling a headache coming on. Degun said slowly, "I told him to take the day off today. I don't know why he was dragged off, but now it's a problem for all of us. So, that's enough for today." Suddenly, someone else cut in. "Don't get too full of yourself just because you became the first-year boss." Bitch Suji walked in, arms crossed and arrogant. She told Jiang Jinmo, "Don't get in my way, and suck that gut in, you fatty." Jiang Jinmo could only say yes and back off. She walked straight to Degun and continued, "I heard you became the first-year boss, so congratulations. But you don't look very happy, do you?" "Oh right, it's just the first-year boss title. What's there to be happy about?" As she said that, Bitch Suji put on a disdainful face, but in her head, she was telling herself, "Come on, keep the excitement down. If I act like I don't care about what he's done, maybe he'll pay more attention to me." Contrary to Suji's guess, Degun didn't care and didn't respond to her. He continued his conversation with Lee Seung-hun. Bitch Suji was naturally embarrassed. She grabbed Degun's collar and said, "Hey, you guy, are you ignoring what I'm saying?" Bitch Suji pulled too hard, and a few of Degun's buttons popped open, revealing his fair skin and collarbones that looked insanely beautiful. Bitch Suji blushed, awkwardly explaining, I didn't mean anything by it." Her mouth said that, but her eyes wouldn't leave Degun's body. Degun was surprisingly calm. He grabbed his collar back and said, "It's fine. Damn, I can't button it back up. The button is gone. Anyway, do you have anything else to say?" Bitch Suji was feeling all fired up. Even so, she still crossed her arms, pretending to be normal, and continued, "Of course I do. You think I'm free, don't you? You probably know I'm the queen, right? You should have come to greet me first after becoming the first-year boss." Degun didn't understand. He thought to himself, what kind of childish game is this? Lee Seung-hun smiled kindly and said, "Normally, when a first-year boss appears, tradition dictates they go to the second and third-year bosses to pay respects, but I don't think Suji is involved in that." Suji awkwardly looked away, feeling embarrassed as she pouted and tried to argue. "Degun, he's like the king of the freshmen. Isn't it normal for him to come and pay his respects to me? I am the queen to that freshman king, after all." Suddenly, Jang Jin chimed in, "Hey, if Degun is the king and Suji is the queen, what does that make their relationship?" These words left Bitch Suji flustered, and she immediately lunged at Jang Jin, beating him while scolding. "Are you crazy? You useless, good-for-nothing idiot." In truth, Bitch Suji actually liked the sound of that rumor. She pressed her lips together, gathered all her courage, held out her phone to Degun, and said shyly, "Give me your number. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm only asking because I might need to call you if something comes up." Degun asked, surprised, "Huh? What?" Bitch Suji, feeling bashful, threw the phone toward him. She snapped, "Just give it to me already, and don't say another word." Degun took the phone, confused, but thought, why am I the one who has to help her? I told you. That's what the freshman king is supposed to do. Lee Seung-hun, witnessing the scene, let out a light laugh. After finishing, Bitch Suji immediately headed back to class. She shoved Jang Jin aside with a glare. Lee Seung-hun asked Degun, "All set, shall we go?" Like Suji said, you should go pay your respects to the upperclassmen. Degun looked at his white uniform, then back at Lee Seung-hun. He wondered aloud if he could really go around looking like that. Lee Seung-hun smiled, "It's fine. But this time, I want you to be sincere. Don't just go around beating people up like you're playing a game." Degun frowned, annoyed. He replied, "Playing a game? Fine. I'll take care of this jacket and be right back. Everyone on the stairs was whispering about Degun. Some asked, is that the freshman king, Degun? His physique is actually pretty impressive, but why is he on the second-year floor? Someone else replied, he must be here to pay his respects to the seniors. In class 152, two hands were desperately pressing against a student's neck. Seeing the student's eyes glaze over and white foam bubbling from his mouth, the room erupted in bursts of laughter. Ha ha ha. Look at him, he's on his way to heaven, right? OG stood with his arms crossed and said, this is the Nirvana Express. Reaching heaven is nothing at all. All right, let him go. It'll be hell if something happens to him, so stop while you're ahead. Just then, a pair of feet appeared behind him. DGUN walked in, and the lookout blocked his path. Hey, who the hell are you? A freshman daring to step in here? DGUN quickly delivered a straight punch to his face. Oh, G heard the commotion and turned around, and immediately, DGUN slammed a fist into the right side of his cheek. The guy stumbled backward. Everyone in the classroom was stunned, too shocked to react. Degun adjusted his collar slightly. He asked, you're the second year from the highway gang, right? I just came to pay my respects. Someone nearby shouted, what do you want? Degun turned to look at the group sitting there and asked, are you friends with him? The student was furious. He widened his eyes. Damn it, what kind of respect is that? Are you insane? How dare you? The student raised his fist, but was immediately sent flying. Degun coldly kicked him away. Another guy in a white uniform saw this and cursed. Oh shit, this is getting intense. With that, he gritted his teeth and lunged at Degun with his fists. Degun countered with an uppercut, slamming his fist straight into that arrogant jerk's stomach. With just one punch, the guy collapsed to the ground. Degun said coldly, shut your mouth, unless you want another punch. Someone like you is way too easy for me. OG finally managed to stumble to his feet. He wiped his mouth, coughing heavily, looking miserable. He lifted his head to look at Degun and wheezed. You're that Degun kid, right? Do you have any idea who I am? Degun opened his phone and read aloud clearly. OG, second-year student, history of gambling, cheating, and assault. Wow, quite a track record. What a total failure. And yet, you have the nerve to bully others. Even though I warned you that day not to collect protection money, you still chose to do it? Amazing. No sooner had he finished speaking than OG charged at Degun. He roared, damn it, talk too much. What I do is none of your business. Degun decisively kicked OG in the leg and grabbed him by the hair. He used a massive amount of force to slam the jerk's head against the wall. Degun shouted coldly, how dare you ignore me? OG passed out. Degun let out a cold laugh. You're weak as a snail. So where does all that confidence come from? The bullied student watched in terror, thinking, OG is weak? Degun looked at the bullied student and asked, are you okay? The student was startled and thought to himself, what? Is he asking me? Does he want to help me? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He looked at Degun and whispered to himself, wait, should I feel proud? Is this vigilant justice? Just then, another thug walked in, looking like a modern-day pigsy. He trotted in, shouting, OG, get up. Seeing everyone in the class, he shuddered for a second, but quickly regained his composure. He pulled out a utility knife and charged toward Degun. He even laughed. Ha, kid, you came here without even warning me. Let me sharpen this blade for you. As the fat thug neared him, Degun casually grabbed a nearby chair and smashed it into the thug's knife-wielding arm, knocking the blade away. Degun looked at him coldly and said, yeah, why would I need to warn you? The fat guy struggled to stand up, looking at Degun, already exhausted without even landing a hit. Seeing this, Degun rushed over and didn't hesitate to kick the fat guy again. He yelled, you pig. The thug flew right out the classroom door. He started coughing. Degun slowly walked out, standing over the fat guy to see if he could do anything else. Meanwhile, the people around, seeing the trouble, shouted, there's a fight. That freshman king is even taking on the third-year guys. Before the thug could even stand up properly, Degun kicked him in the face. Everyone was stunned. The hallway fell into an unnerving silence. Degun turned to look at the other students watching, warning them, I only came to pay my respects to the second years. You guys are annoying. Get lost. Lee Seung-hun was moving through the hallway at that moment. He thought to himself, being in a higher class doesn't mean you have higher authority. Sometimes you're bound to fail. He slowly walked up the stairs, seemingly wanting to see how Degun handled things. He thought, well, what if Degun manages to take down the school boss too? Even if it's the famous B, if an individual is considered an enemy by the whole school, they'll face more trouble than benefits. But what if he really appears? Even I haven't met him yet. Can Degun pull it off? Degun, if you want to see a peaceful school, then do it perfectly. Lee Seung-hun peered around the corner. Degun was standing face to face with the second-year gang, who were shouting at him, relying on their seniority. "What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? This is the second year." Degun didn't answer. He just chuckled to himself. You little brats really think you can actually mess with me. I'll make you realize you're nothing but prey. It's my job to take out bullies like you." The guy didn't know his place and lunged at Degun. Degun's expression didn't change as he muttered, "The more aggressive you are, the faster you'll die." Degun slapped the guy straight across the face. At the same time, another guy charged from behind. Degun whipped around and delivered a brutal uppercut. The guy collapsed, knocked cold. Degun walked calmly into the next classroom. Loud noises erupted, followed by chaos and shouting. "Damn it, what the hell is this guy doing?" No sooner had he spoken than the first guy was sent flying out of the room. Inside, it was total mayhem, with someone screaming, "Kill him! Everyone, surround him now!" Heavy thuds echoed for a long while before it suddenly went dead silent, and the last guy was tossed out of the room. Degun walked out of the classroom, completely untouched. He checked his phone and muttered, "Well, that's the second-year class done. Next is that Kim Samuel guy in the third-year class, right?" He walked into the classroom and asked, "Who here is named Kim Samuel?" Suddenly, a student lunged with a chair, trying to smash it on Degun. Degun nimbly kicked him right in the crotch, sending a sharp wave of pain straight to the guy's head. Seeing that, Degun followed up with a punch right to the center of his face. He said, "Geez, sorry about that. I really didn't want to use that move, but it was an emergency, so I had to use the Norin-Ho technique." Just as the guy with the chair was kicked away, another one came charging with a weapon. Degun cast a quick glance. As the guy rushed in with a broom, Degun thrust his fist out. The guy held the broom up, but Degun just gave the idiot another punch straight to the face. Another guy came at him with a chair. Degun dodged it effortlessly. He stepped on the chair and asked, "Where is Kim Samuel? I don't want to waste any more time." The idiot refused to talk. Annoyed, Degun slapped him hard. "You guys are such a waste of time." Degun looked around and asked again, "You guys know exactly who Samuel is, don't you? Tell me where he is." From behind, another guy who didn't know his limits rushed in with his fists. He yelled, "I already told you." Degun reacted quickly and dodged the punch. Frustrated, he snapped, "Damn it, you guys are so annoying." Finishing his sentence, he slapped the guy hard. The student crumpled to the ground, completely out of it. Degun looked around and thought, it would be so much better if he just came to meet me himself. As he thought about it, his eyes landed on a guy lying on a desk. The chubby kid was trembling, holding his phone, thinking, "He's crazy. He's totally insane. I'm gonna die. Who is this guy? Where did Du Gong Myung and the others go? Damn it." He texted Du Gong Myung, "Where are you? A first year came looking for you." Du Gong Myung replied, "What the hell? Are you serious?" The chubby kid was about to text back, but he felt something strange. When did Degun get right next to him? He asked, "Who are you chatting with?" The chubby kid panicked and stammered, "No one." Degun looked at the screen and continued, "Is it Du Gong Myung?" The chubby kid looked at Degun, sweating nervously. Well, yeah." Degun knew it just by looking at his expression. He sighed, "You crazy kid, if it's true, just say it's true. Why so much stalling?" Then Degun put an arm around the guy's shoulder and praised him. "Man, you should have just told me that from the start. I'd really appreciate that. Now, this is good. Go ahead and call all of them here. Hurry up." The chubby kid was sweating buckets. He trembled and answered, "Yeah, okay. Is greater than clears throat is greater than. A moment later, in the first-year classroom, whispered voices could be heard. Minsu grabbed his phone and stepped out of the classroom, saying, "Hello? You shouldn't be calling me while I'm at school. But, is something wrong?" The manager on the other end replied, "Yeah, I want to talk about Degun. Are you responsible for the Jiangjin Mo group?" Just then, Minsu shouted, "Wait a second." Dongbin and Hodong walked in from outside, and seeing Minsu acting all suspicious, they teased him. "Hey, who are you talking to?" "Your girlfriend." "Oh, ho. Before Minsu could explain, the two of them turned and walked away. Jongmin said loudly, "The classroom smells. We need to clean up better when we come to school." Manhwa followed behind, curious. "I wonder where Degun is." Minsu watched them leave and turned back to talk to the manager. He said, "Yeah, the next target is the second years, but he'll probably need more time because they're not like the first years." Saying this, Minsu kept looking around, afraid of being discovered. He sighed and continued, "Most first years go solo, not in groups, so they're easier to handle and take less time. But the second years move in gangs. Their groups combine like a giant organism, helping each other to take down an opponent. At this very moment, the Salo gang is also moving together on the second floor. Gong Myung pulled the door open and walked into the classroom to find a pile of people lying unconscious on the floor. Degun was comfortably sitting on a desk, the chubby kid from before forced to serve him. Degun saw Gong Myung and remarked, "Hey, you're late. Is it because of that money?" Gong Myung felt his blood boil the moment he saw Degun. Seeing his men beaten into unconsciousness, he growled, "Hey, what the hell kind of crazy thing are you doing? Are you not afraid of barging into the second-year territory?" Degun replied coldly, "Yeah, so what? But don't just stand there. Come in and let's talk for a bit." In the dim light, Seung Hun spoke up from behind. "Degun, can we talk for a minute? You're going to go greet the second years tomorrow, right? Don't you want to have influence over the whole school without causing so much chaos?" Degun slowed down to think when he heard that. Seeing his chance, Seung Hun continued, "Isn't that too strange? Degun, don't do things that." Seung Hun seemed to hesitate, thinking about something, as a narrative flowed through his mind. "Do you know that in this world, there are always people who will become stronger? Back in the past, a young boy once declared, 'Hey, I'm going to become the school boss.' That kid walked around arrogantly, challenging everyone everywhere. 'Who's the boss here? Step out.' Those words slowly started to draw attention from others. He attacked people with enthusiasm, calling out, 'Who else? Who's next?' After every greeting to a class, he always tried to become the school boss in every fight. He always tried to beat his opponents to a pulp, muttering, 'I am the strongest.' Those actions were meant to prove and display his own power. That boy hungered for strength. In his words, he only knew how to affirm, 'Ha, I am the strongest.' To be precise, that was just showing off, like a lion that had just reached maturity. He always hungered for victory, possessed true grit, and instantly took charge like a natural-born leader. Seung Han watched Degun's imposing figure and couldn't help but wonder. Something felt off. Even though his goal was to be the top dog, why didn't he want to show off his strength? There had been plenty of fights where he could have stepped up, but he preferred to stay in the shadows. Seung Han grew more deeply engrossed in his analysis. He muttered to himself, looking at it from another angle. It's like he's intentionally holding back his power when beating others. So, I don't think your goal of being the boss is about showing off or flaunting your strength. It's for something else entirely. If you want to take down Jang Jin-mo because of what happened in the past, you could choose Yujin to be on your side because they love fighting, just like in some anime. But the way things are, you might be carrying out a specific mission. The protagonist walked up to him and placed a firm, serious hand on Seung Hun's shoulder. He warned, "Just say what you need to say." All that rambling is confusing as hell. Seung Hun watched the protagonist's every reaction, his eyes judgmental as he muttered, "Sure, I don't know what your endgame is, and honestly, I don't want to know. Wanting to take down manager Jiang Jin-mo. That's the one thing you and I have in common." Seung Hun then made him an offer. "Could you look over my notes for a second? I made a list to help you out. Think of it as a Death Note-style list." Right after saying that, Seung Hun handed the protagonist his phone with a few instructions. "This is your to-do list for tomorrow. You've got one day." Degun stared intently at the phone, looking completely lost as to what was actually happening. This guy Seung Hun always acted so intimidating. He lectured our lead. "At the very least, tomorrow you have to fight Yujin and 52 members of the DGUN gang. That's your schedule." The protagonist felt like he was being bossed around, and he gave him an annoyed look. "What are you doing?" This guy, me, was walking with his lackeys, grumbling unhappily. Helping someone out when they're in trouble shows compassion. As a second-year student, this is something I have to do. These guys were acting super serious, their voices loud and clear. "I'm going to teach those crazy bastards a lesson." Me feigned pity, cutting him off. "Poor kid. Just let him go." On the opposite side, the protagonist sat there looking completely unfazed, with his own crew behind him. Degun confidently challenged them. "Come on then." The fat guy was suddenly dragged forward by the protagonist, and he muttered in surprise, What are you doing?" Degun instructed, "You go first." The protagonist's first opponent was this fat guy, and he punched him hard enough to make him cry out in pain. Everything turned a blurry shade of red as they collided. Perhaps because he was so weak, after just one hit from Degun, the guy collapsed, clutching his body. The others charged forward aggressively. "Don't stop me. Get out of the way. Why are you here? And why like this?" But the guy didn't stay aggressive for long before he was completely wiped out. The scene turned chaotic as they all crashed into each other. They were all falling to the ground one by one. The protagonist used his brute strength to lift his opponent right off the floor, a move that made the guy's face turn pale with fear. After hoisting him up, he landed earth-shattering punches. The protagonist hit him back and forth until the guy was reeling, his body completely unsteady. The others standing further back started trash-talking their own teammate. "Bodo, why are you just standing there taking hits? If the path is blocked, just climb over the table." Following the guy's command, He scrambled onto the table. Our protagonist caught the whole thing out of the corner of his eye. He kicked out, tripping the guy up. The guy was so weak that just from DGUN shaking the table, he fell forward, his face looking hollow. The protagonist took the opportunity as the guy presented his face, punching him square in the jaw without a second thought. The others still didn't seem to know what fear was. Seeing their teammate get beaten to a pulp, they only grew more eager to attack. But everyone who stepped up was punished mercilessly. The center of the fight was incredibly tense, while the guys standing on the sidelines could only watch with their mouths agape. They tried to find a way out, but after running 2 steps, they shouted, "This way is blocked. Head for the back exit." Terrified by the reality of the situation, the fat guy ran for his life, running so hard he completely lost his sense of direction. Just as he was running, a head suddenly popped out of a window, blocking his path. Panic set in. They immediately changed course, urging each other on. This way, this way. The fat guy led the charge. But after only running a short distance, his face twisted in confusion. His eyes seemed to lock onto something truly terrifying. They were all sent flying backward, their bodies swaying before crashing down. The protagonist was still raring for a fight, hunting down every last one of them. A powerful grip yanked the next guy forward. That guy was so caught off guard he couldn't react in time. Another guy tried to take advantage of the protagonist while he was busy fighting to sneak up and hit him with a chair, but his own teammate was in the way. The two exchanged looks. No, wait. In the end, because of their poor skills and Degun seeing right through them, they ended up beating their own teammate into a pulp. The last one also quickly hit the floor after one of Degun's kicks. As expected, wherever our lead goes, the opposition falls. His stride became more and more imposing as he moved forward. The remaining army was still huge, gathering together and moving in, their fists balled up and ready. Our lead swept his gaze around to survey the situation. After a good look, he confidently charged in. He dove straight into the center of the fray, his arms blocking every move the opponents tried to make. They couldn't coordinate at all. One guy stepped all over the other, and in the end, they were all beaten black and blue by our lead, completely dazed. DGUN tore through the center of the fight, moving from one side to the other, trampling the whole lot of them. His power is relentless. He fights as if he's just toying with his opponents, and a single slap to the leader leaves the guy behind him totally bewildered, not knowing what to do next. Another slap, delivered equally to both of those jerks. They were all writhing in agony after receiving such a generous gift from Degun. The fight scene started to blur. Our main guy was way too quick and decisive. Myung, standing on the sidelines, was sweating bullets, his eyes darting around as he thought to himself, is he strong? It's not just about strength. More importantly, he knows how to cut off every path the opponent tries to take. The moment they even think about making a move, he shuts them down right at the start. He always keeps them in a one-on-one situation, completely controlling the flow of the fight. Myung was spiraling, thinking frantically. Even for a freshman, this is impossible. No, at any age. Nobody should be able to do this. He's controlling the entire battlefield while he fights. It doesn't matter how many people come at him, it's all the same. Anyone who dared to get near Degun got blown away in a flash. Outside the classroom, a massive crowd of students had gathered. The main character's fight seemed to be drawing a lot of eyes. Myung was still trapped in his own thoughts, analyzing the protagonist. A single freshman taking down almost all the second years, it's hard to believe. With that, he decided he had to step in. He started fumbling around, pulling out something incredibly shady. He lunged forward with his weapon, whispering to himself that even though this wasn't the best way, he had to do it. Inside classroom number 1, things were getting loud. What? Are you serious? No, Manhwa was announcing to the others. I just heard Degun is taking on all the second years by himself right now. Jongmin froze in shock. What? Should we go give him a hand? They started bickering about it. What? Are you for real? Those second years are tough. Another one chimed in. We're his best friends, right? Through all this, Minsu just watched calmly. When the three of them, No Manhwa and his group, ran off, Minsu followed close behind. Let's go help him. I'm coming too. Cut to classroom number 6. Suji was yanking on Jiang Jinmo's hair. If that's true, why are you still sitting here memorizing vocabulary? Jiang Jinmo replied, completely clueless. Huh, what? Suji, I don't want to get involved in the freshman and sophomore drama. I think he just wanted to say hi. Jin was trying to explain, but Suji cut him off immediately. Shut up, you pig. Suji barked orders at Jiang Jinmo. Lead the way. We're going to help Degun. Even though he was being forced, Jiang Jinmo still tried to resist. Wait, let me just send a final loving text to my mom first. The scene shifts to the second year's classroom, number 3. Inside lay the wreckage left by our main guy. The guys were strewn all over the floor, and it was anyone's guess when they'd wake up. The knife in Myung's hand suddenly slowed down. His eyes were filled with pure terror as he faced our main guy. His whole body was frozen, unable to break free. To him, our lead felt like some kind of giant monster. What is this? Dugong Myung couldn't believe his eyes. He deliberately took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes hard. But even without his glasses, there was the main character right in front of him. A powerhouse of a body, standing face to face with Dugong Myung. He started shaking, muttering, "Degun, what the hell just happened? What are you? What's going on with you?" The main character didn't care at all about what he was saying. He just raised his fist and declared, "I don't know what you're rambling about, but since you took your glasses off, that means it's time for you to get beaten up." A heavy, decisive blow landed right on Dugong Myung's face. His frail, skinny body couldn't handle it and was sent flying back. The students standing outside were frozen at the scene they just witnessed. The main character's performance was truly impressive. In the blink of an eye, he'd taken down all the second years. Just then, the group of friends arrived. No, Manhwa asked, "Did you finish already?" Manhwa didn't even need the main character to answer. Seeing Dugong Myung lying on the ground was enough. "I can't believe it." DGUN took down all the second years by himself. The main character brushed off the small talk. He looked at his phone and said, "I'm done dealing with Dugong Myung. Now there's just Walk left. I need to know where he is. I know you're close with him. I can't wait any longer." This time, Jauk really had to face our main guy head-on. The heavy footsteps of Jauk echoed. The way he moved, you could tell he sensed the trouble coming his way. On the other side of the classroom, no Manhwa had arrived. The question hung in the air. What the hell? What just happened? Don't tell me Degun took out the whole second-year class alone, truly, just him by himself. This guy, Song Hun, suddenly turned his head and spoke up. "Oh, Manhwa and two others. I didn't think you guys would show up today." Jongmin reacted immediately. "Who's two others?" Seung Hun seemed to have forgotten their names, mumbling to himself, while a frustrated Jongmin had to clear things up. "It's Manhwa, Ho Dong, and Jongmin." While everything was descending into chaos, Suji walked up. She pushed Manhwa aside to see where Degun was. Hearing the strange noise, Seung Hun turned around, thinking, "Why is she here?" After watching for a moment, an idea popped into his head. "I think I just figured out what she wants. Maybe I don't need to waste time trying to guess what she likes anymore." As soon as Suji reached the classroom door, she stopped dead in her tracks. She blurted out in surprise, "What on earth happened here?" Manhwa turned to talk to his crew. "Now that you mention it, didn't Minsu come here with us?" Jongmin nodded in agreement. "True, right? Where did he go halfway here?" Turns out Minsu didn't show up with them because he was busy escorting the homeroom teacher here. The teacher saw the brutal aftermath, and his anger was plain to see. He shouted out loud, "Degun, what in the world have you done?" Cut to the teacher's office. The teacher turned his head left and right before questioning our main guy. "Are you a thug or something? You smashed all the doors. You kid, you're in big trouble." The main character just stood there, taking the lecture. "Don't make me call you up here again. You hear me? If you want to fight, go do it outside of school. Why are you acting like a hoodlum in this building?" Minsu, standing outside, listened secretly to the conversation between the main character and the teacher, curious thoughts swirling in his head. It had been a day since he beat up the freshman, and nothing happened. So why was he being called in for a warning immediately after fighting the second years? The problem was that the homeroom teacher didn't know anything about this project. Things were a bit less chaotic because I had told the headmaster to buy him some time, but I don't know what he actually did. Just then, Minsu was standing outside when a voice called out, "Move aside." When Minsu saw who it was, he quickly bowed respectfully. "Oh, hello, sir." Minsu felt that he had arrived at just the right time. The homeroom teacher was lecturing Degun harshly. "You're so naive. You need money to beat others, but you don't have a single cent, you idiot. These days, brute force isn't the only way to take someone down." The homeroom teacher hasn't stopped nagging our protagonist, and he is clearly showing his annoyance. "Humph. A kid like you probably never thinks about the consequences. I can't even call your parents to set you straight since you're just an orphan. It's so frustrating." The chairman's appearance immediately draws everyone's eyes. "Ah, chairman, you've arrived." The chairman glances ahead and says, "I have some business to attend to." The teacher bows. "Greetings, sir." "Chairman." This guy just walked in and ignored the teacher entirely, only focused on asking after our main character. "Hey Degun, long time no see. Are you doing well? How are your studies going?" The protagonist replies with a polite yes. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher bows, so embarrassed he's practically fuming. He's completely lost, looking up and thinking, what is this? Do they actually know each other? The chairman's face turns serious. He catches sight of the teacher and says, "Mr. Lai, come with me for a moment." That command makes Mr. Lai tremble. "Oh, yes, chairman." Scene changed to inside the chairman's office. Mr. Lai is forced to keep his head bowed low. The chairman is lecturing the teacher on the importance of teaching students with compassion. Did you really think it was better to treat him like a stray dog and yell at him just because he doesn't have money? Mr. Lai bows and replies, "Yes, sir, you are absolutely right." While bowing, the teacher is still seething with resentment. Damn it, who exactly is this Degun guy? I double-checked. He has no family and lives in an orphanage. How could he possibly be acquainted with the chairman? The protagonist is standing right there in the room, hearing the chairman's voice loud and clear. Treat Degun with a bit of kindness, all right. You understand what I mean, don't you? Only then will I consider you a decent human being. Mr. Lee nods repeatedly. Yes, I have noted your instructions well, sir. The chairman keeps his hand firm on the teacher's shoulder, his tone menacing. And what about that other matter I asked you about yesterday, Mr. Lai hunches his shoulders and replies weakly. Ah, yes, nothing has happened yet. Our protagonist is standing right there, feeling the tension in the air. He senses that something about this situation is very strange. I'm not sure if what I'm thinking is right. The chairman's voice still echoes in Degun's ears. All right, you can go now. He realizes the gravity of the situation. There's something deeply abnormal about both the chairman and the homeroom teacher. After the teacher leaves, the chairman turns to our protagonist. Degun, the first time you saw me was in that project meeting, right? He makes a blunt offer to the protagonist. Let's have a little talk. Back in the second-year classroom, the students are still unconscious and the place is a mess. Gong Myung's glasses lie on the floor and a panicked voice breaks the silence. Huh? My friend, Gong Mi? My brother in arms. But this brother is fast asleep on the floor. When Gok arrives, he's stunned to see Gong Myung passed out cold. He's so angry that the veins on his forehead are bulging. What the hell is going on? How could this happen? Kim Samuel, standing in the back, speaks up, claiming that the first year, Degun did it. Jauk is even more curious and starts questioning him. Samuel, how come you're still unscathed? Samuel replies confidently. Oh, I was out. He purposefully avoids the trouble, yet he talks as if he were a good guy. It's my fault. But you, where were you? Without a leader, this kind of thing happens. Gok's expression is still incredibly tense, his voice suppressed and irritable. I think you know. I came back right after witnessing Bai Ok's execution. Kim Samuel is even more intrigued. Humph. So he planned this because he knew you'd be away? I wonder which dog in our gang leaked that information to him. Gok suddenly goes silent, an aura of resentment radiating from his body. Kim Samuel asks, where are you going? As Gok walks away, he drops a philosophical line. Put yourself in someone else's shoes to understand them. The protagonist is facing a guy who talks like a madman. The director speaks vaguely. Using thugs to stop thugs. That's the idea from director Lai Sem, right? Using delinquents to stop school violence. Don't you think that's a bit naive, Chairman? But then, the old man's expression changes, his voice rising. But I actually find it interesting. I've had some fun moments because of this little game. I almost forgot about this project because I hadn't seen any special reports. And I've been so busy lately. Even though I find it amusing, I'm an ambitious man, after all. He slams his hand on the desk and asserts his life philosophy. A man who wants to achieve great things in life must snatch them and crush others in the process. It's all to increase his own value. You could pull it off if you do it quietly. Someone like you must understand what I'm saying, right? The chairman points directly at DGUN and commands, go and take them all down. The protagonist isn't interested in the lecture. He asks a different question. What about the broken door? The chairman replies dismissively. Don't worry. Why are you concerned about that? Who do you think this Jumrong school belongs to? Look at this nameplate. It's the chairman's nameplate. Everything belongs to J. Gabriel. The faces around them are showing signs of anxiety. Footsteps slowly approach. In the first-year classroom, the noise erupts once again. Damn pig. Jong Min is trying to stop Ho Rong. I told you not to eat lunch. His classmate, Man Ho, sits nearby, desperately trying to intervene. Stop causing a scene, Jong Min says, annoyed. Seriously, I have to go buy it. Man Ho urges him anxiously. Hurry up, the class is about to start. Following his friend's advice, Jong Min moves quickly to open the classroom door. However, as soon as the door opens, an incredibly massive figure appears before him. It's none other than Gok. His towering, muscular frame leaves Jong Min stunned and speechless. Gok's expression is terrifyingly cold, his face murderous, as if he wants to devour his opponent alive. Jong Min confronts him in sheer terror, his eyes rigid, muttering, Is that steam coming off your body? You shouldn't be this hot-headed. Even though he tries to calm him down, Gok can't suppress his nature and launches a direct attack. The punch leaves Jong Min's face swollen, blood rushing to his head, turning his body bright red. Man Ho and Ho Rong witness the scene in a split second and rush over, panicked. Jongmin. GOK is still grabbing Jongmin's collar, delivering a life lesson. You reap what you sow. Those who do evil will suffer the consequences. The aftermath of your own actions is called karma. You reap what you sow. Evil deeds always bring evil consequences. The aftermath of your own actions is what we call karma. Hodong grumbled in annoyance. What kind of crazy nonsense is he spewing? Sensing things were spiraling out of control, no man. Ho Man Ho gave Hodong a serious look and warned him to cut it out. Hand me a weapon. Hurry. In a flash, they were both armed and ready to face off against the others. Wan Zhao stepped up and shouted firmly, "Everything I'm doing today is just karma, Deguno. You pathetic bastards. How do you expect to ever reach nirvana acting like this?" Hodong was naturally timid, his voice trembling as he asked, "Man Ho, I'm seriously scared. Can we actually win this?" "Look, Man Ho," he continued, "that's his second-year boss. He's incredibly strong. But we have to do what we can. Let's hit him with plan A. 2-on-1. Right after the strategy was set, they both lunged at Jaok. Manho found himself in a tough spot, forced to think fast about how to handle such a massive opponent. He's probably focusing more on raw power than speed. With that, Manho figured out his next move. Jaok swiftly hoisted Hodong into the air and slammed his large frame down without a hint of mercy. Manho seized the moment while Jaok was distracted. He grabbed his weapon and charged from behind, landing a heavy blow directly onto Jaok's body. However, Manho didn't feel any relief after the strike. Instead, he was filled with dread. "Oh no, this can't be real. Tell me that wasn't Jaok just standing back up." Jaok scoffed, "You really are an idiot." Ever heard of an iron body? Manho froze, realizing his attack hadn't even scratched the guy. Manho's mouth clamped shut. Jaok's eyes darted around, distracted, thinking the faint noise came from Hodong. Spotting an opening, Manho declared his attack. Every iron body has a soft spot. The plan seemed perfect, but Jaok had seen right through it, grabbing Manho's weapon with his hand. Jaok spoke casually, "I'll take your advice, but I have to admit, you're not bad." Jaok read Manho's thoughts. "You always aim for the spot that causes the most pain. Too bad for you. I'm not planning on retiring to a temple anytime soon." Right after that, Jaok struck Manho square in the face. The blow was so powerful it sent Manho flying backward. With Manho down, Hodong regained his stance, eyes locked forward. Jaok's gaze quickly tracked the opponent's movement. He spun around, raising his arm adorned with prayer beads, chanting, "Reflecting on my prayers at the temple, my soul has already touched nirvana." Jaok's bead-covered arm clashed with Hodong's steel-wielding arm. Jaok insisted his beads were harder than steel. Turns out he wasn't kidding. The steel weapon in Hodong's hand was knocked right out of his grip. Seizing the moment, Jaok delivered a brutal strike to Hodong's gut. The agonizing kick twisted Hodong's face as his eyes widened in shock. Jaok wasn't done with his cruelty yet. He raised his arm with swift, vicious force, driving it deep into Hodong's back. By now, the pain was unbearable. Hodong couldn't even lift his head. Jaok kept muttering his philosophical nonsense. Karma will be settled through the law of cause and effect. He started walking toward Manho, adding, "Everyone connected to Hobin must die." Manho's subconscious screamed a warning. He's not a normal person. There's no way to win. If I'm not careful, I'm dead. Manho felt a wave of sadness and self-pity wash over him. Life is so short. I haven't even used half the weapons I have yet. Suddenly, a strange voice interrupted the fight. "What are you doing?" Guile appeared, full of curiosity. "Why are you just lying there?" Manho saw his friend and immediately warned, "It's dangerous. Don't get close." Jaok turned his attention to Guile. "You're part of Hovin's group, aren't you?" Guile wasn't scared at all, retorting, "So what?" "You got a problem with that?" Jaok snapped, letting his rage boil over. "If that's true, you'll pay the price." Hobin. Manho, frantic, kept shouting, "Guile, run. Get out of here." Guile just looked on, bewildered. "Guile, move." Suddenly, Guile tilted her body to the side. That simple dodge made Jaok's punch miss completely. It seemed someone had pulled Guile out of harm's way just in time. None other than the protagonist himself had arrived, successfully carrying Guile away from the danger zone. Hobin stared his opponent down and declared, "So, you finally showed up, Jaok." The scene shifted to the school grounds. The protagonist looked at Guile and asked, "Are you okay?" Guile was a bit shaken, replying, "Yeah, I'm fine." Wishing he could calm her down, Hobin kindly instructed her, "Don't go wandering off. It's dangerous here, so stay back." Jaok, still in his slippers, stepped closer to our hero with a provocative tone. "There you are, you Hobin. I've been waiting for you, my Road FC gang members. And yet, you managed to take them all down. Even though I wanted to make your friends pay first, since you're the one responsible for everything, I can't hold back anymore." Jaok declared firmly, I'm sending you to the afterlife. Word spread rapidly through the hallways. The first-year boss Hoban and the second-year boss Jack are fighting. I can't believe it. Where are they? Footsteps echoed as crowds rushed toward the scene. Kim Moonsong arrived, looking curious, and asked, "What on earth is going on?" Facing the situation outside, our hero spoke up to Jouk. "People are going to get the wrong idea. I hit you guys because you deserved it. I told you what would happen if you kept extorting people." While the hero was talking, a voice called out from somewhere, "Hoban, don't let your guard down. That guy is a beast." The hero looked around, curious. "Is that you, Manhwa?" Sure enough, it was Manhwa, hiding behind a door, his voice echoing a warning to Hoban. "That guy is fast. His strength and speed are no joke. He's so good at taking hits that even weapons don't work on him." Our hero knew exactly what he had to do. Responding to Manho's concern, he said, "I got it. But what are you doing over there?" Getting that question, Manhwa looked a bit dazed as he replied, "I can't move, so don't ignore my advice." He's on a completely different level, not like the first years we fought before. Even though he was confident, the urgency in Manho's warning made the protagonist pause and take notice. Hoban himself could feel that the energy Jack was radiating was truly different. Maybe before, he didn't have the courage. Or maybe it's because. The hero left the reason hanging. But the main point was obvious. Jack was now in a state of absolute, laser-like focus. His hand tightened around his prayer beads, and he growled, "I admit my ascetic training wasn't enough. I know I should forgive instead of holding grudges against ordinary people. But this time, I can't let it slide. Those who dare to touch what they shouldn't must face the heavy karma that follows. So, to you, that Degun guy is an unforgivable sin. There's no mercy for you here." Degun, as always, stands confident, his aura intense as he retorts with chilling, blunt words. "Fine. Let's see if you're just full of yourself or if there's actual power behind that talk. I should probably test it." Right. The guy's expression goes deadpan. In front of him, a gun is primed and ready. A strike that hits with blinding speed. Impossible to track, yet the impact is enough to send him flying backward without a second thought. Noman observes through the doorway, unable to hide his shock. Wait, what? No way. Looking at the situation, he can't believe the guy is still standing there completely unscathed. The hallway outside classroom 6 is still noisy. Is Suji really kicking Jinmo's head again? Who is he fighting this time, and where? Jinmo just wants to study, but the girls won't leave him alone. He tries to respond, but the sophomore leader, Jia, suddenly cuts in with a hostile glare. "You still don't get it, do you?" he asks, full of curiosity. "What do you mean no? You want to go save him? You saw those other sophomores get taken down, right? If it's Degun, he'll be fine." Even so, Suji is clearly anxious. She says, "You don't get it. Jia is different from that last incident." Old memories flash through Suji's mind, the time some members of the highway gang were ambushed by the DGUN high schoolers while trying to collect protection money. Back then, he went straight to DGUN High and knocked out all their top-tier members. He's a total monster. Suji keeps fretting, muttering, "Looks like Kwok really loves money. I've always wondered if there was a way to stop him from fighting this time." Suddenly, Jin interrupts, shifting the conversation away from the violence. "Want a piggyback ride? I could carry you around the school twice." He immediately hauls Suji onto his back, panting and complaining, "So heavy." Suji kicks out, quickly setting Jin straight. "Shut up and run, you pig." The classrooms blur past as they sprint. Goji watches the scene unfold, stunned by the reality of it all. What? Even after a hit like that, he's still okay? Jia is still standing tall, despite Degun's seemingly fatal blow. He grunts, struggling slightly. "Is that the best you've got? That strike couldn't even take down Park Dojin. Impressive, but it won't work on me." The protagonist stays quiet, not bothering to explain. He just raises a fist, posing a challenge. "Do you even know what Jia is?" Jia shakes out his arms and legs, looking completely ready. With his eyes locked forward, he declares, "I am protected by the grace of Buddha. I will never be wounded." Kim Do-hyun watches from the sidelines, hand on his chin, deep in thought. A body of steel. Will Degun's gun style even work on him? An intense showdown between the sophomore leader and the freshman. Do-hyun's train of thought is interrupted by a sharp, annoyed voice. "Move it, you're in the way." It's Suji, sharp-tongued as ever, shoving him aside. She's barely arrived and already shouting in frustration. This is insane. They're finally really fighting. Everyone's eyes are glued to the center of the clash between the protagonist and Jia. Jong-min equips his steel knuckle weapon and sneaks up behind Jia, lunging forward with a rapid-fire attack. He boasts loudly, "That grace you have is nice, but consider this payback for that sneak attack earlier." But before Jong-min can finish, a blood-curdling roar from Jia freezes him in his tracks. He screams at the top of his lungs, "Stop." The emotion seems to erupt from deep within him. He curses the idiots surrounding him. "I could have killed you back there. You're just an ant to me. And I don't have time to waste on something as insignificant as you. Soon, you'll realize that you're going to be swept away right along with this guy." Degun. Kwok slams his feet into the ground repeatedly, the tremors shaking the very earth. That's his sixth sense, the step dash. Kwok pours every ounce of his power and speed into a direct charge at our hero, his teeth gritted in pure rage. The protagonist watches every move Kwok makes, forced to admit he's fast. The punches and the speed of his strikes are incredibly brutal. He's throwing punches like he's unearthing 1,000 years of fury. Even Guji, standing off to the side, is blown back by the sheer force of the impact. Our protagonist isn't about to lose this battle, though. He raises his flash fist, his gun machine stance ready. Turning the tables, Degun launches a desperate, all-or-nothing assault against Kwok. A high-speed, savage punch fires straight into Kwok's body. Kwok's face contorts in pain as he takes the hit. Taking advantage of the moment his opponent is reeling, our hero locks onto his target, Kwok's head. Once the target is acquired, Degun unleashes a relentless barrage, a sniper and rifle-like assault. The raw power of the move shatters the window glass into pieces. Even then, Kwok talks tough, completely unfazed by the onslaught. His fists continue to fly, fueled by his mounting irritation. He lunges with a desperate desire to punch through the protagonist, but Degun's superior dodging speed leaves him hitting nothing but air. Kwok begins to wonder, why? Why isn't my body taking damage? The protagonist stares ahead, a contemplative look in his eyes. The fight is far from over. Our hero still has plenty of skills to show off, each one leaving his opponent reeling in painful despair. Kwok grinds his teeth, his feet digging into the ground to keep him steady. The more his opponent tries to hold his ground, the harder the protagonist strikes. Blows rain down from every angle, alternating rapidly. Finally, he aims for the center of Kwok's body. Kim Do-hyun, gossiping from the sidelines, mutters, "There are so many, I can't even name his secret techniques anymore. What kind of gun style is he going to use next?" Seung-hun suddenly appears and starts chatting with Do-hyun. "Oh, so you're the one naming Degun's useless techniques?" Do-hyun replies, "Yeah, but aren't those moves actually pretty good?" Seung-hun immediately brushes it off. "I'm not so sure. Instead of using a handgun or a rifle, I think he should." While Seung-hun is busy pondering names, the battle rages on intensely. The protagonist is trying to find openings in Kwok's defense to land a solid punch. By some miracle, Degun's punch hits with enough force to lift his opponent clean off the ground. Seung-hun names this move, Spear. Once he attaches a tip like a spike, a nail, or a wooden stake, this weapon pierces the target at high speed. Kwok's eyes blaze with overwhelming spite, while the onlookers outside keep trying to calculate his moves as long as he uses them with those heavy gloves at close range. Even the toughest obstacles are being crushed by our hero. He won't back down or show any mercy. He's fully prepared to fight these guys to the bitter end. Everything was pierced through, leaving limbs scattered brutally everywhere. Our hero and Kwok both came to a sudden halt after that last strike. As Kwok's knees hit the ground and his strength began to fade, our hero stepped forward with growing confidence. "Where's that Buddhist protection now? Is the Buddha really watching over you, or were you just confused?" Whenever anyone mentions the faith he worships, Kwok gets incredibly aggressive. "Don't you dare insult me." He still wouldn't let up, trying to land a Buddha's palm strike. The protagonist watched, not quite grasping his intent. Buddha's palm? What the hell is that supposed to mean? The protagonist suddenly gripped Kwok's hand. He seemed truly annoyed, snapping back, "I think I've let you go on long enough. How long are you going to keep up this fake monk act? If it's for real, you better pray for some divine protection, 'cause you're about to get beaten even worse." The scene shifts to an arcade, where complaints echo through the air. "I'm so bored since I stopped going to school. No loser here even dares to mess with me." A few guys looked at each other, whispering, "Has Samuel contacted you yet?" The other guy replied that he hadn't, and just like Seung-hun said, the outcome was obvious. "Yeah, moonlight is fading away. Such a shame. I really should have stayed to watch that monk get clobbered myself." The guys kept trying to reassure each other. "Don't worry about it. Just gather as many kids as you can, actually. Never mind. Also, make sure they bring something with them." The guy spoke confidently while holding his phone. "Don't worry about that. Let's see what really makes people hurt." The protagonist's punches landed with an incredibly steady rhythm, with his opponent taking every single blow right to the face. Kwok's eyes and facial expression were filled with pure spite. He looked like he wanted to swallow our protagonist whole. But in the end, Kwok's threatening expressions didn't change a thing. He just kept getting pummeled, each hit landing with brutal force. Sung-hun and Doha Ino stared ahead, jaws dropped. Even Suji looked completely stunned. She thought to herself, Jia Kwok. He can't even fight back. Jia Kwok was falling into despair, his mind frantically screaming at him, no, I can't be taken down like this. I have big ambitions and goals. The barrage of punches to his face didn't break his resolve. His eyes and his mindset were a constant reminder of who he was. Who am I? I'm a third-generation heir, Jia Kwok, a man of status. As his birthday approached, his father had asked, Jia Kwok, is there anything you want for your birthday? He had total control over his own life. That was what Jia Kwok had. When asked about the gift, Jia Kwok thought for a moment and said, a Rolex Datejust would be fine, right? Soon after, the watch was sitting proudly on his wrist. He had everything he wanted. He was a prince born with a silver spoon in his mouth. But one day, while Jia Kwok was showering, he looked down at the drain and complained in disgust. Why is there so much hair? The pipe is clogged again. The maids are so unprofessional. After showering, Jia Kwok went to dry his hair. But as he did, he noticed more and more hair falling out, and an unsettling feeling washed over him. Jia Kwok felt extremely curious, intending to find his father and ask him about it. But the question died on his lips when he looked at his father's thinning hair. In that moment, all his suspicions were confirmed. For someone as perfectionistic as him, someone who had never known what a flaw was, this was too difficult, too bitter to swallow. Don't mistake glitz for a golden throne. Day after day, Jia Kwok tormented himself over his own flaw. Why can't I keep my hair? He felt completely helpless as he watched his hair fall out more and more each day. The floor was littered with his hair. Then, one day, just as the darkness of despair seemed absolute, a glimmer of light appeared. News of a hair transplant service was spreading online, and he needed it as soon as possible. But the problem was that hair transplants cost a whole lot of money. However, for a third-generation heir like Jia Kwok, money was no object. After reading the news, he ran as fast as he could to his father's room, calling out, Father. But the moment he entered, the first thing that hit his eyes was his father kneeling on the floor, surrounded by a group of suspicious-looking men. His father looked defeated, his voice trembling as he spoke. Jia Kwok, you're home. I'm sorry. It seems like they're taking all our family's assets. The news hit Jia Kwok like a bolt of lightning. That feeling of losing everything to Jia Kwok, it was nothing short of a living hell. He needed an emotional anchor. At that time, Buddhism was the only thing that gave him strength. He shaved his head. Regardless of how painful it was, he had internalized the philosophy of non-existence. Once again, he found peace of mind, and the fact that he was bald didn't bother him anymore. On a cloudy day, Jia Kwok looked up at the sky, deep in thought, whispering the tenets of his philosophy. That philosophy of non-existence. Jia Kwok's fists suddenly tightened with intensity, and he declared, You are nothing but a tree. With that, Jia Kwok punched the tree hard and threatened it. Don't you dare be so wealthy. Even though he practiced Buddhism, Jia Kwok still harbored a worldly, greedy nature. His thoughts and words gnawed at him. Me, Jia Kwok, thinking about not owning everything I want in life. No, I can't be poor. Time flew by, and he enrolled in Jurian High, a place where someone could make money if they were good at fighting. Who could possibly beat someone with a heart as desperate as his? After dominating the entire grade in just a blink of an eye, he made money breed even more money. He waited for the day he could return to his life of luxury. That day, Jia Kwok thought, would come very soon. He was just waiting for it to arrive. But in reality, everything had been shattered. Jia Kwok felt like he was picking up the broken pieces of his own delusions. And the one who shattered Jia Kwok's long-awaited day was our protagonist, Degun. Jia Kwok was furious at the protagonist's arrival, his eyes glaring and his mind racing until he showed up. In the tense battle, especially while facing someone as strong as the protagonist, Jia Kwok tried to use his hands to drag Degun down. But no matter how hard he tried, he was pushed away by Degun with a sharp, decisive motion. The protagonist stood still, observing his opponent's actions. That guy was muttering, just a little more. If I can just make a little more, it will all be over. Driven by Jia Kwok's thirst for money, he tried his best to rise up, his large body pushing the protagonist backward. However, Degun kept his footing firm, immediately shifting his stance forward, using his legs as leverage to attack. As soon as he regained his balance, Degun flipped his opponent backward, forcing Jia Kwok's large frame against the wall. The protagonist asked mockingly, Do you still have some energy left to struggle? Jia Kwok replied, It's not just some energy. I have more strength right now than I've ever had before. The protagonist maintains a calm gaze and demeanor, speaking casually to remind him, There's really no need to go this far. If you just give back the money you stole and swear you'll never do this again, I'll forgive you. After all, I'm a pretty forgiving guy myself. However, this greedy bastard, Jayaguk, absolutely refuses. he flatly declares. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Collecting money is essential for everyone. Shifting the scene over to Hadong and Norman Ho, the two are trembling as they watch the center of the fight, muttering, "Is he going to start spouting more garbage again? Oh, you're awake?" After being numbed by the protagonist's hits, Dugong Myung is now dragging his body over to eavesdrop. "Damn it, move over a bit, will you?" Dugong Myung's eyes suddenly widen in surprise, and he mumbles, "Jiaguk, he's actually doing it." The image appearing behind Jiaguk looks bizarre. Dugong Myung assumes he has finally reached a state of nirvana and enlightenment. In this state, Jiaguk feels even more confident as he declares war. "I'll make you understand the reason yourself. True divine protection begins now. Complete nirvana." As a series of arms of varying lengths appear in front of the protagonist, Jiaguk calls it the thousand-hand technique. Jiaguk's fists and techniques start flying, but at first, they can't even touch Degun. While facing Jiaguk head-on, our protagonist observes every movement closely, analyzing everything in his head. Though Jiaguk doesn't know it, he's currently in a state of pure obsession. Even as an outsider, Dugong Myung is enthusiastically narrating the fight through his broken thousand-hand bodhisattva glasses. "Oh, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, you saved the masses with your thousand hands. It doesn't matter how strong you are, Degun. How can you possibly handle 1,000 hands coming at you nonstop?" Dugong Myung screams loudly, "You're dead meat now. Ha ha." His outburst immediately catches Suji's attention. She watches and thinks, "I thought he was crazy before, but this is getting serious." Even though she doesn't know much about fighting, Suji can see the basic patterns. She observes Jiaguk, noting that he is just swinging his fists wildly. But even so, the speed is incredibly fast. Because of that high speed, our protagonist has to find the perfect angles to dodge, avoiding any contact with those thousand-hand bodhisattva fists. After punching for a while and seeing that his opponent is completely unbothered, Jiaguk screams in frustration, "You ignorant mortal! Why haven't you reached enlightenment yet? Stop sticking your nose into this." No matter how much the opponent screams or swings, the protagonist continues to dodge with fluid, effortless movements. Jiaguk's words wash over him. "Everyone was at peace with my teachings until now. Don't you realize you're stripping away their peaceful life?" The wind-tearing punches combined with Jiaguk's sermons sound like a bizarre song playing in the background. "If it weren't for you, they would have absorbed my philosophy of non-existence through my money collection. They could have neared enlightenment, reached the state of nirvana, and helped me afford a hair transplant." After that nonsense, Jiaguk suddenly pauses, a thought hitting him. "Crap, I let my true motive slip." Dugong Myung, standing outside, is dumbfounded by this revelation. A hair transplant? Dugong Myung recalls Jiaguk's earlier words. "You don't need hair, it's a symbol of human suffering. You'd be better off shaving it all off." Dugong Myung remembers the words exactly. Didn't he say that before? The protagonist instantly sees through the other man's hidden inner turmoil. "So that was your real intention, huh?" The protagonist's strikes grow heavier. He seems determined to enlighten his opponent with his beatdown. On the outside, you pretend you care about others, but inside, you're just satisfying your own greed. "I heard greedy people tend to go bald. So it's true, isn't it?" The moment his hair is brought up, Jiaguk snaps. "Stop. You don't know anything." Jiaguk's fists form the invincible fist technique. He directs the attack toward the protagonist. Despite all the theatrics, Degun remains calm, retorting to Jiaguk's preaching. "You look strong on the surface, but underneath that shell, you're completely empty. An empty vessel easy to shatter." Jiaguk stubbornly looks up, declaring, "I still have 999 hands left." As soon as he finishes his sentence, the protagonist rushes forward and grabs Jiaguk's wrists. He teaches him. Usually, people only have 2 hands. A punch lands squarely on Jiaguk's face. The protagonist wants to reach him. "Wake up." Other punches follow in that same flow, continuously crushing Jiaguk's body. This guy still refuses to give up on his ambition, screaming internally, "No, it can't end like this." Degun grips his opponent's arms tightly, and an indescribable pain causes Jiaguk's eyes to shift. Jiaguk freezes. He doesn't understand the situation he's fallen into. He is facing something terrifying, and in his panic, Jiaguk grinds his teeth uncontrollably. The protagonist has become absolutely ferocious, his body hulking and his fists seeming 10,000 times larger than a normal person's. Jiaguk stumbles back in confusion, asking, "What the hell is this?" Despite his fear, he tries to stay stubborn. "Whatever. The Buddha is still protecting me." Jiaguk's faith in the Buddha fades as he looks at the protagonist's hulking form. His eyes sink into deep contemplation. No words or thoughts can escape his lips. The protagonist unleashes a massive, thunderous punch. Oh heavens, let his soul find liberation. The punch goes straight through Jiaguk's empty head. His face contorts in pain. The protagonist decided to deliver the final, crushing blow. It makes his opponent collapse completely. Standing outside, Du Gongmyung calls out worriedly, "Jajak." All the other characters watching this intense battle are shocked by the outcome. A text message pops up for Degun from Samuel. "How's it going?" He replies, "Just finished. I just took care of the ex-gang." Seung-han looks on with a shifty expression, assessing the situation. With Jeokjuk defeated, the second years are washed up. Upon receiving this news, Kim Samuel mutters, "All right," with the third years absent. There's no one stronger at Jurian High right now. Even more tense situations continue to unfold. Sung-han immediately gets an idea. Next, I can use Bitch Suji to lure in Bitch Suok. Suji has witnessed the fight from the very first minute to the end. She couldn't hide her shock, the thought racing through her mind.